Chapter 001, The Mysterious Tide. What is your name? Jiang Bai. And your age? I just celebrated my 18th birthday last month. Did you forget? Speak respectfully. Gender? Shall I take another look? Old Ma, why are you wielding that belt? Let's talk this through. The training camp forbids arbitrary violence against trainees. With a swift crack, the belt lashed through the air, but the young boy nimbly evaded the strike, leaving it to land harmlessly in the void. The boy known as Jiang Bai stood at 180 centimeters, lean yet full of life, with a bright smile and mischievous eyes that sparkled with a hint of intelligence. Effortlessly dodging the belt, Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Old Ma, are you serious?" The instructor retracted the belt, his expression darkening as he handed Jiang Bai a dossier. Speaking in a grave tone, "Read this document aloud." Receiving the dossier, Jiang Bai began to recite. On May 23rd, 2025, a man in Florida was struck on the head by a meteorite. Miraculously, he survived and awakened the ability of telekinesis, proclaiming himself Saint Adam. This event marked the onset of the first global outbreak of supernatural phenomena. Within 7 days, over 3,000 supernatural events occurred, giving rise to nearly 1,000 superpowered individuals. A week later, all supernatural occurrences abruptly ceased, and the majority of superpowered individuals perished. The emergence and disappearance of these phenomena resembled the ebb and flow of tides. Hence, it was dubbed the first mysterious tide. On November 19th, 2025, the second mysterious tide arrived, with a broader scope and higher frequency. In response to various emergencies, nations hastily established superpower organizations to maintain social order. Jiang Bai could not resist glancing up at the instructor, his eyes seemingly questioning, "Isn't this common knowledge? Who are you telling this to?" The second mysterious tide lasted only 6 months, resulting in the birth of over 1 million superpowered individuals. When the second mysterious tide concluded, more than 99.99% of superpowered individuals either perished or went missing. Even those fortunate enough to survive often succumbed to dementia or psychological disorders. Millions perished overnight, causing immense devastation worldwide, plunging humanity into panic and dread in the face of the unknown supernatural forces. Yet, these events transpired over a decade ago. 4 years prior, the third mysterious tide descended, with superpowered individuals emerging in droves currently. The registered numbers exceed 100 million. Last year, as Jiang Bai approached adulthood, he accidentally revealed his status as a superpowered individual, leading to his special recruitment into an intensive training camp. Under Old Ma supervision, where he would undergo a rigorous 2.5-year training regimen. Sensing Jiang Bai's inquisitive gaze, Old Ma, in a fit of impatience, retorted, "Read the rest." Jiang Bai flipped to the final page and read aloud the concluding line. "Disclaimer, I voluntarily joined this program, and I assume all responsibilities and consequences." Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "What is this? This is quite a trap, isn't it? Read the middle section you haven't covered." Old Ma, unable to contain his frustration, snatched the dossier back, pointing vehemently at the central portion, bellowing, "According to the latest research, the third mysterious tide is highly likely to conclude within 6 months. The enigmatic tide is drawing to a close." The mysterious tide has occurred 3 times. The first time, no one survived. The second time, the mortality rate exceeded 99.99. As for the third time, it appears unlikely to diverge significantly from the previous 2. The third mysterious tide is about to conclude, and all superhumans face a life-and-death decision. How to navigate survival in this wretched era is of paramount importance to everyone. What was that saying? To be or not to be? That is the question. Observing Jiang Bai's grave expression, Old Ma nodded with satisfaction. This fellow, usually so carefree, displayed remarkable composure in times of crisis, proving his worth. After a brief pause, Old Ma inquired, "Jiang Bai, what are you pondering?" Jiang Bai instinctively replied, "I wish to lose my virginity before I die." "Ah, no, Old Ma. Instructor, I am contemplating how to utilize the remaining time to transcend my limitations and accomplish something of greater value, striving to leave no regrets." "Old Ma, this kid is beyond redemption." Old Ma pointed to the dossier and read, "This is a highly classified experimental plan that requires the enlistment of eligible superhumans. The plan is simple. Before the mysterious tide concludes, select those with sufficient potential among you. Seal your superpowers and enter a state of pseudo-death to endure the interlude of the mysterious tide. Much like animals hibernating through winter, the waning of the mysterious tide will usher in a protracted winter, during which many will perish, but you may have the opportunity to survive. Oh, you understand, kid? Jiang Bai countered. What is the cost of sealing? The first law of the mysterious tide states, all things require an equivalent exchange. If it involves sealing, there must be a price. Old Ma replied, somberly, being out of touch with the times, becoming lost in time. That is the most brutal cost. Jiang Bai fell silent. 13 years separate the second and third mysterious tides. No one knows when the next mysterious tide will arrive. Old Ma's word struck. True, time is the greatest price demanded by this plan. Jiang Bai held the dossier, sensing the impending storm, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. It is impossible to seal those with overly potent abilities. Those who are too old or have inherent flaws are also ineligible. In short, the slots are exceedingly rare, and the selection criteria are stringent. You are fortunate to be chosen. They instructed me to persuade you to join this plan. Old Ma retrieved a traditional cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a ring of smoke. Though you are shameless, and no pearls emerge from your dog's mouth, fearless and lacking in ability, not a single trait to commend you. Toughened up, Jiang Bai's fists clenched. With such a rhyming tongue, are you performing stand-up? He gazed at Old Ma, anticipating the moment he would utter the word, but it is well known that anything preceding that word is often disregarded. But Old Ma took another drag from a cigarette, reflecting, among this batch of students, I have the highest hopes for you. He extinguished the cigarette, but and approached Jiang Bai, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. How to decide? Depends on your personal, well, the organization will not coerce anyone. Upon finishing his statement, he bowed to Jiang Bai. This conversation felt less like persuasion and more like an irresponsible introduction, as Lao Ma relinquished the power of choice to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai returned the gesture with a salute. Yes. Instructor, you may leave now. After bidding farewell to Jiang Bai, Lao Ma summoned the next trainee, speaking earnestly, you know, among this batch of trainees, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. Lao Ma, you haven't closed the door. Get lost. After exiting the office, Jiang Bai strolled down the corridor, documents in hand, grumbling, this mysterious tide feels like a game test with an initial batch of players, followed by account bans. After the second internal test, more accounts were banned, and I wonder how many will be restricted after this third test. When will the public test commence? After venting his frustrations, Jiang Bai casually opened the file, task number 002, confidentiality level, top secret task content. Utilize all available resources to convert the most promising superhumans into an inactive state to evade the secondary disasters resulting from the conclusion of the third mysterious tide, awaiting the arrival of the next mysterious tide. The conclusion of the fifth mysterious tide may spell death for all. We still have time before that to fulfill our mission. Task objective: completely resolve the calamity brought by the mysterious tide and save all of humanity. Task codename: Cicada. Chapter 002, The Fifth Mysterious Tide. In the training camp's conference room, 2 cups of tea sat on the long table, the tea leaves bobbing in the water, steam rising gently. Yet the atmosphere within was palpably oppressive. Seated after 1 cup of tea was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a square face, and sharp features, dressed in a military green short-sleeved shirt, his appearance devoid of any superfluous adornments, exuding an air of decisiveness. A terrifying scar stretched from the corner of his left eye down to his neck, leaving one to ponder what kind of beast could inflict such a dreadful mark. Even more unsettling was the fact that this man had survived such an injury. When he spoke, the room was engulfed in a storm. Why Jiang Bai, the instructor Ma, seated across from the man, remained silent, gazing intently at his tea. Do you comprehend what the Cicada plan entails? The man inquired coldly. It requires the full resources of the nation, even those from around the globe. The Cicada plan has less than 20 slots, and our country has only secured 9, with thousands of candidates submitted from various regions. What qualifies Jiang Bai for the Cicada plan? Suddenly, Instructor Ma interrupted, bringing up an unrelated topic. Do you remember Han Cicada? Han Cicada? Is Jiang Bai the son of Han Cicada? The man's brow furrowed, his expression softening slightly, his tone less rigid than before. Han Cicada, a mysterious powerhouse who rose 3 years ago. Male, aged between 40 and 45, skilled with a spear, who single-handedly dealt with one world-ending calamity and assisted in managing another. Alone, he managed to handle 12 catastrophic disasters, eliminating or apprehending 126 superpowered criminals. The man was thoroughly acquainted with these details, able to recite them from memory. Without a doubt, Han Chan was a legendary figure in terms of combat prowess. He was second to none, and when it came to accomplishments, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the best. However, it had been nearly a year since any news of Han Chan had surfaced. Rumors circulated that Han Chan had perished during the last disaster. He had been ensnared in an apocalyptic event despite his efforts to avert the catastrophe. He had vanished without a trace. The likelihood of his demise was high, considering the magnitude of that disaster. If Jiang Bai were indeed Han Chan's offspring, then even if Jiang Bai's potential were limited, the nation bore a responsibility to care for him, given the contributions made by his progenitor. After a moment of contemplation, the man spoke slowly. If he is indeed Han Chan's descendant, he need not be part of the Cicada project. I could extract his powers. The process would not be excessively painful, and once the mysterious tide subsides, he could continue to live well. Furthermore, I could even replace his abilities. You still fail to grasp the situation, Old Ma interjected. He is not Han Chan's son, he is Han Chan impossible. The man sprang to his feet, shock written across his face, an aura of terror emanating from him that sent tremors through the entire space, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the windows of the conference room. This cannot be. Control your emotions. Old Ma had retreated to the door. A look of wariness etched on his face as he held his belt in one hand and lifted his trousers with the other. Do you wish to bring harm to everyone here? Since the emergence of the mysterious tide, countless superpowered individuals had come into existence, and this man was among the elite. His presence was even deemed a strategic weapon, a national treasure. It was precisely due to his formidable combat strength, coupled with his remarkable achievements, that he possessed the right to partake in the Cicada project and even question Jiang Bai's legitimacy. Superpowered individuals, while wielding terrifying abilities, also posed a significant risk. Should this man succumb to rage, no more than 5 individuals within the training camp would survive. Old Ma believed without a doubt that Jiang Bai would manage to endure. The man inhaled deeply, gradually calming himself, his terrifying aura receding, and the tiny fractures in the windows gradually mended, as though they had never existed. Noticing this detail, Old Ma's expression grew somber once more. This individual had become even more powerful. The man resumed his seat and remarked coldly, "On what basis should I believe that he is Han Chan? Moreover, the timelines do not align. 3 years ago, he was merely 15, while Han Chan's battle for renown was against a formidable foreign adversary, who was certain that Han Chan was a middle-aged man over 40. Can you let someone finish speaking?" Old Ma grumbled, tucking his belt away. Han Chan is not just one person, to be precise. Jiang Bai is the 3rd generation of Han Chan. The notion that Han Chan was not a singular entity piqued the man's interest. The 1st generation of the Cicada had already lost contact during the initial handling of an apocalyptic disaster, Old Ma remarked, his eyes reflecting profound anguish. He spoke slowly. The 2nd generation of the Cicada, while grappling with a city-level catastrophe, sustained grave injuries and was unexpectedly rescued by Jiang Bai. He chose to pass on the Cicada's legacy to Jiang Bai, who became the 3rd generation. During the last apocalyptic event, only Jiang Bai participated in the resolution. No one knows how he managed to avert that disaster, but he survived, likely at a tremendous cost. The man gazed out the window. Words alone hold little weight. Even with Commander Ma's endorsement, it was difficult for him to believe such a tale. The most prudent course of action would be to confront Jiang Bai directly. Whether he truly embodied the Cicada could only be determined through combat. You cannot engage him. We cannot ascertain the price Jiang Bai paid during the last disaster response. He has not fought since. Old Ma continued. This training camp was established for Jiang Bai. More than half of the instructors and students are his bodyguards, and the remaining might be as well. In an effort to persuade the man, Old Ma revealed his trump card. He took a deep breath, unbuckled his belt, and broke it, placing it on the table. The man looked at the belt buckle, which was hollow and contained a half of a gun barrel. His pupils constricted as recognition dawned upon him. "This is the cicada's firearm?" "Indeed," Olmar replied solemnly. "I am the second generation of the cicada. The first generation was my father. You can verify this in the records 3 years ago. He passed away due to illness, but in truth, he went missing." The emergence of the cicada was not coincidental. We require more agile forces to address supernatural calamities. After acquiring his powers, my father was authorized to become the first generation of the cicada. Following his disappearance, I briefly took on the mantle of the second generation until I passed the title to Jiang Bai. This old ma spoke. The man's expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. If the cicada had always been a singular entity, then based on this merit, he would indeed qualify for the cicada program. However, there had been 3 generations of the cicada. While Jiang Bai had managed a singular apocalyptic disaster, the process remained shrouded in mystery. The situation was growing increasingly intricate, and the man remained hesitant. Noticing his indecision, Commander Ma produced an envelope and slid it across the long table, placing it before the man. "This is the final response from the higher-ups." He believed the contents within would be sufficient to sway the man. The man rose, cradling the envelope in his hands, and solemnly opened it. The envelope contained a brief note. "It is not Jiang Bai who has joined the cicada program, rather, a program has been devised for him." The man stared at the words, enveloped in silence for a prolonged moment. He had misconstrued the causal relationship. As he lifted the envelope, a portion of classified documents became accessible to him, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. Jiang Bai's mother had already been a superpower wielder at the time of his birth, marking the first mysterious tide. This indicated that Jiang Bai might have inherited his abilities. He had also survived the conclusion of the second mysterious tide, making him an exceptionally fortunate individual. During the third mysterious tide, Jiang Bai had acquired yet another superpower. He possesses at least 3 extraordinary abilities. Not yet 18, he is linked to 3 mysterious tides and has single-handedly dealt with apocalyptic disasters. The secrets surrounding Jiang Bai clearly surpass any man's imagination. This letter has thoroughly convinced him. If Jiang Bai is deemed unworthy of entering the Cicada project, then no one is worthy. Time slipped away unnoticed as the man carefully folded the envelope and tucked it into his pocket, turning on his heel and striding out of the conference room. Instructor Ma followed closely behind, raising his voice to inquire, "What are your plans?" "I have my mission," the man replied, pausing momentarily to glance out the window, his gaze landing on Jiang Bai in the playground. "Apart from executing my mission, I will survive, employing every means necessary to endure until the day the Cicada project succeeds." With those words, he vanished completely beyond the door. A week later, within a clandestine underground base, Jiang Bai completed his final preparations and officially commenced the Cicada project. Nutrient fluid surged into the sealed chamber, yet Jiang Bai felt no sensation of suffocation. Following the prior guidance, he meticulously sealed his powers within. This process was interminably long. 1 day later, a participant successfully sealed their abilities. A week later, 2 more participants achieved the same. 3 months on, all participants, save for Jiang Bai, had successfully sealed their powers. Half a year later, on the last day of the mysterious tide, Jiang Bai sealed his final trace of ability. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If it takes me longer to seal my 3 abilities, does that imply I will require more time to awaken? Oh no! Still, before he could finish the thought, it sank into the abyss of darkness alongside his will. Darkness. An unfathomable, profound darkness whose duration was indeterminate, until a faint light pierced through, illuminating this world once more. Jiang Bai gradually opened his eyes, and everything before him appeared strikingly unfamiliar. Objects wavered and overlapped before gradually coming into focus. A voice echoed in his ears. "Comrade! Comrade!" Jiang Bai's consciousness began to sharpen. Had the Cicada project succeeded? Had the 4th mysterious tide arrived? There was a minor issue, just a trivial problem. "I assure you everything remains under control," that a researcher clad in a white lab coat, a forced smile upon his face, extended a hand toward the newly awakened Jiang Bai. "Comrade, welcome to the era of the 5th mysterious tide." Chapter 003. The mission continues. The 5th mysterious tide? Jiang Bai's expression faltered as he instinctively inquired, "This cannot be right." Wasn't the fourth mysterious tide supposed to occur? Had he overslept? Hadn't he set an alarm? Ahem, quite the surprise. A minor, unforeseen event. The figure in the lab coat pulled Jiang Bai out of the cabin, and he felt as if his bones were rusted, creaking with the slightest movement. I conducted a health examination for you earlier. Your bodily functions are remarkably well preserved. The discomfort you are experiencing is merely a self-protective mechanism. The lab-coated individual brought over a chair, assisting Jiang Bai as he sat down, the dizziness gradually subsiding. Jiang Bai immediately surveyed his surroundings. Dim lighting, a ceiling laden with dust, an expansive room. Observing the environment, a sense of unease gripped Jiang Bai. Had the Cicada project failed? The lab-coated individual offered a glass of water with enthusiasm, proclaiming, "Comrade, welcome to the 9th Research Institute." The 9th Research Institute? Jiang Bai was certain this was not part of the plan. He accepted the water, but refrained from drinking, instead muttering to himself, "No established awakening protocol, no logistical team. Everything is in disarray. You have referred to me as Comrade, yet you don't even know my name, do you?" "Comrade," a keen observation, the lab-coated individual chuckled awkwardly. "I assumed that in your era, the term comrade was preferred." Jiang Bai did not deny this, but pressed on, "Just tell me the time." "It has been quite some time since the third mysterious tide, hasn't it?" The warm smile froze on the lab-coated individual's face, his expression stiffening, eyes darting as he fumbled for words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Clearly, he knew the answer but hesitated to voice it. Perhaps the truth was too shocking, too absurd. He feared Jiang Bai would not be able to accept it. Holding the glass of water firmly, Jiang Bai stated solemnly, "In our time, we must trust our comrades." Upon hearing this, the lab-coated individual's demeanor turned serious, his voice tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Comrade, it has been 200 years since the conclusion of the third mysterious tide. 200 years. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes, suppressing any signs of pain. He had believed himself adequately prepared. Even amidst the vast changes of time, he held confidence in rebuilding the world anew. Yet now 200 years. Such a span could obliterate the traces of most civilizations. The very fact that Jiang Bai could awaken after 200 years was nothing short of a miracle. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Bai appeared surprisingly at ease. "So, has it been 6,000 years of Chinese history? The children's history books must be thicker now." The myriad experiences he once endured had been condensed into mere phrases in history, serving as lessons for future generations. Even in such dire circumstances, Jiang Bai maintained a sense of humor. Perhaps old Ma's remark in the archives was indeed accurate. In dark times, a touch of optimism is required. The doctor hesitated for a moment before correcting, "There are no historical texts available. Historical data is exceedingly precious. How shall I put it? You must have entered the seal before the conclusion of the third mysterious tide for the third time, correct? Allow me to commence from here." The doctor pulled over a chair and seated himself beside Jiang Bai, saying, "At the end of the third mysterious tide, over 90% of the superhumans perished, and those who survived fell into a state of uncontrollable abilities. They were compelled to combat their own erratic powers, struggling for survival. Fortunately, this condition did not last long, as the fourth mysterious tide soon followed. The fourth mysterious tide persisted for a full millennium. During this 1,000 years, no historical records were kept, and no one knows what transpired during that time. It was an era of darkness, a time devoid of hope, when humanity finally glimpsed the light again. It was a millennium later, in the present day, the era of the fifth mysterious tide. A millennium of darkness? Jiang Bai inquired, perplexed. No living souls, no memories, no written records? Sounds quite unbelievable, does it not? The doctor replied with a wry smile. The entire city suddenly awakened to find themselves in an unfamiliar place, their previous memories utterly erased. Such occurrences transpired worldwide. We believe this to be a side effect of the fourth mysterious tide's ebb. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. If amnesia is indeed a consequence of the ebb, that is somewhat comprehensible. After all, in the earlier ebbs, lives were lost. He further inquired, if human memories can be erased, what of written records? The doctor shook his head. There should have been written records initially, at least. Some claim to have seen similar artifacts. Yet, it seems that a clandestine force has been gathering all content related to that era, deliberately obscuring the truth of history from the masses, preventing them from knowing what truly transpired during those years. Simultaneously, life in the fifth mysterious tide is fraught with challenges. The world has undergone tumultuous changes, the wilderness has become perilous, and humanity can only cower within defensive bases, where merely surviving has become a daunting task. People lack the energy to seek out the lost history. Patiently listening to the overview, Jiang Bai fell silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke, "Can you leave? I wish to be alone for a while." The doctor, holding a dictionary, scratched his head and asked, "May I inquire if being alone refers to a person or your desire for quiet?" Jiang Bai, feeling the generational gap as an ancient soul from millennium past, simply responded in silence. Ultimately, the doctor departed the room, turning off the light upon exiting. Click! The light extinguished, and the last glimmer faded once more, leaving Jiang Bai in contemplation amidst the darkness. He had long since grown accustomed to the void. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sound emerged from the darkness. Jiang Bai retrieved a recording pen, one of his indispensable tools. Crafted from a special alloy, the device was designed with longevity in mind. Even after a millennium, it should still function, or so he hoped. Jiang Bai found himself in a state of uncertainty. The individual responsible for designing the recording pen was quite eccentric. He insisted on utilizing the finest materials to render this pen indestructible, claiming that not even a nuclear explosion could inflict any damage upon it, and that its lifespan would commence at a millennium, and so forth. In truth, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of contemporary technology, unless he possessed extraordinary powers. Remarkably, he did possess such abilities. With a hint of trepidation, Jiang Bai pressed the button on the recording pen, and amidst the darkness, it emitted a faint red glow. Gazing at this dim illumination, Jiang Bai felt an involuntary shiver coursing through him, and his eyes grew misty. This pen, like him, hailed from 1,200 years ago, originating from the same era and summoned for the same purpose. For words resonated in harmony, accompanying Jiang Bai's breath. A deep voice reverberated within the space, captured by the recording pen. "I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002. The objective remains unfulfilled. The mission is still ongoing." Chapter 004. The Ninth Research Institute. The man in the white coat stood awkwardly outside the door, scratching his head. With raven hair, dark eyes, and a yellow complexion, his tousled hair and golden-rimmed glasses gave him the appearance of a bookish scholar. He was of modest height, approximately 1.78 meters, and donned a white coat that was ill-fitting, rendering him somewhat comical. A short distance away stood a petite girl, standing at 1.5 meters, precisely the height of a squad leader. She had white hair and dark eyes, with her gently curled locks cascading to her shoulders. Clad in a green outfit and matching boots, she exuded a charm that was simultaneously endearing and aloof. With a hint of childish innocence in her voice, the girl admonished, "Director, you shouldn't have disclosed the time to him. He may not be able to accept the current situation." The director, clutching his disheveled hair, appeared troubled, his expression a mixture of anxiety and conflict as he stammered, But, he made me believe in my comrades." Within his conflicted tone, there lingered a trace of joy and pride. The phrase "believe in my comrades" indicated that the other party acknowledged the director's identity. Those who share a common aspiration are deemed comrades. We are comrades now. The feeling of being recognized was delightful. Enough. Regardless, you've already spoken. From the outset, I had no expectation that you would keep your mouth shut while welcoming him. The girl in green waved her hand dismissively, speaking with an air of maturity beyond her years. What matters most now is ensuring he survives. The director immediately responded, "I have examined him. His health is excellent. His consciousness clear. Although his abilities remain sealed, his life should be secure." "That is not what I meant," the girl retorted sharply. "I fear he might take his own life. Do you understand what that entails? If you were to awaken and find yourself 200 years in the future, surrounded by unfamiliar faces in a world fraught with danger, how would you cope? How long would it take to adjust?" What if your beliefs collapsed? It would be a shame to have saved one only for them to perish. My investment would be for naught. The director found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by the girl's concerns, anxiously tugging at his hair. He longed to assert that he believed this comrade was not so fragile, as they appeared rather optimistic. Yet, he feared that such optimism might merely be a fade. Suddenly, a third voice resonated in the room. There is no need to worry about suicide. Jiang Bai, having appeared at the door unbeknownst to them, spoke with solemnity. There remains a task I must complete. Until it is accomplished, I cannot afford to die. As he uttered these words, his expression was notably grave, exuding an aura of sanctity, as if bearing a divine mission. This mission transcended life itself, surpassing all else. The director and the girl were momentarily rendered speechless by his presence. After a few seconds, the director timidly inquired, cough cough, comrade, may I ask what this task entails? Jiang Bai replied with eloquence, to utilize the remaining time to transcend my own limitations, striving to accomplish more meaningful endeavors within this finite span, ensuring that I harbor no regrets. After finishing his words, he added, due to the need for confidentiality, I can only disclose this much to you. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the director felt a deep sense of respect. Truly, he was a comrade from 1200 years ago, and such a profound level of ideological awareness is commendable. Even the young girl felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering her head with a blush on her cheeks. The high moral integrity of the other party made her reflect on her own doubts about whether he might succumb to despair over his beliefs, evoking a sense of shame for harboring such petty thoughts. The comrade from 1200 years ago imparted a slight, yet significant temporal shock to the two. After a moment, the director's inner excitement finally settled, and he asked, comrade, are you all right? Jiang Bai nodded and inquired, I heard you mention earlier that there is more than one person like me. The Cicada plan is of the utmost secrecy, even as a participant. Jiang Bai's access is quite limited, and he can only review information about domestic participants. He recalled that 9 individuals in total were involved in the Cicada plan, and he could recite each of their profiles by heart. If these individuals, like him, also had the potential to awaken in this era, one of life's greatest joys is encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Jiang Bai, now somewhat of a stranger in a strange land, would find it delightful to hear news of fellow compatriots. Well, it's a bit complex, the director said, nervously scratching his head. Comrade, I am not certain why you were sealed. Based on the information we possess, we can only infer that you were involved in a project of exceptionally high confidentiality. From what we understand, the number of participants in this project is quite limited, and even fewer are privy to its details. However, one thing is certain, a total of 18 chambers of the type that sealed you have been discovered, of which 17 are now vacant, having been emptied before the arrival of the 5th mysterious tide. Is that so? Jiang Bai's expression grew contemplative. The Cicada plan has a maximum quota of 20 individuals, and given that Jiang Bai possesses the strongest abilities, the sealing process took the longest, as did his awakening. This implies that the other 17 successfully awakened at the appropriate time. If they all succeeded, why has this era come to such a state? Jiang Bai shook his head slightly. Regardless of whether those 17 individuals successfully awakened, the outcome suggests that the Cicada plan is on the brink of failure. They have not fulfilled the mission of saving all of humanity. Now, this heavy responsibility rests solely on Jiang Bai's shoulders. As the three conversed, an unusual sound emitted from the overhead light. In the next moment, the entire room was plunged into darkness. In the obscurity, Jiang Bai gripped his recording pen, the only weapon at his disposal, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. An attack. Has it come so quickly? He had just awakened, and the Cicada plan was already teetering on the edge of failure. Jiang Bai may very well be the last ember, the sole executor of this salvation plan. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a savior. In such a dire situation, the enemy still managed to strike first, launching an assault on Jiang Bai. This underscores his significance. However, it's all right. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Regardless of the identity of the approaching adversary, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to repel them. This confidence was a gift bestowed upon him by his three extraordinary abilities. In this moment, the training he had undergone in the specialized training camp bore fruit. In an instant, Jiang Bai sprang forward with the swiftness of an arrow, positioning himself protectively in front of the director and the young girl, softly directing them to stay close to the wall and safeguard themselves. Every movement, every action he executed was executed with a textbook precision that left no room for criticism. Even if old Ma were present, he would undoubtedly commend Jiang Bai with a perfect score for his prompt response. However, it was not an enemy attack. The director, sheltered behind Jiang Bai, scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, "We haven't paid the electricity bill. The power is out." Jiang Bai, director, holding a recording pen and entering a quasi-combat state, Jiang Bai found himself at a loss. Could it truly be that the power had gone out? In the encompassing darkness, the only sounds were the rise and fall of the three individuals' breaths, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly awkward. In an effort to shatter this discomfort, the director resolved to say something. What could he possibly say? He cleared his throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "Welcome to the 9th Research Institute." Chapter 005. Jiang Bai, 1,218 years old, fears campus violence. Jiang Bai, despite his meticulous calculations, had not anticipated the power outage. He had just overheard a conversation between the director and a young girl, during which she mentioned that they had expended considerable resources to facilitate her awakening. The mention of money immediately conjured several geographical coordinates in Jiang Bai's mind, locations that housed reserve resource libraries filled with ample supplies. The Cicada project had considered various contingencies, including mission setbacks, incorrect awakening sites, and the disappearance of participants, while establishing alternative plans for such eventualities. However, it remained uncertain whether these resources were still viable, as the backup plans were also time-sensitive. After all, no one had foreseen that 1,200 years would elapse. But the madman who designed the recording pen had foreseen it. Yet his sole contribution to the Cicada project was the creation of an indestructible recording pen. As for the matter of reserve resources, it had yet to materialize. Voicing it would merely offer false hope, and it may ultimately lead to disappointment. It would be wiser to wait until Jiang Bai was more assured before discussing it. Alone in a world a millennium ahead, Jiang Bai heeded his instructor's counsel, always contemplating his actions. Even in the presence of the director, he maintained a necessary vigilance. For his knowledge of this world, 1,200 years hence, was woefully inadequate. One must harbor no malicious intent, yet remain ever cautious. Jiang Bai remained silent, following the director, while the young girl advanced through the darkness. Clearly, both were accustomed to such sudden outages. They navigated the corridors with remarkable familiarity, requiring no illumination. As they progressed, the director took the time to reassure Jiang Bai, "It's nothing to worry about. Our facility only experiences power outages during the day." Jiang Bai thought to himself, this could be considered good news. Perhaps daytime outages at the Research Institute, nighttime lights out for sleep. Perhaps it would be better to do without electricity altogether. Crouching as they emerged from the passageway, the trio found themselves in an expansive, desolate playground. At that moment, just before dawn, the sky was overcast, appearing sullen and seemingly frowning upon the three. The playground was overrun with wild grass. It was eerily silent. No whisper of wind, no rustle of grass, no chirping of insects. They seemed to have entered a realm of profound stillness, where only death reigned eternal. The scenery before them was hauntingly familiar, yet distinctly foreign. An overwhelming sense of apocalyptic desolation enveloped Jiang Bai, enhancing his understanding of this era. The director elaborated. This was once a school, but it gradually fell into disrepair due to rumors of haunting. We acquired the property, and beneath it lies a nuclear shelter that has been transformed into a laboratory. Haunting? Jiang Bai inquired. Yes, in the parlance of your time, it would be termed a supernatural phenomenon. The director, flipping through a dictionary, endeavored to communicate with Jiang Bai. When the first mysterious tide arrived, supernatural occurrences erupted globally. People understood little of them, and many interpreted these events as divine signs or the work of malevolent spirits. It was astonishing that 1,200 years later, humanity still categorized the incomprehensible under the label of haunting. Suddenly, Jiang Bai smiled with a sense of relief. This smile bore traces of ease. At last, he found a semblance of home in this unfamiliar era. The director and the young girl, both seasoned in their experiences, guided Jiang Bai through a thicket of weeds to a small pavilion, where they settled around a stone table. The director flipped open a dictionary to a page that read, Ancient Communication Etiquette. Upon first meeting, both parties should introduce themselves. With a discerning glance, the director immediately formulated a plan. Comrade, before we delve into introductions, allow me to introduce myself as the director and chief research expert of the 9th Research Institute, as well as the logistics officer, and a long list of titles poured forth from the director's mouth. Jiang Bai finally grasped the situation and bluntly inquired, So, at the 9th Research Institute, are you the only one? The director awkwardly scratched his head. No, there are others. Jiang Bai, intrigued, pressed on, Who else? The director continued to scratch his head. Well, there is one experimental subject. Both the director and the young girl's gazes fell upon Jiang Bai simultaneously. Jiang Bai was taken aback. He had never expected to find himself a part of the 9th Research Institute. It seemed this institute comprised just the two of them, the director responsible for research and Jiang Bai designated as the subject of that research. Jiang Bai turned his attention to the young girl, clearly questioning her status. Was she not a member of the institute? The little girl in the green attire tilted her head slightly and proudly declared, I am Shan Hongyi, and I am not one of your institute's members. In the parlance of your era, I suppose I could be considered an investor in the institute. Jiang Bai retorted with a hint of irritation. Then, in your era's terms, how should I address you? Shan Hongyi sheepishly touched her nose and replied, Still an investor. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Then why bother with that distinction? The little girl defiantly lifted her chin, stating, Well, it shows that I have attended history class. In this era, being able to attend a history class was a notable achievement. After all, for many, mere survival was a daunting challenge, leaving little room for the study of history. Even if one wished to learn, the time, energy, and access to textbooks and resources were scarce. Only families of a certain social strata could afford the luxury of enabling their children to study history. You were called Shan Hongyi, yet you wear green attire. Jiang Bai mused, scrutinizing the little girl curiously. Do you have a sister named Shan Qingyi who favors red clothing? The little girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Do you know my sister? Jiang Bai nodded. If the opportunity arises, I would certainly like to meet her. He had a mission and required a companion. However, the young girl was somewhat limited, as the doctor had advised Jiang Bai regarding his delicate stomach, suggesting he should avoid hard foods and opt for softer alternatives. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the little girl erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the greatest of jokes, while the director withdrew slightly, hesitant to speak. Having introduced themselves, it was now Jiang Bai's turn. He did not hold back, stating plainly, I am Jiang Bai, age 12-18, fearful of campus violence, male, perpetually single, with no vices. I own a residence in the capital, hold a stable job with a fixed salary, and my bank account boasts a 9-digit sum. Jiang Bai spoke with a sense of pride. In his view, as a millennial-old sage, possessing this modest fortune is quite justifiable. Although these assets were acquired over 1,000 years ago, it does not hinder Jiang Bai from expressing them now. Shan Hongyi displayed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why Jiang Bai felt the need to articulate such matters. The director, however, flipped through the dictionary, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It states that 12 centuries ago, during matchmaking, individuals would introduce themselves in this manner. The director and Shan Hongyi exchanged glances, seeking deeper insights into the enigmatic scheme from Jiang Bai, who, instead, appeared more inclined towards romance. Is the savior of the apocalypse merely a romantic at heart? What a relic of early light novels. It is difficult to ascertain whether Jiang Bai's nature is inherently so, or if he is deliberately obscuring core information. In any case, after enduring a plethora of trivialities, their understanding of Jiang Bai was limited to his surname Jiang and given name Bai. It was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Having exhausted himself with such idle chatter, Jiang Bai stretched and inquired, Could you provide a brief overview of the fifth mysterious tide and the current classification of supernatural abilities? Whether for his own survival or the continuation of the Cicada project, Jiang Bai deemed it essential to grasp this knowledge. In tumultuous times, strength becomes imperative. The weak are devoured by the strong. Survival of the fittest, nature's ruthless selection. The director set aside the dictionary, adjusted his glasses, and methodically stated, "In the fifth mysterious tide, we categorize supernatural abilities into three distinct types: heaven, earth, and human, each possessing its unique sequence of capabilities." Chapter 006. Just tell me, is it fast or not? The extraordinary abilities are categorized into three systems: heaven, earth, and humanity, as the director explained. Since the fourth mysterious tide remains an unwritten chapter in history, our research on the mysterious tides can only be based on the first three and the fifth. The three systems correspond to the first three mysterious tides. The first mysterious tide represents the heaven system, which encompasses 36 distinct abilities. The second mysterious tide symbolizes the earth system, comprising 72 unique abilities. The third mysterious tide signifies the humanity system, containing 108 abilities. In total, the three systems account for 216 different abilities. Thus, Jiang Bai pondered, did the three mysterious tides indeed give rise to three distinct types of extraordinary beings? If so, did the three abilities I previously possessed correspond to the three systems of heaven, earth, and humanity? These three abilities are one of Jiang Bai's ultimate trump cards. He had not anticipated that these three abilities would belong to different systems. Was he, in a sense, a practitioner of all three systems? The director continued his exposition, stating that under normal circumstances, an extraordinary individual can belong to only one system, possessing one or multiple abilities. There are, however, a few exceptions who can cultivate in two systems simultaneously, but they often pay a grievous price for this, a situation that varies from person to person. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai nodded slightly, acknowledging that his survival was indeed a miracle. "So, does this mean I belong to the humanity system?" Jiang Bai inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. "How can I unseal the abilities that have been bound?" Just as he was about to elaborate on this matter, the director spoke with gravity, stating that although you have awakened, the abilities within you remain sealed. "I believe you can sense that these abilities are nearly impossible to mobilize." Jiang Bai nodded. He was well aware of his own situation. If it came to a life-or-death scenario, he could indeed break the seal and forcibly wield that power. But the aftermath would likely be fatal for him. To unseal the abilities, one must not act recklessly. Setting aside his virginity, Jiang Bai had yet to complete the Cicada plan. The director was well prepared and presented a solution, stating, "I have previously compiled some information, and the methods to unseal the abilities can be broadly categorized into the following. 1. Persistence will wear down the seal naturally, which may require 10 equal durations of slumber, amounting to approximately 12,000 years. 2. Certain mysterious substances can loosen the seal when used, but these substances are quite expensive, far exceeding our financial capacity. 3. You can retrain your extraordinary abilities and master the sequential powers, relying on your own abilities to accelerate the unsealing process. 3 paths lay before Jiang Bai: sacrificing his life, spending money, or hard work. Sacrificing his life was certainly not an option. 12,000 years was a weight he could not afford, nor could humanity's civilization endure such a weight. Imagining a scenario where China would wait for 18,000 years, the vision was too beautiful to contemplate. As for spending money, a research institute that couldn't even afford its electricity bills had never considered financial expenditure as an option. Thus, only hard work remained. Jiang Bai sighed, reflecting that the rich rely on technology while the poor depend on mutation. This truth remains unchanged in any era, even in the apocalypse. Desiring to regain his sealed powers and grow stronger, he resolved to rely solely on his own efforts. Shaking off his despondency, Jiang Bai swiftly quelled his hunger and felt invigorated once more. He regrouped, pondering how to recultivate his extraordinary abilities. As you may know, in our era, awakening such powers lacked systematic methods and relied solely on chance. However, this research has indeed made breakthroughs. The director flipped to a specific page in the dictionary and introduced. To master sequential abilities, we have developed a visualization technique. By envisioning the corresponding patterns in your mind, you can resonate with the energies of the universe, leading to the awakening of your sequential powers and their subsequent cultivation and enhancement. As he spoke, the director pushed the dictionary toward Jiang Bai. Upon examining the illustration, Jiang Bai discerned two swimming yin-yang fish. Their rhythmic movement was easily memorable, seemingly imbued with an enchanting magic that made them unforgettable at a mere glance. The director confidently asserted, with this visualization diagram, the awakening of abilities is particularly swift. Jiang Bai hesitated, pressing further. Are there any other options? He felt a tinge of doubt about the director's reliability. Compared to a singular choice, Jiang Bai preferred multiple options, ideally wanting them all. There are none. The visualization diagram is precious and has a limited number of uses. Each use diminishes its availability. To alleviate Jiang Bai's concerns, the director added, myself, Hong Yi, and her sister all utilize this diagram for visualization, and it truly is remarkably fast. Jiang Bai remained somewhat indecisive. Hong Yi blinked curiously and inquired, brother, don't you possess other sequential abilities? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai fell into contemplation. His need for a second awakening was intrinsically linked to this power, which he aimed to use to shatter the seal and reclaim his rightful strength. From this perspective, the speed of awakening would determine how long it would take Jiang Bai to break the seal. This visualization diagram perfectly aligned with Jiang Bai's needs. With newfound resolve, he immediately commenced his actions. As the sun rose, he sat cross-legged on the concrete floor, beginning to visualize the diagram in his mind. The two yin-yang fish swam within his consciousness, synchronizing seamlessly with his breathing rhythm. Soon, he felt a warm current surge through his body, traveling along his spine to the back of his head. Within a few breaths, a familiar power returned to him, allowing him to once again grasp extraordinary abilities. He had succeeded. With the aid of this visualization diagram, in less than a minute, Jiang Bai awakened his sequential powers, re-emerging as an extraordinary being and embarking on the path of cultivation. Opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and immediately began to familiarize himself with his newly acquired abilities. Humanity? Jiang Bai was not surprised by this outcome. The director had clearly explained earlier. The three systems, heaven, earth, and humanity, corresponded to the first, second, and third mysterious tides, respectively. Jiang Bai's most recent awakening occurred during the third mysterious tide, aligning with humanity. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that after visualization, he awakened as a humanity-type extraordinary being, leaving no room for critique. There was just one minor issue. The human sequence periodic table. The abilities within this sequence are fixed, encompassing a total of 108 distinct capabilities, arranged according to their strength in a systematic manner. This concept is profoundly scientific. Jiang Bai began his search from the first sequence ability and, having traversed through the majority, still failed to discover his own. His countenance started to darken with dismay. The further down the sequence number 1 goes, the weaker the corresponding ability becomes, with both upper and lower limits being quite minimal. Among the 108 abilities, those ranked beyond 90 are, for all intents and purposes, little more than useless. 1,200 years ago, Jiang Bai possessed 3 extraordinary powers, granting him a modicum of self-preservation even in the face of apocalyptic disasters. What a figure of grandeur he was, a youth riding a swift steed, gallivanting through the world, living a life of unrestrained elegance. Now, he finds himself once more on the path of extraordinary ability cultivation, yet he is handed a script of utter mediocrity. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Who has ever encountered a 1,218-year-old youth? Is this truly a youth? Fast forward to the tears of a tomb raider. At last, Jiang Bai reached the end of the sequence periodic table and found his ability. Human sequence, sequence number 107, stunted growth, the second to last of the 108 abilities. Jiang Bai, with a melancholic gaze, looked up at the director and sincerely inquired, is this visualization chart inherently flawed? The director, with unwavering confidence, responded, "Just tell me if the visualization is swift or not." Chapter 007. The 4 Heavenly Emperors, 8 Earthly Treasures, 12 Divine Generals. One ruler, Jiang Bai, experienced his first profound realization of the adage a man should not rush, albeit regrettably too late, with consequences that were painfully severe. The director hurriedly clarified, "During the 3rd mysterious tide, you had already awakened your sequence ability. This is not your initial awakening. Regarding the 2nd awakening, the strength of the initial sequence ability inversely affects the subsequent one. The more powerful the first, the weaker the second, due to the mutual exclusion of formidable abilities. This theory remains under examination, and I refrained from mentioning it earlier for fear it might affect your mindset." Listening to the director's explanation, Jiang Bai nodded slightly in comprehension. His previously awakened sequence ability had indeed been formidable. From another perspective, Jiang Bai's current awakening being weaker suggested that his prior ability was exceptionally strong. Although Old Ma never uttered a single commendation for Jiang Bai, he notably stressed one point in Jiang Bai's file. Jiang Bai possessed an inherently optimistic disposition. Regardless of circumstances, he could swiftly adjust his mindset and respond positively. Even when the Cicada project neared failure, and after sleeping for 200 years upon awakening, he still carried on with life as if no time had passed, eating and drinking as usual. Compared to being sealed for 200 years, the awakening of a second-to-last sequence ability was hardly a significant concern for Jiang Bai. He quickly redirected his focus towards his abilities, eager to familiarize himself with them and enhance his combat prowess to the fullest extent. Cut off. This ability allows one to interrupt a sequence ability or action. Upon a successful interruption, it grants a slight recovery and enhancement of one's anomalous powers. Jiang Bai was not unfamiliar with sequence abilities, having been one of the most elite practitioners of such powers 200 years ago. If we were to regard sequence abilities as skills, the effect of cut off would be akin to interrupting a spell, with successful execution restoring energy and increasing energy capacity limits. Jiang Bai reopened his eyes, a look of confusion in his gaze. By my understanding, cut off should be categorized as a growth skill. Why is its ranking so low? As a seasoned player of the dog-headed genre, who frequently occupied 5-band slots, Jiang Bai held any growth potential in high esteem. This inquiry happened to fall within the director's area of expertise. He set aside his dictionary and replied fluently, because the expenditure does not correlate with the returns. The energy consumed to release, cut off, is excessive, the success rate is too low, and the recovery of energy is minimal. The enhancement of energy capacity is exceedingly slight. It would be more beneficial to spend that time visualizing to achieve faster improvements. Understood, Jiang Bai nodded, muttering to himself, high energy cost, long cooldown, minimal enhancement. Even a dog wouldn't engage with it. Jiang Bai's assessment was less favorable than the dog-headed genre. He quickly proposed a new idea. The effect of cut off is to interrupt spellcasting. What would happen if I simultaneously use cut off on myself? Dan Hongyi? Director? The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, momentarily at a loss for words. Dan Hongyi stammered, how could you have such a wild idea? Using one's own sequence ability on oneself? What is the purpose? Is it a form of self-destruction? Does this individual harbor suicidal tendencies? The director, with head bowed, frantically rifled through the dictionary, hoping to uncover some useful information. Jiang Bai noticed terms like bug exploitation, madman, and regular medication surfacing. Ultimately, the director concluded, it seems he is merely indulging in web literature. Evidently, while perusing certain web novels, Jiang Bai had witnessed the protagonist's shameless act of exploiting skills, prompting an instinctive desire to mimic such behavior. The director gravely advised, Jiang Bai, you ought to limit your consumption of web literature. Upon the mention of web literature, Jiang Bai's eyes brightened as a thought struck him. I can recite Do Pa Song Xiong. Would you like to hear it? A millennium and 2 centuries had elapsed, resulting in the loss of numerous invaluable historical records, which presented both a lamentable loss and an unprecedented opportunity. Before entering the Cicada program, Jiang Bai had devoted countless nights to web literature, all for this pivotal moment. To become a literary plagiarist, amass wealth, break the seals of his abilities, and ascend to the pinnacle of life, ultimately surpassing his own limitations. The director smiled wryly, recounting how the servers of several major web literature sites had been unearthed by archaeologists. Initially, people believed they concealed manuals for the cultivation of extraordinary abilities, leading to chaotic conflicts among various factions, resulting in countless casualties. It was only after the data was decrypted that the truth emerged, a colossal misunderstanding, leaving devastation in its wake. As for Do Pa Tsang Qiong, it has gained fame across numerous rankings. In the struggle for this book alone, over 100 extraordinary beings perished, and even divine generals fell. Seizing the opportunity, the director proceeded to elucidate the hierarchy of extraordinary beings to Jiang Bai. These beings are simply categorized into novice, intermediate, advanced, master, and extraordinary. As for realms beyond the extraordinary, they currently remain beyond Jiang Bai's reach. However, the director made a point to mention several renowned top-tier powers that Jiang Bai should be aware of: the 4 heavenly emperors, the 8 earthly guardians, the 12 divine generals, and the enigmatic figure known as the Human King. In just 14 words, Jiang Bai's brows furrowed in intrigue. Are there more formidable experts? The 4 heavenly emperors refer to the 4 elite practitioners of celestial abilities, each possessing at least 2 celestial sequence skills. The 8 earthly guardians and the 12 divine generals represent the pinnacle of terrestrial and human abilities, respectively. What does the term Human King signify? The crimson-clad figure elucidated for Jiang Bai. The Human King, shrouded in mystery, is an individual whose true identity remains unknown. It is rumored that the Human King is a cross-disciplinary extraordinary being, mastering at least 2 abilities, having faced the 4 heavenly emperors in battle without defeat. The Human King? In total, there are 25 elite powers, yet the director refrained from elaborating further, as these individuals were too distant from their current reality. Presently, Jiang Bai had only just embarked on his journey, barely qualifying as a novice extraordinary being. Armed with a newfound sense of direction, Jiang Bai immediately set forth on his endeavors. Over the following day, save for meals and brief respites, he engaged in uninterrupted meditation and visualization to accumulate extraordinary energy. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, he found himself still unable to unleash even a single instance of inch stop, with the sequence ability ranked 107. This experience led Jiang Bai to develop a deeper understanding of his capacity. He truly deserves his ranking. Imagine, after diligently practicing for 3 to 5 days, accumulating enough energy for a single use, only to expend it in battle and have it vanish. 3 days of charging for a mere 3 seconds of communication. Should one wish to utilize again, please recharge for another 3 days. What a farce. In 3 matches, one can only stack Q once. What significance does that hold? Nevertheless, after sharing his insights with the director, Jiang Bai observed a particularly intricate expression on the director's face. Jiang Bai, an average novice ability user, would typically require at least half a month to accumulate enough energy to unleash. Yet, Jiang Bai's training speed is 5 times that of his peers, reaching half the proficiency of a mid-tier ability user. Reflecting on this, Jiang Bai pondered, the seal must have weakened, allowing me to absorb abilities at an accelerated rate. When faced with challenges, he deflected responsibility onto the seal. The director, in agreement, nodded repeatedly. After the sun set, the trio finally returned to the power-supplied research facility. After a brief freshening up, the director assigned Jiang Bai a small room, less than 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Jiang Bai reflected on the day's events. Soon, rhythmic breathing filled the room. In his mind, lines of golden text began to materialize. Heavenly system, sequence ability. Destiny, sequence 0. Earthly system, sequence ability. Geographical advantage, sequence 0. Human system, sequence ability. Harmony, sequence 0. Chapter 008. The cheerful young man, I am Jiang Bai, currently engaged in task 002. It is the 3rd day since my awakening, 1,200 years later. With the assistance of the director of the Ninth Research Institute, I have mastered the human sequence ability, suspension. Through 3 days of rigorous practice, I successfully executed suspension once. Clearly, in comparison to other supernatural beings, my recovery speed is remarkably swift, my training progresses rapidly, and my success rate in skill execution is significantly higher, yielding superior results. Speaking into the recording device, Jiang Bai succinctly documented the events of the past few days. Such records are essential. Should there be other executors or inheritors of the Cicada plan, they might glean valuable insights from my recordings in the event of my failure. Even if there exists only a minuscule chance that this knowledge may prove beneficial, I am compelled to undertake this task. Finally, he stated solemnly, Task 002 remains in progress. With that, he pressed the button to cease the recording and stretched languidly. In the 3 days since my awakening, I have remained within the confines of the Ninth Research Institute, dedicating myself to training. During my spare moments, I have immersed myself in various materials to enhance my understanding of this world, striving to adapt swiftly to the realities of the era 1,200 years hence. The fifth mysterious tide is far more perilous than the preceding 3. The terrifying destructive force of the fourth mysterious tide has shattered the global order, reducing it to chaos. The major defensive bases now operate independently, and the wilderness has become exceedingly treacherous, with communication among them proving exceedingly difficult. Moreover, within the defensive bases, tranquility is but an illusion. Various supernatural entities may lose control at any moment, inflicting grave harm to life and property. Furthermore, those endowed with supernatural abilities have forsaken their reverence for rules. Aside from the most fundamental order, everything adheres to the most savage and primal principles, where the strong reign supreme. This is an era fraught with chaos and opportunity, making the completion of Task 002 an endeavor of monumental difficulty. For me, Jiang Bai, the paramount concern at present is to bolster my own strength. Only by securing my own safety can I survive in such tumultuous times and have a chance to fulfill my mission. Through visualization, I have awakened the sequence ability suspension, which has subtly altered my previously sealed supernatural powers. The ability's destiny and geographic advantage remain dormant and ineffective. However, the seal on harmony has shown signs of loosening. The awakening of suspension, a human-based ability, naturally prioritizes the unsealing of human-related powers. Due to the effects of harmony, my training proceeds at a pace swifter than that of other novice supernatural beings. The human sequence ability Zero harmony dictates that the more sequence abilities one possesses, the faster the training speed and the more potent the effects. 12 centuries ago, I possessed a fully activated harmony, granting me a training speed multiplied by 30 and a corresponding enhancement of my supernatural abilities. Now, however, I can only achieve a 5-fold increase in training speed and effect, a far cry from my peak performance. After 3 days of training, I executed suspension for the first time, targeting the director, who is a sky-based supernatural being with sequence ability 11. Heavenly Inquiry. The effect of Heavenly Inquiry can be succinctly described. The director proactively poses a question, synthesizing all the knowledge he has acquired to ultimately arrive at an answer. This inquiry may vary in complexity, with its difficulty determining the consumption of his supernatural abilities. The dictionary that the director constantly flips through serves as his enigmatic tool, enhancing the efficiency and accuracy of Heavenly Inquiry. This intelligence-based sequential ability primarily functions as an auxiliary support, proving invaluable in combat. For a supernatural combatant, intelligence is paramount. Armed with sufficient information, even a lower-tier ability user can defeat a higher-tier one. Those who possess Heavenly Inquiry are typically esteemed guests among various factions. As for why the director finds himself in such a dire predicament, he is not disclosed, and Jiang Bai has refrained from inquiring further. In order to facilitate Jiang Bai's experiment, the director inscribed a question on paper. 1-1. As he activated Heavenly Inquiry, Jiang Bai simultaneously invoked stasis, attempting to interrupt the process. Initially, the characters on the paper began to morph, as if a number were about to materialize. Stasis. With a low bellow from Jiang Bai, his ability surged forth. The director sensed interference with his sequential capability. To assist Jiang Bai's experiment, the director willingly relinquished resistance. The writing on the paper blurred once more, and after a brief moment of confusion, a new answer emerged. Three heads leaned closer, examining the inscription, 113. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled. Had he succeeded? The director scratched his head, perplexed. This did not align with his understanding of stasis. The phenomenon before him once again grazed his knowledge blind spot. Properly executed stasis should result solely in an interruption. Why, in Jiang Bai's hands, did it not only succeed in interrupting, but also yield an erroneous answer? I must investigate further. With that, the director clutched the paper and turned to enter the laboratory. Meanwhile, Dan Hongyi curiously asked, Brother Jiang Bai, why must you vocalize your sequential ability? Don't you find it rather embarrassing? Moreover, once you shout, your opponent will be aware of your ability and be on guard, significantly diminishing its efficacy. In Dan Hongyi's view, stasis was most suited for ambushes. Jiang Bai's approach seemed akin to binding his own hands and feet, squandering the greatest advantage of stasis, which could easily lead to peril in life-or-death battles. The adversary was initially unaware of Jiang Bai's sequential ability and had no defenses. With that shout, they learned everything. Jiang Bai, with an air of righteousness, declared, combat must be conducted with honor and integrity. I will charge forward head-on. If I dare to declare my actions, it signifies my confidence. Even if the enemy is prepared, they shall be vanquished. Observing his unwavering conviction, the little girl momentarily stood in astonishment. Ah, so this is what is known as overbearing? I never expected Brother Jiang Bai to be so resolute, so radiant. Shan Hongyi felt a pang of regret. The despicable ability known as Liujiang seemed unworthy of Jiang Bai's radiant spirit. The brilliant image of Jiang Bai lingered in her mind for scarcely half a minute. The sunny and cheerful young man, Jiang Bai, flashed a mischievous smile and remarked, moreover, in the heat of battle, when I first employed Liujiang called out its name, the enemy was undoubtedly on guard. However, when I use it a second time without uttering a word, it can achieve the element of surprise, yielding remarkable results. I could also shout Liujiang refrain from activating the ability, leaving my opponent in a state of anxiety. He continued, ultimately, when engaged in combat, there are no rigid rules. Only the living have the right to complain and bicker. Our sole objective is to find a way to survive by any means necessary. Shan Hongyi, taken aback, experienced a newfound understanding of Jiang Bai's sunny disposition. Indeed, such a cunning skill as Liujiang truly befits Jiang Bai. Chapter 009. You are rather extreme. Jiang Bai provided several examples of how to employ sequence abilities to deceive opponents in battle. For instance, possessing the ability A, one could unleash a mighty shout of B to create a diversion. Furthermore, after establishing a reputation, one could cultivate a persona of a virtuous individual, leading others to mistakenly believe that all confrontations were conducted with honor, while those who witnessed his true, radiant side would be silenced forever, eliminating the risk of a shattered facade. The art of warfare is indeed steeped in cunning. Sun Tzu's teachings have not been in vain. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, still within the realm of what Dan Hongyi could tolerate. She had encountered many such individuals before. Imagine, in a post-apocalyptic world, the naive would perish first, followed by the brash. The vast majority who survived would be cunning and resourceful, employing all manner of underhanded tactics. Jiang Bai, with his exceptional cunning, was truly a rarity in her experience. Jiang Bai inquired, Hongyi, your sequence ability can heal, correct? As teammates, it was imperative that they establish a fundamental understanding in the face of potential dangers and imminent battles. Dan Hongyi, an Earth Element empath, possessed sequence ability number 55, Holy Light. Indeed, she explained, Holy Light first mobilizes the target's life force to heal wounds, significantly awakening their latent potential, providing a temporary boost in combat capabilities, followed by a period of weakness. At first glance, it sounded like a rather ordinary support skill, lacking in uniqueness. Yet, even the most mundane abilities could be transformed into something extraordinary when wielded by someone like Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, deep in thought, proposed, if you were to use Holy Light on an enemy, I could then interrupt your Holy Light with Liujiang. I would say stop. Dan Hongyi was taken aback, perplexed. Why would I use holy light on an enemy? It is universally recognized as a supportive skill. Though it ranks low, its effects are exceptional, combining healing, sustainability, and bursts of power, a versatile aid. Even if there are side effects, they manifest after battle, which is negligible. If a person is dead, what need is there to worry about side effects? Why squander such a precious skill on an enemy instead of a teammate? It would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, utterly futile. One must think broadly, expand one's horizons. Jiang Bai encouraged, observing the innocence of Dan Hongyi, as pure as freshly fallen snow. The scenarios for employing sequence abilities are numerous. For example, during the interrogation of an enemy, one cannot simply kill them outright, can one? You could use holy light to expedite their recovery, allowing us to commence the next round of interrogation, enhancing our efficiency and swiftly obtaining intelligence. Dan Hongyi's small eyes reflected a burgeoning curiosity. This scenario did seem to possess a modicum of validity. Yet, why was such a thought even present in Jiang Bai's mind? Jiang Bai continued, the healing process itself can be somewhat agonizing. During battle, with an excess of adrenaline, one may not feel it acutely, but in a tranquil state. As wounds heal rapidly, the sensation is far from pleasant. Have you ever been injured? Is it not quite itchy when a wound heals? It is the same principle. Moreover, you commence with holy light, and I shall follow with stop at inch, interrupting his healing process. Is this not a form of exquisite torment? Little Lolita, Abba. Even if severe torture proves effective, this is a unique scenario. The little girl, still somewhat unconvinced, stubbornly retorted that one cannot employ holy light against an adversary in battle. Having served as a healer for so many years, she had never once cast a supportive skill upon an enemy. Had she erred all these years? Was Jiang Bai questioning her understanding of healing support? No. The lone red-clad figure would not acquiesce. Upholding the honor of the healer was our solemn duty. How could it be otherwise? Jiang Bai, brimming with confidence, articulated, for instance, in battle, should an enemy be injured, you first utilize holy light, allowing his life force to rapidly deplete in the effort to mend his wounds. I would then employ stop at inch to interrupt the recovery, causing him to skip the empowerment phase and directly enter a state of weakness, permitting me to strike him down once more. Little Lolita, is supportive skill truly wielded in such a manner? She felt an unsettling dissonance within her thoughts. The little girl clung to her obstinate identity as a healer, insisting, this is a special circumstance. I have never collaborated with you, such a cunning strategist. I have never worked with an ability of the stop-at-inch sequence, and, thus, I could not fathom this combination of abilities. Without stop-at-inch, I cannot possibly cast holy light upon an enemy. Jiang Bai's hypothesis hinged upon the foundation of stop-at-inch. Without its interruption, holy light would merely heal the adversary's injuries, enhancing their combat prowess, clearly more harmful than beneficial. The stop-at-inch ability ranked among the lowest in the human category, with only a handful of practitioners. In the heat of battle, its usage was exceedingly precious. How could it be squandered on a combination of mediocre efficacy, especially at the expense of a valuable holy light? Such a transaction was utterly unwise. Jiang Bai, resembling a patient educator, elaborated to little Lolita, asserting that even without stop-at-inch, holy light could still be employed against foes. Allow me to present a few examples. For instance, if I were to plunge these chopsticks into an enemy's throat, you could immediately employ holy light to heal the wounds on either side, thereby trapping the chopsticks in his throat and obstructing his breathing. If he wished to remove the chopsticks, he would have to further tear his own throat. What if we substituted the chopsticks with a stone? Coating the stone with poison would accelerate blood circulation and hasten the toxin's spread throughout his body. Furthermore, consider this. If I were to shoot the enemy from the front, you could preemptively cast holy light upon his back, fortifying his defensive capabilities and preventing the bullet from penetrating, remaining lodged within him and exploding, thereby inflicting secondary damage and complicating the healing process. Jiang Bai spoke with unceasing eloquence, capable of providing examples for an entire day. Listening to Jiang Bai, little Lolita fell into a profound silence, her worldview shaken by the magnitude of Jiang Bai's strategies. No matter how she attempted to counter him, Jiang Bai could always propose even more outlandish maneuvers, expanding her horizons beyond measure. She was eager to inquire whether those who lived 1,200 years ago were indeed so extreme. If Lao Ma were still alive, he would likely tell Shan Hongyi, "No, this individual is an exception. One cannot, or rather should not, be so cunning." After a considerable time, the young girl looked up at Jiang Bai and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "You are rather extreme." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Bai nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for the compliment. Shan Hongyi interjected, "Is there something amiss? I did not intend to flatter you." Regarding the development of sequence abilities, Jiang Bai felt there was no need to delve too deeply. A mere mention of 2 scenarios would suffice. The master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. He had already ushered Shan Hongyi into this new realm, and the extent of her journey now depended solely on her. It was indeed fortunate for Shan Hongyi to have such an exceptional mentor as Jiang Bai. Soon, the head of the chicken coop returned, his face devoid of color, shaking his head as he said, "Your inch stop is unlike that of ordinary people. I have yet to discern which aspect has gone awry." Jiang Bai nodded, unperturbed. "No worries, take your time. There is no rush. For now, it appears to be a positive development, not a negative one." The head nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Bai glanced at the time. There were still 25 minutes until the power outage. "Let us eat first. After our meal, we must return to the surface to train, as the power will soon be cut off again." Just as he finished speaking, darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The recording pen slid into Jiang Bai's palm, and he inquired nonchalantly, "Has the electricity bill been underpaid?" Given Jiang Bai's understanding of the 9th Research Institute, the addition of another person's meal expense would significantly reduce the electricity costs, which seemed reasonable. In the darkness, the pale-faced director slightly shook his head, saying, "No, it is an enemy attack." Chapter 010. Have faith in your comrades. With a crisp click, Single Red Garment illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight. The director placed his hand on the dictionary, speaking urgently. The hostility lurking in the darkness, the danger concealed in the shadows, the saboteurs of the 9th Research Institute, the culprits behind the power outage. Accompanied by his hurried whispers, an image gradually emerged from the dictionary. Jiang Bai recognized it at once. It was the map of the Research Institute. On the map, a red dot was moving back and forth, indicating the enemy's position. Beside the map appeared several pieces of information. Intermediate Esper, highly aggressive, extremely agitated, possibly carrying a lethal virus, Esper out of control. Upon seeing these words, Jiang Bai's expression changed dramatically. The enemy was quite formidable. Although the Esper's strength was merely intermediate, the other information conveyed an undeniable risk. Aggression, lethal virus, loss of control. This was clearly aimed at annihilating them. The director's already pale face grew even paler as he attempted to rise, swaying slightly before steadying himself against the edge of the table, clearly struggling. It was evident that he had overexerted his abilities while researching Jiang Bai's stop at an inch. And now, faced with an enemy assault, he was nearly devoid of combat power. "Jiang Bai, I cannot participate in the battle for the time being," the director declared decisively. "I will enter the safe room. You and Single Red Garment must scout the enemy's situation. If it proves dangerous, prioritize evacuation. Single Red Garment knows the way." With him as the strongest force of the Research Institute rendered nearly incapacitated, and Jiang Bai stop at an inch just recently utilized, Single Red Garment being purely supportive. The 9th Research Institute was currently in its most vulnerable state, and the enemy chose this moment to strike. What did this signify? The opponent was clearly well prepared. At that moment, the best course of action was for the director to retreat to the safe room to recover, while Single Red Garment covered Jiang Bai's withdrawal, avoiding the enemy's assault. Having concluded, the director leaned against the wall, heading in a specific direction. Jiang Bai, however, remained rooted in place, silently observing him. "Do not worry about me." The director turned back to Jiang Bai, explaining, "The safe room is located directly opposite the enemy's position. I'll be safe inside. You and Single Red Garment must leave quickly." Jiang Bai scoffed. "Our institute is so impoverished that we can barely afford the electricity bill. Do you truly expect me to believe in the existence of such a safe room? The director stood frozen, one hand frantically scratching his head. This. He had calculated everything except for the fact that his poverty would betray him. Once the lie was exposed, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Jiang Bai shrugged and continued, in such dire straits. Even if there were a safe room, would it have water, electricity, ventilation, Wi-Fi, computers, or refreshments? If none of that exists, is it a safe room or a coffin? Moreover, if the safe room contained everything, why would we need to flee? Wouldn't 3 of us hiding in a safe room resolve everything? At this point, the director was utterly speechless. Indeed, the Research Institute did not possess a safe room. He had deceived Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai pointed to the illustration in the dictionary, noting that the image was inverted. The direction you are heading is not toward a safe house, but rather towards the enemy's position. The location you indicated is merely an escape route. All deceptions have been laid bare, and the director, clutching his disheveled hair, found himself at a loss. You intend to hold off the enemy, allowing me and the woman in red to escape first, do you not? Jiang Bai sighed, approached the director, and patted him on the shoulder, reiterating what he had previously said. One must have faith in one's comrades. The director's plan had ended before it even began. Reluctantly, he chose to trust Jiang Bai, turning his gaze towards him. What do you intend to do? There is but a single enemy, merely a mid-tier ability user. I am prepared to neutralize the threat. Jiang Bai calmly assessed the situation, stating that he required a stable environment to recover his state, and that the 9th Research Institute was the optimal choice. If we escape today, hiding here and there, we will be unable to cultivate and will ultimately meet our demise. If we do not eliminate the enemy, we will be eliminated by them. Jiang Bai is at an initial level, while the opponent is at a mid-tier level. With the assistance of the little girl, the outcome of a true confrontation remains uncertain. The director furrowed his brow, but you just used the CUNG technique. An initial level ability user has limited enhancement to their physical state. Without a sequential ability, Jiang Bai is no different from an ordinary person. Oh, did I not mention? Jiang Bai's lips curled slightly as he replied. During my recent meal, my abilities recovered significantly, allowing me to use CUNG once more. The director? The greatest disadvantage of the CUNG sequential ability is its excessive consumption of powers, making it impractical for frequent use in battle. Yet, under Jiang Bai's influence, he possesses a 5-fold speed of ability cultivation, and the restoration granted by CUNG is also augmented by 5 times. Piecing this together, the current Jiang Bai is capable of unleashing CUNG once again. The director regarded Jiang Bai with a complex gaze. The more time he spent with him, the more enigmatic this individual became. Was this all part of your scheme, Jiang Bai? One can never ascertain how many schemes he harbors, nor how cunning he can be. Just when you believe you understand his cunning ways, he always manages to surpass your expectations with some novel maneuver. This time, the director was correct. It was not mere coincidence. The strengths and weaknesses of CUNG had been analyzed thoroughly by the director, leading Jiang Bai to deliberately train longer, preserving sufficient ability to keep a trump card for such circumstances. Jiang Bai's combat style is characterized by never revealing all his cards at once. He persuaded the director, and naturally, the woman in red had no objections. She had already been won over by Jiang Bai's clever tactics. If even such cunning cannot secure victory, then true defeat is inevitable. After reaching a consensus, Jiang Bai hoisted the director onto his back, with the woman in red following closely behind. As the trio advanced towards the red dot on the map, Brother Jiang Bai, the little girl, trailed beside him, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she curiously inquired, "Did you deduce that there is no safe house within the facility based on these details?" If that is truly the case, then Jiang Bai is remarkably impressive, akin to the Sherlock Holmes of ancient tales, bearing the weight of the director's expectations. Jiang Bai casually replied, "Oh, those details are merely my fabrications." Huh? The little girl's eyes once again brimmed with profound confusion. How can you be so certain that there is no safe house in the Institute? Coughing lightly, Jiang Bai unabashedly responded, "I believe that if we indeed had a safe house, the director should have informed me of its location on my first day of awakening. After all, I am the sole subject of research in our institute, and my safety should be of paramount importance. Since I was not informed of the existence of a safe house, it must surely be a figment of imagination. Single crimson attire. Director. Chapter 011. Jiang Bai continues to conceal secrets within the shadowy corridor. Several silhouettes flitted by. Casting a fleeting glance at the map, Jiang Bai slowed his pace and murmured, "It lies just ahead." He set down the expedition leader and instructed, "I shall venture forth to scout the path." With that, he rose onto his toes, lightly leaping, as if drawn by an unseen force, running along the wall without a sound beneath his feet. Dan Hongyi raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual finesse in Jiang Bai's movements, yet remained uncertain of its underlying principle. This represented an ancient method of harnessing supernatural abilities, referred to as secret techniques, many of which have long been lost to the sands of time. Leaning against the wall, the expedition leader elucidated. They manipulate their abilities to circulate within their bodies in a unique pattern, generating diverse effects. Some can enhance physical prowess, while others allow for remote manipulation of objects. My understanding of these matters is rather limited. I only grasped the general concept. Dan Hongyi's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, prompting the expedition leader to patiently clarify. Not all ancient practices are beneficial. The cultivation of secret techniques is exceedingly time-consuming and demands significant supernatural energy, with only moderate returns. Later generations have deduced a superior path, directly enhancing oneself through supernatural abilities, training their innate powers to a transcendent level, thereby creating indestructible substances and achieving the extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Dan Hongyi nodded slightly, deep in contemplation. Below the extraordinary, all are mere ants. Legends speak of extraordinary beings who attain immortality. In other words, the decline of secret techniques was not merely due to the interruption of tradition, but rather their obsolescence. As the two conversed, a shadow returned, and Jiang Bai's expression grew peculiar. The expedition leader inquired with concern, "Did we disturb the enemy?" "No. The situation may be somewhat different from our expectations," Jiang Bai replied, glancing at the information in the dictionary, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The paper clearly stated, "Highly aggressive, on the brink of losing control, potentially carrying a lethal virus." The expedition leader's demeanor turned serious. The Tianwen could not be mistaken. Even in his current weakened state, these details were infallible. "The Tianwen is indeed correct." Jiang Bai shook his head and sighed. "The enemy is a wolf." The expedition leader and the little girl. Highly aggressive, out of control, mad wolf, potentially carrying a lethal virus, possibly rabies. The Tianwen was accurate, yet it omitted the most crucial information. Jiang Bai gestured, indeed, an uncontrollable blood wolf, possessing supernatural abilities, standing as tall as Hongyi, with a tumor the size of a bowl on its neck, which likely accounts for its loss of control. Jiang Bai recounted his findings, and the three once again fell into an awkward silence. A wolf had inadvertently wandered into the corridor, severing the power lines in its frenzy. Such a trivial matter, yet the three had conjured various scenarios. While the expedition leader had previously prepared for sacrifice, although the emotions were appropriate, it felt rather wasteful. Well, the expedition leader exhaled deeply, evidently relieved, and leaning against the wall to catch his breath. An uncontrollable supernatural creature is certainly preferable to an impending enemy attack. Thus, I have a plan. I would ask for your cooperation. Jiang Bai began to allocate tasks. Director, I will lure the blood wolf over here. Once it arrives, you will serve as bait to attract its attention. Hongyi, remember, if I shout holy light, you must unleash it upon the blood wolf. If I call for healing, cast holy light upon me. Hongyi, you should remain hidden in the shadows. If my actions falter, find a way to lead the director to safety. If he perishes, you must escape on your own. After confirming the plan, Jiang Bai once again slipped into the shadows. From the depths of the corridor, the feral howls, rapid footfalls, and heavy breaths of the beast echoed. Though the blood wolf had yet to materialize, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, heightening their vigilance. Soon, a blood wolf burst forth from the darkness, appearing before them as described by Jiang Bai. a grotesque form, with a pulsating tumor at its neck. The moment the beast made its entrance, the director began striking the ground to draw its attention, while Jiang Bai positioned himself on the ceiling, concealed from the blood wolf's line of sight. Before long, the blood wolf shifted its focus to the director, its uncontrolled fury compelling it to tear apart everything in its path as it lunged forward with a ferocious roar. At that instant, when the director had successfully captured the blood wolf's attention, Jiang Bai released his grip and descended, executing the technique of Cung. This was not Jiang Bai's first encounter with combat, nor was it his inaugural confrontation with supernatural phenomena. For him, this level of conflict was child's play. However, to everyone's astonishment, the blood wolf did not halt. Hong Yi's pupils constricted, her complexion paling. Had Cung failed? In Hong Yi's estimation, Jiang Bai should have used Cung to interrupt the blood wolf's advance and seize the opportunity to eliminate it. Yet, the blood wolf continued its relentless charge, indicating something had gone awry. The director, seated on the ground, displayed no signs of panic, his expression remarkably composed. He had faith in his comrade. The next moment, a dramatic transformation occurred. The crimson hue in the blood wolf's eyes faded, its mind seemingly regaining clarity. However, the tumor on its neck flickered with a menacing red light, signaling it could spiral out of control once more at any moment. The director's eyes brightened, instantly grasping Jiang Bai's intent. Jiang Bai had not utilized Cung to disrupt the blood wolf's assault. Instead, he had ingeniously redirected it to interrupt the blood wolf's loss of control. The very reason the blood wolf exhibited such ferocity was due to its precarious state at the edges of its supernatural abilities, having lost its rationality. By interrupting this chaos, Jiang Bai had restored the blood wolf's reason to dominance. Such audacity in Jiang Bai's approach was commendable. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure, the consequences of which were unimaginable. Wait, at this thought, the director suddenly froze. Should this plan falter and the blood wolf remain in a state of chaos, it would charge at the director to maul him. In other words, if Jiang Bai's endeavor failed, the implications for the director were dire. Even the director couldn't help but roll his eyes at this audacious plan. The temporarily rational blood wolf stood foolishly in place, seemingly pondering its existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just as time seemed to stretch, Jiang Bai, wielding a pen in his right hand, descended rapidly from above, striking down with precision. The recording pen is indomitable, serving as an exceptional means of self-defense, and in Jiang Bai's hands, it shines brilliantly. With a swift motion, he deftly severed the tumor-like growth from the blood wolf's neck, as effortlessly as slicing through butter, executing the action in one fluid motion. The severed mass rolled on the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents, prompting the blood wolf to emit a heart-wrenching howl. Jiang Bai then roared, "Holy light! It has arrived!" The little girl instinctively aimed to unleash the holy light upon Jiang Bai, but she promptly recalled his instructions and in the final second, redirected her focus towards the blood wolf. Stimulated by the holy light, the wound on the blood wolf's neck rapidly healed, the tumor-like growth vanished, consequently eliminating the risk of losing control. However, simultaneously, under the influence of the holy light, the blood wolf was poised to unleash an astonishing display of power. At that moment, the three individuals present would become its targets. Jiang Bai delivered a resounding slap to the wolf's head, halting its advance. With a mournful howl, the blood wolf's spirit instantly waned, collapsing onto the ground. A wolf, in Jiang Bai's grip, emitted a whimper akin to that of a dog. The holy light was interrupted, and the blood wolf entered a state of weakness, easily subdued by Jiang Bai. Witnessing this scene, both the director and the little girl experienced a whirlwind of emotions. The fellow had previously claimed he could only use the technique of halting once, yet in battle, he had executed it twice in rapid succession. Was it truly necessary to conceal such abilities? The director harbored doubts, suspecting Jiang Bai was still holding back. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. Jiang Bai had effortlessly dealt with the uncontrollable blood wolf, capturing it alive without sustaining a scratch. It is noteworthy that the blood wolf possessed the strength of a mid-tier ability user, teetering on the brink of rampage, engaging in direct combat. Even a high-tier ability user could suffer significant losses if not cautious. Yet, in Jiang Bai's hands, it was resolved with such simplicity. As the weakened blood wolf's nose twitched, it warily regarded the approaching figure clad in red, suddenly lunging forward, intent on biting. Just as it prepared to snap its jaws, a massive hand descended from above, firmly grasping its head, akin to a vice. Jiang Bai held the wolf's head and sternly commanded, "Be silent." Chapter 12. A dog or your dog after subduing the blood wolf. Shan Hongyi procured a length of hemp rope, and Jiang Bai promptly bound the creature tightly. The director observed the intricate knots adorning the blood wolf's body, lost in contemplation. Was it due to his prolonged solitude that he found the wolf to be strikingly handsome? Or was it that Jiang Bai, with his cunning ways, engaged in binding beasts, exhibiting a nature more feral than the beasts themselves? Even a dog might remark, indeed, "Is still your dog, Jiang Bai?" Was there truly a necessity for this? The director could not restrain his curiosity, questioning whether it was merely his imagination or if Jiang Bai's knot-tying technique was flawed. "What kind of remark is that?" Jiang Bai retorted, gesturing at the multitude of knots adorning the blood wolf. "Each knot is imbued with a trace of my abilities as a sealing node. Do you think an ordinary rope could contain this creature?" The blood wolf possessed the strength of a mid-tier ability user, even in a weakened state. It could effortlessly break free from the hemp bindings. With a sigh, Jiang Bai added, "Look at your level of thinking. When will you ever elevate it?" The director pondered. Could it be that he had misjudged Jiang Bai? The sealing was indeed genuine, and the manner in which the wolf was bound was undeniably unorthodox. Now that the blood wolf was subdued, Shan Hongyi repaired the damaged wiring and returned to stand beside them. "Brother Jiang Bai, how do you intend to deal with this creature?" Shan Hongyi inquired, glancing at the blood wolf, which towered over her. If it were to lash out, a swift maneuver on her part could easily satiate its hunger. Shan Hongyi struggled to comprehend why Jiang Bai would risk injury to capture the blood wolf alive. The difficulty between killing and capturing was astronomically different. Jiang Bai's plan felt akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep could spell disaster for the director. The director contemplated more deeply than Shan Hongyi, musing, "Jiang Bai, are you aiming to test the practical application of your ability, or do you wish to interrupt the process of losing control?" Jiang Bai did not shy away from his intentions, responding candidly, "Both. Even without the assistance of the two of you, I possess ample confidence in effortlessly dispatching the blood wolf. I have faced entities far more perilous, hundreds or even thousands of times more dangerous than this one. While practical testing is undeniably significant, I currently find myself lacking in the need for combat experience. Firstly, I have been battle-hardened for over 12 centuries, equipped with extensive combat experience and an extraordinary aptitude. Secondly, I am but a weak, helpless, and pitiable novice ability user. It is prudent to focus on gradual development. What truly matters is interrupting the process of losing control of abilities." Jiang Bai never forgot his mission. According to incomplete statistics, among the myriad secondary disasters wrought by the mysterious tides, the chaos caused by uncontrolled ability users inflicted the gravest losses on human life and property. To thoroughly resolve these secondary disasters, it is imperative to ensure that ability users maintain stability and avert loss of control. The blood wolf stands as Jiang Bai's first experimental subject since his awakening. Although it would entail a modicum of risk for the director, Jiang Bai felt it was worth the endeavor. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's response, the director, both relieved and resigned, sighed, "This time, you may be disappointed." The director pointed at the bulging mass on the ground and explained, "If I am not mistaken, this object contains a crystal core from a supernatural beast." Indeed, animals possessing extraordinary abilities are collectively referred to as supernatural beasts, and the crystal core serves as the essence of their unique powers. This blood wolf mistakenly ingested a crystal core from a different category of supernatural beast, which it could not digest, leading to a conflict of energies that ultimately resulted in its loss of control. Thus, by excising the bulging mass, Jiang Bai effectively removed the source of the affliction, completely resolving the blood wolf's chaos. "I see," Jiang Bai thought, coming to a sudden realization. This was merely a superficial remedy, addressing the symptoms without tackling the root cause of the loss of control, rendering Jiang Bai's efforts somewhat futile. He gazed down at the blood wolf, lost in contemplation. Curious, Shan Hongyi inquired, "Jiang Bai, what are you thinking?" "I am pondering how to manage this creature." Jiang Bai mused aloud. "It must have quite an appetite. How much meat does it consume in one meal? We are so impoverished that we cannot even afford electricity. How can we sustain it? How is the value of supernatural beasts assessed? Is it more profitable to sell them disassembled or as a whole? Male or female? If it's a male, its coat is quite pure. Can it breed? If breeding isn't an option, can it work? Director, do we have a hand-crank generator? No. What about a grinding mill? If all else fails, grinding some soybeans in the morning could save on power." In Jiang Bai's eyes, he had already begun to analyze the worth of the spoils. Behind him, the director and Shan Hongyi felt a chill creep into their hearts. The blood wolf, bound and restrained, seemed to understand Jiang Bai's words, tucking its tail and trembling in fear. Ultimately, following the director's counsel, Jiang Bai decided to keep the blood wolf. A supernatural beast that regained its composure after a loss of control was a rarity. Even the director had encountered few, making it an invaluable subject for research. There was, however, one minor issue. The 9th Research Institute was lacking in research funding, materials, and personnel. Anything but research subjects. Just managing Jiang Bai alone was enough to keep the director busy. He could only entrust the blood wolf to Jiang Bai, allowing him to handle it, as it was indeed Jiang Bai's trophy. Thus, on the first day, Jiang Bai dyed the blood wolf black. The inquisitive Shan Hongyi, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Jiang Bai, "Why dye it black?" "Red is too conspicuous. It is detrimental to combat. Black serves as a camouflage in the night. Perfect for ambushes." Jiang Bai's reasoning sounded quite serious. Given Shan Hongyi's understanding of Jiang Bai, she suspected there were additional motives. Under her persistent questioning, Jiang Bai confessed. "Who knows what misdeeds this creature may have committed previously? If I take it out as it is, others might think I am its owner, and I would be blamed for its past transgressions. Now that it has turned over a new leaf, becoming a loyal companion again, its previous actions can be forgiven." Shan Hongyi responded. "Jiang Bai, this is a wolf, not a dog. Jiang Bai corrected here. Wolfdo. Checked. In this defensive base where we are stationed, we cannot keep wolves, but we can have dogs." Shan Hongyi replied in astonishment. "Are you actually planning to get a license?" The defensive base itself is a loosely organized entity. We're under the protection of formidable individuals. Ordinary folks have found a haven, while simultaneously exchanging labor for resources. It is commonplace to have dogs without permits. Moreover, given that Shan Hongyi is well aware of Jiang Bai's character, the 9th Research Institute is currently in dire financial straits, nearly counting every penny. There is hardly any spare change to procure a dog license. This is not something Jiang Bai would typically consider. Jiang Bai, with a tone of righteous indignation, retorted, "Why would I not apply for a license to keep a dog?" Yet, despite his assertive claims, Shan Hongyi's eyes were filled with skepticism. Jiang Bai crouched down, affectionately stroking the head of the black wolf, and with a cheerful demeanor, proclaimed, "I intend to acquire a guide dog certificate for it. Once certified, it will diligently work for our benefit. I am a reasonable person. Initially, the wages earned will first cover the Institute's electrical losses, and thereafter, we must also account for the costs of behavioral therapy, rehabilitation, caretaking, grooming, and the fees for reformation." Chapter 013. Siblings and Clear Accounts. I am Jiang Bai, currently engaged in Task 002. It is now the 7th day since my awakening, and I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. On the 3rd day after my revival, the Research Institute was besieged by enemies, during which an uncontrollable blood wolf severed the power supply, and we managed to subdue it together. I do not believe this to be a mere coincidence. The events unfolded with excessive serendipity. Yet I possess no evidence to substantiate my suspicions, and thus must temporarily set them aside. The blood wolf remains the sole lead, and I require it to stay alive. In the subsequent 4 days, I accompanied the director, Shan Hongyi, on 2 excursions to familiarize myself with the surrounding environment, secure legitimate identification, and gather intelligence. The Insha base spans approximately 8 0.000 square kilometers and is home to around 2 million individuals, predominantly of East Asian descent, characterized by black hair and dark eyes. The lingua franca is Mandarin, and the written language is Chinese characters. The institution of marriage is nominally monogamous. Due to significant climatic fluctuations over millennia and alterations in celestial patterns, the precise coordinates remain indeterminate, though it is hypothesized to lie within the former northwestern territories of our nation. The Jiang base is officially registered with over 10,000 individuals possessing special abilities, more than 100 of whom are classified as high-level practitioners, with no fewer than 10 being extraordinary individuals. The currency utilized at the Jiang base is the star coin, a shared currency among more than 10 surrounding defensive bases, characterized by a stable purchasing power. 1,000 star coin suffices for a family's monthly living expenses. Entry-level practitioners receive a monthly allowance of 3,000 star coins, with timely disbursement of funds. However, a medical examination is required for the distribution of this allowance to monitor the stability of the practitioner's abilities. Receiving the allowance does not necessitate any additional contributions to the base, as its purpose is to facilitate real-time monitoring of the practitioners to avert potential calamities arising from their instability. Short-term objectives include acquiring resources, honing abilities, swiftly advancing to the extraordinary level, and collecting more intelligence. The long-term goal remains the completion of Task 002. Task 002 is still underway. Upon finishing, Jiang Bai pressed a button, and the red light on the recorder faded, capturing his earlier words. Seated in a high chair, Shan Hongyi swung her short legs and curiously inquired, "Brother Jiang Bai, you record like this every so often. Does it truly serve a purpose?" From her perspective, much of what Jiang Bai articulated seemed to be mere common knowledge, and even life summaries appeared somewhat verbose. The director, however, held a different view. He elucidated, in ancient times, during the feudal imperial era, local officials would submit memorials to the emperor, often meandering through various trivialities, such as the day's weather or the price of meat, that might seem insignificant. The purpose of these memorials was to reflect the local circumstances through minute details, revealing whether the area had suffered calamities or whether merchants were hoarding goods, thereby allowing the emperor to gauge the local populace's well-being and compare it with formal reports for validation. What Jiang Bai relays may appear as commonplace knowledge to us, seemingly irrelevant. Yet, in the future for those studying the Jiang base, this recording will possess unique value, serving as a precious historical research material. Listening to the director's lengthy explanation, Shan Hongyi's eyes sparkled with a hint of wisdom as she nodded in understanding, albeit partially. Clearly, this recording was not intended for the current generation. For Jiang Bai, he is diligently striving to complete Task 002. However, human capabilities are inevitably limited should Jiang Bai fail. The recordings within the voice recorder will serve as a legacy, transmitting this mission onward. Presently, Jiang Bai does not shy away from recording in the presence of the two individuals. Nevertheless, regarding that enigmatic Task 002, no matter how persistently Shan Hongyi inquires, Jiang Bai remains reticent. The director, possessing a keen sense of discretion, has refrained from probing further. After finishing breakfast, Shan Hongyi swiftly tidied the dining utensils, and as the lights dimmed, the trio adeptly navigated the corridor towards the ground. In the shadowy passage, the director initiated a conversation. "Jiang Bai, you registered as a novice ability user previously. The 3-day evaluation period has elapsed. Today, you shall collect your stipend. Have you contemplated how to allocate your funds?" The director had previously educated Jiang Bai on the purchasing power of star coins, elucidating precisely what could be acquired and their respective effects. Within the Silver Sand base, there exists both an official trading market and a black market. Prices in the official market tend to be relatively steep, yet they come with guarantees and official endorsements, ensuring that coercive sales or violent theft do not occur. Conversely, the black market is rife with uncertainty, where transactions depend solely on individual discernment and capability. One might strike fortunate deals or suffer significant losses, finding themselves stripped bare. Jiang Bai has a budget of 3,000 star coins, and he has already formulated a plan for expenditure. I will allocate 500 for next month's meal expenses, spend 1,000 on an ability gauge, and use the remainder to procure materials, as I intend to advance to a mid-tier ability user this month. The ability gauge quantifies one's current ability reserves, rendering them in numerical form. It is an essential tool for every ability user and one of the greatest inventions of this era. Just as individuals may struggle to articulate their strength despite its growth through exercise, quantifying it with a barbell renders the increase unmistakably clear. The same principle applies to abilities. By quantifying ability values, one can significantly enhance their training and combat effectiveness. Listening to Jiang Bai's plans, the director interjected, "You need not worry about meal expenses. Although the 9th Research Institute is financially constrained, it would not stoop to charging Jiang Bai for his meals." Shan Hongyi scoffed lightly, amused by the director's naivete. "You truly believe, Jiang Bai, that cunning fox would give you money for no reason?" Indeed, the very next moment, Jiang Bai earnestly stated, "A brother is a brother. We must settle accounts clearly. Meal expenses must be paid, and my salary from the Institute must be dispersed, according to market rates. Hiring a novice ability user costs at least 10,000 star coins per month." The director responded, "So, you expect that by charging you 500 for meals, we will still owe you 9,500 in salary?" Shan Hongyi's amusement deepened. This was the Jiang Bai she knew well. The director, now flustered, began to scratch his head, pondering how to gather Jiang Bai's salary when the Institute was barely managing to keep its head above water. Thoughtful Jiang Bai had already devised a solution, embracing the director and saying, "You need not provide me with that money. Just help me repay the debt I owe to the Institute. Please compile a detailed list of my expenses, and given our relationship, you need not charge me interest. I will repay the Institute 10,000 each month. Will that suffice?" The director let out a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. This works. Beside him, Shan Hongyi chuckled at this rate. "It seems you could never repay, even in 1,200 years. Jiang Bai's smile faltered. 1,200 years, at an annual debt of 120,000, accumulating to over 144 million star coins. Is it truly possible to spend such an extravagant sum? Confronted with this staggering debt, the typically bold and sunny Jiang Bai embraced the director's shoulders and fervently declared, "Brother, what bond do we share? You saved my life, and I saved yours. Such a bond transcends mere friendship. We are akin to brothers of different parents, bound by blood." The director appeared somewhat bewildered, instinctively nodding. According to his understanding of ancient customs, this seemed akin to brotherhood through a blood oath. Shan Hongyi, on the other hand, wore a sly grin, remarking that it was not so much a bond of brotherhood as it was a means of assuming another's debt. Jiang Bai continued, "I may be a few years your senior, so if I call you little brother, you won't feel wronged, will you?" The honest director quickly shook his head. "Not at all. Certainly not." Jiang Bai was indeed 1,200 years older. Calculating based on a generational span of 25 years, they could differ by as many as 48 generations. As the old saying goes, a senior brother is like a father, and in other states, a father's debts are to be repaid by the son. As the map of Yin State reached its conclusion, Jiang Bai's demeanor shifted, and he said earnestly, "Little brother, please, repay the debts I owe on behalf of my father." Chapter 14. Miss in Red. Do you truly wish for your investment to go awry? At first, he referred to himself as a younger brother, but suddenly claimed the title of father. In just a few exchanges, Jiang Bai almost caused the director's CPU to overheat. Ruffling his disheveled hair, the director muttered absent-mindedly, "But this money is something I owe." The incident involving Jiang Bai had depleted the director's savings and drained the entire resources of the 9th Research Institute. If one were to calculate the debts, it was indeed not Jiang Bai who should repay. The creditors would surely seek the director directly. "Ingest," Jiang Bai suggested, lightening the mood, urging the director to wear a smile rather than a frown of despair. With an easy grin, he draped his arm over the director's shoulder, displaying a camaraderie that felt quite familiar. The director, however, appeared somewhat awkward and constrained, even as he managed to smile. It was one tinged with bitterness. Together, they traversed the lengthy, shadowy corridor, ultimately emerging into the light. Upon reaching the surface, The director remained preoccupied with thoughts of debt and remarked, "You needn't worry about the debts. The creditors have yet to press for repayment. Not to fret, trust me." "My friend," Jiang Bai reassured, thumping his chest confidently. "If I can't repay, I'll definitely take you along when I flee." The director responded, "Hey, is it truly appropriate to discuss running away in front of the creditor?" Dan Hongyi rolled her eyes in discontent, exclaiming, "Do you even consider me your investor? Investor." Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he realized he had almost overlooked this poor soul. Clearing his throat, he addressed her earnestly, "Dan Hongyi, have you considered increasing your investment? Since we already owe so much, what I say little more? After all, a few more lice don't bother a pig, and a dead pig fears not boiling water. I might as well borrow a bit more." Dan Hongyi's eyes widened in shock at his audacity. Before she could respond, Jiang Bai continued, "Miss Hongyi, you surely wouldn't want your previous investments to go to waste, would you?" Dan Hongyi paused, finding something peculiar in his words. Jiang Bai pulled her aside, animatedly gesturing as he painted a grand vision for her, leaving the young girl somewhat dazed. In the end, Dan Hongyi agreed to lend Jiang Bai a sum of money as startup capital, amounting to 100,000 star coins at an interest rate of 3 per month, with the principal to be repaid whenever he had the means. Jiang Bai nonchalantly signed the IOU for 100,000 star coins and handed it to Dan Hongyi, who momentarily found herself at a loss, uncertain whether she had gained or lost in this transaction. Jiang Bai assured her, "Rest assured, you will not suffer a loss. My monthly allowance is 3,000, which is just enough to cover your interest. Once I become an intermediate ability user, my allowance will rise to 15,000, and at that time, I shall borrow 400,000. While the initial statements seemed quite reasonable, the latter remarks took a troubling turn. "So, it appears you never intended to repay the principal, did you? Others earn to repay their debts. Jiang Bai seems to earn solely to borrow more." Dan Hongyi began to regret her earlier words, questioning why she had spoken up in the first place. Having already lent out the money, there is no room for regret. Moreover, this trivial sum pales in comparison to the fortune squandered on Jiang Bai. The little girl produced a silver card, handing it to Jiang Bai with a hint of sorrow, softly advising him to spend it wisely. This card could be utilized both in the market and the black market of silver sandbase. Upon receiving 100,000 star coins, Jiang Bai immediately indulged in extravagance, allocating 500 to the director as his meal allowance for the month. Subsequently, accompanied by Dan Hongyi, he visited the silver sandbase branch, where a brief assessment confirmed the stability of his abilities, qualifying him for subsidies. As he observed the increase in his card balance, he murmured to himself, "Ding, your wealth has arrived. 3,000 star coins. Current balance, 102,500. Engrossed in his own amusement, the little girl tilted her head, puzzled by what wealth entailed. Regardless, having struck it rich, Jiang Bai's spirits soared as he commenced purchasing in the trading market according to his established plan. Ability meter, 1, balance, -1,000. 3 units of ethereal wood, 5 portions of heavenly mushroom powder, 2 servings of rhinoceros horn powder. Balance, -6,800. Basic combat suit, 3, balance, -3,000. Upon seeing Jiang Bai acquire combat suits, Dan Hongyi hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Bai, you needn't buy for me and the director. We have our own." She feared Jiang Bai would squander money, as it was indeed her funds, and she felt a pang of regret. Jiang Bai, surprised, replied, "I am purchasing for myself." Dan Hongyi, puzzled, asked, "Why do you need so many?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "Wearing more is safer." Dan Hongyi felt her heart bleed at the sight of Jiang Bai purchasing 3 combat suits. Such extravagance. Jiang Bai discerned that this little girl was rather frugal. Perhaps the idea of scheduled power outages at the Research Institute was hers as well. He perused the trading market for an hour, spending money freely on weapons, equipment, materials, food, and medicines, totaling nearly 40,000 star coins. Among these, approximately 10,000 was spent on weapons and equipment, while the remaining 30,000 was dedicated to materials needed for his advancement to the intermediate level. Many of these materials were rare, with numerous shops lacking stock, forcing Jiang Bai to pay deposits and return later for collection. As he and Dan Hongyi returned to the 9th Research Institute, laden with bags, the director observed Jiang Bai's ostentatious entrance, hesitating in his words. In the director's view, it was best for Jiang Bai to maintain a low profile at this stage. If he truly required anything, he and Hongyi could assist in procuring it. Privately, the director had also communicated with Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai had his own thoughts and plans. After a week of interaction, the director understood that someone with Jiang Bai's cunning nature would not act without purpose. There must be a rationale behind his actions. The director had consulted divination, predicting safety and fortune. With supplies just arrived, that evening's dinner was particularly sumptuous. The three even made an exception by turning on the lights to dine within the institute. Typically, they either ate on the surface under the setting sun or in the dark of the Research Institute. In Dan Hongyi's words, regardless, it hardly reaches our noses. Sated and content, Jiang Bai toyed with his newly acquired ability gauge and casually remarked, "Once the materials arrive, within a week, I should be able to officially challenge the threshold of a mid-tier ability user, and then venture forth to undertake some tasks and earn a bit more money." Clearly, Jiang Bai harbored a lucid vision for the future, coupled with formidable execution. Listening intently, Dan Hongyi reflected on how, within just a week of awakening, Jiang Bai was already preparing for his ascent to mid-tier status. The materials were anticipated to arrive in approximately 3 to 7 days, followed by the necessary preparation time. Within a month, Jiang Bai would transform from an ordinary individual into a mid-tier ability user. Such a terrifying rate of advancement, if it were to become known, would surely attract countless factions to the Silver Sand base in pursuit of him. Deep down, Dan Hongyi thought, wait, brother Jiang Bai is quite the cunning one. His assertion of challenging mid-tier status in 2 weeks is questionable. I should at least have that estimate, meaning he is likely to become a mid-tier ability user in just 1 week. To achieve mid-tier status within half a month? How astonishing. This talent nearly rivals that of her sister. Unlike the lively thoughts of Dan Hongyi, the director remained particularly silent that evening, observing Jiang Bai as he spoke eloquently, repeatedly hesitating to voice his own thoughts. Ultimately, he chose to place his faith in his comrade, saying nothing at all. Should Jiang Bai require assistance, the director believed he would proactively seek him out. After finishing dinner, the trio dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Jiang Bai returned to his room, securely locked the door, and retrieved his recording pen, pressing the button. In the darkness, his deep voice resonated. I am Jiang Bai. On the 7th day post-awakening, I am preparing to challenge mid-tier status tonight. Chapter 015, Breakthrough, Intermediate Ability User. Indeed, Jiang Bai intends to achieve his breakthrough tonight. Due to cognitive inertia, Shan Hongyi has fallen into a misconception. As a modern individual, common sense dictates that to ascend from the initial stage to the intermediate stage, one must rely on various mystical substances. This notion is one of the few agreements from the 5th era of mysterious tides. No one has ever succeeded in breaking through without external material assistance. However, Jiang Bai is not a product of the 5th era. He hails from 12 centuries ago. He possesses triadic abilities, all ranked at sequence 0. In his time, Jiang Bai was already among the foremost ability users. The name Cicada was known to all. A transcendent, Jiang Bai had already touched upon that echelon, albeit under a different nomenclature. Had he not mastered the indestructible substance, how could he have slumbered for 1,200 years? Ordinary individuals, even if they sealed their abilities, could not survive such a span. Yet, due to his prolonged slumber and the severity of his seal, the indestructible substances he once controlled had either been sealed away or dissipated entirely, no longer in existence. Therefore, Jiang Bai's breakthrough does not necessitate the aid of external materials. In the darkness, Jiang Bai gazes down at the ability meter on his wrist. During the 5th era of mysterious tides, the people of the East commonly referred to the measurement of ability energy as qi, an ancient term for vital energy. The divisions of realms based on qi are as follows. Initial stage ability user. Below 100 qi intermediate stage ability user. Above 100 qi and below 1000 qi advanced stage ability user. above 1,000 Qi of course. The distinction among the three stages lies not only in the quantity of abilities, but also in their quality. An initial stage ability user can only store their abilities within their blood, resulting in low efficiency and significant personal consumption. A crucial indicator of the breakthrough from initial to intermediate stage is the ability to refine one's bones, transforming one's bones into vessels for ability energy. Successfully refining even a single bone signifies crossing the threshold into the intermediate stage. This meter cost Jiang Bai 1,000 star coins, with a measurement range of 0 to 1,500 Qi, making it suitable even for newly initiated advanced ability users. Truly a cost-effective choice. At this moment, a number appears on the surface, 99 Qi. Jiang Bai removes this meter and retrieves another one from his pocket. This was discreetly acquired from the shopkeeper when he purchased his battle attire. Jiang Bai splurged on 3 pieces of battle gear, spending over 1,000 star coins, and this second-hand meter served as a reasonable rebate, which the shopkeeper readily accepted. Aside from Jiang Bai and the shopkeeper, no one is aware of this second ability meter in his possession. Jiang Bai straps this meter onto his wrist, takes a deep breath, and begins to mobilize the ability energy within him. The numbers on the meter flicker for a moment before rapidly escalating. 80, 99, 124, 267, 396, 455, 500 Qi. Ultimately, the meter stabilizes at the number 500. Observing this figure, Jiang Bai is not taken aback. His sequence ability, human, and has afforded him a swifter training pace while simultaneously raising his advancement limit. As others reach the level of 100 Qi, they are poised for a breakthrough. However, Jiang Bai requires fivefold, amounting to 500 Qi, in the span of just a week. Through an extraordinary training speed quintupled by his own efforts, coupled with the continuous application of the inch-stop technique to enhance the limits of his extraordinary abilities, Jiang Bai, starting from nothing, managed to attain the level of 500 Qi. Only upon reaching this threshold can he embark on the next phase, formally refining his bones with Qi. As for the method of bone refinement, the director had generously prepared an impressive set of techniques for Jiang Bai, ready for immediate use. However, considering his unique circumstances, Jiang Bai made a daring decision. He documented the method he had developed 200 years prior for refining bones with Qi and presented it to the director for improvement. The director spent 3 days and nights meticulously refining the ancient technique, integrating modern knowledge, addressing gaps, and validating its safety before handing it back to Jiang Bai. In the director's esteemed opinion, this bone refining technique is unparalleled in both difficulty and potency. Should anyone truly master this method, the initial threshold for bone refinement alone would demand at least 300 Qi. Successfully completing the first bone refinement would require no less than 400 Qi. In other words, not a single novice extraordinary being could employ this technique. Furthermore, mid-tier extraordinary beings would not recklessly switch to this bone refining method, as it could disrupt their balance of abilities, leading to uncontrollable outcomes akin to self-destruction. Despite the technique's potential shortcomings for its academic value, the director decided to let Jiang Bai name it, after which it would be archived. Jiang Bai chose to christen it the 9th set of bone refining exercises. This evening, Jiang Bai intends to utilize this method for bone refinement, breaking through the novice stage and officially stepping into the intermediate tier. An adult possesses a total of 206 bones, among which the skull comprises 8 pieces, representing the most intricate segment of the vertebrate skeletal system. Typically, extraordinary beings commence their bone refinement with the simpler areas, such as the hands and limbs. These regions allow for timely damage control even in the event of a failed refinement. Since he is starting from the head, Jiang Bai resolved to refine the skull first. This decision was not made impulsively, but rather the result of careful contemplation. Firstly, the head is quite fragile. Prior to becoming an extraordinary being, it would remain one of Jiang Bai's most significant vulnerabilities. Refining the skull could remedy this weakness. Secondly, during this period, Jiang Bai had perused the sequence of ability periodic tables and discovered that numerous abilities relate to mental control, memory reading, and manipulation of the mind. To effectively resist the influences of these abilities. Refining the skull is the most efficacious approach. Jiang Bai's memories must remain unreadable to others, as this would jeopardize the success of the Cicada plan. Though Jiang Bai might not complete the Cicada plan, he cannot allow this task to falter. Therefore, armed with 500 qi, Jiang Bai chose to challenge the most formidable task of refining the skull. He began the final preparations for his breakthrough. He lit a coil of mosquito-repellent incense and placed it nearby. Typically, one would use high-end calming incense, but Jiang Bai, burdened with overwhelming debt, settled for the makeshift alternative. It provided a semblance of ritual, yet remained modest. Jiang Bai sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, entering a meditative state, visualizing and channeling the qi within his body, commencing the process of refinement. As the qi surged in, a glimmer of golden light appeared upon his forehead, gradually expanding, delicately consuming the bone beneath. A night passed in silence. Dawn approached, the sky barely illuminated. Just as the twilight surrendered to the night, the research facility experienced a timely power outage. Inside, Jiang Bai remained seated, immobile, akin to an ancient monk in deep meditation. The incense, having burned throughout the night, had exhausted its final remnants. Despite a night of dedicated practice, Jiang Bai had yet to succeed in refining his skull. The 9th set of bone refining exercises proved exceedingly arduous. Even with 500 units of qi, Jiang Bai found himself struggling at this moment. In this prolonged contest, his forehead had taken on a faint golden hue, with some corners still unrefined. Time, it seemed, was not on Jiang Bai's side. As he persevered, the golden-hued bone began to tremble, fine, hair-like fissures emerging. This was a result of the incomplete refinement of the forehead bone, where the balance of qi could not be maintained, leading to internal conflict. Should the skull fracture, it would signify Jiang Bai's failure in this breakthrough, and even he would suffer grievous injuries. Such an outcome was intolerable for Jiang Bai. Just as failure loomed, he moved. With a decisive palm, he struck his forehead, growling. Cung. Drawing upon his last reserves of qi, Jiang Bai forcibly activated his sequential ability, applying Cung to himself. This was a departure from his previous innovative thoughts. He was not using Cung to disrupt a bug, but rather employing the ability in a conventional manner. However, this action was fraught with peril. Insufficient qi would render it ineffective, while excess could lead to his own demise. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's mastery over qi was unparalleled in his current near-exhausted state. He had just the right amount. This time, his target was the impending fracture of his skull. The moment Cung was invoked, the delicate fissures on his forehead ceased to spread. Simultaneously, the faint golden light surged forth, fervently sweeping over the last unclaimed territories. Under the influence of Cung, the entire forehead bone underwent refinement with remarkable ease. Seizing the precious time granted by Cung, Jiang Bai completed the refinement of his forehead bone. He succeeded. The fine fissures vanished entirely, and Jiang Bai's forehead bone radiated a resplendent golden light. Behold, the golden forehead bone. Just as Jiang Bai ascended to the intermediate level, an influx of countless qi surged into his body, flooding his forehead bone, akin to a divine revelation. The numbers on the ability meter began to pulse once more. 100, 500, 700, 1,000, 1,400. When the numbers reached 1,500, they ceased to fluctuate. Cracks appeared on the surface. This was the measurement limit of the ability meter. Yet, this was not Jiang Bai's limit. As even more qi poured in, the cracks multiplied, culminating in a resounding explosion. A plume of azure smoke billowing forth as the meter shattered into countless fragments. In the subtle haze, Jiang Bai, adorned with a golden glow atop his head, gradually opened his eyes. His gaze exuded an unparalleled tranquility, brimming with confidence and strength. He had ascended to the rank of a mid-tier extraordinary being. Chapter 16. The Elevation After Breaking Through. Good morning, Brother Jiang Bai. Shan Hongyi greeted as she brushed her teeth. Feeding the dog so early? Clearly, she had come to accept the notion that the blood wolf was indeed a dog. After all, if a person could be so dog-like, What harm was there in a wolf being a tad more canine? Could it possibly surpass Jiang Bai in doggishness? Jiang Bai stuffed the last fragment into the blood wolf's mouth, observing with satisfaction as it devoured the morsel before affectionately patting its head and humming a tune as he departed. Strolling over to Shan Hongi, he ruffled her white hair. Brother's in a good mood today, treating the dog to a feast. The blood wolf, having just consumed an entire fragment of an ability meter, expressed a look of profound resentment towards Jiang Bai. Please be human. After finishing with the little girl's hair, the cleanliness-conscious Jiang Bai washed his hands before approaching the dining table. Before he could utter a word, a sudden blackout plunged the room into darkness. The three of them, accustomed to such occurrences, sat silently in their seats, continuing their breakfast. After finishing his soy milk, Jiang Bai clapped his hands. Director, the modifications you made are quite impressive. The director paused for a moment, staring blankly. Oh, don't casually let ordinary people practice with it. Jiang Bai warned earnestly. It could be fatal. The 9th set of bone refining exercises. If it weren't for encountering a peculiar individual like Jiang Bai, anyone attempting it would meet their demise. The director scratched his head. I know, Jiang Bai exclaimed. If you know, why did you give it to me? The director, now flustered, began scratching his head in desperation. Finally managing to stammer out a few words, you're not an ordinary person. This statement pleased Jiang Bai immensely. He thumped his chest and chuckled. Indeed, who am I? A guy destined to save the world. Brother, I'm not boasting. Once we save this world, we won't have to repay any debts. Shan Hongi interjected. So your intention to save the world is merely to evade your debts? After breakfast, the three left the power outage-stricken research facility and returned to the surface, resuming their usual routines of training, idling, and tinkering. Jiang Bai, having changed his position to face the sun, allowed the sunlight to cascade upon his forehead, bestowing upon him an aura of sanctity. Tiring of her idleness, Shan Hongi gazed at Jiang Bai for quite a while before darting over to the director's side, whispering, Director, why do I feel that Brother Jiang Bai's forehead is particularly shiny today? The director began to scratch his head, contemplating how to concoct a lie to appease the little girl. He settled on a feeble excuse. Jiang Bai simply hadn't washed his hair. Shan Hongi fell into a prolonged silence, pondering this revelation. After a prolonged silence, she forced back her heartache and said, I shall contribute more to the writing fund, and the Institute can cover a bit more of the water bill, striving for an additional hour of water supply each day. The director found no grounds to refuse. Very well. Not far away, Jiang Bai sat cross-legged, absorbing the vital energy of the universe. This morning, he successfully refined his frontal bone, advancing to the intermediate level of ability. According to the limits of the ability chart, Jiang Bai's energy was estimated to be above 1,500. He gauged that he now possessed around 2,000 energy. However, despite channeling all 2,000 energy into his frontal bone, it still remained unfilled. Achieving the intermediate level of ability not only elevated the upper limit of energy, but also enhanced its quality, along with other benefits. After a day of rigorous training, Jiang Bai opened his eyes, clarity shining within them, as he began to comprehend the transformations within himself. Depending on the area of bone refined, different enhancements would manifest for the ability user. Following the successful refinement of his frontal bone, his defensive capabilities against mental-type abilities had significantly improved, a success within the scope of his plan. Furthermore, his absorption of energy had accelerated, and his storage efficiency had increased, all due to his solid foundation and the elite bone refining technique he had chosen. This enhancement was rightfully his, even without considering the effects of human harmony. Jiang Bai's training speed now exceeded that of his peers by more than threefold. With the support of human harmony, his training speed reached a staggering 15 times that of others. In a single day, he could absorb as much energy as others would in 15 days of arduous training. Besides the enhancement of energy, CUNG had also received a notable boost. The abilities would evolve alongside the ability user-S breakthrough. Jiang Bai mused. Each time I utilize CUNG, the energy consumed ranges from 100 to 1,000. The more energy expended, the stronger the effect of CUNG. Coupled with the effects of human harmony, If I were to release CUNG with 1,000 energy, it would be equivalent to a 5,000 energy CUNG, rendering even advanced ability users unable to resist. Indeed, the CUNG ability was formidable, yet its only drawback was the excessive energy consumption, which hindered frequent usage. Given Jiang Bai's terrifying talent and aptitude, if he were to unleash CUNG at full power, he could only employ it twice in a single battle. For other ability users without such advantages, their plight would be even more dire. Jiang Bai couldn't help but reflect. There is a reason for your position at the bottom. For several days following his breakthrough, Jiang Bai led a tranquil life within the 9th Research Institute, engaging in training, dining, sleeping, and occasionally teasing the 6th member, until one day, his communicator suddenly stirred a life. Hello. The materials you previously ordered have arrived and are ready for collection at the market. Upon reading the message on his communicator, a significant smile emerged on Jiang Bai's face. This was the first time Shan Hongyi had witnessed her brother Jiang Bai smile in such a manner. It wouldn't be long before she understood that when Jiang Bai wore that smile, it signified that misfortune awaited someone. A considerable misfortune. In the trading market, in a corner, there was a tea shop. The door was tightly locked. Around the tea table sat 3 or 5 burly men, each adorned with numerous scars, exuding a fierce and intimidating presence, clearly not to be trifled with. They chattered animatedly, exclaiming that the young man had spent 40,000 at the market without even batting an eye. It was inconceivable that he was wealthy. After all, who but a nouveau riche would frequent such a place? He even bought his combat gear on the spot. I witnessed it firsthand. Accompanying him was a young girl, perhaps a kept woman. While he lacked connections, what if that little girl had some? In my opinion, he ought to be lured out and eliminated, and this batch of goods seized. The materials he purchased were merely for his ascension to mid-tier status. He wouldn't become formidable. Fools! I've followed that fellow. He resides in a haunted place. Do you think he has easy prey? He is merely bold, oblivious to the dangers, and has an uncanny resilience. What is so extraordinary about that? I once lived there myself. Out of 10, 8 met their demise. It's not that sinister. If a nascent ability user on the brink of breaking through possesses even a hint of extraordinary bone, we could strike it rich. As 4 or 5 heads clashed in heated debate, no one could persuade the others, saliva flying, and the scene was utterly chaotic. The notion of killing and looting was discussed as casually as purchasing vegetables at a market. This is the apocalypse, where the only universally acknowledged law of survival is the survival of the fittest. When a plump lamb wanders into a pack of wolves, its fate is all too evident. And the extravagant Jiang Bai is that very lamb. At the tea table, a solitary cup of tea was placed, and its owner remained silent, choosing not to partake in the discussion, instead listening intently. Suddenly, he reached for the teacup, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Those brutish men, exuding an aura of menace, became as docile as sheep, afraid to make a sound. The owner took a sip from the cup, set it back down on the table, and, under the scrutiny of all present, spoke with a tranquil demeanor. The woman remains unharmed. The man, let him be killed. Chapter 017. Truly you. Jiang Bai in the 9th Research Institute. Dan Hongyi tilted her head innocently and asked, Brother Jiang Bai, do you really not need me to go with you? Indeed. Jiang Bai replied with a nod. I shall remain vigilant to avoid being deceived. Dan Hongyi retorted, you already possess enough caution. There's no need to accumulate more. As long as you do not deceive others, we should be grateful. Who possesses the ability to deceive you? Contrary to Dan Hongyi's perspective, the director pondered a different question. Do we require weapons? Although he was unaware of Jiang Bai's intentions, he was acutely aware that the arrival was not benign. Jiang Bai was indeed that arrival. In terms of weaponry, Jiang Bai had previously procured some for self-defense, which would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, do we have any firearms? Yes. The petite girl eagerly responded. We have shotguns, AKs, sniper rifles, revolvers. A lengthy list of firearms flowed from her lips as if she were reciting a menu. Jiang Bai's head slowly materialized a question mark. Is this an institute or an armory? Clearly, these weapons were not what Jiang Bai required. The director, struck by a sudden thought, turned and hurried back to the institute. Moments later, He returned, panting, cradling a long black staff in his arms. He struggled to drag the staff closer and, wiping the sweat from his brow, asked, "Without a firearm, will this suffice?" As Jiang Bai gazed at the black staff, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes, transporting him back to 1,200 years ago. This weapon, known as the Overlord Spear, was an archaeological artifact forged from celestial iron, measuring approximately 13 feet long and weighing 77 pounds. With the arrival of mysterious tides, many artifacts underwent transformations. Through assessment and investigation, it was determined that these relics bore connections to supernatural phenomena, imbued with enigmatic energies, thus becoming mystical tools. The Overlord Spear was one such artifact, serendipitously falling into the hands of the first generation of the Cicada. When the first Cicada vanished, this spear was left behind, subsequently passed down through the second generation before reaching Jiang Bai. Displeased with the spear's unrefined name, Jiang Bai wished to rename it to the Spear of Integrity, to embody his principles in life. However, this suggestion was ruthlessly rebuffed by the second generation of Cicada. Taking hold of the black staff, Jiang Bai's fingers glided over its surface, feeling a chill course through his fingertips, a familiar sensation flooding back to him, as if he had returned to 1,200 years ago. He patted the spear and smiled, saying, "Old friend, we meet again." Dan Hongyi, curiously examining the staff, questioned, "Is this truly a weapon? I have seen ancient long spears, but they all possess spearheads." The director scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, the spearhead may have been lost over time. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he had failed in his guardianship. "No, this spear simply lacks a spearhead," Jiang Bai clarified. "The individual who passed this spear to me possessed only half a spearhead and was reluctant to part with it. He mentioned wanting to keep it as a family heirloom. With the gun barrel in his hand, he sought to both conceal and flaunt it. Thus, he devised a foolish plan to hide the barrel within his belt, naively believing that no one would notice." How amusing indeed. As Jiang Bai recounted the tale, laughter bubbled forth, and his eyes narrowed in mirth. Soon, he stifled a yawn, rubbed his eyes, returned the gun barrel to the director, and with a graceful turn, left behind a parting remark. "They do not deserve to perish beneath this weapon." Observing Jiang Bai's departing figure, Shan Hongyi tugged at the director's sleeve, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Director, just now, Jiang Bai seemed quite sorrowful." "Not far off," Jiang Bai shouted back. "I haven't gone far yet." Shan Hongyi shrank her neck and made a face at his retreating silhouette. The director ruffled her hair, but offered no response. Curious as ever, once Jiang Bai had distanced himself, Shan Hongyi couldn't help but inquire director, "Isn't Jiang Bai fond of always keeping a backup plan? Why is he leaving the gun barrel unused?" Clearly, Jiang Bai's earlier words had left a profound impression on the young girl, striking a domineering note while simultaneously conflicting with his established persona, stirring a multitude of questions within her mind. Could it be that Jiang Bai had resolved to abandon his role as the sixth wheel? The director, knowing the answer, replied straightforwardly, "Oh, he simply cannot lift it right now." Shan Hongyi was taken aback. The weight of the gun barrel had doubled due to its supernatural properties. Even the director found it challenging to lift, and Jiang Bai, holding it, would likely struggle to walk, let alone engage in battle. What was evidently a burden for him became, in Jiang Bai's words, an opportunity for bravado. Shan Hongyi could only remark, "You truly are remarkable." After departing from the 9th Research Institute, Jiang Bai made his way directly to the trading market, feigning ignorance of the pursuit trailing behind him. The designated meeting place was a tea house. In this era, even dining had become a challenge. Those who could indulge in tea were anything but ordinary, and those who operated tea houses were far from common folk. As soon as Jiang Bai appeared, the proprietor eagerly approached him. "Brother, you finally made it." I was nearly beside myself with anticipation. He pulled Jiang Bai aside and whispered, "There's been a slight change in circumstances." "What?" Jiang Bai retorted, raising his voice. "You know I am in urgent need of this batch. I am set to advance next month. Are you deliberately causing trouble at this critical moment?" Observing the young man's brazen demeanor, the proprietor suppressed a chuckle, recognizing his youth, yet the smile on his face remained unblemished as he hastily explained, "Brother, do not fret. It's good news, not bad. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Good news? What could possibly be good? Well, just wait a moment. The proprietor stood up, glanced outside to ensure no one was watching, and then confidently closed the door before returning to Jiang Bai's side. Brother, the goods you seek are indeed in high demand, and the timeline is tight, making it quite a challenge. To be frank, I've gathered everything I could from the market, yet it still falls short. In a moment of bravado, I boldly proclaimed, I, Liu+Lao, cannot procure this item. In this market, no one can. Jiang Bai, with a face full of disdain, retorted, Are you implying that the price is insufficient and requires an increase? No, no, no. Liu+Lao replied softly. Not only is there no need for an increase, but this opportunity can also save you a considerable sum. He continued, I have a brother working at the Silver Sand Defense Agency. They recently confiscated a batch of suspicious materials, and he has hidden away several crates that he desperately wishes to sell. I thought of you, my dear brother. Upon hearing this, a look of wariness crossed Jiang Bai's face, and he lowered his voice. Is purchasing this item illegal? Not if we remain undetected, Liu+Lao asserted confidently. Heaven knows, Earth knows, you know and I know. However, one thing is essential. You must accompany me. We cannot conduct this transaction in the marketplace, as leaving a paper trail would be akin to setting a ticking time bomb. Jiang Bai's expression lingered in uncertainty, torn over whether to acquiesce. Sensing his wavering resolve, Liu+Lao seized the moment, further reducing the price and offering various guarantees of absolute safety, filling the young man's mind with beguiling promises. After much persuasion, Jiang Bai reluctantly agreed to forego the marketplace transaction and accompany Liu+Lao to procure the materials at a lower cost. With the prospect of a big catch in sight, Liu+Lao's grin widened. However, Jiang Bai abruptly changed his stance. There is one final matter. Having played this role for so long, Jiang Bai felt it was time to turn the tables. Hearing those words, Liu+Lao's heart sank, realizing the precarious situation. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, What is it? If we cancel this transaction in the marketplace? Jiang Bai, with an expression of innocence, queried earnestly, Shouldn't you compensate me for breach of contract? Chapter 018. Halfway through the celebration of champagne breach of contract, Liu+Lao's expression shifted dramatically as he forced a smile and said, Brother, you must be jesting. The trading market was under the operation of the Yingsha base, and every establishment here not only had to pay a rental fee to the base, but also adhere to numerous regulations. It was precisely because of these rules that goods here were at least 30% more expensive than those outside. By the same token, if Liu+Lao were to cancel the transaction, he would be obligated to pay a penalty equivalent to the value of the goods. What profits could he hope to gain from that? I understand your urgency, but do not rush, Jiang Bai replied calmly. Look here, the order we placed has been officially recorded, and I have paid a deposit. If this business were to abruptly cease, with me relinquishing my money and you withholding the goods, wouldn't it invite unnecessary trouble if someone were to investigate and trace it back to us? Liu+Lao paused, realizing Jiang Bai had a point, though a sense of unease lingered. Then, he suddenly suggested, why not cancel the order on the grounds that the goods have not yet arrived? If the purchaser cancels, and the seller is willing to refund the deposit, then no penalty would apply. Jiang Bai responded with conviction, That's simply one to do. Anyone familiar with me knows I am one to seize every opportunity for a bargain. Why should I forfeit this chance? Liu+Lao was taken aback, questioning, Are you even aware of what you're saying? Those who know you are aware of your penchant for bargains? Is that a compliment? How can you boast about it so proudly? In frustration, Liu+Lao tossed the dilemma back to Jiang Bai. If that one tea work and this one tea work, then what do you propose? His stance was firm. He would not suffer a loss in his business dealings. Should he be compelled to pay Jiang by a breach of contract penalty, this transaction would be a monumental loss. Unless a glint of cold determination flashed in Liu+Lao's eyes as a plan began to form in his mind. Unless he compensated Jiang Bai with cash, this young man would soon meet his end, and the cash would remain his. Jiang Bai then presented his premeditated idea. Brother, you compensate me the breach of contract penalty, and I'll use that money to hire 2 bodyguards. We can go collect the goods together. No need to look elsewhere for bodyguards. You can just introduce 2 friends of yours to accompany us. You see, it all circles back, and the money returns to you. Your 2 friends won't face much risk. It'll be just a casual outing, a meal followed by stroll. Upon hearing this, Liu+Lao chuckled. You little rascal. Quite clever indeed. You speak so sweetly, yet you're looking to get 2 bodyguards for free. Do you think it's cheap to have entry-level ability users accompany us? Jiang Bai scoffed. I need protection from entry-level ability users? Please, I could take on 10 of them. Bold enough. Liu+Lao narrowed his eyes, agreeing to Jiang Bai's proposal. In his mind, Jiang Bai possessed a bit of cunning but lacked true wisdom. He was bound to suffer significant losses by chasing after small gains. It seemed that Jiang Bai had gained 2 bodyguards for free, but in reality, they were harbingers of death. Liu+Lao and his crew were already plotting to commit murder and plunder, and they were eagerly awaiting the opportunity to strike. Jiang Bai, in a proactive manner, proposed the hiring of 2 bodyguards, thereby providing Liu+Lao with the perfect opportunity to position his men close to Jiang Bai. At that moment, with their combined efforts, they could easily subdue Jiang Bai, a novice in the realm of abilities, without much difficulty. Before long, Liu+Lao complied with Jiang Bai's suggestion, refunding him 30,000 yuan in breach of contract fees and procuring 2 formidable novice ability users to introduce as bodyguards. As per our usual practice, a contract would be signed at the market. Jiang Bai produced a contract he had meticulously prepared. It was the standard employment template from the Silver Sand Task Association. With 3 copies to be made, he would cover the processing fee at the front desk. The task was straightforward. The 2 men were to ensure his protection, with the stipulation that they could flee in the face of life-threatening danger, but must not harm him. Being seasoned veterans in this line of work, they understood the nature of the protective task. After a cursory glance at the contract and confirming there were no issues, they readily affixed their signatures. Jiang Bai proceeded to the front desk to pay the processing fee, also taking the liberty to purchase insurance for the 2. However, the beneficiaries of this insurance could not be Jiang Bai. It was designed to prevent those initiating dangerous tasks from exploiting the situation to cause harm and then claim insurance money. The beneficiaries were the 2 sturdy men themselves. Should they sustain injuries, they would receive a substantial medical fee, and in the event of their demise, the funds would be allocated to their families. From Liu+Lao's perspective, procuring this insurance was an unnecessary extravagance, a waste of money. However, the affluent Jiang Bai remarked that the front desk attendant was quite attractive, and he had simply acquiesced to her persistent insurance pitches. After securing the contract, Jiang Bai produced 2 sets of combat attire and offered them to the men, stating, "As your employer, I am concerned for your safety. Please don this attire." One of the robust men scoffed, "No thanks, we have better." Jiang Bai's interest was piqued. "Excellent. Then let us exchange." The sturdy man looked perplexed. Jiang Bai pointed at the task contract and asserted, "The contract stipulates that any reasonable request concerning my personal safety should be met. Wearing superior combat attire would certainly enhance my chances of survival, would it not?" The sturdy man glanced at Liu+Lao, momentarily uncertain. Liu+Lao, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a piece of clothing. Let him wear it for a while. Once the task is complete, it will still belong to you. You say that so lightly." The sturdy man pulled Liu+Lao aside and whispered, "If this attire gets damaged, I will incur losses on this deal." Their scheme was to lure Jiang Bai, a plump target, to his demise. If the combat attire were donned by Jiang Bai, it would surely suffer wear and tear. Furthermore, garments worn by the deceased carry ill fortune. Liu+Lao, exuding confidence, replied calmly, "Why fret? The boss has already made arrangements to ensure your attire remains unscathed." "Unscathed? Aren't we planning to eliminate this fellow?" The sturdy man's expression shifted from doubt to sudden realization. Has the boss engaged a psychic ability user to intervene? Psychic ability users, also known as mentalists, can strike invisibly, making them nearly impossible to defend against, unless one is also a telepath or has refined their cranial structure. The average individual endowed with extraordinary abilities stands no chance against a telepath. A mid-tier telepath could effortlessly handle a novice like Jiang Bai, could they not? With the involvement of a telepath, the brawny man was swiftly persuaded, willingly shedding his combat attire to exchange with Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai promptly donned the suit over his own and turned to the other robust man, urging, "You should change as well." The other, resigned, replied, "My outfit is identical to yours. There would be no difference." Jiang Bai insisted earnestly, "I prefer to wear two suits. It feels safer." The onlookers were left speechless. After a series of exchanges, Jiang Bai, now clad in two combat suits, felt a sense of contentment as he departed the trading market alongside the trio. In the eastern part of the city, "Get in my vehicle. We shall arrive in half an hour." The four of them climbed into a jeep, whisked away by the swirling sands, vanishing around the corner. Observing the jeep's departure from Shadowy Corner, an individual picked up a walkie-talkie and quietly announced, "Wolf's Den. Wolf's Den, the lamb has begun its journey. The lamb has begun its journey." A crackling sound emanated from the device, and, after a brief pause, a response came, "Wolf's Den acknowledges. Prepare a feast at home and chill that bottle of champagne." Chapter 19. The Art of Caution at the Silver Sand Base. Situated in the eastern part of the city, warehouse ID 185, the lights of the second-floor office flickered through the lace curtains, casting a dim silhouette of a figure within. However, upon entering the office, one would be astonished to find it utterly deserted, save for two mannequins positioned at the desk, occasionally shifting in a well-crafted guise. In contrast, the adjacent office lay shrouded in darkness, yet the sound of breathing could be discerned. From the shadows emerged a voice, somewhat muffled, inquiring, "Is this truly necessary?" No reply was given. The individual continued to mutter to himself, "To ambush a novice ability user, we have dispatched 4 novices and 1 intermediate, with our superior, a high-level ability user, backing us. Why then summon an additional psychic to intervene? To be blunt, the cost of our team far exceeds that of this novice ability user." Still, silence prevailed in the darkness. The discontented voice grew more fervent, exclaiming, "The target is approaching, and the trap is set. Yet here you are, forsaking the perfectly good office to hide in this storage room. Is it truly necessary to be this cautious when an intermediate attacks a novice, particularly a psychic? This level of caution borders on cowardice." At last, a response emerged from the shadows. An icy voice declared, "Speak another word, and I shall end you. The job remains unfulfilled, and the payment shall not be refunded." The weight of the final words filled the room with a palpable menace. The man immediately fell silent, his breath now strained with tension. Inevitably, he found himself internally grumbling about psychics, perceiving them as conniving and overly cautious, always viewing others with suspicion, thus complicating combat and often making a mountain out of a molehill. The psychic, cloaked in darkness, harbored equal disdain for these reckless brutes. Those who relied solely on brute force to survive in this apocalyptic world were merely fortunate. They had no understanding of the very concept of caution, utilizing the illuminated office to mislead adversaries while concealing themselves in the storage room. The psychic, possessing the strength of a high-ranking individual, yet publicly claiming to be of intermediate rank, only accepting payment at that level, unfailingly concealing at least 3 hidden cards in every engagement, and remaining composed regardless of circumstances. This exemplified the survival tactics of psychics in this desolate era. From humble beginnings, the psychic ascended, honing their skills and striving for greatness, all thanks to an ingrained sense of caution. Given time, they would undoubtedly achieve the extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to assert that a psychic has yet to encounter anyone more prudent than themselves. This caution had evolved into a veritable art form. Barely had the psychic spoken when a commotion arose outside the warehouse. A jeep came to a halt at the entrance, and 4 individuals disembarked in succession. A voice crackled through the psychic's earpiece, announcing, "The lamb has arrived at the wolf's den." Repeat, "The lamb has arrived at the wolf's den." The psychic closed their eyes, gradually gathering their energy, poised to act. At that moment, the target had just arrived, still in a state of vigilance, but once they laid eyes on the goods, their alertness would plummet, marking the precise moment for the psychic to strike. Everything proceeded according to plan with remarkable smoothness. The target was a young man, clad in 2 combat suits, appearing somewhat ridiculous as he followed the crowd into the warehouse. Before long, A signal indicating the onset of hostilities resonated through the space. In an instant, the lights abruptly extinguished, and in the darkness, several individuals simultaneously lunged at the target. Bang! 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 After a few muffled thuds, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground ensued. Amidst the darkness, someone cried out in alarm. "The point is sharp. Run!" Following this, two more muffled sounds echoed. In less than a minute, the ambushing group faced near annihilation. Listening to the commotion emanating from the warehouse, the individual in the storage room could no longer maintain his composure and growled, "Damn it! Why haven't you made a move yet? The point is sharp." I kicked a steel plate. He was acutely aware that in order to survive, he could only gamble his life. Pleading for mercy? Such an option did not exist in this apocalyptic world. He was a reckless man, not a fool. The telepath's voice rang out once more, devoid of its earlier decisiveness. Imbued with fatigue and weakness, I've already made my move. At this moment, the telepath was a pitiful sight, black blood oozing from his orifices. Gasping for breath, he had already acted against the target at the earliest moment. The opponent successfully defended against his assault, inflicting a hidden injury upon the telepath as a powerful force disrupted his sequence skill, leaving him gravely wounded. Without time to ponder the nature of this sequence skill, the telepath's singular focus was on one thing: survival. His mind raced, deducing that his adversary was at least a high-level ability user, either having refined their skull or also being a telepath. His advantage lay in remaining hidden, having preemptively mapped out 3 escape routes. The telepath fished a vial from his pocket, swiftly crushing it between his teeth, allowing the glass shards to pierce his tongue as the concoction coursed into his bloodstream. Initiating its effects, his injuries began to mend instantly, and a surge of energy surged within him, elevating his condition to unprecedented heights. Even when faced with a formidable opponent, he felt a glimmer of hope for survival. At that moment, the enemy's voice echoed from within the warehouse. "Telepath, stop hiding. I see you. Don't let me catch you, or you'll pay dearly." Hearing the voice from below, a faint smirk graced the telepath's lips. The enemy was attempting to deceive him. The adversary remained downstairs, which was promising news, as his position had not been revealed. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best option. He prepared to flee, but just then, a ghostly voice floated from behind him. "I told you. I found you. Why don't you believe me?" He whirled around abruptly, only to find a blood wolf outside the window, fixated on him. The wolf bore a speaker around its neck, and the voice emanated from there. This was bad. He had been tricked again. Wait, why did I say again? Just as the telepath was poised to retaliate, another low growl resonated from behind. "Stop." In that fleeting moment, the telepath swiftly contemplated his response. What a fool to utilize sequence abilities and yet announce it aloud. Is it truly foolish to repeatedly set traps for oneself? Whether he is indeed foolish is of little consequence. What matters is the effectiveness of his sequential ability, which should be at a standstill. The likelihood of interrupting, even at the same rank, is exceedingly low. He had previously employed it once, expending at least 2,000 chi. Even a high-tier extraordinary individual cannot utilize such a technique so frequently and with such quality. The more chi expended, the more potent the interruption becomes, and vice versa. Thus, the probability of a successful interruption this time is minimal. The advantage lies with me. Suddenly, the mentalist's body froze, his pupils contracting sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. His sequential ability was interrupted once more, twice consecutively, with at least 2,000 chi expended for the interruption. What sort of monster has he provoked? A hall-level powerhouse? Or perhaps something even more extraordinary? He had no time to ponder further. A shadow lunged from an oblique angle, and with a swift motion, a hand struck decisively upon the mentalist's forehead. The interruption. This time, Jiang Bai did not vocalize it. He was not foolish enough to announce his sequential ability each time he unleashed it. The sheer force of that single strike was sufficient to severely injure his opponent, not to mention that it was imbued with interruption. With just one blow, the adversary spewed blood, his vision blurred with stars, and his consciousness waned. Easily subduing the final foe, Jiang Bai exhaled a breath of frustration, surveying his surroundings, and muttered to himself, "From whom should I commence the interrogation? Mentalist, Abba Abba." Chapter 020. You seem quite pleasant at precisely 6 p.m. Jiang Bai, accompanied by Liu+Lao, arrived at the warehouse ID 185 in the eastern part of the city. At 6:03 p.m., Jiang Bai was attacked and immediately contacted the Silver Sand Defense Bureau, reporting an assault by unidentified individuals and the presence of uncontrollable beasts on site. By 6:08 p.m., the Silver Sand Defense Bureau dispatched Team A3 to provide assistance. At 6:19 p.m., Team A3 arrived at the scene, only to find that the beasts had vanished, leaving behind 5 lifeless bodies, all bearing signs of savage bites, with the cause of death remaining unknown. Jiang Bai himself sustained minor injuries. The deceased appeared emotionally stable upon Team A3's arrival. Jiang Bai accurately described the beast's appearance to the team members. It stood as tall as a person, with blood-red fur, resembling a wolf. "And a growth on its neck, are you Jiang Bai?" the team leader inquired, surveying the chaotic scene with a suspicious gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. "Did you report this incident?" "Indeed," Jiang Bai replied calmly, articulating his words with ease. "I had arranged to procure a batch of goods through Liu+Lao in the trading market. He deceived me under the pretext that the goods had arrived, only to inform me that he could not fulfill the order and was willing to compensate for the breach of contract, offering to introduce alternative avenues for purchasing the goods. I followed him to the warehouse to inspect the merchandise, and, just as he was about to turn on me, an uncontrollable beast suddenly burst in and attacked Liu+Lao and the others. Amidst the chaos, I took cover and reported the incident until your arrival." The team leader paid no heed to Jiang Bai's words. He fixated on him with a piercing glare, his voice dripping with suspicion. "You know, people as composed as you are often the ones who lie. I've encountered many like you, those who play the victim while engaging in illicit dealings, turning the tables to cast blame elsewhere. With Liu+Lao now deceased, there are no witnesses left. Only you remain alive to tell your tale. You may say whatever you wish. I assure you, I speak only the truth." Jiang Bai insisted earnestly. "Not a single word has been concealed. If you choose to investigate, you will find the evidence to support my claims." "Truth can be deceiving," the team leader retorted, glancing around the scene with a disdainful snort. "The goods here are contraband, illegally imported into the Silver Sand base, essentially smuggled. Your private dealings in prohibited items constitute a crime. You will accompany me for further questioning." He added with a hint of curiosity, "I find it peculiar, Jiang Bai, that you chose to report this. Everyone else is dead, yet you have survived. You could have looted this warehouse without anyone knowing it was you. Even if the mastermind were aware, they would not dare to confront you. Among the deceased are 4 low-tier ability users and 1 mid-tier. To have single-handedly slain so many formidable opponents in less than 15 minutes indicates that Jiang Bai possesses strength rivaling that of a high-tier ability user. Such powerful individuals are fewer than 100 within the Silver Sand base. Had you chosen silence, no one would have sought retribution, and you could have claimed the entire warehouse's goods. The team leader had no grounds to trouble you over the corpses left behind. Deaths occur daily at the Silver Sand base. No one cares. I believe there has been a misunderstanding." Jiang Bai, with a gentle smile adorning his face, calmly stated, "I did not come here to engage in the trade of contraband. Rather, I am in pursuit of smuggling leads. In fact, I have left a signed report at the trading market, mentioning the circumstances here during the filing of my complaint. According to the regulations of the Silver Sand Management, any empowered individual who encounters smuggling clues is obligated to report to headquarters and receive a reward. My actions are entirely legal, and you may verify this with headquarters." The squad leader's expression darkened, immediately convinced that Jiang Bai spoke the truth. The reason was simple. Encountering attacks from aberrant beasts or assaults by other empowered individuals was all too common at the Silver Sand base. However, the majority of people's first instinct would not be to file a report. Why? Because reporting was often futile. No one would come to provide assistance. With insufficient personnel and limited resources, violent incidents were rampant. Such was the reality of the Silver Sand base. Human life held little value, and the Defense Department was virtually non-existent. Yet, within 10 minutes of Jiang Bai's report, headquarters dispatched the nearest A3 squad for support. Either Jiang Bai was one of their own, or his report held significant value. It now appeared to be the latter. A warehouse filled with contraband, valued at over 1 million star coins, was sufficient to prompt headquarters to send the A3 squad for assistance and simultaneously seize the goods. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The squad leader casually brought over 2 chairs, sitting on one and propping his feet on the other, continuing to scrutinize Jiang Bai. In a cold tone, he inquired, "Do you know who the deceased are? Do you know whose territory this is?" Jiang Bai shook his head, eager to learn more. The squad leader continued, "They are all associates of Dr. Cha, and this warehouse belongs to him as well. I do not know why Dr. Cha chose to attack you, nor do I understand why he failed. However, I am acutely aware that had you refrained from reporting today, there would have been room for reconciliation between you two. Even if you had seized and burned the goods in this warehouse, Dr. Cha would not have cared. But now that you have reported, we will seal this place. Between you and Dr. Cha, only one can survive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai scratched his head and sighed. "I hope that I will be the one to survive." The squad leader scoffed. "Do you think you are humorous?" Jiang Bai modestly replied, "Those who know me often say so." The squad leader retorted, "You have no idea what it means to offend Dr. Cha in the Silver Sand Base, nor do you comprehend the power he wields." His voice turned cold. "Do not blame me for not warning you, nor for my unfriendly demeanor. Anyone caught in this vortex would feel discontent. My treatment of you merely conveys that we are not allies, and I have no desire to become entangled in this mess. As for the remaining matters, they shall be handled officially. Do you understand?" "Understood." Jiang Bai produced paper and a pen, beginning to write. "According to regulations for reporting smuggling of contraband, I am entitled to a reward amounting to 20 of the goods' value." The squad leader replied, "The value has yet to be fully assessed. We will contact you once the assessment is complete." With that, he let out another cold laugh. Jiang Bai clearly had the means to claim everything, yet he chose to report it, ultimately securing only 20. What could possibly motivate this individual? Jiang Bai continued, "I hired 2 bodyguards who perished in battle. I had purchased insurance for them." The squad leader interjected, "The insurance payout is designated solely for the individual and their relatives. It has nothing to do with you. Are you attempting to defraud the insurer? Such naivety is laughable." "Not a chance," Jiang Bai retorted confidently, "but they owe me money." The squad leader chuckled, "Owe you money? Where's your evidence?" Jiang Bai calmly replied, "Both of them wore 3 combat suits that I lent them. The total cost was 6,800 star coins. Here is the invoice from the trading market, which includes the suit numbers for verification. If the suits are damaged, they must compensate me." The squad leader raised an eyebrow. 2 individuals, yet they wore 3 combat suits? How did your combat suits end up with the bodyguards? Jiang Bai's explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, leaving the squad leader momentarily speechless. Jiang Bai clarified, "I feared for their safety, hence I lent them the combat suits." After a brief silence, the squad leader retorted, "I will deduct 6,800 from the insurance payout to compensate you." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai added, "I was injured, and they failed their mission. Logically, they should compensate me for breach of contract." "How much?" the squad leader inquired. Jiang Bai answered candidly, "The mission was worth 30,000 star coins, and due to the premium, the penalty for breach is also quite substantial, 60,000 star coins, with medical expenses calculated separately." The squad leader couldn't help but laugh in frustration. The total insurance payout for the 2 amounted to only 65,000 star coins. "It seems they owe you an additional 1,800? Jiang Bai nodded. "If there are any assets under my name, I wouldn't mind." For reasons unknown, the squad leader felt that these 2 had suffered a second death at the hands of Jiang Bai. They must have committed some grave sin in their previous lives to have him as an adversary. The squad leader waved his hand dismissively. "Submit a written request. The accounting department will determine the amount owed to you. Don't bring this up with me." Nonetheless, he believed that once Jiang Bai submitted his application, he would undoubtedly receive compensation, considering that the goods in this warehouse alone were worth millions. The Insure base had taken a considerable loss, and offering Jiang Bai a portion of the spoils would merely be a matter of courtesy. Jiang Bai seemed to have recognized this, which emboldened him to act so audaciously. The squad leader uninterested in further entanglements with Jiang Bai, remarked, "If there's nothing else, you may leave. We will issue a wanted notice for Blood Wolf and will contact you immediately if we receive any information." "Thank you," Jiang Bai said sincerely before departing. "You are quite a decent person." As he watched Jiang Bai's retreating figure, a peculiar glint appeared in the squad leader's eyes. This individual, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, radiated an aura of danger. The squad leader would rather confront a hall-level powerhouse than be at odds with this man. One of the team members approached, reporting, "Captain, we have new intelligence." The squad leader, in a foul mood, responded tersely. The team member gazed at the information on the communicator, swallowing hard, his voice trembling slightly, as if gripped by an inexplicable fear. 10 minutes ago, Dr. Cha had perished. Chapter 021. The Killer, the Cicada. I am Jiang Bai, currently engaged in Task 002. On the 10th day after my awakening, I have yet to re-establish contact with the organization. My first public appearance has drawn the attention of nefarious forces, including Liu+Lao. On the 9th day, following my awakening, Liu+Lao arranged a meeting with me and attempted an ambush. I was compelled to retaliate. My strength surpassed theirs, and my speed outmatched theirs. Though it appeared as if I struck first, they were the aggressors, and I was merely acting in self-defense. According to both criminal law and the regulations of Silver Sandbase, I stand innocent, perhaps even deserving of a commendation for bravery or a Good Citizen Award. Through a brief interrogation, I gleaned from Liu+Lao and his henchman the name of the mastermind behind these machinations, Dr. T. I concede that there may have been some violations of human rights conventions during the interrogation, for which Blood Wolf bears full responsibility. As an extraordinary beast, he cannot wholly control his instincts, which is somewhat forgivable. Given that this was his first offense, a fine of 80,000 was imposed. The knowledge these henchmen possess about Dr. T is scant. He is a high-level psychic, renowned for 2 decades, operating a tea shop in the silver sand trading market and 3 establishments in the black market. His illicit activities include smuggling contraband, silencing witnesses, and trafficking humans, an extensive catalog of malevolence that is beyond reckoning. Dr. T is reputed to be a guest of honor at the headquarters of Silver Sandbase, with rumored ties to the deputy governor of Silver Sand, a transcendent being of great power. Due to the heinous nature of this organization's actions, Blood Wolf, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, killed 5 individuals. Thus, a special penalty of 5 chicken leg for dinner was enacted. Information regarding Dr. T remains limited, pending further investigation. Among those who participated in the assault against me was a reckless psychic of lesser strength, whom I subdued. Following the confrontation, his psyche was shattered, leaving him uttering only nonsensical sounds. I instructed Blood Wolf to escort this individual back to the 9th Research Institute, where he is currently confined in a small, dark room, awaiting interrogation. At present, Silver Sandbase has issued a wanted notice for the extraordinary beast, Blood Wolf. The origins of Blood Wolf and the reasons behind his assault on the Research Institute remain elusive, yet I sense that the answers are drawing near. As I work to dismantle Dr. T's criminal empire, I must also uncover the motivations behind his aggression towards me. Is the incident of Task 002 merely a coincidence? Or was it orchestrated? In the shadows of the next 1,200 years, do adversaries lurk, awaiting my resolution? Having conveyed my thoughts, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. Task 002 remains in progress. He set down the recording device, only to find the little girl gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity. She seemed brimming with questions. Brother Jiang Bai, did you know they were going to attack you? Brother Jiang Bai, did you intentionally spend so much money to show off? Brother Jiang Bai, he quickly interrupted her, allowing her to pose but one query. This inquisitive child could prattle on endlessly, and answering everything would only lead to his own detriment. After much hesitation, the girl finally settled on the most pressing concern. Brother Jiang Bai, the captive you brought back has lost his wits. How will you interrogate him? According to Jiang Bai's previous assertions, he effortlessly subdued all 6 adversaries, yet he chose to bring back a fool. What can a fool possibly inquire? Jiang Bai feigned profundity, stating that ordinary methods would indeed yield no results. The little lowly's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had Jiang Bai concealed another trump card? Did he possess extraordinary interrogation skills? She could hardly contain her eagerness to witness this unfold. Under her intense gaze, Jiang Bai revealed his answer, asserting that with the heavenly inquiry, he ought to extract some useful information. The figure in crimson murmured, "Good news. Jiang Bai has another hidden card. Bad news. This card belongs to the director." Indeed, before Jiang Bai had rendered the thought manipulator senseless with a single slap, he had already contemplated this matter. The opponent was a thought manipulator, shrouded in unknown techniques. Even if Jiang Bai had refined his skull, he could not afford to be careless. He must first incapacitate the opponent. Were it anyone else facing a fool, they would find themselves at a loss. However, the director's heavenly inquiry required no words from the adversary to glean valuable information. With that in mind, Jiang Bai promptly rose and proceeded towards the small dark room. The director, clad in an ill-fitting white lab coat, was busily attending to the patient. Jiang Bai knocked on the door and entered. "Director, how is the situation?" "Better than expected," the director replied, adjusting his glasses. He continued, "His injuries are recovering quite well. He sustained a comminuted skull fracture, and the otherworldly bone has begun to degenerate, but his life has been spared. The otherworldly bone is forged from qi. If it remains untouched by qi for an extended period or suffers severe trauma, it will regress in a mundane bone." Years ago, all of Jiang Bai's bones had been refined, but after 1,200 years of sealing, they had returned to nothing, compelling him to start the refining process anew. Thought manipulators typically refine their skulls to enhance their sequence abilities. With a single strike, Jiang Bai had nullified countless years of arduous training. The individual remained alive, yet could only babble incoherently. The director perused the dictionary, reciting the information contained within. His name is Nangong Xiaoxin, a high-tier thought manipulator, possessing the human series ability NO. 66-foot chaos. He has been active in a southeastern base and was passing through the Silver Sand base when he was invited by Dr. Cha to receive 300,000 star coins in exchange for participating in the ambush against you. The two parties had agreed to engage 3 times. Should those attempts fail, Nangong Xiaoxin would depart immediately. The director elaborated on some inconsequential details before ultimately summarizing, "Time is of the essence. This is all the information we can gather for now. There's one point that concerns me greatly, Jiang Bai. Ever since you interrupted the heavenly inquiry with CUNG, my experience while invoking the heavenly inquiry has felt distinctly different from before. It's as if, during the last attack by the Blood Wolf, the information provided by the heavenly inquiry was accurate, yet concealed the most crucial details. Such occurrences have been exceedingly rare in the past. One instance might be a coincidence, but if it happens a second time, we must prepare in advance." The director's message was clear. He had extracted considerable information through the heavenly inquiry, yet he suspected that it had concealed the most critical details. The absence of such key information could easily lead to misguidance. Thus, Jiang Bai, in his contemplation, must take this factor into account. As for the matter of the inch, we shall delve into it later. For now, let us concentrate our efforts on the adversary at hand. Jiang Bai pondered. Ultimately, the root of the issue lies with Dr. Cha. It is imperative to seek an opportunity to converse with him. Before Jiang Bai could complete his thoughts, the director lifted his gaze, regarding him with surprise, and interrupted. "Dr. Cha is deceased." "Deceased?" Jiang Bai queried in confusion. "How did he die? Just as I was about to confront him, he passes away? What a remarkable coincidence. How did he die? Who's responsible? Who possesses such audacity?" The director, even more astonished, retorted, "Was it not you who killed him? Do not slander me." Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "If I were to take a life, my name would be known." "Oh." The director scratched his head and retrieved a photograph from a dictionary. "This is an image from the crime scene, sent to me by a friend. Take a look." Jiang Bai accepted the photograph, and upon closer inspection, he beheld a corpse lying in a pool of blood, with blood scrawled on the wall in bold letters, vividly proclaiming, "Murderer, Hanchan Chapter 022. Why wasn't this mentioned sooner?" 5 blood-stained characters were inscribed on the wall, still appearing fresh and not yet fully dried. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Bai spoke, Do you believe me when I say I am not Han Chan? The director nodded earnestly. I do. Jiang Bai was taken aback. How could someone be so honest? He had managed to convince the director of his identity, and the director genuinely believed him. Such sincerity was indeed rare. If this purity were to be placed in the context of 1,200 years ago, he would have been no ordinary university student, at the very least, a candidate from a prestigious institution pursuing both a master's and doctoral degree. Jiang Bai closed his eyes, letting out a resigned sigh as he murmured to himself, "But I am Han Chan." Jiang Bai was indeed Han Chan. These 6 words 1,200 years ago were considered the highest state secret. After navigating a cataclysmic disaster, Jiang Bai found himself in a precarious state. His energy was formidable, yet it was fraught with the risk of spiraling out of control. It was precisely for this reason that he accepted Old Ma's invitation to join the special training camp. Ostensibly a training camp, in reality, it served as a protective haven. Perhaps in Old Ma's view, this camp was meant to shield Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai's perspective diverged. He believed the existence of the camp was primarily to manage the potential uncontrollability of himself. If Jiang Bai remained composed, nothing and no one could pose a threat to him, thus negating the need for protection. Yet, should he lose control, the camp, situated in the wilderness, would minimize the devastation wrought by his potential outbursts. Jiang Bai was also aware that not far from the training camp, a spacecraft stood ready at a moment's notice. Should any signs of his losing control emerge, they would swiftly board the spacecraft with his cooperation, launching directly into outer space to contain the uncontrollable Jiang Bai. Such a configuration was reserved for beings of extraordinary power. Of course, all of this was history. The identity of Han Chan 1,200 years ago symbolized far too much, one of the highest state secrets. Now, after a millennium and 2 centuries, few could recall the name Han Chan, the director, being one of his own, warranted no need for concealment. Jiang Bai never anticipated encountering a counterfeit posing as himself at Silver Sand Base. This imposter had ruthlessly eliminated Dr. Cha, a high-ranking ability user with considerable influence at the base. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Bai's mind. The adversary knows I am Han Chan, Doctor. Cha's agents attacking me were indeed a complex matter. He had been silenced. The individuals who silenced Dr. Cha must know I am Han Chan. Are they foes or allies? What of the extraordinary beings? Perhaps even more formidable. Am I being targeted by a divine general? Currently, my chances against the Celestial Emperor are less than 50%. Merely leaving with my life would be a victory. When Jiang Bai opened his eyes again, his gaze was filled with determination. The director promptly inquired, "Do you have a plan?" Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, replying earnestly, "Not yet." However, in our era, there existed a method specifically designed for such situations. By employing this method, all difficulties shall ultimately be resolved. The director's spirit was invigorated. "What method?" Jiang Bai inquired, uttering 2 words, "Hold a meeting." The director replied, "Prepare yourself. We shall convene in the dining hall in 15 minutes to discuss strategies." With that, Jiang Bai exited the small black room, followed closely by the director, who locked the door behind them. In the instant the door shut, Nangong Xiaoxin, previously in a stupor, blinked, his eyes slightly swiveling before reverting to their vacant state. Mouth agape, drooling and uttering incoherent sounds. Upon leaving the small black room, the director intended to catch up with Jiang Bai to discuss Nangong Xiaoxin's situation. Having climbed from humble beginnings to a high-ranking mind master, Nangong Xiaoxin had faced countless life-and-death battles and perilous situations, truly rising from the depths of despair. Though currently subdued, he remained a dangerous entity. In the past, armed with the Tianwen, the director would have felt no concern. Yet now, it appeared that the Tianwen had encountered some issues. If it indeed concealed critical information, Nangong Xiaoxin could pose significant trouble for them. However, the director reassured himself to trust his comrades. In the matter of Lao Lu, Jiang Bai was indeed trustworthy. Jiang Bai might have already discerned the underlying issues. His silence suggested he had his own thoughts. Returning to his office, the director rummaged through documents, diligently preparing for the meeting in 15 minutes. He sensed that the emergence of the term Han Chan had stirred something deep within Jiang Bai. Upon encountering the mention of Han Chan, Jiang Bai seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Perhaps this was the true essence of Jiang Bai. 15 minutes later, in the dining hall, a small blackboard bore the inscription, First Combat Meeting. Attendees, Director Jiang Bai Dan Hongi. Outside security, Blood Wolf. Jiang Bai, with utmost seriousness, addressed Dan Hongi. You will be responsible for recording the minutes of this meeting. This matter is of great importance and must be entrusted to someone capable. Can you handle it? Dan Hongi nodded vigorously, proudly affirming, no problem. The director scratched his head, suspecting that Jiang, by assigning the minutes to Dan Hongi, was merely to keep her occupied and reduce her inquiries. Yet, lacking evidence, the director refrained from casting aspersions on his comrade. With all preparations complete, Jiang Bai posed the first question. Director, regarding my awakening, how many individuals were involved, and how many were aware of it? I need to understand the full context. For 10 days since his awakening, Jiang Bai had never broached the subject, nor had the director taken the initiative to mention it. Now, someone was using the name Han Chan to commit murder. Memories from 1200 years ago resurfaced in Jiang Bai's mind. Old friends, relics, and past events. The mention of Han Chan struck a nerve deep within him. He needed to locate this individual and ascertain what they knew, whether the organization still existed, and how many remained involved in the Cicada project. Too many questions awaited answers. Confronted by Jiang Bai's inquisitive gaze, the director appeared to be well prepared. Clearing his throat, he began, I was originally the 12th Divine General, and during an exploration of a relic, I unexpectedly uncovered clues that could save the world. Stop, stop, Jiang Bai interjected hastily. Director, what did you just say? The director reiterated, I said that during my exploration of the relic, I discovered clues to save the world. Jiang Bai shook his head. Not that sentence. What did you say in the first sentence? I was originally the 12th Divine General. The director felt a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong with that? The recorder, clad in red, produced her notes to confirm. Indeed, the director's first statement was precisely that. After a moment of silence, Jiang Bai inquired with a hint of melancholy. Such significant news? Why did you not mention it sooner? The director replied candidly, You did not ask. Jiang Bai. Chapter 023, The Secret Tomb. The forbidden land of death you did not inquire. Hence I refrained from mentioning it. The director's gaze revealed a certain clarity of foolishness. This aligns perfectly with Jiang Bai's perception of him. On a positive note, at least the director's persona remains intact. Jiang Bai decided to shift the topic of discussion, initiating a conversation regarding the 12 divine generals. He had always harbored some suspicions about the director's identity, and at this moment, those suspicions were validated. The ability to awaken his slumbering self after 1200 years, to refine the 9th set of bone refinement exercises, and to master the celestial sequence ability, Tianwen. Jiang Bai understood well that the director's strength could not be feeble. He voiced his confusion. If I recall correctly, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man correspond to the apex warriors, namely, the 4 heavenly emperors, the 8 earth guardians, and the 12 divine generals. Is that not so? Director, you are not an ability user of the heavenly system, yet you have become a divine general. This does not add up. Could it be that there are further surprises awaiting me? Was he once a heavenly emperor? This time, Jiang Bai directly inquired. The director, somewhat abashed, responded, I am an ability user of both the heavenly and human systems, though the vast majority of people are only aware of my human system abilities. As for being a divine general, I have not held that title for many years. I have almost forgotten about it and do not consider it significant, which is why I did not mention it. Evidently, upon observing Jiang Bai's reaction, the director realized that his previous role as a divine general was crucial information. By concealing such vital intelligence, he felt he had betrayed the trust of his comrades and hindered their mission's progress. In essence, should they fail in their endeavor to save the world, the responsibility would rest squarely on his shoulders for this act of concealment. Overwhelmed with shame, the director frantically raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, his expression more sorrowful than that of a bitter melon. How many times must it be said? Do not always wear such a morose countenance. Jiang Bai could surmise the director's thoughts, though he never anticipated the extent of his absurdity. He patted the director's shoulder. Let the world witness a bit more joy. It would greatly aid task 002. The director's eyes brightened. Really? He immediately forced a smile, but felt it too strained. So he vigorously rubbed his face with both hands, eventually revealing an innocent grin. Shan Hongi contemplated the meeting records before her, lost in thought. Was there truly a necessity to document such matters? Returning to the subject of the divine generals, Jiang Bai solemnly asked, what constitutes a divine general? How does one become a divine general, and why have you lost that identity? The director began to explain, there are indeed numerous distinctions above the extraordinary realm. Broadly speaking, it involves allowing oneself to accommodate more indestructible substances, thereby enhancing combat prowess. You should also understand that indestructible substances are not genuinely indestructible. Rather, it is merely a designation. I personally believe that what we refer to as indestructible substances are simply a higher form of qi, akin to water freezing into ice. The essence remains unchanged. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. The director continued, during the millennium of the fourth era of mysterious tides, we remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the world. However, during the fifth mysterious tide, as I previously mentioned, the wilderness has become exceedingly perilous, a danger intricately linked to the fourth mysterious tide. The history of the fourth mysterious tide remains a blank canvas, yet you assert that the peril is associated with it. Jiang Bai articulated his conjecture. Could it be an out-of-control paranormal entity? Indeed, we share this sentiment. The director concurred, stating that upon the demise of a superhuman, their powers spiral out of control, affecting the surrounding environment. The more indestructible matter one possesses, the larger the scale of the chaos, the broader its impact, and the more challenging it becomes to manage. The area influenced by the uncontrolled powers of a superhuman postmortem is referred to as a secret grave. On this planet, there are recorded secret graves numbering over 10 million. Hiss! Even Jiang Bai could not help but draw in a sharp breath, exclaiming how terrifying it is. Each superhuman's death creates a small zone of demise. Any being beneath the superhuman level that ventures into it faces certain death. How many superhumans emerged during the fourth mysterious tide, and what led to their downfall? Did millions of superhumans perish due to the retreat of the mysterious tide? After their demise, why do their powers only impact the immediate vicinity without spreading further? Who constructed their graves? Jiang Bai could not fathom that the secret graves formed naturally. How many lives will the retreat of the fifth mysterious tide claim? The mists of history grow increasingly dense, concealing the truth in the shadows. As Jiang Bai navigates through this obscurity, the more he learns, the more perplexing his inquiries become, leaving him with endless enigmas and a stifling sense of oppression. Observing Jiang Bai nod, the director continued, stating that secret graves vary in strength, correlating with the superhuman's prowess in life. The rules governing these graves are peculiar. Entry requires mastery of abilities within the same category. On this planet, the 24 most perilous secret graves, also known as forbidden zones of death, consist of 4 celestial, 8 terrestrial, and 12 human graves, totaling 24 locations. Each forbidden zone presents unique circumstances. What remains consistent is their instability, as they undergo mutations over time, necessitating intervention to restore stability. Failure to address these anomalies promptly could lead to global annihilation. Anyone who successfully manages the anomalies within a forbidden zone is recognized as a top-tier powerhouse, akin to the Heavenly Emperor, the Earthly Guardian, or the Divine General. As I mentioned previously, conversely, should the Divine General fail in managing the anomalies or if others handle them, they naturally lose their esteemed title. I see. The director's words unraveled many of Jiang Bai's confusions. The director had once resolved the anomalies of a forbidden zone, earning the title of the 12th Divine General and gaining renown across the land. However, due to certain circumstances, he could not continue addressing the anomalies, allowing successors to take over, thus relinquishing his title. This makes perfect sense. Jiang Bai then inquired, mustn't managing a forbidden zone confer some special enhancement to one's abilities? Otherwise, the title of Divine General would seem merely nominal, rather than a true emblem of the pinnacle of strength. Indeed, the director nodded. After successfully addressing the anomalies within the Death Forbidden Zone, he would temporarily possess a modicum of authority, allowing him to harness the formidable powers of the Death Forbidden Zone, that terrifying force, even if one could summon but a mere 1% of it, could elevate an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of strength in the world. Jiang Bai fell silent once more. A grave, a deceased individual. The uncontrollable might of 1% of their extraordinary abilities could propel someone to the status of a divine general. Just how powerful must this deceased person have been in life? And what could have led to their demise? Jiang Bai understood that the director was unaware of the answers. Having unraveled the mysteries of the divine general, Jiang Bai remained true to his purpose and returned to the original point, continuing the previous discussion. You ventured into ancient relics. What sort of ancient relics? There are also secret graves, death, forbidden zones. Do you have companions? It can be considered a secret grave, not belonging to any known death forbidden zone. The clues were discovered in the death forbidden zone I was tasked with guarding. As for my companions, I am uncertain if they qualify as such. The director hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and candidly stated, "The 4 heavenly emperors accompanied me." Chapter 024. I inquired about this day. The 4 heavenly emperors and a divine general, the foremost powers of this age, collectively took action. Even Jiang Bai, upon hearing such a grand assembly, was momentarily rendered speechless. After much contemplation, he managed to utter 3 words, and then he longed for follow-up, urging for updates. Jiang Bai was all too familiar with this scenario. The director reminisced, stating that the secret grave had never been documented. We remained oblivious to its origins and the enigmas it concealed. Even the circumstances surrounding its unveiling were steeped in coincidence and serendipity. While guarding the realm of death, I acquired clues regarding this secret grave, rumored to harbor secrets capable of either saving or obliterating the world. In pursuit of this mystery, I brokered an alliance with the 4 heavenly emperors through the Human King. The 5 of us would venture into this secret grave, with any discoveries to be divided among the 4 of them. I interjected, urging a pause. Jiang Bai could not restrain himself from interrupting, asking, if you could contact the Human King, why not forge an alliance directly with him? If memory serves, the Human King's strength should rival that of the heavenly emperors, correct? The 4 heavenly emperors merely symbolized power. They safeguarded the most perilous secret graves of the celestial realm. However, the Human King did not gain renown by guarding graves, but through his formidable prowess, his dignified demeanor, and his exemplary conduct. In Jiang Bai's estimation, it was fair to say that the Human King embodied the very spirit that Jiang Bai once possessed. Given this, when selecting allies, the prospect of partnering with the Human King made the 4 heavenly emperors less appealing. The director candidly explained, the Human King has aged considerably. He spends most of his time in slumber, and moreover, he is not a celestial ability user and thus cannot enter this secret grave. The grave operates under specific rules. Only those with the corresponding abilities may enter. Although I am a divine general, I possess celestial abilities, specifically heavenly inquiry, and practice dual abilities. Jiang Bai nodded slowly, understanding the situation. Since it was a celestial secret grave, the director could only enlist the 4 heavenly emperors for assistance. The director willingly relinquished all gains within the grave in pursuit of clues to save the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai could not help but sigh. Truly, I am at a loss for words. Jiang Bai signaled for the director to proceed. Upon entering the secret grave, after a fierce battle, we painstakingly reached its innermost depths, only to discover that matters were far from straightforward. The director's brow furrowed as he recalled past events, his complexion paling slightly. At the deepest part of the grave, there are 9 grand doors. Jiang Bai's eyes brightened, and he immediately drew upon his extensive knowledge of web literature, speculating, bronze doors, bronze coffins, bronze doors. Anything associated with bronze evokes a sense of ancient history, mysterious origins, and formidable unknowns. Bronze, unique and unparalleled. The director replied, perhaps you should consider reading less web literature? The assistant immediately noted in the meeting records, excessive consumption of web literature. Jiang Bai chuckled, please continue. The director reminisced. Recalling the 9 grand doors, standing 33 meters tall and 66 meters wide, their material unknown. The first 4 doors had already been swung open, yet no light could penetrate their depths, revealing only an endless abyss of darkness beyond. The 5th door revealed a narrow crevice, while the remaining 4 were securely locked. The state of these 9 doors could easily evoke thoughts of mysterious tides. Jiang Bai pondered aloud. Could these doors be connected to the enigmatic tides? We shared the same suspicion, the director affirmed. We employed every conceivable method to ascertain what lay beyond the doors, yet our efforts proved futile. Some suggested retreating and sealing this secret tomb until we had garnered greater strength for exploration, while others advocated for venturing behind the first 4 doors. There were even those who wished to unlock the 5th door. No one could convince the other. At this point, Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, noting that with the absence of the king of men, none of the 4 heavenly emperors submitted to one another. Each likely possessed differing states of power. If a heavenly emperor found themselves weak, they would naturally perceive a hopeful future and be reluctant to take risks. Conversely, one at the peak of their power would feel invincible, daring to forge ahead even through perilous paths. An emperor whose power had waned might feel time slipping away, perceiving this as perhaps their last opportunity, thus opting for the most audacious course of action. Although Jiang Bai was not present at the scene, his conjectures were not far from the truth. With no unified consensus among the group, they ultimately resolved to act independently. The director continued, recounting how the situation was quite clear. Even if the other heavenly emperors chose to withdraw from the secret tomb, re-entry would not pose a significant challenge for them. However, as a mere divine general, he had but one chance to stand before the doors and could not simply walk away. He had a close bond with one of the heavenly emperors and thus made an agreement. He would voluntarily step through one of the doors, and should he perish, he would convey as much valuable information as possible, with the emperor pledging to assist in fulfilling his unfinished business. In this scenario, the heavenly emperor had options, while the director did not. Among the 5, he was the weakest and least formidable, relying on the protection of the other 4 to reach this point. To put it bluntly, the director was treated as a test subject. Faced with the unknown beyond the doors, even a heavenly emperor would hesitate to act recklessly. Sending the director to test the waters aligned with the interests of the 4 heavenly emperors present. Even if the director himself did not mention it, the others would subtly pressure him to proceed. As a seasoned veteran, Jiang Bai was well aware of the intricate dynamics at play and sighed in resignation. You, my friend, are simply too naive. The director, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, those who know me often say the same. Jiang Bai quipped, are you actually feeling proud? Given that the director was still alive, one could assume the story's conclusion was not overly tragic. Jiang Bai inquired with curiosity, what lay beyond the doors? I chose the first door. Initially, I intended to select the second, but an invisible barrier thwarted my entry. Upon entering the first door, a myriad of luminous points materialized before me, some radiating with great intensity, while others flickered faintly, like grains of rice. Before I could fully comprehend the spectacle, one of the brighter orbs darted towards me, penetrating my being. In that instant, I distinctly sensed the fortification of Tianwen, its power unprecedentedly amplified. The director, having turned misfortune into fortune, not only escaped peril, but unexpectedly gained enhancement. A smile graced Jiang Bai's face as he inquired, after the enhancement of Tianwen, what did you ask? This external augmentation, however, was not everlasting. Over time, its effects would gradually wane. In other words, the director had to utilize Tianwen swiftly, for he had but a single opportunity. This was his most potent inquiry, one that would reveal his deepest concern. Clearly, this question had occupied his thoughts for many years, and he needed neither contemplation nor hesitation to articulate it. After a brief silence, the director voiced the question he had posed long ago. I ask the heavens, how shall we save the world? Chapter 25. Now we are comrades inquiring of the heavens, the salvation. This response was anticipated, as it aligned with reason. However, upon hearing it, a faint smile of bitterness emerged on Jiang Bai's face. If the director had indeed procured a useful answer and discovered the path to salvation, The Ninth Research Institute would not be in such dire straits that it could scarcely afford its electricity bill. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai felt compelled to press further. What is the answer? I have obtained the coordinates of a secret grave of the human lineage, the director replied, with the assistance of 2 divine generals. I deciphered this grave, and you were unearthed from there. Awakening you was an exceptionally time-consuming and labor-intensive task, especially in this apocalyptic era where mere survival is already a daunting challenge, let alone perseverance. As he spoke, the director's voice noticeably diminished. It was evident that not everyone supported his endeavors. Investing time, money, and energy into a bottomless pit with uncertain prospects of success. Many believed he had lost his sanity. It was only on the day Jiang Bai awoke that the director glimpsed a sliver of hope. Feeling the long-awaited gaze of the director upon him, an invisible weight settled upon Jiang Bai. He understood. You consider me a savior? The director scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Shan Hongyi interjected, yes, the savior. The mere thought of those 3 words made Jiang Bai chuckle softly. Suddenly, he inquired, do you have any cigarettes? The director replied, do you prefer electronic or traditional? Jiang Bai asked, are there traditional electronic ones? The director responded. Jiang Bai was nothing if not rebellious. He smiled lightly, traditional will suffice. The director produced a pack of cigarettes from his lab coat and handed it to Jiang Bai. With a flick of his fingertip across the table, a flicker of flame appeared at his fingertip, effortlessly igniting the cigarette. Shan Hongyi's eyes sparkled with a rare sense of wonder. The director yearned to explain that this was a simple application of qi, rapidly elevating the temperature in a minuscule area to achieve combustion. Normally, an ability user would scorch their own nails and fingers performing such a feat. Jiang Bai appeared unscathed because he had previously sprayed alcohol on his fingertip, the scent of which the director could detect even from across the table. Yet, he felt that discussing such matters at this critical moment was somewhat inappropriate. The director was further perplexed as to why Jiang Bai still had the leisure to engage in such antics under this pressure. Either Jiang Bai was not taking this matter seriously and thus felt no pressure, or he was inherently optimistic with an exceptionally brave heart. Based on his understanding of Jiang Bai, it was likely the latter. After lighting the cigarette, Jiang Bai did not take a puff, but instead placed it at the edge of the table, allowing it to burn slowly, like a witness. Through the haze of smoke, Jiang Bai looked at Shan Hongyi and said, what I am about to say need not be recorded. Shan Hongyi promptly set down her pen. Her hand splayed across the table, fully focused, eager not to miss a single word. Director, I may have to disappoint you. Jiang Bai spoke slowly. In our era, there was a saying, there has never been a savior. Placing the hope of salvation entirely upon a single individual is a heroic and idealistic perspective, a narrow and one-sided view of history. Overcoming the catastrophe of the mysterious tides does not rely on one person or even a handful. It requires the collective unity of an entire nation, the concerted efforts of a civilization, and the relentless perseverance of countless individuals. Indeed, the mysterious tides represent a disaster that we still cannot comprehend, yet this does not imply that we cannot vanquish it. In ancient times, people were oblivious to floods, earthquakes, eclipses, and plagues, yet this ignorance did not hinder the growth of civilization on this land. We have traversed 5 millennia to forge our own civilization. Now, as a new disaster looms, even if we are momentarily engulfed in darkness and chaos, and the flame of hope seems nearly extinguished, I still harbor hope. For a civilization devoid of hope may choose self-destruction in the shadows, whereas one that possesses hope will steadfastly await the dawn's light. There has never been a savior. If one must be named, then the saviors are you, me, and every individual advancing on this path, all those who strive, struggle, and fight for the hope of tomorrow. Each person can be their own hero. Each can also be the savior of this era. This declaration resonated powerfully, echoing with conviction. How can one describe the shock this statement brought to the 2 listeners? It seemed almost inconceivable that someone like Jiang Bai could utter such words. Sensing their thoughts, Jiang Bai sheepishly admitted, my instructor once told me the same. Director Dan Hongyi remarked, so it was indeed borrowed. Jiang Bai quickly retorted, my instructor heard it from his father. He is not the original source either. The instructor borrowed it too. Upon hearing this, the director's expression shifted slightly. A person may be slain, but the spirit can endure. The same words spoken by the instructor's father to him, then conveyed by the instructor to Jiang Bai, and now shared by Jiang Bai with them. Regardless of how times change, the transmission of this spirit remains constant. The director appeared to grasp this concept. Greatly inspired, as long as this legacy continues, hope endures. Dan Hongyi regarded Jiang Bai with a skeptical gaze, pondering whether he was taking advantage of them. Jiang Bai rose, adjusted his attire, and with a serious demeanor, turned to the director on behalf of all those who engaged in this endeavor 200 years ago. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. By the way, what is your name? Jiang Bai paused, realizing he had woken for nearly half a month. Yet the director had never mentioned his name. How could he have overlooked such a detail? Frowning, Jiang Bai sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared. The director scratched his head, exasperated. The side effects of using Tianwen completely erase my name. In this world, no one remembers what I'm called, and any trace associated with my name has been obliterated. The first law of mysterious tides. All things are exchanged equivalently. The director, having drawn upon forces not his own, posed a question and unearthed a clue. In doing so, he also forfeited much: his identity as a deity, his power, his status, his wealth. Even his very name, a nameless individual, now navigates the seemingly endless path shrouded in darkness. He is deserving of this gratitude and respect. Jiang Bai stated solemnly. In the presence of the instructor, I, Jiang Bai, formally invite you to join Task 002 to collaboratively assist me in its completion. Across the table, Jiang Bai extended his right hand towards the director. Would he accept this invitation? There was no reason for hesitation. The somewhat flustered director instinctively began to scratch his head, then realized it was inappropriate. His hand hovered in the air, caught in indecision, unsure whether to extend one hand or the other. He found himself in a moment of chaotic awkwardness. Ultimately, he calmly reached out his hand. In that instant, two hands from disparate eras clasped together. The small room resonated with Jiang Bai's deep voice, imbued with a power incomprehensible to this age, both sacred and noble. Now we are comrades. Chapter 26. When like-minded individuals are referred to as comrades. Following a brief handshake, Jiang Bai provided the director with additional information. The objective of the mission is to resolve the mysterious tidal secondary disaster and save all of humanity. Currently, the only personnel involved in the execution of this task are you and me. You remain in your probationary period, with no formal confirmation. I shall act as your guarantor. Should you exhibit any traitorous behavior, I will be responsible for your execution. The same process applies if you choose to vouch for others joining Mission 002 in the future. This latitude and longitude coordinate points to a reserve warehouse for Mission 002, which I surmise is the closest warehouse to the Silver Sand Base. After 1,200 years, it is uncertain whether the warehouse still exists, and even if it does, how much of its contents would be usable. Thus, we should not harbor overly high expectations. Jiang Bai rarely adopted such a serious demeanor, and the director, along with Shan Hongyi, listened intently. In this apocalyptic world, the director, as a divine general, tirelessly sought the path to salvation, and his efforts garnered Jiang Bai's approval, officially integrating him into Mission 002. Jiang Bai disclosed considerable information regarding the mission's objectives, regulations, and the warehouse, though not all details were shared. Firstly, one must always exercise caution. His wariness was not directed at the director, but rather stemmed from a concern that the director's knowledge could inadvertently jeopardize him. Secondly, the information pertaining to the Cicada project is classified. As the director is still in the evaluation phase, he lacks the clearance to access all details. Even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, Jiang Bai adhered to the principles established in years past. The director nodded in understanding. After Jiang Bai completed his introduction of the fundamental circumstances, the director felt compelled to say something. After much contemplation, it seemed that all significant matters had been mentioned, and he resorted to reintroducing his own situation. I possess the celestial system, Tianwen, and the human system, Shanbian. Due to the overextension of my abilities, Both powers are now at an advanced level. The director elucidated, for those practicing dual systems, the situation is manageable before transcending the extraordinary. However, once one enters the realm of the extraordinary, the powers of each system must achieve equilibrium. Otherwise, the internal energy may spiral out of control, resulting in severe injuries, falls in rank, or, in the worst case, death. Crossing the threshold of the extraordinary elevates the quality of one's life. Thus, practitioners of dual systems must attain mastery in both disciplines concurrently to strive for the extraordinary. The director's decline in rank, from divine general to high-level extraordinary being, differed slightly from Jiang Bai's circumstances. Jiang Bai could restore his former prowess through methodical cultivation, gradually easing the seals placed upon him. Conversely, the director must first heal his injuries before he has the opportunity to advance further. I understand, Jiang Bai pondered aloud. Given your current circumstances, achieving the extraordinary once more seems nearly impossible. Have you considered cultivating a third ability as a safeguard? Huh? The director was momentarily taken aback, startled by Jiang Bai's audacious suggestion, and instinctively began to scratch his head. Prior to this, the director had invested all his resources and energy in awakening Jiang Bai. Now that Jiang Bai had awakened and his strength was gradually returning. In less than half a month, even the most advanced thought masters are no match for Jiang Bai, whose rate of combat power enhancement is truly astonishing. Jiang Bai does not require anyone's concern. Rather, it is the director who must earnestly contemplate how to elevate his own strength to keep pace with Jiang Bai. Perhaps he should consider retraining in a different system to become an Earth-type Esper, were the director still above the extraordinary level. He would never contemplate such a path due to its high risks and low returns. However, now that he finds himself at the nadir, any direction he chooses must lead upward, liberating him from numerous apprehensions, allowing for an attempt. As for the matter of concurrently cultivating 3 systems, Jiang Bai merely mentioned it in passing, not as a focal point of the meeting. After the director joined Task 002, everyone resumed their seats and continued discussing the previous topics. Jiang Bai cleared his throat and stated solemnly, I have a friend named Han Chan. Currently, someone is impersonating him and committing murder in his name, which constitutes slander. A blatant slander. The more Jiang Bai spoke, the more agitated he became, even beginning to pound the table. Dan Hongyi, somewhat puzzled, murmured, Isn't he your friend? Why are you more agitated than if it were slandering you? The director kindly explained, In Jiang Bai's era, I have a friend subtly represented himself. Dan Hongyi suddenly realized how subtly it was indeed represented. Had the director not mentioned it, she would have remained oblivious. Across the table, Jiang Bai observed the director and Dan Hongyi, reminiscent of the legendary partnership of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Ultimately, the burden of the 9th Research Institute rests upon Jiang Bai's shoulders. Relying on these 2 talents, the meeting progressed swiftly, and Jiang Bai summarized 3 tasks to be accomplished. 1. Under the assurance of personal safety, swiftly ascertain the identity and background of the impersonator, bringing all evildoers to justice. 2. While ensuring personal safety, acquire as many resources as possible to enhance the overall combat power of the 9th Research Institute. 3. Ensuring personal safety. Find a way to obtain a new visualization diagram. Speed is not of the essence, but quality is paramount, one that can awaken high-level sequence abilities. The director might require concurrent cultivation of 3 systems, and a visualization diagram is indispensable. For Jiang Bai to achieve the extraordinary, he needs to elevate all 3 systems, heaven, earth, and man, to a pinnacle level, necessitating the acquisition of more visualization diagrams. Collecting these diagrams represents the fastest method for Jiang Bai to enhance his combat power. Whether awakening the heaven system or the earth system, the loosening of the seals of heavenly mandate or geographical advantage would signify a substantial enhancement for Jiang Bai. However, this endeavor encounters a slight obstacle. Visualization diagrams are exceedingly costly. They possess the power to transform an ordinary person into a superhuman, with their materials being exceptionally rare. diminishing with each use. Once a divine general, the director, after exhausting all resources and selling possessions, could barely retain a single visualization diagram. The last auction of such diagrams at the Silver Sandbases trading market fetched a staggering price exceeding 100 million. Given the current financial state of the Ninth Research Institute, it is utterly incapable of affording such astronomical costs. Thus, Jiang Bai must seek alternative avenues to procure the visualization diagram. The meeting has come to a temporary conclusion. Dan Hongyi was organizing the meeting minutes, feeling a tinge of regret. It was truly unfortunate that she could not record the words spoken by Brother Jiang Bai just moments ago. Even Dan Hongyi had to concede that Jiang Bai, in that fleeting moment, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Jiang Bai gently patted the little girl on the head, reassuring her that it was all right. Even without a written record, it was sufficient to keep those thoughts in one's heart. Writing them down or speaking them aloud could never compare to the depth of remembrance. The little girl nodded emphatically, indicating her understanding. Jiang Bai casually remarked that his recording device had been running the entire time. For his own moments of glory, he needed no one else to document them. He would record them himself. Dan Hongyi, somewhat exasperated, bit down on her back teeth and asked fiercely, "If you've recorded everything, then why should I bother with the meeting minutes?" Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively, shifting the topic. "Hongyi, my dear, I've come into a windfall during this outing. Let me break it down for you. I got back 30,000 from the materials, paid 30,000 in penalties, received 65,000 in insurance, and earned over 200,000 in rewards for reporting smuggled goods. Jiang Bai counted on his fingers. So I currently have approximately 400,000 at my disposal." Dan Hongyi's eyes brightened. "So are you going to repay the money?" Jiang Bai declared with earnestness. "Repay? Of course. One must always repay borrowed money." Saying this, he slapped a 100,000 card onto the table, but did not immediately hand it over. Beyond merely repaying, Jiang Bai had an even better proposal. "You see, I can turn that 100,000 into 400,000 in just a week. With such a lucrative ability, Wunti, you want to lend me a bit more? The more you lend, the more you earn. Just think, if you were to lend me 13 million, I could pay you 390,000 in interest each month. It's a win-win situation. Don't be too hasty in refusing. I am risking my life out there to earn this money, and all of it goes towards paying you interest. What does that signify? I am essentially working for you with my life at stake. Am I joking? I truly value my life, as Jiang Bai spoke. Dan Hongyi felt her mind swirling, akin to a thick paste. Yet, upon further reflection, a glimmer of clarity began to emerge amidst her confusion. She realized that Jiang Bai's reasoning held merit. Chapter 027. The need for additional funds according to Jiang Bai's calculations. He offers a monthly interest rate of 3 and even accommodates compound interest. If Dan Hongyi were to invest 1 million star coins with Jiang Bai starting in January, by December, she would possess 42 million star coins, a staggering annualized return of 42. The allure of wealth seemed to beckon to Dan Hongyi, as if countless star coins were calling out to her. However, she pondered, "I currently have only a little over 800,000 star coins left." After much deliberation, Dan Hongyi finally resolved, "Brother Jiang Bai, I shall lend you 2 million star coins, and I will first write you an IOU for 2 million. Jiang Bai was taken aback. It dawned on him that if the director was a pure-hearted university student pursuing a Master and doctorate, then Dan Hongyi resembled a freshman. "Money matters aren't so urgent. I don't have an immediate need for funds, do I?" Jiang Bai attempted to reassure Dan Hongyi. "I will leave my money with you for now, and you need not worry. I will pay the interest as if it were on 2 million. As he spoke, Jiang Bai transferred 60,000 star coins to her. "All right. Thank you, Brother Jiang Bai." With the funds in her possession, Dan Hongyi's face lit up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. "I will surely watch over your money well." The director, who had been silently observing, wore a puzzled expression. "Isn't this money originally Dan Hongyi's? How did it suddenly become Jiang Bai's? Why does Dan Hongyi still need to write him an IOU? Something feels amiss." a little head filled with great confusion. Jiang Bai yawned and stretched. Director, let us call it a day. Everyone seems tired. Let us return home and rest early. With that, the meeting adjourned, and the three returned to their respective rooms. Upon returning, Jiang Bai turned off the lights and retrieved his recording pen. His movements were fluid, and the pen glowed a vibrant red as he sat in the darkness, speaking to himself. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing Mission 002. It has been 11 days since I awakened, and I have yet to re-establish contact with the organization. We held an impromptu operational meeting, the minutes of which were organized by Dan Hongyi and recorded by me. The content of the meeting will not be reiterated. There are numerous suspicious aspects regarding my experiences during this period post-awakening that warrant my attention. I articulated my doubts regarding the director's abilities, which include heavenly inquiry and eloquent debate. The first attack on the Research Institute was by the Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf cannot comprehend human speech, rendering the director's eloquent debate ineffective. I do not believe this to be mere coincidence. Who was the mastermind behind the attack on me? Dr. Cha, who impersonated Han Chan to murder Dr. Cha. The captured Nangong Xiaoxin seems to have regained his faculties. I plan to conduct a surprise interrogation of him tonight in hopes of using Nangong Xiaoxin as a breakthrough to unravel the situation. Simultaneously, I must remain vigilant, as Nangong Xiaoxin may very well be a decoy. The adversary, capable of eliminating Dr. Cha within a narrow time frame, could just as easily dispose of Nangong Xiaoxin without leaving any survivors. In other words, my successful capture of Nangong Xiaoxin is likely intentional on their part. I am aware that he is deliberately doing this. He knows that I am aware of his intentions. The entire affair has devolved into a nested dilemma, and this intricate game will ultimately culminate in a brazen conspiracy compelled by the circumstances at hand. During this interval, the only course of action available to me is to enhance my capabilities as much as possible before my adversary can succeed. As he articulated his lingering doubts, a hint of fatigue crept into Jiang Bai's voice. Task 002 is still underway. Since Jiang Bai regained consciousness, recording has become a habitual practice for him, an integral part of his strategy. Upon uttering his final words, he succumbed to slumber, the soft sound of his breathing filling the room. 2 hours later, the alarm gently vibrated, and Jiang Bai immediately opened his eyes, the weariness dissipating in an instant. Stealthily exiting his chamber, he made his way directly to the dim confines where Nangong Xiaoxin was being held, preparing for an impromptu interrogation. With a swipe of his fingers across the table, he ignited a flame, illuminating the small, dark room. To his surprise, another figure sat in the chair. Bound and suspended, Nangong Xiaoxin remained oblivious, his eyes vacant, drooling and mumbling incoherently. He displayed no reaction to Jiang Bai's sudden appearance. Jiang Bai lit a candle with a flickering flame, extinguished it with a flick of his wrist, and casually remarked, "Xiaoxin, you have at least 3 statements to make." Nangong Xiaoxin's eyes flickered, seemingly caught in hesitation. He was uncertain whether this individual before him was attempting to deceive him or genuinely possessed intimate knowledge of his circumstances. "If I were you, I would refrain from gambling," Jiang Bai said with a sardonic smile, his demeanor cold. "A captive who cannot regain his senses holds no value for me. Why keep you around? To cure you or to fatten you up?" As he spoke, he slammed a handgun onto the table. "Are you trying to intimidate me with a gun?" Nangong Xiaoxin remained unperturbed. Having faced numerous life-and-death battles, he had encountered far worse situations. He was not easily frightened. The notion that a mere handgun could extract confessions from him seemed rather juvenile. Jiang Bai patiently clarified, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no intention of shooting you. That would be illegal." He shifted his tone, adding, "Moreover, what a waste of ammunition. You must understand, our department is rather impoverished." Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai continued, "We lack funds, and consequently, we lack bullets as well. Fortunately, I pride myself on frugality. There was a time when we faced a shortage of ammunition, and I ingeniously devised a method to create bullets from bone. You wouldn't believe it, the essence of otherworldly bones, once fashioned into bullets, possesses remarkable lethality and can fetch a handsome price." Nangong Xiaoxin. A chill enveloped Nangong Xiaoxin as he recalled that despite Jiang Bai's seemingly innocuous appearance, he had indeed fallen into this man's trap. In terms of cunning, this individual surpassed him by 1,000-fold. Jiang Bai rose to his feet, a magazine in hand, advancing towards Nangong Xiaoxin, and continued, "I shall commence with the skull, revealing a secret to you. When extracting the skull, one can leave a delicate layer intact. Much like peeling a raw egg. Imagine, if you will, a thin layer of periosteum enveloped by energy, allowing your brain to function normally while amplifying your sensitivity to pain 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Truly, this tests one's skill to an extraordinary degree, surpassing even the complexities of death by 1,000 cuts. In days gone by, there were no more than 5 individuals globally capable of executing such a delicate craft. Even the most elite surgeons could not achieve it. Yet, today, fortune smiles upon you. I succeed every time." As Jiang Bai spoke of this, a smile danced upon his lips, radiating pride. Do you comprehend the immense value of a 100 success rate? With that, Jiang Bai produced a dagger, scrutinizing his counterpart's head, seemingly contemplating where to strike most effectively. I'll tell you anything you wish to know." Under the weight of immense pressure, Nangong Xiaoxin's psychological defenses crumbled. This man was no human. He was a demon, a wanderer of the wilderness, who made even the kindest angel appear benevolent by comparison. Nangong Xiaoxin harbored no doubts. If he fell into this man's hands, he would find himself trapped in a fate worse than death. Thus, he complied fervently. I was summoned by the vice-governor. He needs me to enter a secret tomb, to draw out its master. With the intention of assassinating Governor Ingsha and usurping his position, a fine sheen of sweat broke upon Nangong Xiaoxin's brow as he spoke with increasing fluency. Eager to spill every detail like beans from a bamboo tube, fearful that missing even a single word might lead to his utter demise. Jiang Bai, growing impatient, interrupted, "Who asked you about that?" Nangong Xiaoxin was taken aback. This was his gravest secret, and Jiang Bai's disinterest left him perplexed. What else could you possibly inquire? Money. Money. Why do you think I'm here in the dead of night, weaving horror tales with you? For what other reason than money? Do you have any notion of your own audacity? I'm still in my growth years, you know. I need my sleep. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction, retorting, "Where did the 300,000 star coins drive cha entrusted to you go? What about my money?" Nangong Xiaoxin was bewildered. After going through all this, you're merely after 300,000 star coins? You disregard the conspiracy against the governor laid bare before you, fixating solely on those coins? You are fully aware that I have regained my senses, yet have not acted against me, simply for the sake of that money. In that moment, Nangong Xiaoxin found himself unsure whether to scoff or to feel relieved. At the very least, it seemed he could glimpse a sliver of hope for survival. After a brief pause, Nangong Xiaoxin cautiously inquired, "If I surrender this money, can it buy me a life?" Jiang Bai shook his head resolutely. "The crimes you've committed are exceedingly grave. Allow me to enumerate: affiliation with criminal organizations, attempted murder, abuse of abilities. Participation in the conspiracy against the governor is a capital offense. You wish to purchase your life? That will require additional funds." Chapter 28. The Mature Captive More Money? Upon hearing these words, Nangong Xiaoxin felt a flicker of hope for survival. He replied accordingly, stating that the 300,000 star coins had only a deposit of 100,000, which he had concealed within the seams of a bed in an inn. His current supply of star coins was scant, as he had exchanged most for enigmatic materials and tools, hidden away. Apart from what he carried on his person, Nangong Xiaoxin had divided his assets into 3 portions. 2 were hidden at Silver Sandbase, and 1 was concealed in the wild. Piecing together the disparate items, their total value exceeded 2 million star coins. After discussing the finances, Jiang Bai began to inquire about intelligence. He requested a reiteration of the conspiracy against the governor. Nangong Xiaoxin relayed all he knew, including the coordinates of the secret grave. As he spoke, Jiang Bai posed several questions, some of which he repeated multiple times to ensure that Nangong Xiaoxin was not deceiving him. Thus, they toiled throughout the night. Jiang Bai placed a sheet of paper before Nangong Xiaoxin. Here, sign this. Nangong Xiaoxin cast a glance at the document, which contained all he had previously stated, with the final line reading, I have reviewed the above content. It is all true, signature. Naturally, Jiang Bai did not intend to have him sign. Instead, he pressed a red handprint, indicating his meaning. At 2 in the morning, Jiang Bai commenced a rigorous interrogation of Nangong Xiaoxin. As he neared the conclusion, the first light of dawn began to break, and the research facility was on the verge of a power outage. Exiting the small dark room, Jiang Bai encountered the director in the corridor, whose expression was not one of surprise. Clearly, the director had anticipated Jiang Bai's actions. Choosing not to intervene while remaining somewhat uneasy about Jiang Bai's well-being. Hence, he opted to wait outside the door, ready to provide immediate assistance should any situation arise. It was precisely because the director was stationed outside that Jiang Bai could immerse himself fully in the interrogation without concern for an ambush. The director opened his eyes, stifled a yawn, and lethargically inquired, Are you finished? Jiang Bai nodded, confirming that he had concluded. However, there was little of value to report. The entirety of an advanced mind master's possessions, a plot against the governor, clues regarding the visualization map, alongside an anonymous card containing 100,000 star coins. These constituted Jiang Bai's total gains. For an ordinary individual, possessing such wealth would ensure a lifetime free from financial woes. Yet, Jiang Bai's tone bore an unmistakable sense of regret, as though he felt he had suffered a loss. Nangong Xiaoxin had been excessively cautious, typically presenting as a mid-level mind master, earning a modest income. Had it been another advanced mind master, their worth would have been at least in the tens of millions, if not over 100 million. Jiang Bai lamented the substantial sum he had missed out on, viewing it as a personal shortcoming. The director let out a sound of understanding but remained silent, his expression revealing a sense of confusion. He was not overly concerned with these material possessions. Rather, he pondered another question. Jiang Bai countered, Is there an issue? After a moment's hesitation, the director articulated his concern. Why did you not kill Bloodwolf, yet eliminated 5 individuals in the warehouse? You killed 5 in the warehouse, but spared Nangong Xiaoxin? Your methods during the 2 attacks were entirely different, making it difficult to discern a pattern. This is the source of my confusion. Ordinary individuals tend to either kill or spare their victims. They do not oscillate as Jiang Bai does. Nangong Xiaoxin was not born a villain. In this apocalyptic era where order has crumbled, we cannot impose the ethical standards of peaceful times upon everyone, nor should we restrain ourselves in such a manner. Such self-restraint is akin to self-righteousness, which leads to swift demise. Jiang Bai earnestly asserted that if given an opportunity for redemption and reinvention, it would ultimately depend on the individual to seize it. The director, while taking notes, voiced his confusion. Why extend an opportunity solely to him, while 5 others perished in the warehouse? If posed by anyone else, Jiang Bai would perceive it as mere contention. Yet, gazing into the director's clear eyes, Jiang Bai recognized that this man genuinely failed to grasp the concept. Each person's worth is distinct. The living possess their own value, while the deceased possess theirs. Their existence hinges upon whether they can maximize my value. Though this may sound rather stark, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. One cannot afford to be courteous when a blade is poised at one's throat. The individuals and beasts you mentioned all sought my life. Those who kill are invariably met with death. According to the current rules, I possess the right to retaliate. However, the choice of whether to kill rests with me. The blood wolf serves as an excellent subject for study, which is why it remains alive. Nangong Xiaoxin is a bait left by my enemies. Thus he too is temporarily spared. As for the 5 in the warehouse, I had indeed granted them a chance. Jiang Bai patiently elaborated that at any juncture, they could have abandoned their assault on me, which was their opportunity for survival. Even after being subdued, I extended them a chance. The director pressed further, inquiring about the nature of this opportunity. They had never harmed a child, bullied the opposite sex, or committed acts of extreme cruelty. This constituted the first criterion. The second criterion required them to articulate a deed beneficial to this world. Jiang Bai shook his head in resignation, lamenting that they could not even surpass the first hurdle. The director scratched his head, realizing the truth in this assertion. The subordinates of Dr. Cha engaged in malevolent acts, oppressing the weak, and committing heinous crimes, with each bearing the blood of countless victims. In this desolate world, few could meet Jiang Bai's first standard. The director posed one final question. How could he ascertain their honesty? Based solely on Jiang Bai's queries, anyone could easily deduce that denying wrongdoing was the key to survival. Thus, in such a brief time frame, Jiang Bai surely lacked the opportunity to verify their claims. If that were the case, why would they not choose to lie? The director found himself perplexed. Jiang Bai revealed a knowing smile, asserting his belief in their honesty, that they would not deceive him. Within the confines of the room, Nangong Xiaoxin shivered at these words. He recalled the harrowing 10 minutes spent in the darkness of the warehouse, feigning ignorance as he witnessed Jiang Bai interrogate the 5 individuals. That memory, even now, felt akin to enduring a hellish torment, with Jiang Bai emerging as a demon from an unfathomable abyss. Why did Nangong Xiaoxin's psychological defenses crumble so easily? Because he had indeed witnessed Jiang Bai take action. High emotional intelligence, honesty devoid of deceit, low emotional intelligence. Falling into Jiang Bai's hands is akin to a fate worse than death. It is preferable to admit one's actions and seek a swift resolution. The same words, heard by Nangong Xiaoxin, carry one meaning, while for the director, they resonate with an entirely different significance. Jiang Bai not only places trust in his comrades, but he also extends such trust to his adversaries, embodying a person of great benevolence and righteousness. However, excessive trust in one's enemies can lead to grave misfortunes. The director silently resolved to safeguard Jiang Bai, ensuring he does not fall prey to deception by his foes. Very well, I have no further concerns. The director tucked away the dictionary and turned to leave, disappearing at the corridor's end. Jiang Bai glanced back at the dimly lit room. The door was ajar. Nangong Xiaoxin had overheard the previous conversation. This was deliberate on Jiang Bai's part. At times, allowing others to overhear certain dialogues yields more profound effects. Jiang Bai suddenly inquired, "Can you pass the first test?" In the shadows, Nangong Xiaoxin eagerly responded, "Yes." After a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled and shook his head, murmuring to himself, "No." Jiang Bai showed no surprise and continued, "Then can you name one thing you have done that is beneficial to this world?" Nangong Xiaoxin fell into silence once more. Beneficial to the world? In this wretched realm, amidst all its chaos, he saw no beauty or hope. What could he possibly do that would be advantageous to this utterly miserable world? Engage in battles with monstrous beasts? Resolve uncontrollable secret graves? Even if Nangong Xiaoxin wished to undertake such tasks, his capabilities were limited, hardly constituting a meaningful contribution to the world and certainly not a viable answer for survival. For a moment, Nangong Xiaoxin could not conjure a response. After racking his brain and exhausting his thoughts, he tentatively replied, "I can assist you in your endeavors." It was evident that Jiang Bai aspired to effect change in this world. He possessed ideals and ambitions. Serving as Jiang Bai's subordinate, rather, as his vanguard, was that not a form of contribution to the world? Excellent. Jiang Bai reached out to close the door, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin in the darkness with a final remark. "You have already become a mature captive." Chapter 29. Youth should not be too youthful. A mature captive must learn to exploit their own surplus value. After addressing the matters concerning Nangong Xiaoxin, Jiang Bai returned to the surface and sought a shaded spot to rejuvenate himself with a brief nap. Upon awakening, he found it was already 1 in the afternoon. Having hastily consumed a can of food and 2 energy bars, he called for Shan Hongyi and set off in his jeep. Curiosity piqued, Shan Hongyi inquired, "Brother Jiang Bai, where did this vehicle come from?" Jiang Bai modestly replied, "A friend gifted it to me." That individual had voluntarily bequeathed all his possessions to Jiang Bai in a desperate attempt to barter for his life. Jiang Bai, ever the fair negotiator, counted on his fingers. "Based on your previously confessed crimes, you've earned 3 death sentences. The amount you're offering now buys you a mere 1. 78 lives. Care to gather a bit more?" Even with Jiang Bai generously rounding down to 0. 22, the individual found himself devoid of funds. With a heavy heart, Jiang Bai accepted the jeep. This dilapidated vehicle, while boasting a functioning horn, creaked ominously from every corner. Jiang Bai drove, with Shan Hongyi, to a familiar location, the trading market. Upon seeing the Market S sign, Shan Hongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Brother Jiang Bai, who are we going to deceive this time?" Jiang Bai, taken aback, replied, "Is this truly the impression I leave on you?" He playfully rapped her on the head, imparting a lesson: deception. We are conducting legitimate business. After parking the Jeep, he strode confidently into the market with Shan Hongyi in tow. Their entrance immediately drew numerous gazes, and the previously bustling market fell into an unusual silence. Unaccustomed to being the center of attention, Shan Hongyi instinctively hid behind Jiang Bai. He, however, marched straight to the front desk. Upon his arrival, the receptionist quickly rose, her face paling as she forced a smile. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Jiang Bai stated his purpose directly. "Hello, I would like to rent a shop." "A shop for rent?" The receptionist momentarily faltered, but quickly regained her composure, pulling out an account book to search for available spaces. "No need to look," Jiang Bai interjected, pointing to a corner shop. "I will take that one." The receptionist glanced in the direction he indicated, where a tea shop stood. Flustered, she stammered, This shop's lease has not yet expired." Jiang Bai smirked, dismissively replying, "The owner has passed away, has he not?" With that declaration, a hush fell over the trading market. All eyes turned towards the front desk, eagerly observing the unfolding scene. That tea shop belonged to the tea doctor, who had met his demise within its very walls, with the words "murderer" Han Chan inscribed on the wall. The last individual to bear a grudge against the tea doctor was none other than the young man standing before them, Jiang Bai. Now, with audacious swagger, Jiang Bai had come to the trading market, boldly demanding to rent the tea shop. The audacity was palpable. Many gazes directed at Jiang Bai were filled with a sense of schadenfreude, with some even wagering on how long this audacious young man could persist. Although Dr. Cha had perished, his influence remained. Jiang Bai's actions transcended mere provocation. They were a blatant affront. The reception staff stood momentarily stunned, their tongues tied, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. According to market regulations, upon the death of the leaseholder, the contract is automatically terminated, allowing the premises to be released. Jiang Bai was evidently well prepared, articulating his thoughts methodically. "If you're uncertain about this matter, you may consult your superior." Before the reception staff could seek permission, an individual emerged from the back. Even before he arrived, his voice had preceded him. It was widely known that Jiang Bai, a prodigy, faced peril with unwavering courage. Even the formidable high-tier telepath, Nangong Xiaoxin, had fallen to him. Upon witnessing him today, his extraordinary poise was unmistakable, accompanied by a hearty laugh. A middle-aged man approached Jiang Bai with measured strides. He stood at 6 feet tall, robust, and muscular, with a goatee and pronounced brows, exuding an aura of latent danger beneath his robe. Upon reaching Jiang Bai, he extended a hand and introduced himself, Deputy Governor of Silver Sand Base, Liujiang. Jiang Bai regarded him without immediately reciprocating the handshake. Liujiang, the Deputy Governor, was an extraordinary powerhouse, the very pillar supporting Dr. Cha, and the one who had enlisted Nangong Xiaoxin to orchestrate the demise of the governor in his own quest for power. The visitor bore ill intentions. Furthermore, the veiled implications in his previous remarks had revealed much, masquerading as pleasantries while laced with contempt. Jiang Bai spoke with measured calm. "I have heard that Nangong Xiaoxin is a mid-tier telepath. Surely, esteemed governor, you are mistaken?" Nangong Xiaoxin possessed a certain reputation among the extraordinary, for he was excessively cautious. To a fault. Ironically, Jiang Bai's assessment of him was reckless. Jiang Bai's prudence far surpassed that of Nangong Xiaoxin. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Liujiang swiftly corrected him, emphasizing its deputy, not just governor. He placed particular weight on the term deputy. "Young brother Jiang, you must be more precise in your speech. Here at Silver Sand Base, there can only be one governor." Liujiang sought to probe Jiang Bai through the matter of Nangong Xiaoxin, but Jiang Bai deftly brought their rivalry into the open. It was a clear attempt at mutual provocation. My apologies. I tend to speak candidly. I merely assumed you were someone destined for the governorship. It slipped out unintentionally. My bad for speaking such blatant truths." Despite his words of apology, Jiang Bai's expression was one of mocking insincerity, exuding a provocative demeanor. Now, to the crux of the matter. Yijin appeared unfazed by Jiang Bai's affront and promptly redirected the conversation. With Dr. Cha deceased, the tea shop lease has lapsed. If young brother Jiang wishes to rent it, I am curious as to what your intentions might be. Surely, you do not intend to sell tea? What purpose could there be in leasing the premises? Jiang Bai counted on his fingers, listing offenses such as smuggling contraband, trafficking in humans, murder, robbery, coercion, and forcing individuals into prostitution. With each transgression he recounted, Yijin's expression grew increasingly somber. Jiang Bai was indeed pushing the boundaries of propriety. The youth should not be overly youthful. After a lengthy enumeration, Jiang Bai shifted his tone, asserting that he did not engage in any of these activities. Yi Yiving, momentarily taken aback, quickly transformed his surprise into hearty laughter, exclaiming that indeed, such actions are utterly unacceptable. Young Master Jiang, you possess a commendable understanding of the rules. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, remarking that those acquainted with him often say the same, having found no advantage in their previous encounters. Yijin preferred to avoid further entanglement and instructed someone to fetch the lease agreement, intending to send Jiang Bai on his way. Wait, Jiang Bai interjected. The lease must be reduced by at least half. This time, it was Yijin who wore a forced smile, responding, Young Master Jiang, this does not align with the established norms, does it? I am a man of principle, Jiang Bai retorted confidently. My request for a price reduction is well-founded. A death has just occurred in your establishment. Yi Yiving. Chapter 030. The Pragmatist, the shop, situated in a prime location, facing south and boasting a prosperous business, consistently ranks among the top in sales. Jiang Bai remarked, a person has just died in your shop. Yi Yiving retorted. This establishment is well-equipped, adorned with exquisite decor and genuine materials. Jiang Bai repeated, a person has just died in your shop. No matter what reasons Yijin offered, Jiang Bai had but one response. A person has just died in your shop. The tragic demise of Dr. Cha within the tea house would cast an ominous shadow over anyone. Jiang Bai insisted, a person has just died in your shop. Yivin, enraged, exclaimed. I haven't even finished my sentence. Jiang Bai, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, oh, then consider it my slip of the tongue. Hurry and concoct a more polished excuse. Jiang Bai made his intentions clear. He desired to rent the shop while hoping to minimize the rent. Such a perfect scenario seemed implausible. Yet, remarkably, it was indeed possible. Yijin understood that after Dr. Cha's death, no one would dare take over the shop. Whoever assumed control would inevitably become entangled with the cold Cicada and incur the wrath of Yijin, the powerful deputy governor. But if Yijin were to send his own men to take over, they too would attract the attention of cold Cicada, putting their lives at risk. Thus, this hot potato remained untouched by all, save for Jiang Bai, whose situation was uniquely delicate. Jiang Bai had no need to fear association with cold Cicada, as he was already part of their faction. He also had no worries about offending Yijin, for he had already crossed that line. In the entire Insher base, Jiang Bai was the only one bold enough to rent this shop. Of course, Yijin could choose not to rent it out at all, having the authority as deputy governor. However, the current circumstances at Insher base were precarious, with all parties maintaining a fragile balance. Any slight disturbance could trigger a storm. Yijin could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence or provide others with the opportunity to undermine him. Jiang Bai likely recognized this critical aspect and resolutely insisted on a discount. Yijin grudgingly offered a 50% reduction. Jiang Bai countered 80%. Wait, that can't be right. Yijin's head was spinning, perplexed. He had encountered many who negotiated down to 50%. But this was his first experience of someone pushing it to 80%. He asked again, are you certain you don't want 50%, but rather 80%? Indeed, Jiang Bai affirmed, Dr. Cha's life is worth that much. Yijin's expression darkened as he turned away without a backward glance. Just as he was about to exit the market, he let out a primal growl. Arrange the lease at 10%. I'll cover the difference. How much is Dr. Cha's life worth? Jiang Bai's words would not dictate that value. Yijin sought to ensure that everyone in the market understood the worth of his associates' lives. Once Jiang Bai uttered his words, the nature of the negotiation transformed entirely. Watching the entire scene unfold, Dan Hongyi stood in stunned silence. She had initially thought that Jiang Bai's shrewdness in securing the shop at 50% by leveraging a life was already quite clever. Yet, she could hardly fathom that he had audaciously negotiated it down to 10%. Now, she regarded Jiang Bai with an expression of admiration, as if to say, "As expected of you." Jiang Bai rewarded her with a chestnut, exclaiming with a hint of annoyance, "If someone offers me money, I cannot possibly refuse." Thus, Jiang Bai secured the tea shop at a mere fraction of the price, 2 500-star coins each month, paid in 6 installments. After completing the transaction, Jiang Bai murmured, 30,000 star coins at Shifubo. Goodness, you are truly wealthy. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own amusement. With the lease signed, he sent Dan Hongyi away to fetch a bucket of water and tidy up. By the time Dan Hongyi returned, Jiang Bai was already seated in the tea shop, where the walls bore the striking red inscription, "Murderer, Cold Cicada." The air was thick with the scent of paint. A bucket of red paint nestled in the corner. Evidently, in a brief moment after dismissing Dan Hongyi, Jiang Bai had wiped away the bloodied characters and repainted them in red. It seemed he had no intention of erasing these 5 words. Glancing back at the inscription, Jiang Bai nodded slightly, thinking to himself that his own writing was indeed more aesthetically pleasing. The previous attempt was merely a clumsy imitation of Cold Cicada, lacking its essence and spirit. Jiang Bai's verdict was clear, far inferior to his own. "You have cleaned every corner of the room. Now, let's set up 2 beds upstairs and down. During the day, you and the director will come here." Jiang Bai directed Dan Hongyi while meticulously arranging the details. Dan Hongyi reminded him that the electricity costs here were higher than at the Research Institute. "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" With a quick motion, Jiang Bai turned off all the lights in the tea shop. "It's broad daylight. Why waste electricity?" After extinguishing the lights, he found the room somewhat dim and leaned out to call to the neighboring shop. "Why aren't you turning on your lights in broad daylight?" The neighboring shopkeeper, hearing Jiang Bai's inquiry, promptly turned on the lights, locked the door, and hurried away with a chair. This pest dared to challenge the deputy governor of Jiangyi. Either he was exceptionally lucky or foolishly reckless. Either way, he was not someone to provoke. Not only him, but the entire trading market deliberately overlooked the existence of this tea shop and refrained from passing by its entrance. Jiang Bai had his own agenda. He first procured a wooden board, placing it at the entrance with 4 prominent characters inscribed, "Shop for Rent." The onlookers were left speechless. So, after haggling and offending the deputy governor, he acquired this shop merely to sublet it. Moreover, one could plainly see that his business had little to do with being prosperous. Jiang Bai paid no heed to their gazes, instead setting up a reclining chair at the entrance, lying back and falling asleep instantly. Youth has its advantages. One can simply lie down and drift off. Dan Hongyi spent the entire afternoon cleaning the tea shop inside and out. As the sun began to set, they were nearing the time to return to the 9th Research Institute. Suddenly, a customer approached the shop. Before the person drew near, Jiang Bai, still reclining, slowly opened his eyes. "Hongyi, go to the 2nd floor." Jiang Bai tossed the keys to the man in red, casually remarking, "If a confrontation arises, you should leap out of the window. The car awaits below, and the dog is nearby. Drive back with it." A fight? Shan Hongyi did not inquire further. Accepting the car keys, she hurried upstairs, only to pause midway, recalling something. She called out, "But I can't drive. The dog can." Jiang Bai had meticulously planned for every eventuality. The vehicle was intended for the dog to operate. Shan Hongyi, due to the influence of qi, the intelligence of the extraordinary beast had correspondingly increased, even mastering skills such as driving. For a fleeting moment, Shan Hongyi felt a pang of inadequacy. Realizing she was inferior even to a dog, dismissing her self-doubt, she ascended the stairs, crouching by the window, attentively monitoring the activity below. Over the past fortnight, she had unconsciously developed a commendable habit, following Jiang Bai's directives in times of crisis. In this apocalyptic world, one may not possess the cunning of a seasoned veteran, yet it was imperative to heed their counsel. After Shan Hongyi reached the upper floor, a figure approached Jiang Bai. The individual appeared youthful, in his early 20s, clad in traditional attire, with raven hair and dark eyes. a faint mustache adorning his lips, unmistakably indicating his nationality. As he spoke, a distinct accent emerged. There is an old saying in Huaxia: one does not truly know another until they have clashed. Mr. Jiang Bai, we need not resort to violence to become acquainted. Listening to this awkward Mandarin, Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. He cast a curious glance at the stranger and inquired, "And you are?" "I am a foreigner, but I have chosen a name from Huaxia. There is a saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes." The man introduced himself. "I am Wei Junjie." Chapter 031. The youth, terrifying indeed. Wei Junjie? This name carries a certain significance. Jiang Bai, too indolent to rise, merely lifted his gaze and languidly remarked, "Given your name, you must possess a keen sense of propriety." Wei Junjie nodded. "There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, a person is akin to their name." Jiang Bai yawned and replied, "There's also a saying, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason." "Mr. Jiang Bai, you seem to have a grasp of Huaxia culture," Wei Junjie said, his eyes brightening with intrigue. He continued, "There's another saying in Huaxia, among three travelers, one must be my teacher. Meeting you today feels akin to encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. My admiration for you, Mr. Jiang Bai, is as boundless as the rolling sands." "I must interrupt," Jiang Bai interjected, unable to endure his manner of speaking. "Let us converse normally. Your incessant quoting of ancient sayings is mere drivel. Those who know will recognize your pretentiousness, while those who do not may think you are merely inflating your word count for an online narrative." Wei Junjie nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed," Jiang Bai remarked. "How did our conversation shift to hometown dialects? This young man, though seemingly a mere pretender, speaks with remarkable fluency, albeit with an accent, and exhibits a penchant for quoting literature. His intentions are not benign." Jiang Bai recalled what the director had mentioned. In this era, studying history is an exceedingly luxurious endeavor. In other words, Wei Junjie's frequent references to ancient texts implied either an extraordinary background or the backing of a formidable organization, or perhaps both. Of course, there were numerous inaccuracies in Wei Junjie's quotations, but Jiang Bai had no intention of correcting him. He decided to simply endure it. Jiang Bai gestured towards the room. "If we are to discuss matters, please find yourself a chair." Wei Junjie cheerfully complied. "Understood." Just a moment ago, he had been exclaiming with enthusiasm, and now he was so earnest. Jiang Bai suspected this pretender was showcasing his dialect. Wei Junjie settled onto a small stool beside Jiang Bai, yet he spoke without uttering a sound. Onlookers could only see his lips moving, which was rather perplexing. However, Jiang Bai heard Wei Junjie's voice in his ear. "Mr. Jiang Bai, my purpose in visiting is quite straightforward. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We share a common adversary, and I believe we can become allies." This method of communicating across distance was not particularly sophisticated. It was merely a simple application of qi. During the past period, the director had provided Jiang Bai with ample materials for study. Over the course of 200 years, research into qi had deepened significantly, and the techniques had gradually improved. "And you?" Jiang Bai countered using the same method. "Who is the enemy? Who are you? Aside from you, who else is involved?" "I am not well acquainted with the Silver Sand Base. If you can speak, do elaborate." Wei Junjie patiently replied, "To speak candidly, our common enemy is Vice Governor Liujiang. I come representing the Starlight Temple. At the Silver Sand Base, our equals include the Eclipse Cult and the Moon Goddess Society." Eclipse Cult, Moon Goddess Society, Starlight Temple, Sun, Moon, and Stars. Jiang Bai recalled that the director had once mentioned the categorization of realms beyond the extraordinary, which seemed to relate to the sun, moon, and stars. Jiang Bai analyzed that Liujiang was merely a vice governor. Even if he were an extraordinary being, his strength would not be formidable enough. Otherwise, he would have ascended to the position of governor. If you cannot even handle a vice governor, why seek my assistance? If I am not mistaken, Liujiang is affiliated with one of the two opposing factions, the Eclipse Sect or the Lunar God Society. It is only when faced with an equally matched adversary that one seeks external support. Indeed, Wei Junjie nodded, candidly admitting that Liujiang belonged to the Eclipse Sect and served as its representative at the Silver Sand Base. Besides the governor, there are 4 vice-governors at the Silver Sand Base. One is the governor's biological brother, while the other 3 represent the 3 factions. Now, with the next governor yet to be determined, it appears that Liujiang has the greatest opportunity. The struggle for power and profit is not surprising, even in the apocalypse. The Silver Sand Base, neither too large nor too small, houses 1 million inhabitants with scarce living resources, yet other resources are quite abundant. Most crucially, as a defensive base, Silver Sand resembles a treasure trove, ensuring consistent returns with minimal risk. Becoming the governor signifies the greatest benefit. Naturally, these 3 factions will vie for supremacy. The competition for the governorship among the 3 factions. Jiang Bai did not anticipate being unexpectedly embroiled in such matters. Is this also part of the scheming by the hidden masterminds? Jiang Bai inquired, "What can you offer me?" Wei Junjie replied straightforwardly, a visualization chart. The status of an elder, the position of vice-governor. Jiang Bai asked, "What must I do in return?" Wei Junjie chuckled awkwardly. "It would be best if you could eliminate Liujiang directly." Jiang Bai responded, "You suggest I kill Liujiang and then acquire a vice-governor position from you? If I possess such capability, why wouldn't I simply act independently, eliminate Liujiang, and claim the vice-governor role myself? Vying for the governorship? The risks and rewards are utterly disproportionate. Killing is illegal. I certainly will not engage in such actions." Jiang Bai firmly rejected, retorting, "Be honest with me. The benefits the Starlight Temple provided me must have been skimmed by you, right?" Wei Junjie feigned ignorance, "Mr. Jiang Bai. My foreign language skills are lacking. What do you mean by kickback?" Jiang Bai, "Your command of Chinese is surprisingly agile. When it's needed, you can easily spout ancient sayings. When it's not, you can feign ignorance of the term kickback." The 2 engaged in a candid exchange, yet failed to reach any consensus. However, through Wei Junjie's words, Jiang Bai gained greater insight into the situation at Silver Sand Base, which would assist in his subsequent actions. As their conversation drew to a close, Wei Junjie arose and, as if performing magic, produced a green bottle of beer. "Mr. Jiang Bai, there's an ancient saying in Huaxia, when friends come, there's beer. When wolves come, there's a shotgun." He placed the beer on the table and said earnestly, "We may not become friends just yet, but at the very least, I am not a wolf, and you need not wield a shotgun." With the other party's revelation, Jiang Bai decided to drop the pretense. Sitting in the recliner, he raised his left hand and detached his right arm. He fitted a prosthetic limb, masquerading as his right hand, manipulated by qi, so that most would not perceive any anomaly. From a moment he stepped outside, he employed this hand even while driving, and the person in the crimson attire remained oblivious to any irregularity. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's true right hand lay concealed within his coat, firmly gripping a firearm. Throughout their conversation, the gun's muzzle was consistently aimed at Wei Junjie. Jiang Bai unzipped his trench coat, revealing the gun's barrel. Wei Junjie, gazing into the abyss of the gun's muzzle, felt a twinge of danger, perplexed and unable to fathom the situation. Logically, such a weapon should not pose a threat to him. The secret resided within the bullet. Jiang Bai ejected the magazine, displaying the bullets within. One was white, and upon closer inspection, a faint violet qi danced around it. A realization sparked in Wei Junjie's mind as he exclaimed, "Exotic bone." Indeed, Jiang Bai nodded, identifying the exotic bone of a mid-tier ability user. "Regrettably, I possess only 2 such bullets, and once expended, they are gone." Observing the 3 bullets in the magazine, Wei Junjie fell into silence. "You may deceive me, but please apply some thought. Pointing to 3 bullets and claiming there are 2 is akin to pointing at a mouse and saying it is a duck neck. Is it not?" Wei Junjie mustered a smile, stating, "If you are willing to collaborate with us, I await your response at any time." Jiang Bai nodded, slowly departing. Offering no farewell, Wei Junjie turned to leave, initially walking briskly, then accelerating to a run. Exiting the trading market, the evening breeze greeted him. The palpable threat that had loomed over him vanished entirely. He inhaled deeply the fresh air, cherishing the beauty of life. He finally understood why the irritable Liujiang could remain so composed in Jiang Bai's presence, even amidst relentless provocations and slaps to the face, without being torn asunder. He also grasped why his superiors had instructed him to engage with Jiang Bai, promising substantial rewards for his allegiance. In the moment Jiang Bai revealed the bullet, all doubts unraveled. The bullet in that firearm was certainly not the exotic bone of a mid-tier ability user. It was high-tier, perhaps even extraordinary. No, beyond extraordinary. This bullet, upon close-range impact, could severely injure Wei Junjie. 2 hits could even place him in mortal peril. 3 hits, Wei Junjie could begin contemplating where to bury himself. Liujiang likely sensed the looming danger, but was unable to ascertain its origin. Considering the delicate circumstances, he refrained from taking immediate action. The terrifying bullet, the fearsome gun, but most frightening of all, was Jiang Bai himself. Wei Junjie could not comprehend why Jiang Bai, who appeared to be at most a high-tier ability user, emanated such a sense of peril, even more so than the weapon itself. Cold sweat drenched Wei Junjie's back, and with a sense of relief from surviving the ordeal, he retrieved his communicator, dialing the first number. I have made contact with Jiang Bai. There's an old saying in Huaxiao that describes him perfectly. Wei Junjie spoke gravely. This young man, Jiang Bai, is terrifying indeed. Chapter 032. Are you Cicada? I believe I am. I am Jiang Bai, currently on Mission 002. It has been 15 days since my awakening, yet I have been unable to re-establish contact with the organization. On the 11th day, I rented a shop from Dr. Cha and had a confrontation with Vice Governor Liujiang, though I have no immediate intention of resorting to violence against him. Through the introduction of Wei Junjie, I have come to understand the intricate power dynamics at the Yinsha base. The 3 factions, Starlight Temple, Moon God Society, and Eclipse Cult, each support a vice governor in their fervent bid for the position of governor. These factions each adhere to a belief in the light of their respective deities, regarding it as the origin of the mysterious tides and the source of vital energy. It is all nothing but feudal superstition. During the 3rd mysterious tide, scholars noted a surge of supernatural phenomena, a decline in scientific understanding, and a revival of mysticism, accompanied by the rise of mysterious worship that supplanted existing beliefs. Of course, for atheists, this bears no distinction. I suspect that each of these factions is backed by at least one formidable powerhouse, serving as a spiritual pillar to sustain their operations. The Yinsha base is merely a small fragment of their dominion. I inquired about this matter with the director, who had little knowledge on the subject and could not assist me in uncovering further details. It seems these factions are rather weak before arriving at the Yinsha base. The director had never even heard of them. The reason the 9th Research Institute remains at the Yinsha base is its remoteness, devoid of true top-tier powers, and its sufficient distance from various forbidden zones of death, ensuring safety and reliability. As I serve as a forward base for the 5th mysterious tide, the environment at the Yinsha base is sufficiently welcoming, yet I cannot help but ponder whether this apparent friendliness conceals hidden dangers. A small temple can harbor great malevolence. A shallow pool can breed many turtles. As the former 12th Divine General, the director conducted research at the Yinsha base at the behest of investors. Successfully awakening me, this is no mere coincidence. Setting aside my slight paranoia from the psychological evaluation, every occurrence since my awakening is anything but coincidental. After consolidating my insights and reflections from this period, Jiang Bai spoke solemnly. Mission 002 remains ongoing. The red glow faded into the darkness as Jiang Bai put away his recording pen. After Wei Junjie departed, both the Moon God Society and the Eclipse Cult reached out to Jiang Bai, presenting their respective offers. The Moon God Society believes Jiang Bai possesses the capabilities of a high-tier psychic and is willing to offer him a position as a substitute elder, granting him the same privileges as the elders and nominating him for the next vice governor. Compared to the Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society's offer appears more sincere. The Starlight Temple merely desires a hired hand, a mercenary. In contrast, the Moon God Society aims to recruit Jiang Bai as a new member, aspiring for him to become the spokesperson for the Yinsha base to expand and achieve greater glory. In stark contrast to the first two, the Eclipse Cult adopted a far more stringent stance. Their envoy presented 2 conditions. First, Jiang Bai and his associates must refrain from interfering in the gubernatorial dispute. Second, Jiang Bai and his companions must vacate the Insha base within a specified time frame. As long as Jiang Bai meets these two conditions, they are willing to allocate a sum of money for travel expenses while ensuring that there will be no pursuit of Jiang Bai and his companions. It is evident to astute observers that the conflict between Jiang Bai, Han Chan, and Yi Jin is irreconcilable. Unable to enlist this enigmatic group of formidable individuals, the Eclipse sect has opted to find a way to send them away directly, sacrificing wealth to avert calamity. Even the strongest dragon finds it difficult to suppress a local snake. The mysterious Han Chan and the overbearing Jiang Bai are merely transient figures to the Silver Sand base. Under different circumstances, the Eclipse sect would not have been so courteous and would likely have acted with aggression. However, this time, with the struggle for the governorship at play and the other two factions watching closely, the Eclipse sect dares not act recklessly. The conditions from the three factions have been laid out, yet Jiang Bai does not respond immediately, nor does he demand exorbitant terms. He seems to be awaiting something. Rising early, he sets out. Jiang Bai sits in the front passenger seat while the little girl, Dan Hong Yi, rolls around in the back. The little girl wishes to learn to drive, but soon realizes her inherent limitations. Her legs are simply too short. Standing does not allow her to reach the pedals, and sitting does not provide a view of the road, leading her to abandon the endeavor. Blood Wolf expertly maneuvers the vehicle to the back of the shop and secures himself. After a period of training, he has developed a commendable sense of self-management, capable of assuming multiple roles, including bodyguard and driver. Opening the door, it is time for business. Outside Jiang Bai's shop, besides the bustling rental advertisement, there are two flyers. One flyer is a wanted notice featuring a photograph of Blood Wolf, noted for his dangerous abilities that are on the verge of spiraling out of control. This flyer has been mandated by the Defense Bureau. The other flyer is a job advertisement for a guide dog, also accompanied by a photograph of a wolf. Dog. This image was clipped from the wanted notice, and Jiang Bai had Dan Hong darken the fur in the photo before placing it at the entrance for recruitment purposes. Witnessing Jiang Bai's audacious act, the personnel from the Defense Bureau were left astounded. Could you at least pretend a little? Are you not aware of the saying about the absence of silver here? The attempt to cover up only serves to highlight the truth. Regardless of others' perceptions, Jiang Bai has saved on the cost of the photo while simultaneously advertising. Now, the entire Silver Sand base is aware that there exists a black, driving beast of a guide dog seeking employment. Unfortunately, no blind person can afford to employ such a dog. On this day, Jiang Bai's business appears to be flourishing. Shortly after opening, a middle-aged man arrives. Dressed in silk, plump and fair with graying temples, he unmistakably hails from a wealthy family. Standing at the entrance, he cheerfully inquires, "Boss, are you in business?" Indeed, Jiang Bai rises to greet him. "What kind of business do you wish to conduct?" There are some questions that he cannot fathom, prompting him to visit in person. The middle-aged man strides into the tea shop and directly takes a seat at the main position, beckoning Jiang Bai to join him, saying, "Do not be formal. Consider it your own establishment and sit freely." Jiang Bai thinks to himself, "This is indeed my shop." Disregarding the pleasantries, Jiang Bai moves a chair to sit opposite the man. The man pours 3 cups of tea in one go and states, "One question, 1 cup of tea. 100,000 star coins." Agreed. Jiang Bai produced a card, slapping it onto the table, revealing an impressive sum of 100,000 star coins. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "How intriguing. You, young man, are indeed quite fascinating." Initially, he had approached Jiang Bai for inquiries, yet unexpectedly found himself confronted with a direct question accompanied by a substantial monetary offer. It was evident that meeting Jiang Bai in person exceeded any preconceived notions. This young man was indeed more captivating than the tales that preceded him. This inquiry requires no payment. The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Yin Fei, the brother of the governor of Yinshe." The Yinshe base boasted 4 deputy governors. Aside from the 3 steeped in superstitions, the one before Jiang Bai was Yin Fei. Settling into a more comfortable position on his chair, he posed his first question. "Listen closely, Jiang Bai. Back in the warehouse, you clearly had the situation under control. Why did you still choose to report it? After Jiang Bai's report, all the goods from the warehouse fell into the hands of the insure base, leaving him with a mere 20% profit. Anyone observing the situation would find it rather perplexing. Some suggested that Jiang Bai had deliberately acted to undermine Liujiang's authority. However, Ancient Fei was not inclined to think so. He was eager to hear Jiang Bai's explanation. "I am a man who adheres to rules," Jiang Bai replied. "I too wish to ascertain whether the insure base abides by regulations." Due to his commitment to propriety, Jiang Bai opted to report the incident following the attack rather than hoard the goods for himself. If the insure base were to disregard the rules, they could choose to dismiss his report or even withhold his reward. In hindsight, both parties maintained their integrity. "Excellent." Ancient Fei raised a cup of tea, draining it in one gulp, clearly pleased with Jiang Bai's response. "Now, for my second question, who do you believe will be the next governor of the insure base?" This was a clear attempt to compel Jiang Bai to take a stance, to reveal whom he supported. The eavesdropper, dressed in red, could not help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down. This question was perilous. Regardless of Jiang Bai's answer, he would offend other factions. What seemed a straightforward inquiry hid lethal undertones, tightening the atmosphere like a drawn bowstring. Jiang Bai responded with calm assurance, "Is not I." As for who the next governor would be, he was uncertain, yet he was unequivocal about one thing. It would certainly not be him. That declaration sufficed. "Bravo. Excellent." Ancient Fei praised again, lifting a second cup of tea and consuming it entirely. He straightened his posture, locking eyes with Jiang Bai, and slowly posed his third question. "Jiang Bai, are you the Cicada?" The Cicada, the assassin of Dr. Cha, was number 26 on the insure base's wanted list, with a bounty of 3.5 million star coins, with no regard for life or death. The woman in red was taken aback. She had not anticipated such bluntness from him. For a fleeting moment, the space seemed to freeze, the atmosphere thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. If Jiang Bai were to deny it, it would signify cowardice, a loss of momentum. Should he confirm it? Even if Ancient Fei were to strike him down on the spot, his death would be in vain. To evade the question, that would imply guilt. This question is infinitely more challenging than the previous one. In an instant, the heart of the lone figure in red leapt to her throat, filled with anxiety. Uncertain of how Jiang Bai would respond. "Are you Cicada?" Ancient Fei's eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Bai, unwilling to miss any shift in his expression. Confronted with this exceedingly difficult inquiry, Jiang Bai replied with an air of calmness, "I believe I am." Chapter 033. 2 tails of meat, 3 questions, 3 cups of tea, 300,000 star coins. Excellent. Truly splendid. Ancient Fei clapped his hands in hearty laughter, evidently pleased with Jiang Bai's response. Jiang Bai felt akin to a cicada in winter. The interpretation of this phrase is exceedingly subtle. Firstly, Jiang Bai acknowledged that he had indeed used the codename Cicada. Secondly, this cicada is not the same as that cicada. Jiang Bai is a law-abiding cicada, while the one who impersonated him to murder Dr. Cha was decidedly not. In other words, the individual who killed Dr. Cha and left behind the name Cicada either intended to frame Jiang Bai or was complicit with him. At present, Ancient Fei deemed the former possibility more plausible. The two men shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from mentioning a critical matter. When Dr. Cha met his demise, Jiang Bai was reporting the incident at a warehouse, a considerable distance away, at least half an hour by car. Jiang Bai had no opportunity to slay Dr. Cha. After posing the 3 questions, Ancient Fei did not immediately take his leave. He remained seated in the main position. "I have exhausted my inquiries regarding financial matters, as my budget is limited. Now I have a few questions that do not pertain to expenses. I wonder if you would be willing to answer them." "Do tell," Jiang Bai replied, lifting the teapot and producing 2 large paper cups, filling them to the brim. He offered one to Ancient Fei, suggesting, "Let's try this method of tea drinking. Ancient peoples did it this way. Sipping tea in small amounts is rather unorthodox. Tea should be enjoyed from a tankard." Ancient Fei's eyes sparkled as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is that so?" Although he held a position of great authority, his knowledge of history was indeed a weakness, often the subject of jest among his peers. Jiang Bai, with utmost seriousness, asserted, I possess profound knowledge of ancient customs. Trust me, you shall not be misled. An ancient proverb states, a tankard of tea, a pouch of tobacco, 2,000 characters a day, describing the daily life of ancient web authors. A glimpse into a broader reality. Not only did Jiang Bai speak with conviction, but he also cited references, eloquently articulating his points with great credibility. Yin Fei nodded slowly, committing Jiang Bai's words to memory, eager to boast about them to others on a future occasion. He lifted the paper cup and took a hearty gulp of the tea, bursting into jovial laughter, exclaiming, I knew it. This is how tea ought to be consumed. Sipped in generous mouthfuls. A mere drop to moisten the lips is insufficient. What vigor there is in this way of drinking. Jiang Bai, an adept in the art of tea, smiled quietly from his side. While Yin Fei had mentioned several questions, it was, in truth, a singular inquiry. Setting down the paper cup, Yin Fei turned his gaze toward Jiang Bai and asked, Why did you report the goods in that warehouse? Do not claim it was for the 200,000 reward, nor speak of rules. You know better than anyone whether you are a law-abiding person. Even if you adhere to rules, I fear they may not align with those of my Insha base. Jiang Bai placed his cup down, his expression turning solemn. The initial 3 questions had filled Dan Hongyi with trepidation, yet Jiang Bai had remained unfazed. However, this question struck a chord, prompting a marked seriousness from Jiang Bai. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. During the 3 Kingdoms period, the founding emperor of Shu Han, Emperor Zhao Li of Han, once proclaimed, Do not refrain from doing good, however small, and do not commit evil, however trivial. To put it succinctly, reporting the warehouse is the optimal choice for me personally, as well as for the Silver Sand base, allowing me to obtain a legitimate bounty while the base seizes a substantial amount of contraband. Truly a win-win situation. On a larger scale, I'm attempting to alter the world in my own way. Change the world? Jiang Bai did not anticipate that Yin Fei would present such a notion. He immediately retorted, Jiang Bai, I do not flatter you. You possess talent, potential, and both character and cunning of the highest caliber. Yet there is one crucial aspect. You lack strength. You are not even an extraordinary being at present. In this chaotic era, who would heed your nonsensical words? Even if they did, what could they achieve? What is your method? To hand over these resources? A farce. In Yin Fei's perspective, were he in Jiang Bai's position, he would privately seize the goods and utilize these resources to swiftly enhance his own power. That is the righteous path, regardless of Jiang Bai's ideals or aspirations. One must possess strength to realize them. In response to Yin Fei's inquiry, Jiang Bai replied unhurriedly, Some people can feel full after consuming merely half a steamed bun, while others require 10 and still feel hungry. To me, there is no distinction between half a bun and 10 buns. Yin Fei raised an eyebrow, reevaluating Jiang Bai. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jiang Bai's statement could imply one of 2 interpretations. Either he is an exceptionally rare genius, capable of extracting a value of 1 million star coins from the resources worth 100,000, elevating himself to extraordinary status. Or he is an unparalleled prodigy for whom even 200,000 or 1 million star coins are trivial, mere drops in the ocean. Regardless of the interpretation, it exudes immense confidence. Yin Fei posed another question. Even if you dismiss this sum, Jiang Bai, I ask you again, how many people are at the Silver Sand base? And what is the total worth of the warehouse's goods? Jiang Bai answered, There are 2 million people at the Silver Sand base, and the goods in the warehouse are valued at 1 million star coins. Yin Fei pressed further, so, when divided among everyone, your reported goods amount to merely half a star coin per person, not enough to purchase 2 taels of meat. How do you intend to change the world with 2 taels of meat? In Yin Fei's eyes, Jiang Bai is a talent, yet also an idealist. However, in this apocalyptic era, idealism often equates to folly. In a time when survival is a struggle, ideals cannot serve as sustenance, nor can they alter the world. After a brief silence, listening to Yin Fei's inquiry, Jiang Bai spoke with a hint of resignation. At the very least, 2 more taels of meat is still 2 taels. If I can eat my fill today, I will have the strength to endure until tomorrow, will I not? At present, this is the extent of his capacity. Jiang Bai is not merely an idealist. He is also an optimist. Two tails of meat, nothing to scoff at. Indeed, while these two tails may not change the world, they represent what Jiang Bai can achieve in his current circumstances. Consider the brighter side. This wretched world makes it challenging to maintain an optimistic outlook. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai strives to see the silver lining. At the very least, indulging in meat brings joy. It is only at this moment that Ancient Fei comprehends the essence of do not dismiss the small acts of kindness. I understand. Ancient Fei nods. Even the legs of a fly are flesh, and two tails of meat possess their own worth. Jiang Bai, brother, that expression is not meant to be used in this context. Suppressing the urge to correct him, Jiang Bai responded with a muffled acknowledgement. Rising from his seat, Ancient Fei walked toward the exit without looking back, casually instructing that there was no need for accompaniment. Shan Hongyi observed the departing figure and, after he had completely left, feigned maturity and remarked, "The governor's younger brother is truly a talent." Jiang Bai tossed her a chestnut nonchalantly. "He is not the younger brother." Jiang Bai yawned lazily and added, "He is the governor himself." Shan Hongyi. A small head filled with great confusion. Shan Hongyi believed that this was Jiang Bai's first encounter with Ancient Fei. How could she not discern any clues while Jiang Bai could? It seemed illogical. Even so, Shan Hongyi chose to trust Jiang Bai's judgment without raising any doubts. Curiously, she inquired, "Why is he pretending to be the deputy governor?" Jiang Bai casually tossed an energy fruit into his mouth, savoring the chicken flavor, its crispness delightful. The governor and deputy governor are twin brothers. If he claims to be the deputy governor, then the one visiting today is indeed the deputy governor. Our conversation, once it spreads, will merely be seen as a visit from the deputy governor attempting to forge connections, with no implications for the governor. The governor must also obscure his whereabouts. The waters of Yinsha base run deep. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shan Hongyi asked, "Brother Jiang Bai, how did you discern that he is actually the governor?" "A good question." Jiang Bai closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and slowly opened them, murmuring in Yinsha base, "Having one person whom I cannot kill with 3 shots is sufficient." Such audacity! The inquisitive Shan Hongyi bit her lip, reveling in the drama, and provocatively asked, "What if there are 2? Hongyi, I excel at debating." Jiang Bai playfully tapped her head. "If there are 2, we ought to relocate." Shan Hongyi, "If the enemy is exceedingly formidable, fear not. It is wise to flee promptly." Shan Hongyi gave Jiang Bai a thumbs up. Impressive, that is quintessentially Jiang Bai. At the governor's mansion, in the reception hall, a large chair is occupied by a slightly corpulent figure, the very man who visited today, claiming to be Ancient Fei. He remains that pampered middle-aged man. Yet as he sits in this chair, an indescribable aura emanates from him, suffocating even those who draw near. He seems to embody the sole sovereign of the universe, wielding life and death, with all beings bowing at his feet. Since returning from the trading market, the governor has sat thus, eyes closed in deep contemplation. No one dared to approach, nor did anyone dare to disturb his contemplation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the governor finally opened his eyes, and that terrifying aura receded like a retreating tide, surging back into his being. In the reception hall, a commanding voice resonated. "Attention, all personnel." Moments later, a series of orders emanated from the governor's office. By the governor's decree, effective immediately, the salaries of the Defense Department will be doubled. Compensation for casualties will be doubled. Resources redeemable for meritorious service within the department will enjoy a 20% discount. By the governor's decree, effective immediately, 23 new patrol routes will be established to address various incidents within the Silver Sand Base. Those unwilling to serve may withdraw from the Defense Department within 3 days. After that, there will be no grace period. Those who disobey orders shall be executed. Those who neglect their duties shall be executed. Those who flee from the battlefield shall be executed. By the governor's decree, effective immediately, an extraordinary abilities training camp will be established. Those who have merited may enter, those willing to serve in the Defense Department may enter, and those with remarkable talents may enter. By the governor's decree, effective immediately, a security fee will be instituted, exempting civilians from taxation. Each command sent tremors throughout the Silver Sand Base. akin to a series of earthquakes. This was the governor's mandate. As long as he remained the governor, the Silver Sand base would bow beneath his authority. Each order would be executed without exception. Amidst the profound shock, the populace grew increasingly curious about the final command, which appeared particularly peculiar. By the governor's decree, tomorrow, in every household within the Silver Sand base, 2 taels of meat will be distributed. Chapter 034. The secret tomb of Silver Sand. A few days later, in the cold Cicada shop, Liujiang lifted his teacup, taking a hearty sip, and sighed. A change is upon us. In the brief span of days, the Silver Sand base had undergone a profound transformation. This change emanated from the top down. The governor's office, as always, acted decisively and with vigor, leaving no room for dissent within the Silver Sand base. The Defense Department's benefits had seen a significant increase, and its authority had risen correspondingly, rendering what once seemed a trivial position suddenly invaluable. Under the governor's directives, the Defense Department mobilized swiftly, regaining control over what had appeared to be an utterly chaotic situation in no time at all. Previously, in the Silver Sand base, even in the event of public robbery or murder, the personnel of the Defense Department would pass by without a glance. Now, the Defense Department took charge of all matters, adhering strictly to regulations. Even in cases of minor discrepancies, a mere shout would summon the personnel of the Defense Department, who would promptly arrive to uphold justice. In a remarkably short time, the once decrepit Silver Sand base began to exhibit signs of vitality. However the skies may change, the lives of the people below remain unaffected. Jiang Bai lounged in a recliner, languidly remarking, "Can this world possibly get any worse?" Liujiang wholeheartedly agreed, affirming, "Brother Jiang speaks wisely. I am indeed enlightened." Despite Jiang Bai's words, Liujiang continued along his line of thought, saying, "The governor is truly wise. As an ancient saying in Huaxia goes, under heavy rewards, there shall be the old man." In these few days, the Defense Department has unearthed quite a few talents, including an extraordinary individual. Jiang Bai remained lethargic in his chair, merely uttering an uninterested "oh." Liujiang pressed on. The Silver Sand base is indeed a place where hidden talents lie in wait. However, as the saying goes, there is no sweetness in the dregs. I say, hold on. Jiang Bai could no longer contain himself and interrupted Liujiang. "What do you mean there is no sweetness in the dregs? Can that stuff even be sweet?" "Brother Jiang, have you not heard of this ancient proverb?" Liujiang raised an eyebrow, brimming with pride. "I exchanged my merits for a fragment of an ancient web novel within the Starlight Temple, and this saying is recorded therein. Exceedingly rare. No one else knows it besides me. I surmise that since dregs contains the word water, it must refer to an ancient fruit, one in sweet and the other bitter. Hence, the phrase 'there is no sweetness in the dregs' is used to describe how every situation has its pros and cons, and one cannot have it all." "Brother Jiang, do you know what fruit is?" This was something I read in another web novel. Upon hearing Liujiang's boast, Jiang Bai fell into complete silence. He had originally intended to correct Liujiang. After all, dregs are certainly not sweet. However, seeing Liujiang's self-satisfied demeanor, Jiang Bai promptly abandoned that thought, opting instead to acquiesce to him. Little did Jiang Bai expect that among the web authors from 12 centuries ago, there existed such a remarkable individual capable of penning the phrase, "there is no sweetness in the dregs." After showcasing his knowledge, Liujiang deftly redirected the conversation. "Brother Jiang, great changes are imminent. We must seize the opportunity." Jiang Bai, indifferent to the discourse, retorted, "What debate? Just a heap of debate, perhaps? It seems I have triggered the keywords." "Brother Jiang, did I not mention this to you before?" Liujiang patiently reiterated, "The position of governor is held by the capable. Yin Sha can assume the governorship precisely because he guards a secret tomb, which is pivotal to the Yin Sha base, also referred to as the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. As long as the Silver Sand Secret Tomb remains under control, the Yin Sha base endures. However, if it spirals out of control, the base will be left defenseless. The operational pattern of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb is quite simple. It loses control once every 7 years. When it does, the Guardian must enter the tomb and attempt to rectify the situation. Failure results in utter annihilation." Indeed, Jiang Bai had heard Junja mentioned this once. The governor's role encompasses the guardianship of the Silver Sand secret tomb, while also possessing the capacity to harness its power, rendering him unrivaled within the Insha base. As long as the governor of Silver Sand remains within the base, under the protection of the secret tomb, even divine generals cannot contend with him. Who would have anticipated that the governor, Insha, who took office 7 years ago, has remained in that position for the entirety of that time? This year, or rather, in the past 2 months, marks the impending window for the tomb's loss of control, occurring once every 7 years. The Insha base has existed for over 210 years, with more than 31 recorded governors. Among these 31, not a single individual has managed to handle the tomb's loss of control twice. According to their conjectures, the first instance of managing the tomb's loss of control was relatively manageable. Some extraordinary beings, with a stroke of luck, could resolve it. However, the second instance may trigger certain patterns that increase the difficulty of the Silver Sand secret tomb, leading to no survivors. In the eyes of the onlookers, although Insha is the strongest within the Insha base, with the impending loss of control of the tomb, his fate appears sealed. In other words, Insha is but a mere harbinger of death. A man on the brink of death may instill momentary fear, but such fear does not endure. As for who will assume the governorship upon Insha's demise, it will depend on who can resolve the tomb's loss of control. Yiving, a member of the solar eclipse sect, possesses the greatest strength during an eclipse. Wei Junjia analyzed, coincidentally, according to celestial observers, there will be 3 days of eclipse within the next 10 days. After gathering intelligence from various sources, a complete conspiracy unveiled itself before Jiang Bai. The impending loss of control of the Silver Sand secret tomb, the governor of Silver Sand becoming a mere specter of death. And among the next candidates for governor, Yijin stands at the forefront. Yijin has employed Nangong Xiaoxin to enter a certain secret tomb, triggering a chain reaction that precipitates the premature loss of control of the Silver Sand secret tomb, ultimately leading to the demise of the governor. Meanwhile, Yijin himself can leverage the eclipse's enhancement to confront the tomb at its most volatile, resolving the crisis and ascending as the next governor of Silver Sand. It appears that Jiang Bai has pieced together the entire conspiracy. However, numerous questions remain unanswered. 1. Why would Yijin seek a distant solution by hiring Nangong Xiaoxin for this task? What makes Nangong Xiaoxin so special? 2. If Nangong Xiaoxin's involvement is of such significance, why complicate matters further by ambushing Jiang Bai? Even if the ambush on Jiang Bai could involve countless subordinates of Yijin, why was it specifically Nangong Xiaoxin? One layer entwined with another, compelling Jiang Bai to ponder whether this could be yet another trap. If it were indeed a trap, how should he turn the tables? Reclining on his chair, Jiang Bai closed his eyes in feigned slumber, and no one could fathom the thoughts swirling within his mind. At the deputy governor's office, Yijin sat calmly at his desk, exuding an air of tranquility, starkly contrasting his usual impatience. His demeanor was a mere fade. For Yijin's depth of character was evidently far greater. Spread across the table was a map marked with a coordinate, precisely indicating the location of the 9th Research Institute. That forsaken school. Within the Silver Sand base, numerous taboos existed, and this school was among them, a site where countless individuals had vanished, meeting untimely deaths. The reasons remained unknown, though rumors suggested the place was haunted, unfit for prolonged presence. At this moment, as he gazed at the map, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yijin's eyes, and he murmured to himself, Nangong Xiaoxin, a high-level mind master, possesses the sequence ability of chaos. Nangong Xiaoxin had been captured alive by Jiang Bai and confined within this very school. This institution served as the entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb. Unbeknownst to him, Nangong Xiaoxin was poisoned and would not survive beyond 10 days. Once he perished, the sequence ability would inevitably spiral out of control, resonating with that entity deep within the Silver Sand secret tomb. At that moment, the tomb would reopen. That day would mark my ascendance to the pinnacle of the Silver Sand base. Chapter 035. The fourth interrogation. I am Jiang Bai. And we are now proceeding with the fourth interrogation, with real-time audio recording. Interrogator, Jiang Bai. Subject, Nangong Xiaoxin. In the cramped room, a dim yellow light flickered. Jiang Bai and Nangong Xiaoxin sat facing each other. A large bandage encircled Nangong Xiaoxin's head. He appeared significantly gaunter than before, his complexion pale. An N4 drip was suspended from his arm. Jiang Bai placed a recording device on the table, which Nangong Xiaoxin seemed to recognize, exhibiting no surprise. "Let us continue from where we left off last time," Jiang Bai said, flipping open his notebook and reading aloud. "We were discussing your peeking at the neighbor lady while she bathed. My apologies, I mistakenly referred to it as a novel." No, ancient texts." "Yes, ancient texts." Jiang Bai hastily switched to another book. To alleviate the awkwardness, he added, "Ideally, interrogations should involve both audio and video recordings, and they ought not to be conducted alone. Cooperation and oversight are essential. However, we find ourselves in a unique situation during these tumultuous times. So let us make do with what we have." Listening to Jiang Bai, Nangong Xiaoxin displayed a look of confusion, questioning, "It seems you have many rules to adhere to? In this era of the fifth mysterious tide, amidst the apocalypse, maintaining order is a luxury. Mere survival is an aspiration, let alone these assorted regulations. Generally, the more rules a faction has, the stronger it is." Jiang Bai's power evidently surpassed that of high-level extraordinary individuals, rendering ordinary superhumans no match for him. The very fact that such a formidable figure as Jiang Bai adhered to rules indicated that the force behind him must be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, this led to a contradiction. A potent force would not interfere with the silver sandbase without cause, nor would they leave Jiang Bai to fight alone. After some contemplation, Nangong Xiaoxin arrived at a conclusion. The force behind Jiang Bai believed he alone could stabilize the silver sandbase. This seemed reasonable. "Have you heard of criminal law?" Jiang Bai grinned. "I can recite it by heart." "Criminal law? Which jurisdiction?" Nangong Xiaoxin inquired with keen interest. "So, according to this criminal law you speak of, how would my situation be judged?" "They would deem it a waste of bullets to execute you," Jiang Bai scoffed. "What are you afraid? What is there to fear? Your life was preserved by your own actions." A resigned smile appeared on Nangong Xiaoxin's face as he weakly replied, "It is truly amusing, according to your reasoning. You went through all this trouble to save me, only to end up executing me. That is not. He struggled to find a word to describe the absurdity. Jiang Bai kindly interjected, "An exercise in futility?" Nangong Xiaoxin nodded slightly. "Yes, an exercise in futility. You possess an impressive grasp of ancient knowledge. Some extraordinary individuals I know lack your scholarly depth." He had to limit the motion of his head, as any significant movement aggravated his injuries. Since his capture, Jiang Bai had interrogated him 4 times already. Nangong Xiaoxin pondered inwardly. The first time was in the underground, when Jiang Bai visited in the dead of night and conducted an interrogation that lasted the entire night. Before long, he faced a second round of questioning, accompanied by a comprehensive medical examination. According to Jiang Bai, this was their protocol. Even captives were subject to such scrutiny. The rationale behind the examination was straightforward. Jiang Bai feared that Nangong Xiaoxin might be harboring a lethal virus that could infect the 3 researchers and 1 dog at the institute. Nangong Xiaoxin scoffed at Jiang Bai's concerns, utterly disdainful. How could someone as meticulous as he be unaware of carrying an infectious disease? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the director's cooperation, the results of the examination were swiftly revealed. The good news, no infectious disease. The bad news, he had been poisoned and was on the brink of death. The toxin was a rare venom from a high-tier exotic beast, having infiltrated his entire body. According to the director's estimation, without treatment, Nangong Xiaoxin would perish within 3 to 5 days. As for what would transpire following his demise, the director could not ascertain. However, he was acutely aware that this was far from a positive outcome. Had it not been for Jiang Bai's adherence to protocol, they would have faced dire consequences in their ignorance. Of course, Jiang Bai's actions were not entirely motivated by respect for the rules. He was genuinely terrified that Nangong Xiaoxin might carry an infectious virus. Such a twist of fate could only befall someone like Jiang Bai, who stumbled upon it by sheer happenstance. Upon seeing the examination results, the reactions of the group varied. Nangong Xiaoxin's immediate response was disbelief. Were they attempting to use his illness against him? Jiang Bai's first thought was whether he had health insurance. The director, bewildered, inquired, "What is health insurance?" The three men exchanged wide-eyed glances, submerged in silence. After traversing the initial stage of denial, Nangong Xiaoxin soon came to terms with the reality. Jiang Bai had no reason to deceive him. He had disclosed everything he knew to Jiang Bai, and Nangong Xiaoxin believed that even if he remained silent, Jiang Bai could still unearth such information. If Jiang Bai wished to torment him, there were countless methods at his disposal, and this convoluted approach was unnecessary. Holding the examination results, Jiang Bai spoke earnestly. "Although you are a captive, and your cooperation has been commendable, you lack health insurance, which complicates matters considerably. Currently, we have no better treatment options available, so we can only provide conservative care. Yes, please sign here, and also this disclaimer. Acknowledging that I understand the attending physician lacks a medical license and relinquish all rights to pursue accountability indeed, he was preparing to administer a rudimentary treatment to Nangong Xiaoxin. After the latter signed a multitude of documents, the treatment commenced. Soon, the director witnessed firsthand Jiang Bai's concept of conservative treatment. Jiang Bai's methods were more radical than any treatment the director had previously encountered. Nangong Xiaoxin had transformed his skull into exotic bone. Thus, the toxin prioritized the corrosion of this bone, necessitating Jiang Bai to excise a portion of it. Lying upon the surgical table, Nangong Xiaoxin finally realized that what Jiang Bai had said that night was indeed true. A surgical scalpel, empowered by qi, was held firmly in Jiang Bai's steady hand as he meticulously performed the delicate procedure of scraping the bones to detoxify. While engaged in this task, Jiang Bai conversed with Nangong Xiaoxin, urging him to cry. "Weep, cry with all your might." Nangong Xiaoxin responded, bewildered, "But I cannot cry." "No, you must cry," Jiang Bai insisted earnestly. "If you do not weep, the value of Guan Er Yi diminishes. How could you, of all people, perform the same act as him? Cry and do not cease." Nangong Xiaoxin, incensed, retorted, "Then do not administer anesthesia." To demand both self-induced tears and anesthesia was to deliberately complicate matters for him. Jiang Bai, indignant, countered, "Who administered anesthesia to you? Lacking even basic health insurance." With anesthetics being prohibitively expensive, Jiang Bai was determined to economize. Yet Nangong Xiaoxin did not experience pain. The reason was simple. The toxins had already numbed his nerves, rendering anesthetics unnecessary. He was gravely ill, hovering on the brink of death. Thus, within the rudimentary confines of the operating room, an exceedingly ludicrous scene unfolded. Jiang Bai focused intently, diligently scraping the bones, while the director documented and assisted. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiaoxin, vocalizing his distress, howled as though mourning a lost mother. After 3 hours of such lamentation, his voice hoarse, the operation neared its conclusion. Once Jiang Bai had excised all the toxin-corroded foreign bones, he commanded Shan Hongyi employ the holy light upon him. With a firm utterance, Shan Hongyi proclaimed, "Holy light." The trio in the operating room regarded Shan Hongyi in bemusement. Jiang Bai, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "Who still shouts when using a sequence ability? How utterly embarrassing." Shan Hongyi replied, "Light speed cutting, a sacred separator, if you will." The holy light descended upon Nangong Xiaoxin's head, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. It appeared that everything was finally on the right path. Just as the wounds were poised to fully mend, however, Nangong Xiaoxin, after 3 hours of howling, suddenly emitted a bizarre shriek, his body straightening as blood erupted from his head, streaming from his 7 orifices, plunging the scene into chaos. There was a malfunction with the holy light. "Stop!" Jiang Bai bellowed, interrupting the holy lights, while deftly grasping a needle, his right hand slicing through the air, stitching all the wounds at an astonishing pace. Jiang Bai's movements surpassed those during the operation, accelerating tenfold, so swiftly that even the director struggled to comprehend. Shan Hongyi stood by, utterly astonished, thinking, "No way, you were hiding the skill all along." Following a frantic rescue effort, Nangong Xiaoxin's condition stabilized once more. and the qi within him remained in check. Jiang Bai exhaled deeply, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. He turned to Shan Hongyi, speaking earnestly. Hongyi, promise your brother Jiang Bai that in the future, the holy light shall refrain from coddling allies. Chapter 036. The anomaly of the holy light was decisively addressed by Jiang Bai. In the midst of chaos, Nangong Xiaoxin lost consciousness, while Dan Hongyi remained perplexed. Only Jiang Bai and the director exchanged a knowing glance, silently conveying everything without uttering a word. The surgery was remarkably successful. Jiang Bai meticulously excised all the aberrant bones tainted by the toxins, leaving nothing behind. Yet, despite this, Nangong Xiaoxin could not escape the clutches of death. The poison had not only corrupted his aberrant bones, but had also permeated his bloodstream, spreading throughout his body. Blood transfusion was not a significant issue. Beyond conventional medical technology, individuals could employ sequence abilities to aid in treatment. This method proved far more effective than science. Had Dan Hongyi's holy light not faltered, she would have been the epitome of a versatile physician. However, the blood vessels and organs within Nangong Xiaoxin's body were all contaminated by the toxins, and his demise was merely a matter of time. According to the director's estimates, after Jiang Bai's conservative treatment, Nangong Xiaoxin could survive at least another fortnight. The second interrogation was a physical examination, and the third was a surgical procedure. Now, Jiang Bai was conducting the fourth interrogation with Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai inquired, "What do you believe makes you special?" Nangong Xiaoxin pondered before responding, "I am meticulous in my endeavors, always leaving myself an avenue of retreat." After accurately recording Nangong Xiaoxin's words, Jiang Bai added a note: lack of self-awareness. How could such a reckless individual consider himself cautious? Jiang Bai chuckled silently. After articulating his personality, Nangong Xiaoxin continued his analysis. My sequence ability is chaos, which is not particularly rare. By the way, prior to my arrival at the Silver Sand Base, I conversed with a senior who mentioned that there were no individuals possessing the chaos ability at the Silver Sand Base, and I did not enter through official channels. Jiang Bai diligently recorded the information, his expression betraying no change. In truth, Jiang Bai had already identified the chaos sequence ability as a potential lead, likely a breakthrough, an ability that is not uncommon, yet absent at the Silver Sand Base. Such anomalies often conceal deeper truths. Furthermore, Wei Junjie had informed Jiang Bai of the patterns surrounding the Silver Sand secret tomb, which periodically spiraled out of control. Yi Jin's intent in involving Nangong Xiaoxin was to precipitate the chaos of the Silver Sand secret tomb. To this end, he had secretly poisoned Nangong Xiaoxin, seeking to eliminate him without detection. With these clues laid before him, a flash of insight illuminated Jiang Bai's mind. Everything suddenly made sense. Yi Jin had deliberately placed Nangong Xiaoxin within his grasp, indifferent to whether he lived or died, as long as Nangong Xiaoxin perished at the opportune moment. This was sufficient, and this opportune moment was none other than the Ninth Research Institute. Had the director not discovered Nangong Xiaoxin's poisoning, had Nangong Xiaoxin not emphasized the uniqueness of chaos, had Wei Junjie not divulged the insider information to Jiang Bai, he would never have unraveled the truth. Suddenly, Jiang Bai halted his writing, gazing at Nangong Xiaoxin, and unexpectedly asked, "You figured it out, haven't you?" As Nangong Xiaoxin spoke eloquently, he suddenly halted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he reluctantly confessed. "I am aware of the matter concerning the Silver Sand secret tomb. I have little to occupy my time daily. I either read or reflect, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, uncertain of their validity." Jiang Bai incisively pointed out, "You believe that presenting the clues before me, allowing me to piece together the truth bit by bit, would provide me with a greater sense of accomplishment?" After a brief silence, Nangong Xiaoxin sighed, "I suppose so." As a prisoner, his desire for survival compelled him to appease Jiang Bai. Such futile endeavors should be minimized, Jiang Bai asserted firmly. "The moment you surmise something, you ought to report it to me without delay. That is how you demonstrate merit. If your deliberate concealment leads to wasted time and jeopardizes our efforts, can you bear the weight of that responsibility? This is not an act of commendable service. It is a grave error." Jiang Bai's reprimand ignited a flicker of shame within Nan Gongxiaxin, causing his head to droop slightly. Yet, he soon realized the absurdity of the situation. I am a captive. Why should I comply with you when I am on the brink of death? The defiant words that had risen in his throat quickly transformed into, I understand my mistake. I will certainly pay more attention next time. There was no choice, as Jiang Bai had accurately described him as a mature prisoner. You had better truly understand. Jiang Bai intoned gravely. Fortunately, I had anticipated this maneuver and discreetly relocated your place of detention. Otherwise, we would have faced significant repercussions. Nan Gongxiaxin was taken aback. Is that even possible? How could you predict such a move without any clues and transfer my holding location? What exactly are you guarding against? Are you battling against thin air? Jiang Bai had his own rationale for this course of action. His initial intention was to distance Nan Gongxiaxin from certain death. After all, the director had indicated that Nan Gongxiaxin was critically poisoned and beyond saving. Should he perish at the 9th Research Institute, it would tarnish its reputation and diminish its value. Furthermore, a dying ability user would invariably pose an unstable factor, and Jiang Bai could not afford to keep him at the 9th Research Institute, where he might threaten others. Amidst these compounded concerns, Jiang Bai resolved to discreetly transfer Nan Gongxiaxin. Although Nan Gongxiaxin did not grasp Jiang Bai's motivations, he found himself increasingly convinced of Jiang Bai's competence. You should not refer to him as Jiang Bai. He ought to be called Jiang VI. The interrogation yielded a significant breakthrough, and Jiang Bai posed a few more questions before preparing to conclude the session. Following protocol, he presented the signature document to Nan Gongxiaxin, inquiring, while your merits and faults may balance out, given your positive attitude, feel free to voice any requests, though anything exceeding 50 star coins is off the table. Are there any more books like this? I have already finished the few you previously provided. Nan Gongxiaxin cautiously held a book devoid of a cover, its contents penned by Jiang Bai himself, containing knowledge from 1200 years ago. In those days, the Cicada project contemplated how to respond if the fourth mysterious tide were to obliterate the civilized world, necessitating a complete reconstruction. Consequently, the participants of the Cicada project carried various manuals and materials to some extent, with Jiang Bai bearing the most. Firstly, he had spent the longest time sealing, allowing him to peruse these materials during his leisure. On the other hand, Jiang Bai possessed an exceptional memory, enabling him to recall everything he had read. He transcribed some of the content and presented several volumes to Nan Gongxiaxin as part of his efforts in ideological work. As a mind practitioner, one naturally leans towards literature. Thus, Nan Gongxiaxin had perused these books countless times. Upon expressing her request, anxious that Jiang Bai might refuse, she elaborated. I am deeply intrigued by the contents of these books and wish to delve deeper, especially regarding the concept of Tianxia. Does such a world truly exist? Whether 1,200 years ago or 1,200 years hence, the notion of Tianxia seems to have never been genuinely realized. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before providing his response. As it is, Nan Gongxiaxin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Is this an ancient phrase? I apologize. My knowledge in this regard is quite limited. Could you offer me a hint? Jiang Bai clarified. In essence, it means, as it is, Chapter 037, Brother Jiang, a grave matter has arisen. Nan Gongxiaxin pondered thoughtfully over these two words. Between them lay a profound secret. Admittedly, such a statement might border on idealism. Jiang Bai, rarely inclined to elaborate on such topics, engaged in this discourse, as a true materialist warrior would scarcely utter such sentiments. Idealism? Materialism? Nan Gongxiaxin found himself increasingly perplexed, striving to commit each of Jiang Bai's words to memory, so that in solitude he might have ample time to contemplate. Nan Gongxiaxin inquired further, what then would your materialist warrior say? Your materialist grandfather speaks no nonsense, Jiang Bai replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice as steady as if forged through countless trials. We choose to act directly. Jiang Bai, at 1,200 years of age, deemed it appropriate to refer to himself as grandfather without reservation. The progression of events is a spiraling ascent. This chaotic world is responsible for the spiral, while Jiang Bai is tasked with facilitating its rise. This, indeed, is quite rational. Listening to Jiang Bai, Nangong Xiaoxin felt an unexplainable sense of awe. Although he was a high-ranking thought master, he was currently afflicted by a deadly poison, teetering on the brink of death. He spoke freely of all that could and could not be said, of what should and should not be expressed. Intriguingly, Jiang Bai employed neither coercive tactics nor emotional appeals, nor did he resort to invoking his powers. Everything unfolded according to his peculiar rules. Thus, Nangong Xiaoxin naturally divulged all that he knew. In terms of intelligence, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. He possessed no combat strength nor hidden assets. Nothing remained. Consequently, he posed one final question. What else can I do? Nangong Xiaoxin was uncertain why he asked this. As one nearing death, the first instinct is invariably a desire to cling to life. Yet, he was compelled to confront the grim reality of his impending demise, wishing to utilize his remaining time to accomplish something meaningful. Even if Jiang Bai were to release him now, he had nowhere to go. The moment he stepped outside, he would be met with death at the hands of Yi Jin's men. He could only remain here, lingering, to do something. This question did not stump Jiang Bai. He responded with ease. If you truly have time to spare, you might consider documenting your life. Nangong Xiaoxin, perplexed, asked, what value does such a record hold? In the present, it bears little worth. Yet for the future, any record possesses research potential, requiring only a modicum of time to mature. Jiang Bai patted Nangong Xiaoxin's shoulder, imparting a weighty remark. We are a nation with a long history, more ancient than you can imagine, and simultaneously, we are a nation with a future. With that, Jiang Bai turned and departed, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin to ponder alone within the confines of the room. In the midst of their conversation, Nangong Xiaoxin found herself utterly engrossed, unable to extricate herself from a moment. It was only after a considerable time that she regained her composure and, feeling rather fatigued, remarked, if you wish for me to take notes, at the very least, provide me with paper and a pen. Outside, a small, youthful voice chimed in. A pen costs 50 star coins, and a notebook is 800 star coins. Nangong Xiaoxin was taken aback, exclaiming, is it truly that expensive? Has inflation reached such heights? A more pressing concern crossed her mind. Where am I to procure such funds? The little girl was prepared, offering, you may sign an IOU, with a monthly interest of 3. As she spoke, a note was slipped through the door, landing squarely before Nangong Xiaoxin, already inscribed with the loan amount, interest, and repayment date. Just as she was about to affix her seal, an absurd thought flickered through her mind. Could it be that this girl is merely fabricating this scenario to sell me paper and a pen? Surely not. That would be too outrageous. I shall trust her just this once. Meanwhile, the tea shop was unusually quiet. Jiang Bai reclined on a lounge chair, yawning intermittently. Ever since he took over the establishment, it had remained in such a state. However, during this period, Jiang Bai had not been lacking in profit. A visit from the governor had generously gifted him with 300,000 star coins, swiftly recouping the 30,000 star coin rent for the shop. The expenses for treating Nangong Xiaoxin's ailment were negligible, hardly worth considering. According to the account provided by Nangong Xiaoxin, he had amassed considerable wealth in other bases, which represented Jiang Bai's most significant gain. Attempting to retrieve those assets himself would be a laborious endeavor, and with time of the essence. He recognized that by the time he returned, the opportunity would have passed. Thus, Jiang Bai, through Wei Junjie, managed to sell this intelligence at the Starlight Temple, exchanging it for 5 million star coins, coupled with the 400,000 star coins he had previously earned and the 800,000 borrowed from the little girl. After calculating various expenses, Jiang Bai found himself with nearly 3 million star coins. As a storm brewed on the horizon, an impending conflict loomed, prompting Jiang Bai to urgently enhance his strength and convert his resources into combat power. While he contemplated how best to allocate these funds, Wei Junjie rushed in, visibly flustered. Brother Jiang, he exclaimed as he entered the tea shop, promptly closing the door and lowering his voice. There is grave news. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes, responding, what now? Has a monster abducted my master? What? Wei Junjie felt a sense of deja vu at Jiang Bai's words, uncertain if he had encountered them before. However, he had no time to ponder this. He stated earnestly, "This is not a moment for jest. The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb has been revealed." Jiang Bai chuckled. "To my left sits a member of the Yijin, and to my right, a member of the Moon God Society. Are you certain you wish to discuss this matter now?" Wei Junjie faltered, realizing the inappropriateness of the timing. Before he could respond, a muffled voice emerged from Jiang Bai's left. "I am from the Moon God Society." The individual on Jiang Bai's right, steeling himself, added, "The Eclipse sect harbors no ill intentions towards you. I am merely here to facilitate communication." Jiang Bai had inadvertently misidentified their affiliations. Upon being discovered, the two individuals had no choice but to speak up and rectify the situation. Otherwise, they would return to their institution tarnished by unjust accusations, facing dire consequences. From this perspective, it is possible that Jiang Bai deliberately misrepresented their identities. He glanced at Wei Junjie, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, and inquired if he wished to find a more suitable place for conversation. This particular smile was all too familiar to Wei Junjie, conveying a singular message: money. To him, any matter that could be resolved with currency was hardly a concern. 30,000, Wei Junjie declared, simultaneously gesturing discreetly with his fingers to indicate a 5. His intention was clear, and Jiang Bai understood immediately. 3,000 would be paid, yet the invoice would reflect 5,000. That rascal was pocketing a 2,000 rebate, earning more effortlessly than Jiang Bai himself. Cash or card? Card. A soft beep echoed as 30,000 star coins were credited to Jiang Bai's account. With money exchanged, the burden shifted. Wei Junjie approached the door, ready to relocate to a more discreet venue. However, Jiang Bai remained reclined in his chair, unmoving. A sudden click echoed through the tea shop, the sound of a gun being chambered. Jiang Bai slammed the weapon onto the table, coldly commanding, "Get out." The proprietor of the shop to the left seized his chair and fled, while the owner on the right, slightly slower, didn't even bother to close the door. As the two bolted, the rest of the shopkeepers along the street began to scatter as well. The remaining patrons, though unaware of the circumstances, opted for flight over inquiry. Within 10 minutes, the entire marketplace was deserted, save for a few individuals left in the tea shop, who were now free to converse without interruption. Jiang Bai picked up the teapot, savored a sip of tea, and leisurely remarked, "Speak." Chapter 038. The traitor Jiang Bai frightened everyone away. No one dared to eavesdrop on their conversation. With just one round fired, he earned 30,000. Wei Junjie felt no loss, as the funds were provided by the Starlight Temple, and he could still reap some benefits. Why not? The more commotion Jiang Bai stirred, the more worthwhile the expenditure became. Wei Junjie found a stool and settled beside Jiang Bai. Speaking up, the entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb has appeared. The loss of control over the secret tomb unfolds in several stages, rather than all at once. The emergence of the entrance signifies that the 7-year agreement is drawing near. You've already mentioned this once, Jiang Bai yawned, responding nonchalantly. So what now? Have you given any thought to the matter we discussed previously? Wei Junjie lowered his voice, forming a pistol with his other hand. If you take out Yijin, not only will the Starlight Temple be grateful, but the governor will be pleased as well. You two seem to get along quite well, don't you? During this period, various factions had already uncovered the reason behind the governor's sudden change. Before numerous orders from the governor were issued, he had visited the trading market once and conversed with Jiang Bai. The content of their dialogue remains unknown. What is certain is that Jiang Bai's words had an impact on the governor. Get along? Jiang Bai scoffed. He is making such a grand display, practically announcing to everyone that he intends to use me as a pawn. Is that what you call getting along? Wei Junjie was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiang Bai's attitude. I've reviewed the historical archives of the Silver Sand base, Jiang Bai stated languidly. 7 years ago, when the governor took office, the Silver Sand base had 2.6 million people. Now, it barely exceeds 2 million. 7 years ago, there were 12 extraordinary powerhouses in the governor's office. Now, only 4 remain. 7 years ago, the Silver Sand base's income was 864 billion star coins. Last year, it was 246 billion star coins. Jiang Bai enumerated a plethora of data, his implication unmistakable. The governor's performance has been dismal. All metrics have declined. There are no powerhouses, no population, and no revenue. This information, originally classified as top secret, was known only in fragments to Wei Junjie, who was far from as detailed as Jiang Bai. Furthermore, Jiang Bai's tone unmistakably conveyed his disdain for the governor. Wei Junjie hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. After listening to Jiang Bai's grievances, Wei Junjie realized that eliminating Liujiang was no longer a feasible option. Of course, he had not held out much hope from the beginning. Once Jiang Bai fell silent, Wei Junjie inquired, with the entrance now open, according to the rules, those aspiring to compete for the governor's position must pass the entrance's qualification certification. Otherwise, when the Silver Sand secret tomb goes out of control, entrance will be denied. Jiang Bai, our Starlight Temple, is preparing to form a team to explore the entrance. Would you be interested in joining? Wei Junjie laid out the Starlight Temple's terms. Jiang Bai would serve as the deputy captain and could bring along one assistant to accompany the team. The captain refrains from interfering with Jiang Bai's actions, as Jiang Bai's command authority ranks just below that of the captain. The Starlight Temple requires a quota of at least 4 individuals. Prior to the team's departure, the Starlight Temple will provide Jiang Bai with half of the visualization blueprint and a deposit of 500,000 star coins. Upon successful completion of the task, the remaining half of the blueprint will be delivered. It must be said that the Starlight Temple demonstrates considerable sincerity this time. Jiang Bai only has one question. What grade is the visualization blueprint? According to our internal classification, it is considered a 3rd grade item. Wei Junjie added that the highest is the 9th grade. Jiang Bai closed his eyes. He is no scavenger and has no interest in collecting refuse. Wei Junjie, understanding the subtlety, immediately stood up and remarked that he could be contacted anytime if Jiang Bai had any ideas, as he would be on standby 24 hours a day. With that, he hastily departed. Jiang Bai always exuded a formidable pressure that left Wei Junjie feeling uneasy. This man is deeply calculating and his temperament unpredictable, reminding Wei Junjie of an ancient saying, being close to a ruler is akin to being near a tiger. Brother Jiang Bai. After Wei Junjie left, Shan Hongyi approached Jiang Bai, her expression laden with confusion. Is the governor truly as terrible as you say? From their previous interaction, she had found the other party quite amiable. To her surprise, what she heard from Jiang Bai today painted an entirely different picture of the governor. The world of adults is intricate, rife with conflicts of interest and complex entanglements. Matters are seldom black and white. Jiang Bai patiently explained, data can be misleading. Previous governors faced relatively uncomplicated situations. Even without taking action, Silver Sand Base could thrive. Our current governor has encountered continuous natural disasters and human calamities since his appointment. If it were any other governor, a population reduction of less than half would be considered a victory. Yet the Silver Sand Base still boasts a population of 2 million, which is no small feat moreover. It is said that he has opened trade routes, and during the deterioration of the Silver Sand Base's situation, he managed to relocate 100,000 people within 7 years through these routes. The decline in extraordinary individuals is also due to their efforts in maintaining trade routes. The corruption within the Defense Department can be seen as a desperate measure. He can only concentrate his resources on resolving major conflicts. Listening to Jiang Bai's explanation, Shan Hongyi felt even more perplexed. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, so, does he count as a good person or a bad person? One moment he seems good, the next bad, and then back to good again. How can a person oscillate so? I have already stated that matters in this world are not simply black and white. One cannot casually label someone as good or bad, Jiang Bai replied calmly. In terms of his role as the governor of Silver Sand, he is indeed competent. However, after his visit, his successive actions have left me feeling as if I am being grilled over a fire, complicating the situation further. Under this pressure, I must either fully align myself with the governor's office and serve him or become a target, diverting attention away from him. This calculation is so blatant that I can hear it even with my ears covered. Regardless of which option I choose, it benefits him without harm, while for me, though the disadvantages are few, there are no advantages either. Observing the indignant Jiang Bai, Shan Hongyi was overtaken by a peculiar illusion. If the governor had arrived on that fateful day bearing not 30,000, but 30 billion, perhaps Jiang Bai could have effortlessly toppled the other three factions. The power of currency was the key to igniting Jiang Bai's potential. With ample financial resources, even the governor could be subdued. In the tea house, Jiang Bai reclined on a chaise lounge, feigning slumber. Outside, a tempest brewed. A storm poised to engulf the entire Insher base was on the horizon, leaving one to wonder who would ultimately emerge victorious. At the governor's residence, in the reception hall, a figure remained seated at the apex, while a person knelt nearby, bowing their head in report. The governor abruptly interjected. Did he truly say that? The individual nodded fervently. I stake my life on it. Not a word was misrepresented. There's audio and video evidence to corroborate it. Jiang Bai spoke these words directly to me. The one kneeling was none other than Wei Junjie. Beyond his association with the Starlight Temple, he harbored a clandestine identity, an undercover agent dispatched by the governor. Intriguing. Yin Chansha shifted in his seat, his fingers gliding over the armrest, numerous thoughts racing through his mind. Did Jiang Bai know that Wei Junjie would relay his message? Had Jiang Bai discerned Wei Junjie's true identity? No, that seemed too simplistic. Jiang Bai's every action was purposeful. If he anticipated that his words would reach the governor's ears, what, then, was the intent behind his proclamation? He had referenced a plethora of data. Inchen's eyes sparkled with realization as he seemed to grasp something crucial. Statistics were a laborious and thankless endeavor. The data in Jiang Bai's possession was remarkably detailed, perhaps excessively so. Some figures mentioned by Jiang Bai were not even recorded within the governor's office, yet he possessed them. Wei Junjie, under the impression that Jiang Bai had acquired this information from the governor's office, hastened to report to the governor, warning of a potential mole within the administration. As a seasoned insider, he was adept at detecting treachery. He was certain a traitor lurked in their midst. However, only Yin Chen-sha, the governor himself, understood that he had no such data. Thus, from whence did Jiang Bai's information originate, and why was it so meticulously detailed? Yin Chen-sha's expression froze as he deduced the answer and comprehended the message Jiang Bai wished to convey. Behind Jiang Bai stood a formidable figure commanding the Tianwan. Chapter 39, The Inquiry of the Strong. Online Q&A The Inquiry, The Heavenly Sequence Abilities, Number 11. Those endowed with heavenly abilities possess boundless potential. Even the least among them can attain extraordinary existence. While the inquiry may not represent the pinnacle of capabilities, it remains sufficiently unique. Each wielder of the inquiry is entitled to be a distinguished guest of significant powers. Should they choose to ally with forces such as the Starlight Temple, the Moon Goddess Society, or the Eclipse Sect, these entities might even offer them the position of Vice Guardian. It is rumored that among the inquiry's practitioners, there exist top-tier warriors who engage in light-hearted banter with the Celestial Emperor, forging deep friendships while standing atop the world, surveying all beneath. The fact that a master of the inquiry stands behind Jiang Bai and that he has voluntarily revealed this information carries profound implications. The first interpretation is a warning. The recent actions of Yin Chen-sha, which sought to coerce Jiang Bai into choosing sides through intimidation, are not commendable when brought to light. With a master of the inquiry backing him, Yin Chen-sha must carefully consider whether he can withstand the wrath of such a formidable ally should he attempt similar tactics again. The second implication is one of goodwill. The inquiry possesses a unique advantage in intelligence gathering, often yielding remarkable results. Similarly, should one wish to conceal their presence, it becomes exceedingly difficult for others to uncover it. By voluntarily disclosing the existence of the inquiry, Jiang Bai not only issues a warning, but also extends an olive branch for an alliance with Yin Chen-sha. With a mysterious powerhouse supporting him, Jiang Bai is indeed qualified to seek an alliance. If prior to this dialogue, Yin Chen-sha regarded Jiang Bai merely as a pawn in this grand game, albeit an intriguing one, his lack of strength made it difficult for him to influence the overall outcome. However, upon learning of the inquiry's existence, Jiang Bai has transcended the role of a mere pawn. While he may not yet be a player, he can navigate the board with agility and poise. Ancient Shah swiftly concluded his contemplation and posed another question. You mentioned earlier that Jiang Bai is seeking a visualization chart? Wei Junjie replied, yes. I suspect he desires to cultivate dual systems. Ancient Shah extended his hand, rummaging through the void for a moment, before ultimately producing an object. He casually tossed the item before Wei Junjie, stating coldly, find an opportunity to deliver this to Jiang Bai. Wei Junjie looked up, cradling the object with both hands. It was a scroll. On the reverse side, several ancient Chinese characters in dark gold were inscribed. Visualization chart. 9 dragons. Meanwhile, outside the trading market, at the Hanchan shop, a bespectacled figure in a white lab coat stood nervously beside Jiang Bai, scratching his head. Jiang Bai, perhaps we should reconsider clearly. The director was uncertain about the impending events. Is this truly feasible? Jiang Bai, anticipating this, analyzed, you witnessed the last incident with the holy light, did you not? The director nodded, the memory vivid. Ever since Jiang Bai had utilized the inch-stop technique, the holy light had turned into a double-edged sword, and the inquiry had morphed into a white inquiry with a single strike. Jiang Bai had incapacitated his own support and healer, successfully achieving a double kill. Jiang Bai continued to persuade, emphasizing that as researchers, we must not succumb to superstitions, but instead adhere to scientific principles, right? The director nodded again, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Jiang Bai reasoned that, based on his deductions, either there was an issue with the sequence's integrity, which when disrupted would lead to anomalous outcomes, reminiscent of the previous instance where 1 equaled 3, or there existed a mysterious force or entity covertly influencing everything around him. Presently, these are the only 2 plausible scenarios, were they not? The director paused, momentarily at a loss to refute this, unable to pinpoint any flaws in the argument. In his view, the former was far more likely, and Jiang Bai's second hypothesis seemed to attribute all inexplicable occurrences to mysticism, which he deemed somewhat superstitious. Given the necessity to substantiate this matter, we ought to conduct numerous experiments. Why not seize this opportunity to generate some revenue? Jiang Bai inexplicably produced an abacus and began calculating expenses for the director. Each time the heavenly inquiry was activated, there were personal burdens and material costs involved. These were indeed monetary considerations, were they not? Even disregarding these expenses, our research institute is in considerable debt. Director, doesn't the thought of owing money keep you awake at night? The director candidly admitted, I do not sleep at night. The institute only had power at night, and he was perpetually occupied with experiments, leaving no time for rest. What about during the day? I don't sleep then either. Does that not weigh on your conscience? The director hesitated. Occasionally, when I think of it, unlike Jiang Bai, the director genuinely possessed a conscience. In his quest to awaken Jiang Bai, he had not only exhausted his personal savings, but had also accrued exorbitant debts that he could never repay in his lifetime. Fortunately, Jiang Bai was adept at financial matters. He proposed that the director set up a stall for fortune-telling and charge consulting fees. Since the heavenly inquiry had already morphed into Bai's inquiry, why not seize this opportunity to profit handsomely? The director still struggled with his inner conflict. But what if the information I provide misleads others? Such a fortunate circumstance. Jiang Bai stifled the urge to articulate this thought and countered. Could the heavenly inquiry be erroneous? The director asserted with unwavering confidence. Certainly not. Jiang Bai responded with conviction. Our information is accurate. Charging a fee is perfectly reasonable. Is it not? Where else could one find such a splendid opportunity? However, upon further reflection, it did seem somewhat problematic. Indeed, it raised significant concerns. The director grappled with this dilemma. Yet there is the risk of misleading. The current heavenly inquiry indeed provided truthful information, yet it often concealed the most crucial details, leading to misdirection. In the realm of intelligence gathering and analysis, such misdirection could be catastrophic. Jiang Bai was well prepared for this, suggesting, in that case, let us include a disclaimer in our consulting results. The above information is true and valid, but is for reference only and should not be construed as the final conclusion. Furthermore, with my set prices being so high, among those seeking our fortune-telling services at the intra base, half would be our adversaries. and the other half potential foes, the director understood the implications of the ensuing remarks without needing further elaboration from Jiang Bai. The director hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement to Jiang Bai's plan. Though honest, he was far from foolish. At present, the situation at the Silver Sand Base had reached a critical juncture, and the Ninth Research Institute found itself in an awkward position. They did not belong to any faction and had incurred the ire of Liujiang. They had forged no alliances with any forces. Once the storm descended, they might be the first to be obliterated. Jiang Bai required resources to grow stronger, while the director sought ways to safeguard both Jiang Bai and Dan Hongyi. Once a formidable general, the director was certainly not one to be novelly altruistic. While he would not actively betray others, he was more than capable of collaborating with Jiang Bai to orchestrate a clever ruse. His earlier hesitation was not rooted in fear of deception, but rather concern over his own performance. He worried that he might not execute the plan flawlessly, potentially jeopardizing Jiang Bai's ambitions. However, it now appeared that Jiang Bai had long been prepared, ensuring that everything was secure. Once all was in readiness, Jiang Bai bellowed, "Do not miss this opportunity as you pass by. The formidable are here to answer your questions. Exceptional prices await. Fair dealings for all. If you miss this village, you will find no shop like it again. Members of the 3 major sects enjoy a 20% discount. Vice governors receive a 50% discount." Chapter 040. The profound inquiry, the sign announcing the availability of paid consultations, attracted immediate and intense scrutiny from various factions. They promptly dispatched agents to investigate the authenticity of this matter and reported the findings to their headquarters, awaiting further instructions. The significance of this situation warranted utmost diligence. Upon the agent's arrival at the Hanchan establishment, Jiang Bai was engaged in a lively conversation with a rather rotund gentleman. "Vice Governor Yin, this is a precious recipe I discovered in ancient texts. By blending milk, tea, and sugar, one can create a delightful beverage known as Assam tea, which was favored by the ancients." Jiang Bai offered a cup of the tea for the gentleman to sample. The man referred to as Vice Governor Yin bore a striking resemblance to Yin Xinsha, though his demeanor was markedly different. With a beaming smile that radiated the charm of a prosperous country squire, he replied, "No need for such formality, Boss Jiang. If you don't mind, just call me Lao Fei." After savoring a sip of the tea, his eyes lit up with delight. "Well, I must admit, it is quite exquisite." The ancients truly understood the art of enjoyment. Cradling the cup, Yin Chun Fei mused, "I have heard that a millennium ago, milk tea was ubiquitous, enjoyed by all. What a vibrant era that must have been. The ingredients for this milk tea, premium stock from Tea Doctor, fresh milk, and white sugar, were luxuries in any common household. When combined, a single sip represented the equivalent of a family's sustenance for half a month. How could it not be delightful?" Listening to Yin Chun Fei's sentiments, Jiang Bai maintained a composed expression. Yin Chun Fei, undeterred by formalities, reclined in Jiang Bai's lounge chair, waved his hand dismissively, and remarked leisurely, "I won't impede your business, Boss Jiang. You all carry on. My brother thinks I'm a nuisance at home and sent me out." From a distance, the agents observed Yin Chun Fei's figure, their hearts sinking. The possessor of the heavenly inquiry ability was indeed a coveted entity. However, if such an individual lacked formidable strength, it would be akin to a child wandering through a bustling marketplace with a fortune. Vulnerability abounded. The practice of exploiting the weak was not uncommon in this era. Yet, the presence of Yin Chun Fei extinguished any such thoughts among the observers. As the younger brother of the governor and one of the 4 deputy governors, he was a transcendent powerhouse. With his authority, no one dared to act recklessly within the Silver Sand Base. The agents promptly arranged themselves in an orderly queue, approaching Jiang Bai to inquire about the terms of trade. Jiang Bai, having anticipated their arrival, snapped his fingers, and a shadow swiftly darted from the shop. The shadow was none other than Bloodwolf, adorned with a string of flyers, each detailing the fees and regulations. Bloodwolf moved among the crowd, distributing the flyers. Should anyone dare to take 2, Bloodwolf would cast a cold gaze upon them and extend a claw. They would either return 1 or pay the required fee. A POS machine hung from its neck, facilitating car transactions. Once all had received their flyers, the crowd dispersed with great haste. In less than half an hour, another person hurriedly arrived. The first to come was indeed Wei Junjie, much to Jiang Bai's lack of surprise. He believed that within the Silver Sand base, Wei Junjie served at least two factions. Jiang brother, Wei Junjie exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. I just finished reporting to the main hall and rushed over at the first opportunity. This time, I have brought you something splendid. With that, he produced a wooden box and placed it before Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is this?" "A visualization diagram," Wei Junjie replied, placing his hand on the box. Speaking softly, "I cannot ascertain its rank. Even the main hall is unsure. But I can guarantee its value is no less than 5 million star coins. To be frank, Jiang brother, the origins of this diagram are rather questionable. If it is discovered that it is in your possession, the Starlight Divine Hall will not acknowledge that we ever engaged in this transaction. Evidently, the diagram was stolen goods, and by trading it with Jiang Bai, Wei Junjie was attempting to dispose of the loot." "Oh," Jiang Bai nodded. "In that case, the visualization diagram worth 500,000 will be reduced to 300,000 in cash." Wei Junjie was taken aback. How could it depreciate so drastically in just a couple of sentences? He feigned an attempt to reclaim the diagram, but Jiang Bai preemptively pressed down on it. In a hushed tone, Jiang Bai stated, "He has already informed me." "What?" Wei Junjie was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You know I am from the Moon God Society?" Jiang Bai remained silent, realizing he had underestimated Wei Junjie's audacity. He had merely tested Wei Junjie, and his response was flawless. The fact that he was a double agent was likely an open secret within their circle, leaving him unconcerned about potential leaks. Jiang Bai continued to hold onto the box, his demeanor resolute. "This time, you shall take a smaller cut." Reluctantly, Wei Junjie conceded, "Fine, I have only one question. Let that Esper from Tianwen come out." "You cannot see him," Jiang Bai pointed to a screen, explaining, "He is behind the screen. You may ask through it, and the answer will be delivered to you." Wei Junjie countered, "How can I be certain the answer is genuine?" Jiang Bai replied with unwavering confidence, "Tianwen cannot err." Wei Junjie pressed further, "What if someone meddles in between?" Just as Jiang Bai was about to retort, suspecting Wei Junjie was merely trying to provoke him, the person behind the screen suddenly spoke. "I am willing to swear an oath to the Divine General, ensuring that my answer is without concealment and absolutely truthful." Swearing to the Divine General? Jiang Bai recalled what the director had once told him. Beings of such caliber as the Divine General, the Earth's Store, and the Heavenly Emperor have a faint sense even when their true names are softly invoked. Taking an oath before them is a common practice. With the binding of an oath, this transaction was secured, and Wei Junjie began to negotiate with Jiang Bai. Ultimately, the two agreed. Wei Junjie would provide a visualization diagram, materials worth 1 million star coins, and cash totaling 500,000 star coins. Jiang Bai would issue an invoice for 3 million and declare taxes accordingly. It was a deal. After promptly settling the payment, Wei Junjie swiftly articulated his query. "What is the solution to the final challenge at the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb?" This particular stage is renowned for its difficulty, with a remarkably high elimination rate. Countless individuals have faltered at this juncture, rendering it Wei Junjie's foremost concern. The director, concealed behind a screen, shook his head, stating that one could not directly inquire about the answer, but rather must first pose the question. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai felt a wave of relief. The director had made progress. Self-taught, he had learned to navigate the intricacies of customer interactions. In truth, the application of the heavenly inquiry necessitates a methodical approach governed by numerous rules. The director merely conveyed this fact without any intention to deceive Wei Junjie. Undeterred, Wei Junjie insisted, "Then provide me with the question." With the question in hand, why would I fear being unable to find the answer? What folly! As long as I am aware of the query, with the resources and manpower of the Starlight Temple, Moon Goddess Society, and the Governor's Office, procuring an answer would be effortless. A blank sheet of paper was laid flat before Wei Junjie on the table. As the heavenly inquiry was activated, a dense array of tiny characters began to materialize upon the paper. There were numbers, letters, and a multitude of symbols. "This is..." Jiang Bai gazed at the emerging question on the paper, falling into a prolonged silence. Yin Shenfei and Shan Hongyi approached, peering at the contents of the paper, utterly bewildered. Curiously, Wei Junjie asked, "Do you recognize this?" All eyes suddenly converged on Jiang Bai. "Indeed," he nodded, his lips twitching uncontrollably as he reluctantly confessed. "This is what we refer to in our era as advanced mathematics." Chapter 041. There are 4 ways to solve it. What era are you from? Wei Junjie raised his head, looking at Jiang Bai with surprise. Jiang Bai replied nonchalantly, "I traversed through time from 1200 years ago." "Did you not know?" Wei Junjie responded, "What was the purpose of your journey?" Jiang Bai succinctly answered, "To save the world." Wei Junjie thought to himself, what a lunatic. In this apocalyptic era, where anything could happen, it was not uncommon for individuals to exhibit some degree of mental instability. In fact, if a person were too mentally stable, that would itself be considered abnormal. The term traverse was something Wei Junjie had encountered in online literature. Thus, he deduced the reason behind Jiang Bai's words. He was likely an avid reader of web novels. As for whether Jiang Bai was truly mad or merely pretending, Wei Junjie didn't have the leisure to investigate that matter at the moment. He pointed to the test paper and asked, "Is the advanced mathematics you mentioned very difficult?" "It's not merely a question of difficulty. It's something profoundly unique." Jiang Bai carefully organized his thoughts and stated earnestly, "Have you ever heard the ancient saying, when a person is pushed to their limits, they can achieve anything?" Wei Junjie nodded, having just heard it. "There's actually a follow-up to that saying." Jiang Bai continued without hesitation. "What is it?" "When a person is pushed to their limits, they still cannot solve advanced mathematics." Wei Junjie felt a sense of despair. It seemed that even if he had the questions, Jiang Bai would be unable to provide the answers. From behind the partition, a voice interjected, "If it's advanced mathematics, there are indeed places that are still researching this subject." Wei Junjie appeared to have found a glimmer of hope. "Where?" The director listed several names: the knowledge bishops of the Pantheon, the black monoliths of the Hellas Vanguard, and a few sages from the Abyssal Writers. Not to mention the Blade of Heaven. Upon hearing those 4 names, Pantheon, Hell's Vanguard, Abyssal Riders, Blade of Heaven, Wei Junjie couldn't help but roll his eyes. All right. I think I understand." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and interrupted the director. "Each of these factions you mentioned has top-tier powerhouses behind them. Ordinary transcendent beings don't even have the opportunity to join. I've never even heard of the Abyssal Riders. The Pantheon was founded by a Western deity. The Hell's Vanguard was established by 2 Cicada. The Blade of Heaven is led by a divine general. In comparison, the Starlight Temple, Moon God Society, and Solar Eclipse Cult are but insignificant ants." At this moment, he began to believe that the person behind the partition truly possessed profound knowledge. However, it was likely that these exalted figures, residing high above the clouds, had never even heard of Silver Sandbase and would certainly not make the effort to assist them in solving advanced mathematics problems. In other words, he was merely spouting nonsense. Wei Junjie could only place his hopes on Jiang Bai. "Brother Jiang, do you understand advanced mathematics?" Jiang Bai confidently declared, "I'm not preparing for graduate school. Why should I bother learning this?" "Graduate school? What is that?" Jiang Bai, despite his lack of expertise, found himself at a loss after repeatedly hitting walls. With no other recourse, Wei Junjie took the precious exam questions he had purchased at great expense back to headquarters to discuss strategies. After Wei Junjie departed, Jiang Bai promptly closed the shop and removed the screen. "Director, do you possess knowledge of advanced calculus?" "Indeed," came the reply. In the brief exchange that followed, the director had already completed the problem set. He produced a completed answer sheet and handed it to Jiang Bai, noting that the notation for several questions was not entirely standard, and he had made some adjustments. Jiang Bai, taken aback, felt the stark contrast between a mediocre student and a top scholar. "I misled Wei Junjie," he stated earnestly. "In truth, I am also capable." The director's eyes brightened with realization, as everything suddenly made sense. If it were Jiang Bai, it all fell into place. Jiang Bai feigned maturity, stating, "There are still areas of improvement in your answers." The inquisitive director immediately sought guidance. Pointing to the answer sheet, Jiang Bai explained, "You failed to include the reasoning, which will incur a deduction. Are you familiar with writing the reasoning? There are 4 accepted formats." The director nodded vigorously, diligently noting every word Jiang Bai imparted. Observing from the sidelines, Dan Hongyi muttered softly, "Why do I feel like Brother Jiang Bai is pulling a fast one on the director?" Ancient Fei shot a glance at the little girl. "Isn't it obvious? Your tone still carries doubt. You and the director are not so different, after all." Having taught the director the 4 methods of writing reasoning, Jiang Bai produced the visualization chart. Without hesitation, he laid it out for the director's appraisal, not concealing it from Ancient Fei. Upon catching a glimpse, Ancient Fei quickly averted his gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He was all too familiar with this item. It was through this visualization chart that he and his brother became extraordinary beings, stepping into the realm of the exceptional. Clearly, Inshun Sha had used Wei Junji's influence to pass this item to Jiang Bai. Visualization chart. 9 dragons. Once unfurled, the chart revealed misty clouds, with only glimpses of dragon bodies, scales, and a claw, all vividly rendered. Jiang Bai glanced at it and could not help but jest. Is it not merely a remnant dragon? The director scrutinized the entire visualization chart and soon reached a conclusion. This chart is incomplete. If assembled, it should rank above the 9th tier, among the top 5 I have encountered. Incomplete? Jiang Bai promptly posed several inquiries. Can an incomplete visualization chart be utilized? If so, what implications would arise? How can one complete the chart? The director addressed each question in turn. It can be used, but it will impede your advancement. This 9 dragons visualization chart, in its complete form, requires at least 9 dragons. One must gather a full dragon to attempt transcending into the extraordinary. Impeded advancement? For Jiang Bai, this side effect was actually acceptable. With his triadic cultivation, he needed all 3 abilities to reach the pinnacle level before attempting to transcend. He still had a long way to go. At present, enhancing his combat prowess was of utmost importance. Only a complete visualization chart could facilitate the continuous evolution of his abilities, allowing extraordinary beings to strive for the highest realms. The yin-yang fish visualization chart that the director had initially provided Jiang Bai was, in fact, complete. After confirming that the 9 dragons visualization chart posed no further drawbacks, Jiang Bai promptly made his decision. "I shall enter seclusion," he declared. Turning to Ancient Fei, he added, "Old Fei, please convey my gratitude to you and your brother. And treat Liujiang to a meal, ensuring he remains within your sight throughout the night. Even in the restroom, keep a watchful eye. I require an entire night to strive for a breakthrough into a higher echelon of ability." Ancient Fei was about to acquiesce when a sudden realization struck him. "How dare you command me?" Before he could voice his protest, Jiang Bai handed him a small booklet. "Old Fei, this is your reward. Trust me, you should be most satisfied." Ancient Fei lacked nothing: status, power, strength, resources, yet he yearned for one thing above all: knowledge, the wisdom of the ancients. Within this booklet lay precisely what he sought. "Boss Jiang, you are too kind," he exclaimed, accepting the small tome and stealing a glance at its cover, which bore 5 bold characters. "Do not underrate the youth in poverty." Receiving ancient texts to avert calamities for others, Ancient Fei promptly took his leave, returning to the governor's office to execute Jiang Bai's instructions. "Tonight, do not return," Jiang Bai directed, implementing Plan C. Dan Hongyi, ascend to the 2nd floor. Director, you remain on the 1st floor guarding. Dog, keep watch over the vehicle in the back. Once everyone and the dog were appropriately assigned, Jiang Bai lifted a floor tile, revealing a descending passageway. This establishment housed a spacious underground chamber. Tonight, Jiang Bai was determined to achieve his breakthrough. Under the watchful eyes of others, he grasped the 9 dragons visualization chart and stepped into the darkness of the basement. With a click, the floor tile returned to its original state. Inside the basement, a crimson glow illuminated the space as Jiang Bai, holding a recording pen, intoned solemnly, "I am Jiang Bai, executing task 002. On the 21st day since awakening, I have been unable to re-establish contact with the organization. In recent days, I have refined all cranial bones using the 9th set of bone-refining exercises, successfully advancing into a high-level ability. Tonight, I plan to utilize the 9 dragons visualization chart to awaken my sequence ability for the 2nd time, anticipating the awakening of the Earth system sequence ability. Chapter 042, Awakening. The Earth System's Sequence Ability. After a brief record, Jiang Bai began the final preparations for his breakthrough. This time, he was set to awaken the second system's sequence ability, which necessitated even more extensive preparations. In addition to the visualization diagram, he had gathered numerous mysterious materials. For others attempting to awaken their second system abilities, the most challenging aspect was achieving a balance between the two systems' sequence abilities. However, Jiang Bai harbored no such concerns. He possessed the sequence abilities of the three systems: heaven, earth, and humanity, namely destiny, geographical advantage, and harmony, making him a practitioner of all three systems. The equilibrium within him was maintained by these three potent sequence abilities. The subsequent awakening of Liujiang, which had yet to reach even the hall level, posed no threat to this balance. As for the awakening of the earth and heaven system abilities, Jiang Bai had no need to fret over maintaining equilibrium. He switched on the electric light, ignited a mosquito repellent coil, and then lit a special incense. While this incense bore little utility in focusing one's mind and energy, it emitted a distinctive aroma upon contact with the skin, easily identifiable. This potent scent would alert the blood wolf above him, causing it to bark incessantly in accordance with Jiang Bai's commands. Thus, if anyone attempted to ambush him during his visualization, he would receive an immediate warning. Jiang Bai had already taken precautions to ensure that he would remain unaffected by the incense. He then set up 3 to 4 additional warning measures and released various toxins in the vicinity, laying numerous traps. Even high-level ability users would suffer greatly if they recklessly intruded upon such snares. Once he completed these tasks, Jiang Bai felt a semblance of reassurance and returned to his core intentions, preparing to commence the awakening process. He placed the visualization diagram on the ground and, following the methods taught by his mentor, began to throw the mysterious materials onto the diagram for it to consume. A hidden dragon swam within the diagram. Currently in a state of the divine dragon, shows its head but not its tail. Only after devouring a sufficient amount of mysterious materials would the dragon reveal itself. The moment he glimpsed the dragon's head, he would commit its appearance to memory and visualize it in his mind to awaken his sequence ability. Although he had mentally prepared himself, it was not until he began the feeding process that Jiang Bai truly comprehended the exorbitant costs associated with the cultivation of an ability user. During this period, he had earned several million star coins, yet he had allocated materials worth 2 million star coins alone. Astonishingly, within less than 10 minutes, the visualization diagram had consumed half of this offering. The birth of an ability user demanded at least 1 million star coins. Fortunately, every investment promised a return. The diagram was enveloped in ethereal clouds, a gentle breeze stirring as the dragon's form began to undulate slowly. Under Jiang Bai's expectant gaze, the mist gradually parted, revealing the dragon's true visage. Here it comes. The dragon's head, elusive yet discernible. The first feature to emerge was a pair of eyes. Golden orbs fixed intently upon Jiang Bai, vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to leap forth from the diagram. At the moment the dragon's eyes appeared, a resonant dragon's roar echoed in Jiang Bai's ears, and a formidable pressure descended from above, compelling him to bow in submission. Dragon's might. Anyone who utilized the 9-dragon visualization diagram understood that resisting the dragon's might was an essential rite of passage. Long Way serves as a means to imprint the visualization onto the user's consciousness, thereby deepening the impression, and also acts as a threshold. If one encounters Long Way and immediately kneels, it indicates a lack of aptitude, rendering them unworthy of the visualization. Forcefully utilizing it would only lead to self-harm. Under the influence of Long Way, the longer one endures, the greater the completeness of the visualization and the stronger the awakened sequential abilities. Ultimately, all shall submit beneath Long Way. After all, this is a genuine dragon, far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to contend with. As Long Way enveloped him, Jiang Bai felt a profound weight beneath his feet, as though he were sinking slightly, the cement floor yielding like tofu beneath him. The dragon's head depicted in the visualization was already emerging, fixated on Jiang Bai, poised to leap forth at any moment and consume him. The might of Long Wei was escalating. Jiang Bai bore the weight of Long Wei, feeling little discomfort. However, he was curious as to when this standoff would conclude. After all, this level of Long Wei was merely an appetizer for him. He had faced dragons 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger. Those who once dared to exert Long Wei upon him had perished. Time ticked away, minute by minute. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. The dragon's head regarded the motionless Jiang Bai with growing impatience. It roared, ready to charge forth and shred this ant who refused to submit. Suddenly, a flash of cold light. The dragon halted. Not only that, its expression transformed instantaneously from ferocity to docility, imbued with a hint of "let's discuss this calmly." A gun now rested before the dragon's head. A mere half-step forward, and the barrel would pierce through the dragon's head, pinning it irrevocably. It was ensconced within this visualization, possessing considerable intelligence. As a form of life, it naturally would not seek its own demise. The weapon was the Overlord gun, wielded by none other than Jiang Bai. Upon grasping this gun, Jiang Bai ceased to be the cheerful and bright 1,218-year-old young man he once was. Instead, he transformed into Han Chan, the renowned and fearsome top-tier powerhouse from a millennium ago. His demeanor underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, embodying the essence of a true warrior, an indomitable spirit that looked down upon all existence. Han Chan lamented equality among all beings. The gun in Jiang Bai's hand bore no bullet, yet in that moment, he emanated an aura of unparalleled danger. Jiang Bai coldly declared, "Dragon, I am no stranger to slaying." The dragon blinked, seemingly grasping Jiang Bai's intent. It sensed the peril emanating from this being before it. It could not fathom why such a dangerous presence would employ a visualization to awaken its sequential abilities. It was akin to a high-level master suddenly appearing in a novice village. Was this not a mockery of the dragon? Momentarily frozen, it found itself at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat, or even what actions to take. Jiang Bai's voice rang out coldly, "Return." The dragon nodded and, with a wriggle akin to an eel, slinked back into the visualization. Jiang Bai commanded once more, "Disperse." With a thunderous roar, the previously swirling clouds around the visualization diagram shattered instantly, dissipating like smoke to reveal the true form of the dragon, which trembled before Jiang Bai. For others, viewing any part of this diagram required a fee, and to behold the complete visage of the dragon would incur exorbitant costs. Yet now, with but a single utterance, Jiang Bai had acquired an elite experience without expense. With the dragon's full image etched in his mind, he could conjure it at will. However, one final task remained. "Spit it out," Jiang Bai commanded, his voice laced with an ominous intensity, brandishing his firearm. "Regurgitate all the materials you just consumed." The audacity of this wretched dragon, attempting to make Jiang Bai kneel, was intolerable. Jiang Bai had no intention of resorting to violence, yet the dragon's insolence demanded retribution. Such futile behavior warranted a lesson. Not only would he visualize the 9 dragons, but he would also ensure that the dragon expelled every morsel it had ingested. "You've taken my money without delivering service. Haven to you? Refund it. Now, fulfill your obligation." Seething with fury, Jiang Bai radiated an aura of death. The dragon, comprehending Jiang Bai's demand and sensing the impending danger, hesitated momentarily before making a decision that defied its ancestors. It opened its maw and roared. Gag! Materials began to fall from the visualization diagram in a continuous stream. Soon, every item Jiang Bai had provided was expelled. Yet the dragon continued to purge, regurgitating until it had shed 3 additional layers, leaving a plethora of mysterious materials scattered across the ground, twice the amount Jiang Bai had offered. Staring at the heap of materials, Jiang Bai found himself momentarily speechless. The dragon, adopting a pitiful expression akin to that of a remorseful puppy, appeared utterly drained. "I can't expel any more," it lamented. Jiang Bai retracted his firearm, imparting a grave lesson. "Do not demand submission so readily. We are in a new era, and such feudal practices are obsolete." The dragon nodded vigorously. "Brother, I would not only refrain from making anyone kneel, I would kneel myself for you." As Jiang Bai spoke, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well, it's getting late. You should rest while I'll summon you again when needed. Upon hearing rest well, the dragon promptly summoned the clouds, retreating into the mist to recuperate. Next time? Jiang Bai mused. Let there be no next time. It would be my misfortune to fall into the hands of such a killer. As the dragon vanished into the clouds, the visualization diagram returned to tranquility, leaving only Jiang Bai amidst a sea of mysterious materials. Wasting no time, he cleared a space, seated himself cross-legged, and began to visualize. Within his mind's eye, where two yin-yang fish once swam, a dragon now emerged. With every passing moment of visualization, the dragon's form became increasingly vivid, each detail impeccable, indistinguishable from the one depicted in the diagram, even exuding a more potent aura. This visualization persisted for 5 hours. When Jiang Bai opened his eyes once more, a golden light flashed through them. Earth System, Sequenceability, Deception, Sequence 72. Chapter 043, Deception, 72. Once again, I find myself at the bottom of the rankings. Jiang Bian let out a resigned sigh. Why did he use the word again? Nevertheless, this was an expected outcome, and Jiang Bai soon came to terms with reality, beginning to explore his newly acquired abilities. The sequence ability, within the realm of consciousness, manifests distinct inscriptions based on the variations of visualization. The inscription 4 resembles two yin-yang fish, while the inscription 4 takes the form of a floating crimson dragon pendant suspended within the sea of consciousness. A thought-based sequence ability that, when activated, can disrupt the target's thoughts, altering their perceptions of reality. The strength of its effect is contingent upon the consumption of qi, with its efficacy depending on the opponent's mental defenses. In addition to the active use of the sequence ability, any successful deception of others at any time can be regarded as a completed act of. Each successful act of yields rewards. The greater the completion of the deception, the more profound the impact, and the more extraordinary the rewards. Common rewards include qi restoration, an increase in qi limits, or the random refinement of an anomalous bone. Advancement conditions execute a flawless deception against an extraordinary individual. Jiang Bai himself is already a high-tier ability user, and now that he has awakened, it is akin to a seamless transition to a high-level thought master. The term advancement refers to an evolution of sequence abilities, a pathway toward the pinnacle of mastery. Beyond high-tier ability users, there are the revered masters, followed by the extraordinary. Jiang Bai must elevate all three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, to master level if he is to have a chance at becoming extraordinary. The advancement condition 4. Interrupt a high-tier ability user's attempt to ascend to master level. In comparison, the conditions for advancing are considerably simpler. After all, high-tier ability users possess little means to retaliate against Jiang Bai. Conversely, necessitates deceiving an extraordinary being, and it must be a perfect deception to achieve successful advancement. At present, Jiang Bai has no clear strategy for ascending to master level. However, he is confident that within the impending storm, he will undoubtedly find his opportunity. In addition to awakening, Jiang Bai has made other gains. The seal on has further loosened. It now offers tenfold cultivation speed and recovery rate, while the sequence ability can unleash tenfold power. Moreover, to strive for master level, his qi limit must also correspondingly increase tenfold. A typical high-tier ability user may consider ascending to master level with 2,000 qi, while 3,000 qi indicates a formidable strength, and 5,000 qi is a rare genius. When Jiang Bai seeks to break through, he will require not 5,000 qi, but rather 50,000. Upon becoming a high-tier ability user, qi is stored within anomalous bones. Jiang Bai has refined a total of 8 skulls, each containing nearly 2,000 qi, amounting to a total of 16,000 qi. To reach 50,000 qi, Jiang Bai must refine at least 17 additional bones. Naturally, he has already devised a plan. Since he is starting anew, he intends to progress from the head downward, refining the cervical, thoracic, and lumbar vertebrae. These areas constitute the most vital bones in the human body, presenting significant challenges in refinement but offering substantial rewards. Most importantly, following a successful refinement, one's capacity for survival will significantly enhance. Jiang Bai had just awakened, and the seals of deception and geographical advantage had begun to loosen, requiring a brief period to manifest their effects. Setting aside Jiang Bai's personal improvements, the mysterious materials strewn across the ground are undeniably substantial gains. Observing the scattered materials, Jiang Bai could not help but exclaim, "I initially intended to retrieve only my share, yet it proved so generous, returning far more materials than I anticipated." As he spoke, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers with his left hand. A flicker of shadow seemed to dance in his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, even he believed in this notion. However, that belief was ephemeral. Jiang Bai quickly regained his clarity. He was acutely aware of the kind of person he was. The dragon that had fallen into his grasp would not escape unscathed. Effective. Jiang Bai had just employed deception upon himself, and, astonishingly, it had succeeded. Even if only for an instant, it had triumphed. He expended approximately 500 qi, and, in the absence of any resistance, it could influence him for about 0.25 seconds. As a result of the successful deception, he regained 200 qi. After documenting the effects, Jiang Bai swiftly pondered another possibility. If he were to use deception upon himself while resisting with all his might, how much qi would be required for success? The battle between spear and shield, which would ultimately prove sharper. Soon, Jiang Bai abandoned this reckless thought. In the words of Dan Hongyi, such an endeavor would be tantamount to self-destruction. He was uncertain of his own actions when overwhelmed by chaos. Using himself as a test subject was ultimately trivial. Jiang Bai had a more suitable candidate for experimentation. He tidied the basement, opened a concealed door, and stepped inside. You arrived too early. Inside the dark entrance, Nangong Xiaoxin slowly opened his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. No one approached last night. He had regained a measure of freedom and no longer needed to wear shackles, even having access to a private restroom. Last night, Jiang Bai had needed to break through and had utilized everyone around him, Nangong Xiaoxin included. Strangely, Nangong Xiaoxin did not seem averse to this arrangement. He had kept watch over Jiang Bai throughout the night, allowing him to forego the costs of meals, reading materials, and stationery. As for the principal, it could be repaid gradually, if he had a future to consider. Here is a document for you to sign. Jiang Bai skillfully produced a document and presented it to Nangong Xiaoxin, the title of which read, "Informed Consent for Cooperation with Jiang Bai's Experiment on Deception." Clearly, this document had been printed well in advance. Nangong Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Did you already know you would awaken deception?" Although ranked among the lowest in the realm of earth-based abilities, deception was equally notorious for its minimal effectiveness. A fitting reputation indeed. Nangong Xiaoxin could not comprehend why Jiang Bai was so confident he would awaken deception. Jiang Bai possessed remarkable talent. There was no reason for him to falter in the awakening of his abilities. "I do not know," Jiang Bai replied, displaying the folder of documents to Nangong Xiaoxin. "I printed 72 consent forms. Whichever ability awakens, I shall utilize." Nangong Xiaoxin. He believed it. This is something Jiang Bai is capable of. Jiang Bai promptly took out a voice recorder and whispered, without utilizing qi, to deceive a high-level ability user and achieve a 50-point increase in qi limit. Nangong Xiaoxin. "You are deceiving me?" Jiang Bai continued. "Now, it has indeed risen by 100 qi. Nangong Xiaoxin felt dazed. With Jiang Bai's cunning nature and mastery of deception, he was akin to a tiger soaring through the skies. Nangong Xiaoxin picked up a pen, ready to sign. Suddenly, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to write with your left hand?" "Oh, I forgot due to my injury during this time." Nangong Xiaoxin naturally switched to his left hand and effortlessly signed his name, which bore no distinction from his previous signature, as if he had always written with his left hand. Having signed, what comes next? Jiang Bai presented a book to Nangong Xiaoxin, requesting, "Please copy this book for me." Is it really that simple? Jiang Bai secured the acknowledgement letter and nodded. Indeed, it is that simple. With that, he departed, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin engrossed in copying the book. Outside, Jiang Bai sensed the changes within his body, the markings representing the deception sequence ability shimmering in his consciousness, radiating a faint glow. Each character that Nangong Xiaoxin copied with his left hand represented the continuation of deception. Thus, Jiang Bai would reap the benefits, though the gains were modest. Approximately 10 qi restored per minute, it was better than nothing. Moreover, let's not forget that Nangong Xiaoxin was a genuine high-level telepath. The yield from deceiving him was meager. For an ordinary person, it would be even less. Just as Jiang Bai exited the basement, Shan Hongyi leapt down from the second floor, drawing the director's attention. It was successful, Jiang Bai stated. I have awakened deception, ranking 72. The director nodded, refraining from further comments. Shan Hongyi, however, wore a mysterious smile, feigning maturity. Brother Jiang Bai, I understand. I know everything. I will keep your secret. Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, the deception inscription within him flickered, and his qi had increased by 50 points. The reason? Because Jiang Bai spoke the truth, yet Shan Hongyi did not believe him, suspecting that Jiang Bai, the sly one, was concealing something and would lie about his sequence ability. Her disbelief, in other words, signified that Jiang Bai had successfully deceived her. Indeed, it was a deception rooted in truth. Upon realizing this, Jiang Bai playfully tapped the little girl's head, saying with mock severity, "Is this the image I hold in your heart?" Shan Hongyi. What has happened? Chapter 044. Cheese, Blood Leopard. The small head of the little girl in the red dress was filled with great confusion. Jiang Bai gently nudged her out, urging her to play with the dog while he engaged in serious discussions with the director. Director, I find myself grappling with certain questions. Jiang Bai expressed his doubts. The concept of sequence abilities is not solely tied to the fifth mysterious tide. 1,200 years ago, our superhumans, by sheer chance, also awakened their sequence abilities. But have you ever contemplated the origin of these sequence abilities? Take my own power as an example. Successfully unleashing stoppage allows for the restoration of qi and an increase in its limits, which seems quite logical, a matter of expenditure and replenishment. But what about deception? Who determines whether deception has succeeded? And from whence does the reward for a successful deception originate? Jiang Bai's inquiries did not surprise the director. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, opinions abound, and no one can convincingly sway another. To seek answers, one must delve into history. Delve into history for answers? Jiang Bai offered a cup of tea, encouraging the director to continue. The director, holding the teacup, wore a slightly grave expression. Currently, there are three prevailing viewpoints: monotheism, polytheism, and atheism. Monotheists believe that the source of the mysterious tide lies with an omnipotent and omniscient being who created everything. Our universe is merely a fragment of this entity as corporeal form or remains, and the origin of sequence abilities stems from it, rendering all rewards as its benevolence. Such notions are not uncommon in ancient myths, with the Western narrative of God as seven-day creation and the Eastern tale of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth. Polytheists, on the other hand, assert that each sequence ability has its own supreme being, a symbol of evolution to the pinnacle of sequence abilities, overseeing all practitioners along the path. Having become one with the very essence of sequence abilities, the rewards derived from these abilities thus come from this being. The Starlight Temple, Moon God Society, and Eclipse Cult represent beliefs aligned with polytheism, albeit in a more primitive form, leaning towards nature worship rather than historical deification. The Western Pantheon, having selected 216 deities from ancient myths, corresponds to each sequence ability. Atheists, however, are straightforward. Believing in nothing, they avoid the conundrum of the origin of sequence abilities, focusing instead on enhancing their own powers and exploring the unknown through tangible actions. Monotheism, polytheism, atheism, these three theories elucidated by the director left Jiang Bai with a clearer understanding. He nodded, acknowledging the insights. Curiously, the director inquired, Jiang Bai, what is your perspective? Among the three theories, the director leans towards polytheism. 1,200 years ago, I was an atheist, and I still am, Jiang Bai replied candidly. Yet, we must also concede that superhumans advancing along the path of sequence abilities may ultimately evolve to rival deities, wielding the power to obliterate worlds, altering landscapes with a mere gesture, and dimming the sun and moon with a stomp. If such a deity truly existed, the director inquired, what then? Jiang Bai lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and set it down casually. In that case, I would be a vanquisher of gods. Having spoken, he rose and strode toward the door. One must flee swiftly after filling the cup, lest one be overshadowed in charm. Upon exiting the shop and rounding to the back of the building, Jiang Bai beheld Shan Hongyi frolicking with the blood wolf. As they played, Jiang Bai delivered a firm slap, sending Shan Hongyi on her way. The blood wolf regarded Jiang Bai with an instinctive sense of foreboding. Jiang Bai retrieved a document from his satchel and presented it to the blood wolf. Informed consent for collaboration in Jiang Bai's experiment deception. The blood wolf, accustomed to such tasks, lifted a paw, bit it lightly until blood oozed, and stamped its mark upon the signature line before returning the consent form to Jiang Bai. Now, let us analyze the current circumstances together. Jiang Bai settled into the vehicle, engaging the blood wolf in conversation. Aside from that individual can find a way. I have 3 subjects at my disposal. Though Shan Hongyi is the easiest to deceive, her lack of strength yields minimal gains. Tricking a fool brings little sense of accomplishment. You understand? The director is not as easily duped as Shan Hongyi, and his formidable prowess promises greater rewards. However, the director has always placed trust in his comrades. We must not dishearten him. How could I betray the director? Am I even human then? The blood wolf's clear gaze revealed a hint of foolishness, instinctively shaking its head. Given your canine nature, it is evident that you are not human. It soon dawned on the blood wolf that Jiang Bai's statement was not a question, but a rhetorical remark. It had never anticipated Jiang Bai's self-perception to be so unclear. Alarmed, the blood wolf nodded fervently, its tail wagging erratically. Oblivious to the blood wolf's reaction, Jiang Bai continued his analysis, stating that apart from adversaries, the only suitable companion for my endeavors is you. I must emphasize, this is not an animal experiment. We are collaborating on a combined technique. Do you understand? Have you watched Inuyasha? No. What about Naruto? Haven't seen that either? How about Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Have you seen the Erlang Shun and the Howling Celestial Dog? Surely you must have seen that. What have you even watched? There is no Howling Celestial Dog in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Jiang Bai lamented, astonished that he had adopted a dog that was illiterate. Their cultural levels were so mismatched that they shared no common language. At that moment, the blood wolf found itself equally perplexed, unsure why it had nodded moments earlier. Yet, it distinctly remembered that Jiang Bai had seemingly snapped his fingers beforehand. Perhaps it was an illusion. Uncertain, it decided to observe further. After a brief session of verbal therapy, Jiang Bai embarked on the most crucial step of the experiment. He gazed earnestly at the blood wolf and declared, "You are a blood leopard. You are a blood leopard. You are a blood leopard." Before long, the blood wolf's eyes sparkled with clarity, and the blood leopard lineage within it awakened. It threw its head back and howled. "Awoo," Jiang Bai remarked. "Why does your howl resemble that of a husky, you blood leopard?" In the depths of his mind, Jiang Bai contemplated the situation. With 2,000 qi at his disposal, confronting a mid-tier ability user without any specialized mental enhancements posed a challenge. The ability of deception could alter an organism's self-perception. Upon successful deceit, one would gain an increase of 500 in the qi limit, though consecutive deceptions would yield no further rewards. The duration of the deception's effectiveness remained uncertain, and it brought about a cascade of repercussions, a shift in attack patterns, an enhancement in explosive power, but a decline in endurance. After conducting a few straightforward tests with the blood wolf, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers, lifting the deception he had cast upon it. It was time to bestow upon it a name. Gazing into the innocent eyes of the blood wolf, he resolved to give it a name steeped in historical significance. "From now on, you shall be called Cheese," he declared with a grin. Cheese, the blood leopard. A perfect match. Jiang Bai patted the blood wolf's head and beckoned, "Cheese, let us be on our way." Chapter 045. You were born for this. After a brief period of adaptation, Jiang Bai quickly mastered the art of deception. It was as if he was inherently destined for this craft. However, as the number of experiments increased, Jiang Bai also unearthed several drawbacks of deception. Firstly, achieving a flawless deception is exceedingly challenging. Thus far, Jiang Bai's closest encounter with perfection involved convincing Cheese that he was a blood leopard. Secondly, deception demands a significant expenditure of qi. This seems to be a common flaw shared by both deception and stasis, which consequently places them at the lower end of the rankings. The greater the consumption of qi, the more the effects can seem somewhat lackluster. With the same amount of 1,000 qi, deploying deception could subdue a mid-tier ability user, while casting chaos could even influence a high-tier ability user. Of course, this is without considering the effect of harmony. With a tenfold enhancement from harmony, Jiang Bai's sequential abilities multiplied in effect and benefit, bringing his success rate perilously close to 100%. Imagine, without the boon of harmony, if Jiang Bai were to expend 2,000 qi, he would only gain a mere enhancement of 50 qi at best, while his probability of success would diminish. Who would T be at a loss? Reclining in his armchair, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers, attempting to use deception on himself. After a refreshing nap, he felt invigorated and full of vitality. With the consumption of qi, it seemed as though a new force surged within him, banishing fatigue and revitalizing his spirit. Upon snapping his fingers again to revoke deception, that newfound strength vanished. Yet Jiang Bai felt considerably more alert. He deduced that when deception took effect, it sent a misleading signal to his body, influencing hormone secretion and bodily functions. Even after revoking the deception, the hormones that had already been released continued to function. Was this akin to administering himself a dose of adrenaline? The human body is truly a marvel. Isn't it? Of course, this method is merely a stopgap, not a long-term solution. At present, Jiang Bai had no necessity to deceive himself. However, if utilized during combat to alleviate injuries, it could yield remarkable results. Moreover, through several personal experiences, Jiang Bai made another discovery. Using deception on food would induce a feeling of satiety, yet it would not diminish the energy expenditure within his body. Indeed, a potential tool for weight loss. The frequency of using deception upon oneself must not be excessive, nor should qi be squandered. It is essential to promptly revoke the deception. Once the skull was refined into a strange bone, although it could willingly relinquish resistance, the defensive mechanisms of the strange bone would still activate. Repeatedly employing deception on oneself would heighten resistance, consequently increasing the qi consumption for subsequent deceptions. Even Jiang Bai found this last point somewhat difficult to bear. What was this? Deceiving oneself, then fortifying one's own resistance? Setting aside the process, in terms of results, Jiang Bai still emerged victorious. It was merely a distinction among minor victories, moderate victories, significant victories, and extraordinary victories. By the time Jiang Bai concluded his experiments, daylight had already broken. After a light meal, he reclined on the lounge chair and succumbed to slumber, only awakening at noon. When Jiang Bai opened his eyes, he beheld Wei Junjie bustling about in his shop. Wei Junjie greeted him warmly. "Oh hey you, what's with the hometown dialect again?" Jiang Bai retorted, somewhat irked. "Oh hey means good morning, and it's already noon. What nonsense." Wei Junjie's eyes brightened, surprised that Jiang Bai was so erudite as to comprehend even the dialect of his hometown. Jiang Bai merely scoffed, choosing not to engage further. He was well-versed in many subjects. He could name dozens of Japanese teachers. Did he really need to list them all for Wei? Changing the subject, Jiang Bai inquired, "Didn't you take the advanced calculus problems? Why are you back?" "Don't mention it. That dreadful problem was impossible for anyone to solve." Wei Junjie sighed in exasperation. 3 days hence, the entrance to the secret tomb will open. I have come to extend another invitation for you to join us. I wonder how you have contemplated the previous terms?" Jiang Bai, intrigued, asked. "The final challenge at the entrance is an advanced calculus exam. You're struggling with the problems. How do you expect to clear it?" Wei Junjie hastily clarified. "What you may not realize, Jiang, is that the entrance to the secret tomb requires a stay of 3 days, with the calculus exam only on the last day. Based on one's performance within the tomb, corresponding points will be awarded. Before the exam, the top 10 in points will be exempt from taking it. Moreover, during these 3 days, one can gather various materials within the tomb, including original questions and answers. Even if one fails to collect the answers, there will be cheat sheets available during the exam. Historically, among the hundreds who enter the secret tomb, approximately 15 to 20 individuals qualify for the next round. I see. Jiang Bai did not ponder for long. Let us double the previous terms. I'll lead the team and ensure 4 slots. That might be difficult. Wei Junjie replied, visibly troubled. Even if we form our own team, we could still secure a good number of slots. Seeking your assistance is merely a safety net. Safety net, my foot. Jiang Bai had no intention of letting the Starlight Temple suffer great losses. He proposed a compromise. Let's each take a step back. I will enter the secret tomb entrance without joining a team, ensuring that the Starlight Temple secures 5 slots. Inside the tomb, the Starlight Temple and I will not interfere with one another. Wei Junjie was taken aback by Jiang Bai's proposal. For the same price, Jiang Bai guaranteed them an additional slot? Such an opportunity was rare. After a moment's hesitation, without needing to consult anyone, he promptly agreed. Soon after, Wei Junjie witnessed a remarkable scene. Jiang Bai retrieved a communicator and began reaching out to others. Hello, is this the Moon God Society? The terms we discussed previously still stand, correct? I would like to make a slight modification. Yes, I will enter the secret tomb entrance. I assure you that the Moon God Society will have 5 slots for the next round. The amount remains unchanged, but my actions and those of the Moon God Society will not interfere with each other. Excellent. Please consult your superior. I will await your response. As Wei Junjie listened to Jiang Bai's words, his expression subtly shifted, prompting him to contemplate an escape. Brother Jiang, please continue with your business. I haven't heard anything. We shall meet again in 3 days. Don't leave just yet. Jiang Bai interjected, extending his hand to detain Wei Junjie. We haven't even dined together. Why the rush? This marked the first occasion Jiang Bai displayed such warmth and hospitality, proactively inviting Wei Junjie to share a meal. Noticing the firearm in Jiang Bai's other hand, Wei Junjie felt he had little choice in the matter. 10 minutes later, his communicator buzzed. He remained motionless, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Jiang Bai observed him, suggesting, "Your communicator is ringing. Perhaps you should answer it." Yet, Wei Junjie remained still. It could be someone from the Moon God Society, he mused. I suppose not answering is acceptable, Wei Junjie replied. Jiang Bai, with sincerity, remarked, let us avoid involving middlemen to profit at our expense. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Junjie mustered the courage to respond. All right. The transaction with the Moon God Society swiftly concluded, with them offering 6 million star coins, half of which was to be paid as a deposit, alongside Jiang by guaranteeing 5 slots and issuing an invoice for 5 million. How is it that you seem to profit more effortlessly than I? Jiang Bai inquired. Wei Junjie explained, do not be deceived by the figures on paper. Our internal reimbursement process is lengthy and insufficient. For every 100 spent, I only get reimbursed 80, so my earnings are merely a modest sum. I understand. Jiang Bai nodded repeatedly, entirely disbelieving Wei Junjie's words. Having feigned interest in the conversation, Jiang Bai reached for his communicator again, intending to contact the Eclipse cult. Since he needed to visit the secret tomb entrance anyway, he thought it prudent to secure multiple contracts. Wei Junjie quickly intervened. Brother Jiang, please don't. What is it? Jiang Bai inquired, surprised. Do you not wish for me to collaborate with the Eclipse cult? He had not anticipated that someone like Wei Junjie could possess even a shred of loyalty. A revelation indeed. That is not my intention. Wei Junjie clarified. I meant to say, let us avoid complications. You should discuss matters with the Eclipse cult directly with me. Jiang Bai paused in silence for a considerable time before finally uttering, you were born for this. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Jiang. Chapter 046. He believed. The business of the solar eclipse sect, much like the previous 2 establishments, bore no novelty. Once all matters were settled, Jiang Bai stifled a yawn and languidly remarked, Wei Junjie, I find myself quite curious. Given your numerous positions, what do those above you truly think of you? Wei Junjie feigned ignorance. Above? What do you mean by that? Jiang Bai smiled enigmatically, taking a sip of tea, too apathetic to expose the ruse. Navigating through the power dynamics among various factions, any misstep could lead to utter ruin. Only the most daring would dare tread such treacherous waters. The mere fact that Wei Junjie had survived until now hinted at one possibility. He had powerful backing. A young man well-versed in ancient texts held the position of head of the three teachings at the Silver Sand Base. It seemed a pity for such talent to be underappreciated. Although Wei Junjie was merely a high-level ability user, was he truly so distant from the extraordinary? Both parties, aware of the unspoken understanding, chose to maintain their silence on these matters. What are you still lingering for? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Jiang Bai quipped. Wei Junjie, taken aback, thought, didn't Tu say to stay since I hadn't eaten yet? Having concluded their business, it seemed a meal was no longer necessary. Jiang Bai kicked at a stool, prompting Wei Junjie to exclaim "Baka," before scurrying away from the tea house. No sooner had he departed than another arrived. The deputy governor, Yin Shenfei. A true deputy governor indeed. Jiang boss, your book is absolutely captivating. Upon entering the tea shop, Yin Shenfei's face glowed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Last night, I drank with Liujiang until dawn, indulging in both wine and your book. I must say, the red sleeves adding fragrance truly offers a unique charm." He gestured with his sleeve, which was red and still carried the scent of wine. That red sleeves adding fragrance does not mean what you think," Jiang Bai replied, assuming the role of the literacy ambassador for the Silver Sand Base once more, elucidating the true meaning of red sleeves, adding fragrance to Yin Shenfei. I see. Yin Shenfei nodded vigorously while taking notes, clearly impressed. In matters of ancient texts, Jiang Boss was indeed an expert. As he explained, a whimsical thought struck Jiang Bai. If he were to misinterpret ancient sayings, would that constitute a form of deception? However, he quickly dismissed the idea for two simple reasons. First, ancient sayings had long been obscured by the sands of time, their meanings lost on all but a few, making it difficult to judge issues of fraudulence. Much like a homophone, when enough people mispronounce a word, the incorrect pronunciation becomes accepted as correct. Secondly, the preservation of traditional culture is fraught with challenges. It would be a shame to tarnish one's own heritage. Thus, Jiang Bai decided to honor his ancestors by indulging in the folly of Wei Junjie instead. After all, someone must bear the brunt of the jest. Why not Wei Junjie? Yin Shenfei took a hearty gulp of tea, his enthusiasm undiminished. Last night, I even showed Liujiang. He mentioned he had seen a fragment of this book called Song Qiong. He said that the version he read was not as good as yours, Jiang Boss. Why is that? Well, Jiang Bai revealed a mysterious smile. They were viewing a censored version, while I had accessed the original due to my privileges back in the day. Yin Shenfei, perplexed yet impressed, soon cast aside thoughts of ancient texts. Jiang Bai had summoned him for a matter of significance. Without delay, Jiang Bai stated, in 3 days, I will enter the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb to obtain the qualification for entry. Upon hearing this, Yin Shenfei's expression turned solemn as he awaited further elaboration. I have reached agreements with the 3 sects to assist their members in securing spots, for which they shall compensate me, Jiang Bai continued. Even without my intervention, they would still divide these spots among themselves. My involvement is merely a formality that you surely comprehend. Yin Shenfei nodded in understanding. To assist them is, in essence, to refrain from assistance. This time, Jiang Bai had managed to extract substantial sums from the 3 families, who were left significantly poorer. Officially, they had engaged Jiang Bai's services, but in reality, they were paying him a protection fee. Why were the 3 families willing to pay this fee? Because while Jiang Bai might not become the next governor, his influence could thwart anyone's chances of doing so. He may not provide substantial aid, yet he could certainly be a hindrance, a classic case of being more trouble than help. Yin Shenfei ventured a question. What do you require of me, Jiang Bai? Jiang Bai articulated his needs. I wish to procure some equipment from the governor's office, as I do not trust the supplies from the 3 families. Combat suits, medicines, weapons. These materials should ideally be traded in the marketplace, yet the caliber I require is so high that even the black market lacks reliable sources. The governor's office is the most suitable trading partner. Acknowledging Jiang Bai's requests, Yin Shenfei replied, Before I came here, my brother mentioned that anything can be sold. If you're willing to pay, Jiang Bai, then pay what you will. Let us stick to market prices, Jiang Bai insisted, unwilling to owe anyone a favor. The rationale? The most expensive things are often free. Not spending now could cost him dearly later. Jiang Bai was not one to engage in such unprofitable transactions. He added, tax exemption. Of course. Ancient Fei responded, you refuse a free gift and insist on purchasing it. If you must pay, why seek tax exemption as well? Indeed, you are quite the character, Jiang Bai. If you are willing to spend, the governor's office has no reason to refuse, Ancient Fei remarked, then posed another question. But what about the funds, Jiang Bai? The governor's office has a considerable amount of valuable stock. Jiang Bai's income during this period was entirely traceable, as Wei Junjie required him to submit invoices for reimbursement, accounting for every transaction. Jiang Bai had at most nearly 10 million star coins at his disposal, insufficient even to procure a top-tier weapon. Ancient Fei was genuinely curious about how Jiang Bai intended to settle the bill. Money? I have certainly prepared it, Jiang Bai replied, producing a card containing 7 million star coins, reflecting his earnings thus far, a significant portion of which comprised deposits from the 3 sections. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai produced a series of materials, newly acquired, and requested Lao Fei to appraise their value. Ancient Fei glanced over the first plate, finding it rather ordinary, with a mere worth of 1 million star coins. The second plate appeared equally unremarkable. Wait, what is this? Ancient Fei suddenly lunged toward the second plate, grasping a particular item. Jiang Boss, where did you acquire this? The item in his grasp was a pale pink conch, categorized as a mystical material, the value of which Jiang Bai was unaware. While Jiang Bai was oblivious, Ancient Fei recognized it. This material had cost him immense effort to obtain, feeding it to the 9 dragons visualization, which allowed him to grasp the complete form of the flying dragon, ultimately enabling his ascension to the extraordinary. This item was unique in the world, truly one of a kind. He could never be mistaken. How could it possibly be in Jiang Bai's possession? The story unfolded swiftly. Jiang Bai cleared his throat and recounted. Last night, I broke through using the 9 dragons visualization, and suddenly, golden light emanated, the mist dispersed, and the flying dragon transformed into an old man, who approached me and proclaimed that I had a connection with the dragon clan from a millennium ago, a bond yet to be fulfilled, and bestowed upon me a treasure to aid my cultivation. As Jiang Bai spun his tale, Ancient Fei, Shan Hongi, and the director gathered around him, listening in astonishment. As the narrative progressed, the deception, inscription within Jiang Bai flickered unexpectedly. The first flicker was faint, restoring 10 qi. Shan Hongi was convinced. The second flicker erupted in crimson light, filling his sea of consciousness, enhancing his qi limit by 500. Ancient Fei was convinced. The third flicker, Jiang Bai's entire sea of consciousness trembled violently. An overwhelming surge of qi erupted within him, akin to serpents in a frenzy, causing his vital energy to roil. Even the deepest seals within Jiang Bai began to shake, hinting at a potential loosening. The director was convinced. Chapter 47, Revolvers, Shotguns, and Snipers. Jiang Bai never anticipated that the tale he casually fabricated would garner the belief of 3 individuals. He was even less prepared for the horrifying consequences of the director's faith in his story. The surging energy within Jiang Bai erupted, flooding into his right arm. Before long, he could surmise, without the need for internal observation, that his right arm had transformed into otherworldly bone, at least 3 fragments of it. The mere act of the director believing Jiang Bai's whimsical narrative had bestowed upon him 3 pieces of extraordinary bone, elevating his energy ceiling by 600. Once a divine general. How terrifying indeed. Jiang Bai raised his left hand and snapped his fingers, bringing the storytelling session to a close. If it were feasible, he would prefer not to deceive the director. He simply hadn't expected that the director would believe anything he uttered. People are truly rather endearing. The peculiarities Jiang Bai exhibited earlier were only slightly noted by the director, who said nothing further. Anything that transpired with Jiang Bai would not surprise the director. Ancient Fei slowly nodded, as if suddenly enlightened, realizing the implications. Coming back to his senses, he explained to Jiang Bai while holding the conch shell in his hand. These items or materials I once fed to the 9 dragons visualization chart when I advanced to the extraordinary. As for the third disc you mentioned, it likely belonged to my elder brother. It's quite similar. I have a record from those days in my residence. I will send someone to check the market price and confirm it here for valuation. The two sets of materials suitable for feeding the 9 dragons visualization chart indicated that the governor's mansion could potentially nurture 2 extraordinary beings. These materials were precisely what the governor's mansion urgently required. Yin Shenfei possessed more than 1 copy of the 9 dragons visualization chart. What he lacked were the materials capable of adequately nurturing individuals to advance to the extraordinary level. These materials were immensely precious, some even unique and exceedingly rare to procure. Moreover, the outside world was aware that the governor's mansion controlled the 9 dragons visualization chart, thus imposing restrictions on certain materials through various channels to prevent the mansion from producing additional powerful cultivators. The 2 sets of materials Jiang Bai possessed were a timely solution to the governor's pressing needs. Yin Shenfei initially believed he was merely delivering monetary assistance to Jiang Bai, yet he unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant bargain from Jiang Bai instead. Soon after, a butler hurriedly arrived, bearing a lengthy list and a message from the governor. The governor has decreed that these materials will be purchased at 30% above market value. Mr. Jiang Bai's expenses at the governor's mansion will be subject to a 30% discount. Jiang Bai did not refuse and graciously accepted the terms. An hour later, all materials were appraised and a detailed statement was presented to Jiang Bai. The total amounted to 26.5 million star coins. Mr. Jiang Bai, if there are no objections, please sign here. After verifying the accuracy, Jiang Bai promptly signed. He could hardly believe that awakening the ability of deception had unexpectedly yielded more than the earnings he had amassed during this period. With 26.5 million star coins, combined with the previous 7 million, he now had a total of 33.5 million. Yin Shenfei generously gifted Jiang Bai an additional 500,000, bringing the total to a neat 34 million, and escorted him to the governor's mansion to select his equipment. Standard equipment, these items are not worth much attention. If Boss Jiang has any needs, he can simply provide a list later, and I will send someone to the shop. Before Yin Shenfei's words could fully resonate, he witnessed Jiang Bai frantically ordering standard combat uniforms, 20 sets of each color and model, 10 sets of Starlight Temple combat uniforms, 10 sets of Moon God Society combat uniforms, Solar Eclipse Sect. Boss Jiang. Yin Shenfei hastily called for a halt. Are you purchasing for personal use or for stock? Better safe than sorry. Jiang Bai replied earnestly. If I buy a single combat uniform from you and wear it, wouldn't everyone know that I am behind it? Yin Shenfei paused, realizing the validity of this reasoning. But is it truly necessary to buy so many? Jiang Bai elaborated on the utility of these garments. By mixing them up, as long as I purchase enough, the enemy won't discern which one I am wearing. I can even dress the enemy in these outfits, causing them to attack their own. Yin Shenfei was left speechless. Boss Jiang, you might be a bit too cautious. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded vault within the governor's mansion. The guardian of this secret storehouse was a vice-governor shrouded in a cloak, rumored to have the backing of the Starlight Temple. He dutifully checked the passes of Jiang Bai and Yin Shenfei before granting them entry. Upon entering the vault, Yin Shenfei took the initiative to explain, Boss Jiang, the governor's mansion houses over 100 treasures, the least expensive valued at 8 million star coins, while the most expensive exceeds 100 million. These so-called treasures are mysterious artifacts, categorized into 3 systems: heaven, earth, and man, each related to varied abilities, with differing strengths and effects. Before Yin Shenfei could finish, he noticed Jiang Bai's eyes gleaming with fervor, akin to a famished wolf entering a sheepfold. Was it a miscalculation to bring Jiang Bai to the vault? Clearing his throat, Yin Shenfei inquired, which should we examine first? Guns, Jiang Bai stated bluntly. I need a weapon capable of firing. Jiang Bai possessed a rather perilous firearm. One of his trump cards he wielded at the silver sand base, known to all. However, Yin Shenfei never anticipated that the danger lay in the bullets rather than the gun itself. The firearm Jiang Bai held could hardly unleash the full potential of the ammunition. Realizing this, Yin Shenfei couldn't help but chuckle. Once Jiang Bai exited the vault, this trump card would be complete. He continued, there are 3 guns that meet your criteria: 1 revolver, 1 shotgun, and 1 sniper rifle. Jiang Bai directly inquired, if I take all three, how much will it cost? A package deal at a minimum of 90 million. Yin Shenfei outlined the prices. The revolver at 8 million, the shotgun at 11 million, and the sniper rifle at 72 million, already at a discounted rate. The longer the shooting distance, the higher the price. The revolver's effective range is only 100 meters. Even the hands of an ability user, it can at most hit a target a kilometer away. And the sniper rifle? The formidable sniper rifle, capable of reaching distances exceeding 1,000 meters, becomes even more formidable when utilized in conjunction with Qi. The legendary weapon, housed within the governor's mansion, boasts a terrifying record of eliminating a superhuman adversary from a staggering distance of 800 miles with a single shot. The exorbitant price of this rifle does not surprise Jiang Bai. It is a matter of course. Should this rifle fall into his hands, paired with the mysterious and formidable bullets he possesses, one could only describe the outcome with 4 words: utterly terrifying. He would have a 30% certainty of assassinating the governor. Were he in the shoes of Yin Qinsha, he would never part with such a weapon. Jiang Bai made his decision. He wanted the revolver. Do you have any exotic bullets? He inquired. Yin Shenfei wiped the perspiration from his brow and replied, we do not use bones to craft bullets. I have 8 exotic energy bullets and 6 earth energy bullets available, priced at 120,000 each, or a package deal for 1 million. The so-called exotic energy bullets are imbued with sequential abilities sealed within the ammunition using Qi upon striking a target. The Qi inflicts damage while the sequential ability has a certain probability of activation. The potency of these bullets varies according to the skill of their creator. The governor's exotic bullets, priced at a mere 120,000 star coins, are evidently of mediocre quality. I want them all. And I also require the method for crafting exotic energy bullets, Jiang Bai declared nonchalantly, tossing aside his wealth. If you have any other high-quality, reasonably priced treasures you wish to bestow upon me, please present them. Yin Shenfei could only respond with disbelief. Do you hear the words you are uttering? Chapter 48, The Treasures. At noon, the mist robe, serial number Heaven 99, envelopes the wearer in a shroud of mist, which automatically absorbs attacks and grants immunity to certain sequence abilities, priced at 120 million. Yes, Boss Jiang, I am aware you cannot afford it. I merely wish to showcase it to you. The Staff of No Show, serial number Human 745, inflicts bleeding on the target, rendering them unable to gather Qi or utilize sequence abilities for a brief period, priced at 24 million. The Crown of Glory, serial number Earth 886, requires a drop of blood to recognize its master. This treasure is indestructible, ensuring the owner's survival. Should the crown shatter, the owner will perish instantly. Indeed, the crown must be worn upon the head, priced at 8 million. What? You wouldn't accept it even if it were free? I had no intention of giving it away for free. The Mirror of Deception, serial number Earth 125, allows the user to either deceive themselves or others. Mastery of the sequence ability, Deception, enhances its effects, priced at 15 million. Within the secret vault of the governor's mansion, there are countless treasures. Yin Shenfei introduces each item to Jiang Bai with great familiarity. Jiang Bai's eyes gleam with desire, lamenting the scarcity of coins in his pocket. After merely an hour of viewing, he finds 4 or 5 treasures that captivate his interest, collectively worth over 50 million, with a total of 34 million in hand. Having spent 9 million on a treasure revolver and bullets, he is left with 25 million. With treasures priced in the tens of millions, he can only afford 2. If he scrimps, he might manage to buy 2 items at the 8 million price point and, with some reluctance, one at the 10 million mark, which would barely suffice. After careful deliberation, Jiang Bai selects the Mirror of Deception, the Misty Flame Cloak, and the Green Blood Sword. The Misty Flame Cloak, serial number Human 367, emits a faint flame, inflicting burns upon foes while causing no harm to its master. Under any circumstance, the cloak radiates light, priced at 9 million. The Green Blood Sword, serial number Human 760, consumes blood and Qi upon attacking adversaries, inflicting additional damage. The hilt features a blood groove, which, when filled, grants a strengthened attack with an expanded range and increased power. priced at 11 million. The total for these three items amounts to 35 million star coins, already at a discounted rate, leaving Jiang Bai short by 10 million. Contemplating the financial gap, Jiang Bai ponders for a moment before asking a question. How much would you pay me if I were to kill Liujiang? Ancient Fei, maintaining a stern demeanor, responds, Liujiang is the vice-governor of our Yingsha base. Anyone who dares to harm the vice-governor will be considered an enemy of the Yingsha base and will be hunted down. Should anyone succeed in killing the vice-governor, the Yingsha base is willing to offer a bounty of 10 million star coins for that individual. After delivering this information, Ancient Fei quietly adds, I will personally contribute 20 million star coins to support you, but 10 million of that will require an IOU. Jiang Bai found himself captivated by three alluring items, each tantalizingly appealing to his tastes. Yet he faced the dilemma of insufficient funds. Ultimately, it was Ancient Fei who took the initiative to lend Jiang Bai 10 million star coins to bridge the gap, with an interest rate of 6, payable weekly, secured against the assets of the 9th Research Institute. After signing yet another promissory note, Jiang Bai reflected that since his awakening, he had signed more of these notes than anything else. Ancient Fei, being a shrewd businessman, had offered a friendship rate for such a substantial sum. In the post-apocalyptic world, every resource is immensely valuable, and borrowing money is a rare occurrence. Moreover, Ancient Fei privately assured Jiang Bai that during the impending storm, the governor's office would undoubtedly face enemies on all sides, and should Jiang Bai extend his assistance, a handsome reward would be forthcoming. The bounty for eliminating a high-level ability user was 3 million star coins. For a Hall Master, it was 8 million, and for an extraordinary being, a staggering 15 million. Of course, this was contingent upon those individuals being clearly recognized as foes of the governor's office. If the office lacked the means to pay, they could offer treasures in lieu of currency. With the promissory notes secure, the transaction was settled. The mirror of deception was a dainty hand mirror, palm-sized with a Western design, its edge adorned with 5 small protrusions, conveniently fitting into a pocket. The cloak of ethereal flames was stored in a small, fireproof, insulating box, which, while also considered a treasure, was rather diminutive and of limited utility. It was bundled together with the cloak for sale. As for the green murder sword, it was a Tang-style saber, measuring 80 centimeters in length, heavy in hand, and its blade exuded an icy chill, seemingly ready to devour souls at any moment. With these 3 items secured, Jiang Bai turned his gaze to the first treasure he had purchased, the revolver. Noon, serial number, Earth, 666. The origins of this revolver remained a mystery, but it was known that every previous owner had met their demise. One must never use it at noon, for it heralds ill fortune, whether for the wielder or their adversaries. This revolver was evidently unique. Although it was priced among the lowest in the treasure vault, it emanated an aura of danger that made Jiang Bai uneasy. Perhaps it was this very peril that had diminished its value, as few were inclined to acquire an ominous weapon. As Jiang Bai grasped the revolver, a chill surged through him, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving him with a vague sense of being watched. The revolver contained 6 chambers, 5 were black, while the 6th was a vivid, blood-red hue. Clutching the revolver, Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement. Having invested such a considerable sum, surely there must be a place to test its mettle. Of course, right this way, Ancient Fei replied, leading Jiang Bai away from the treasure vault through a winding path to a shooting range. Ancient Fei explained that there was no distinction between ability bullets and ordinary bullets in terms of shooting. Both required the infusion of energy into the revolver before pulling the trigger to fire. With that, he provided a box of bullets for Jiang Bai to practice with. The ordinary bullets were abundant within the governor's office. Jiang Bai picked up a bullet and began to mutter incantations over it. Ancient Fei, intrigued, leaned in closer to discern Jiang Bai's words. "You're a supernatural bullet. You're a supernatural bullet. You're a supernatural bullet." Ancient Fei interjected. "Are you hypnotizing it or deceiving it? Regardless of which, utilizing such extraordinary abilities on a bullet is rather excessive." Jiang Bai skillfully loaded the bullet, raised his hand, aimed, and fired. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with grace. Bang! 10 meters away, a target to Jiang Bai's left erupted at its center. A perfect 10. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled with delight. Hooray! However, Ancient Fei could no longer contain himself and interrupted Jiang Bai's celebration. Boss Jiang, it seems to me that you were aiming at the target on the right? Jiang Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I was aiming at the target on the right. Ancient Fei, perplexed, asked if you were aiming at the right target, why celebrate hitting the left one? Jiang Bai, with a sense of pride, responded, this is where you are mistaken. My mentor, Old Ma, once bestowed upon me a most commendable evaluation regarding my shooting skills. Ancient Fei, curious, inquired, what was this evaluation? Jiang Bai recounted, to hit the target is to achieve victory. Chapter 049. If it's not closed, it's open. Ancient Fei could hardly fathom that Jiang Bai, wielding the terrifying bullet, possessed such atrocious marksmanship. Hitting the target equated to victory? In a real combat scenario, could such shooting truly prove effective? Ancient Fei voiced his skepticism. Of course it is effective. I have devised a meticulously crafted strategy, achieving perfect accuracy, Jiang Bai proclaimed, demonstrating how he typically handled a firearm. He approached the target, pressing the revolver against the head of the human-shaped silhouette before pulling the trigger. Bang! A headshot. Jiang Bai executed 5 consecutive shots, each resulting in a head explosion. Ancient Fei was taken aback. So your so-called perfect accuracy derives from this, with the muzzle nearly touching the target as forehead. Is it truly challenging to achieve a shot every time? Moreover, in a real encounter, if you have the opportunity to shoot like this, it signifies that the enemy is entirely under your control. What difference does it make whether you shoot or use a knife to kill? Let me explain. As Jiang Bai loaded the revolver, he bantered with Ancient Fei, positing that when the bullet exits the chamber, the gunpowder ignites, propelling the bullet forward. At the moment the gunpowder fully burns, isn't that when the bullet's kinetic energy peaks, thus maximizing its lethality? Ancient Fei was perplexed, making inarticulate sounds akin to a fish out of water. Jiang Bai continued, according to this theory, the closer the shooting distance, the greater the impact. When I press the gun against his head, it's not due to poor aim, but rather to maximize the bullet's destructive potential. At first glance, this seemed reasonable. Yet upon deeper contemplation, it was utterly nonsensical. Jiang Bai's approach entirely forsook the long-range advantages of firearms, reducing the revolver to a close combat weapon, with a lethal range akin to that of cold weapons, if not inferior to some. The rationale behind his approach was clear. His marksmanship was so abysmal that he could not hit anything from afar. As for Jiang Bai's unwavering confidence, Ancient Fei could only speculate 2 possibilities. Either Jiang Bai was concealing his true talent as a sharpshooter, or he was invincible in close combat, viewing firearms merely as a tool, confident in his ability to dispatch any foe within close range. Regardless of which scenario was true, the fact that Jiang Bai had survived until now suggested that matters were far from straightforward. In truth, there existed alternative methods to resolve this predicament. After circling the shooting range, Jiang Bai returned to his shooting position, raising the revolver once more. Bang! A single bullet was fired, yet 2 resounding explosions followed. A whirlwind swept through the surroundings, causing Ancient Fei's garments to flutter wildly, while his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed ahead. In the shooting range, Jiang Bai had fired 1 bullet, obliterating 2 targets simultaneously into dust. Astonished, Ancient Fei exclaimed, how is this possible? 1 bullet, and 2 targets exploded at once? From any perspective, Jiang Bai's feat was undeniably astonishing. Curious to learn? Jiang Bai grinned. The interest for this week is waived. I shall teach you. Deal. For Ancient Fei, the sum of 600,000 is but a trifling matter. Should he master this skill, its utility would far surpass the value of that sum. It is quite simple, Jiang Bai revealed. As he had just circled the shooting range, he placed 2 miniature explosives on the target. The moment the bullet was fired, the explosives detonated, shattering the target into fragments. Ancient Fei had already fallen into silence yet again. So, you orchestrated all this merely to save on 600,000 in interest, did you? The inscription of deception within Jiang Bai shimmered, providing a slight restoration of his energy. Indeed, Ancient Fei was convinced. Blowing up 2 targets with a single shot, while Jiang Bai did employ miniature explosives, the explosion was not solely due to their merit. Just moments ago, Jiang Bai had walked a circuit around the shooting range. This detail was easily overlooked by Fei. Upon awakening, deception, the seals within Jiang Bai's body began to loosen, and geography was reactivated. Geography. After familiarizing oneself with the surrounding terrain, one can gain a home field advantage, amplifying the power of secret treasures and doubling the effects of their domain. During the activation of geography, other domains are suppressed and may even become ineffective. The current effective range is 100 cubic meters. Jiang Bai's geography can influence an area measuring 5 meters in width, 10 meters in length, and 2 meters in height. Beyond this area, he is temporarily powerless. A domain is an advanced application of abilities that have progressed to the extraordinary level, currently irrelevant to Jiang Bai. The true strength of geography lies in its potent enhancement of one's own domain, as well as its ability to repel and suppress the domains of others. Of course, Jiang Bai is not yet capable of utilizing domains. He can only benefit from the so-called home field advantage and secret treasure enhancement. With the support of geography, Jiang Bai can perceive everything occurring within his domain, and with a mere flick of his wrist, the power of his bullets is magnified, allowing him to accurately strike any target. This is why, despite his abysmal marksmanship, Jiang Bai still opts to wield firearms as a secondary weapon. Cheating is indeed exhilarating. As a former sharpshooter who achieved 27 kills with 17 shots, Jiang Bai must assert, I am indeed cheating, and I have not turned it off. The return of geography compensates for Jiang Bai's shortcomings in marksmanship, undoubtedly a significant boon for him. Jiang Bai had previously attempted to hone his shooting skills, but the results were akin to someone's dismal high school grades, not particularly promising. This phenomenon is rather peculiar. In terms of bodily control, Jiang Bai faced no issues. The simplest three-point alignment, the intricacies of advanced design. He comprehends all of this. At the very least, he understands it intellectually, yet his hands refuse to cooperate. Ultimately, Jiang Bai must concede that some individuals may simply be incapable of excelling in certain endeavors, and only through the guidance of friends can they tearfully embrace their cheating ways, becoming legendary sharpshooters. Following the resurgence of geography, Jiang Bai refrained from further practice and, after gathering his belongings, took his leave. Just as Fei bid farewell to Jiang Bai and turned back, he had yet to seek out his brother when he spotted Sha standing beside the shooting range, lost in thought. Brother, weren't you in seclusion? Fei approached, expressing concern. Has there been an issue with the Sha's secret tomb? The Sha's secret tomb is unharmed. Sha stood silently, gazing intently at the shooting range with a grave expression. I inquired, who was present at the shooting range just now? No one else. Fei replied with surprise. It was just Jiang Bai and me. He purchased the noon hour and I accompanied him here to practice shooting. Just the two of you? Sha furrowed his brow, remaining silent. The entirety of the governor's mansion lay shrouded within his domain. Yet just moments ago, he sensed an ephemeral moment where the shooting range vanished from the governor's mansion. The area that disappeared was not extensive, merely 100 cubic meters. However, such a disappearance held immense significance. It implied that someone possessed the ability to suppress his domain. In the realm of extraordinary confrontations, domain control is paramount. As the guardian of the Silver Sand secret tomb, he ought to be an invincible presence within the Silver Sand base. Yet now, someone could potentially overpower his domain. This individual could very well be Jiang Bai. Had he done this deliberately? To convey a message to himself? A flicker of light danced in Sha's eyes as he pondered. If Jiang Bai could indeed suppress my domain, does it imply that the terrifying entity dwelling in the deepest recesses of the Silver Sand secret tomb could also be restrained? Chapter 050, The Cicada Plan. Not yet a failure, I am Jiang Bai, currently executing Task 002. On the 24th day after my awakening, I have yet to re-establish contact with the organization. Over the past month, I have successfully awakened the Human Series ability, Seeing, and the Earth Series ability, Deception, elevating both to a high-level extraordinary capacity, preparing to challenge the realm of the Grandmaster. Presently, I have refined 16 pieces of otherworldly bones, with with a total of 37,000 points of chi within me. And I carry 4 treasured artifacts: Noon, Mirror of Deception, Cloak of Shadow Flame, and Green Blood-Drinking Sword. Today marks the day when the entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb opens, and I find myself hesitating whether to venture into its depths. Everything seems too coincidental. Awakening in an area devoid of formidable foes, the Silver Sand base resembles a novice village to me, with every coincidence hinting at a deeper design. Perhaps I am overly suspicious, or the machinations of the puppet masters, though clever, are not sufficiently so. In either case, the Silver Sand secret tomb appears to be a trap, as does the entire Silver Sand base, akin to placing a flower in a greenhouse, gradually numbing it until the moment of fatality when the lurking predator reveals its fangs. Remaining here, everything seems smooth sailing, yet peril lurks beneath the surface. I find no justification for embarking on an adventure into the Silver Sand secret tomb. At 9 o'clock tonight, the entrance to the tomb will open. I will take my leave from the Silver Sand base, but the process may not be safe. Nangong, be cautious. Dan Hong, eat cheese. There's a risk of death listening to Jiang Bai's words. A question mark slowly emerged above Dan Hongyi's head. What? Why am I going to die? Jiang Bai disregarded Dan Hongyi's reaction and stated solemnly, Task 002 is still ongoing. With that, he pressed a button, and the red light of the recording pen extinguished. Jiang Bai raised his head and inquired, Director, how was the packing going? Everything is ready. The director flipped through a dictionary, ensuring that no research material had been overlooked. As for other items in the Research Institute, there are no other items. They are so impoverished that they cannot even afford the electricity bill. How could they possess valuable instruments? All right, I've booked 2 vehicles. Cheese will drive one, and I will drive the other. Nangong is currently transporting supplies. Jiang Bai produced a map and analyzed. We will head southeast. The director asked, Southeast, there are 3 survival bases. Which one do you intend to approach? We shall decide on the way. Although the wilderness has become perilous, that is only for ordinary people. We can undertake a wilderness survival journey, and once I possess the ability to protect myself, it may be wiser to enter a survival base afterwards. Jiang Bai rubbed his cheek, letting out a weary sigh. The tomb is undoubtedly dangerous, yet humanity is even more perilous. He has a mission to survive. The Silver Sand base is about to descend into chaos, and for the sake of Jiang Bai's safety and the 9th Research Institute's interests, retreating at this moment is the wisest choice. The director nodded, turned, and departed to assist Nangong in transporting supplies. Dan Hongyi timidly asked, Are we really leaving? Jiang Bai nodded, recognizing that staying behind posed a greater peril. Making this decision was not an easy task for him. Meanwhile, Shan Hongyi slumped over the table. Her spirit deflated, her brows twisted like eels. She pondered whether she was truly in danger, what would become of the people at the Silver Sand base, and the fate of the governor of Silver Sand. A multitude of questions plagued her mind, and each time she voiced them, her elder brother Jiang Bai would provide answers. Of course, Jiang Bai did not always speak the truth, and Shan Hongyi did not fully trust him either. After much hesitation, she finally asked the question that weighed most heavily on her heart. Will we return? Jiang Bai paused for a moment before nodding, affirming, We will. Yet, he was uncertain if the Silver Sand base would still exist by the time they returned. The evacuation unfolded precisely as Jiang Bai had planned, with meticulous order. However, everyone appeared dejected, as though they had suffered a defeat. They had anticipated that with the approaching storm, Jiang Bai would showcase his prowess, conquering all in his path, deftly navigating the chaos. Little did they know, it was only at the last moment that Jiang Bai revealed the true plan: retreat. It felt akin to delivering a power-packed punch into thin air, inevitably leading to a sense of disillusionment. Among the group, however, there was one exception. The director remained remarkably composed. In a moment of solitude, the director approached Jiang Bai and bluntly stated, Sometimes the decision to retreat requires even more courage. Listening to the director's words, Jiang Bai reclined in his chair, gazing at the sky, remaining silent. Before long, everything was loaded onto the vehicles, and preparations were complete. The group shared a modest meal before setting off. An unexpected visitor arrived, Boss Jiang. A familiar voice echoed as a wealthy merchant appeared beside the vehicle, warmly greeting Jiang Bai and the others. "Is this?" Jiang Bai seemed to have anticipated his arrival, maintaining his composure as he casually remarked. "It was too stuffy at home, so I stepped out for some fresh air." Shan Hongyi hid behind Bloodwolf, scrutinizing the merchant. Though he bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Shenfei, this individual exuded a distinctly different aura. "Yin Shensha, the governor? What brings him here? Why pretend to be the deputy governor?" An overwhelming torrent of questions flooded her mind, yet remained unspoken. Shan Hongyi dutifully concealed herself behind Bloodwolf, observing the situation in silence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the merchant proposed, "Since we have some time, why not accompany me for a stroll and chat?" Jiang Bai nodded, deeming it more courteous to comply. The two then departed from the convoy, vanishing from the sight of the others. Just as Yin Chansha had suggested, they indeed strolled leisurely and engaged in casual conversation. Walking along a secluded path, Yin Chansha initiated the dialogue. "Jiang Bai, do you believe in fate?" Jiang Bai nodded. "I believe in fate when it is favorable, and when it is not. A man must be a materialist warrior. We do not engage in such futile superstitions." Yin Chansha chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. "In this world, who truly has a favorable fate? As the ancient saying goes, better to be a peaceful dog than a man in chaotic times. In this chaotic world, more tumultuous than any era of turmoil, there exists not a moment of peace." Yin Chansha remarked that upon our first encounter, I posed 3 inquiries, and in return, I now have 3 statements to share with you. After I conclude, the decision to depart or remain rests solely with you. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "The money is non-refundable." Those 3 questions had cost him 300,000 star coins, and now, the 3 statements from Yin Chansha were entirely his own affair. Jiang Bai was a man of principles. He would not entertain the notion of refunding the money. Unperturbed by such trivialities, Yin Chansha uttered his first statement. "I was the one who killed Dr. Cha." Jiang Bai's expression betrayed no surprise, as if he had known from the outset. Within the confines of Yansha City, there were scarcely 10 extraordinary individuals, easily counted on one hand. Those capable of dispatching Dr. Cha with the same ease as one might a dog numbered fewer than 5. And those audacious enough to provoke Jin were no more than 3. The sole individual who could eliminate Dr. Cha without leaving a trace was none other than Yin Chansha himself. Judging by Jin's subsequent reaction, Jiang Bai was not at all troubled in deducing the truth. Jin had refrained from taking action against Jiang Bai, not merely due to uncertainty regarding Jiang Bai's hidden strengths, but chiefly because he knew that the governor was responsible for the death of his ally. Consequently, suspecting Jiang Bai was an external aide summoned by the governor. Yin Chansha proceeded with his second statement. "The Cicada project has not yet failed." With a swift motion, a gun was aimed at the back of Yin Chansha's head. A weapon appeared in Jiang Bai's grasp, his tone chillingly indifferent. "You have one final statement remaining. The Cicada project, the highest secret from 12 centuries ago, had never been disclosed in detail since Jiang Bai's awakening. Even the director was only aware of the mission codename 002, oblivious to the existence of the Cicada project, with only one opportunity left to substantiate his identity. Yin Chansha understood the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Jiang Bai would fulfill his mission to eliminate all potential threats right then and there. Yin Chansha remained still, his gaze traversing past the barrel of the gun to the weapon held in Jiang Bai's other hand. The latter gun emanated an unmistakable aura of peril. To his surprise, Yin Chansha felt a twinge of anxiety. He had not experienced such a sensation in 7 years since assuming the governorship. He even entertained the unsettling notion that, should it come to a life-or-death confrontation, he might not emerge victorious. One statement remained, a chance to persuade Jiang Bai and earn his trust. He pressed his lips together, preparing to utter the final phrase, one that could potentially garner Jiang Bai's confidence, though even he was uncertain if it would suffice. Should it fail, a confrontation was inevitable, and the outcome would be left to fate. With deliberate clarity, Yin Chansha repeated, "Among this group of trainees, you, young man, are the one I hold in the highest regard." Chapter 051, A change of plans among this group of trainees. You are the one I hold in the highest regard. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Bai momentarily felt a wave of nostalgia. Old Ma's voice and demeanor echoed in his mind. The last time he heard such a phrase was a mere 12 centuries ago, though for Jiang Bai, it felt like only half a year had passed. After conversing with Old Ma, Jiang Bai joined the Cicada project, spending 6 months in self-imposed seclusion, successfully sealing himself before the mysterious tide came to an end. Today marks the 24th day since Jiang Bai's awakening, and only 203 days and 16 hours have elapsed since that conversation with Old Ma. With an exceptional memory, Jiang Bai naturally could not forget such an event. Of course, Jiang Bai was acutely aware that the person before him, Yin Chen-sha, was not Old Ma. Sheathing his revolver and the overlord gun, Jiang Bai smiled warmly, embracing Yin Chen-sha's shoulders. You could have mentioned you were one of us earlier. You had me all worked up. I nearly misfired. Just imagine if something unfortunate had happened. I would have felt immense guilt. Even if you offer me compensation for emotional distress at that point, it wouldn't suffice. Yin Chen-sha replied, so if I were to be shot dead, I would owe you for emotional damages, right? By your logic, I might as well find a quiet place to end it all and spare your hands from the mess. Jiang Bai, still with his arm around Yin Chen-sha, began to turn back. Yin Chen-sha's expression shifted slightly. Just moments ago, his domain had faltered. Everything around him had been effortlessly commandeered by Jiang Bai, and the entire process had felt so natural that he had been suppressed in an instant, with no opportunity to resist. Such a maneuver had not even been employed during their recent standoff. Was Jiang Bai still concealing his true capabilities? After activating geographical advantage, Jiang Bai posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. How did you come to know that phrase? A saying passed down through 12 centuries, transformed by countless generations, could easily become distorted. Just look at Wei Junjia's ramblings of peculiar ancient sayings. Yin Chen-sha's ability to articulate each word precisely indicated that he possessed a solid and reliable lineage, having endured a millennium of historical void, successfully transmitting the phrase 2 centuries later. Therefore, Jiang Bai needed to understand how Yin Chen-sha achieved this. There was no room for negotiation on this matter. As for whether Yin Chen-sha would lie, that consideration was temporarily set aside by Jiang Bai. To summarize, it was evident that Yin Chen-sha had rehearsed this dialogue long in advance. My brother and I were merely servants who, during an outing, became lost and inadvertently stumbled upon a secret tomb, where we encountered that entity. That entity? Jiang Bai's expression turned perplexed. Yin Chen-sha elaborated. That entity is certainly not a living person. To be precise, he is the master of the secret tomb, which exists solely for his burial. What? Shock flashed once again in Jiang Bai's eyes. A corpse buried within the secret tomb possesses consciousness? Is this awareness a remnant of life, or a rebirth after death? Could the master of the secret tomb be Old Ma? Yin Chen-sha continued, stating that a certain entity bestowed upon him a vision, guiding our brethren onto the path of extraordinary abilities, imparting the method to decipher the secrets of the Silver Sand Tomb, and enabling me to become its guardian. Awaiting the arrival of an individual named Jiang Bai, the subsequent events are likely known to you. When Jiang Bai manifested, Liujiang directed Dr. Cha to act against him, ensuring that Nangong Shao was safely delivered to the 9th Research Institute. Yin Chen-sha eliminated Dr. Cha, leaving behind the inscription killer, Cicada, at the scene. This tale, while peculiar, verges on the overly simplistic. As for the Cicada project, it was during this period that Yin Chen-sha became aware of it as well. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and inquired, can he communicate? It is exceedingly difficult, Yin Chen-sha recalled. A series of characters continuously emerged on an electronic screen, resembling pre-written files. Occasionally, the order would be jumbled, necessitating our organization for comprehension. Jiang Bai further questioned, what are the coordinates of the tomb? I do not know, Yin Chen-sha replied candidly. Initially, we were along the southeastern coast and inadvertently stumbled upon the tomb. Upon departure, we found ourselves outside the Silver Sand Base, a tomb that traversed over 1,000 kilometers under the influence of mysterious tides. Even the most bizarre occurrences seemed normal. Jiang Bai pressed on, Were the 3 phrases you spoke to me tonight also dictated by him? No. In Chan Sha shook his head. The first phrase was my test. The entity had mentioned killer, Cicada on more than one occasion within the messages left for me, prompting me to use these words to ascertain whether you are indeed the Jiang Bai I await. The second phrase was to confirm whether this so-called Cicada project is still ongoing. After all, you are aware that the tomb is ancient. As for the third phrase, it was a means for In Chan Sha to safeguard himself and earn Jiang Bai's trust. In truth, it was the sole phrase related to Jiang Bai found within the documents. Jiang Bai realized he had traversed a vast distance, emerging with nothing but knowledge of an elusive tomb. You previously mentioned that you inadvertently entered the tomb in a southeastern region, and upon leaving, you arrived at the Silver Sand Base. Is it here? Jiang Bai gazed towards the distant location of the 9th Research Institute. Indeed, In Chen Sha affirmed. It is precisely this abandoned school, the entrance to the Silver Sand Tomb. Jiang Bai pressed his fingers against his temples, feeling a slight headache. Now, there is an undeniable reason to enter the Silver Sand Tomb. It connected to a certain place, potentially housing the remains of Jiang Bai's departed acquaintances. This intelligence was invaluable. Regardless of In Chan Sha's intentions, Jiang Bai was certain that even if they were not friends, they could not be foes. In Chan Sha's enlightenment and rise were both rooted in the mysterious entity within that tomb, naturally absorbing lessons and conduct from it, and thus being influenced in unseen ways. Jiang Bai countered, "What did that entity instruct you to find me for? And then what? Does the other party possess foresight? How did he know that I would awaken at the Silver Sand Base?" Indeed, as I had anticipated, this is all a web of intrigue. Jiang Bai felt a surge of indignation. He was certainly not afflicted with even a hint of paranoia. It was evident that he was indeed being persecuted. There was no further elaboration. In Chan Sha shrugged, explaining that the entity in question had merely allowed him to locate and connect with Jiang Bai, nothing more. Despite his inquiries regarding the Cicada project, the entity had only revealed that it would render the world a more beautiful place. After imparting what he knew, In Chen Sha departed. His visit was both unexpected and yet somehow inevitable. Jiang Bai could scarcely fathom that the news brought by his counterpart would sway his judgment and disrupt his prior plans. Regardless of whether the ancient being within the depths of the secret tomb was Old Ma or someone else, Jiang Bai must seize the opportunity to venture inside and take a look. The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb only permitted non-exceptional individuals to enter. One must acquire the requisite qualifications to explore the subsequent areas. Moreover, Jiang Bai needed to enhance his own strength and rapidly ascend to the extraordinary. In other words, if he were to miss this opportunity, once he achieved the extraordinary, he would never again be able to access the Silver Sand secret tomb. This would also cause him to forfeit the singular chance to uncover the truth. At this moment, whether it was a trap mattered little. Even if he faced a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, Jiang Bai was determined to press forward. After all, there was nothing in this world that he, Han Chan, dare not undertake. Jiang Bai produced a recording device and pressed the button. "I am Jiang Bai, currently executing task 002. He paused, gazing ahead, and solemnly declared, "The plan has changed. Preparations are underway to enter the Silver Sand secret tomb." Chapter 052. Waiting as Jiang Bai returned to the vehicle, he secured his recording pen. Shan Hongyi lay atop the Blood Wolf, while Nangong Xiaoxin cautiously occupied the passenger seat, and the director leaned against the car door. They were all awaiting Jiang Bai's return. Should they depart or remain? Their course of action hinged upon Jiang Bai's decision. Jiang Bai gathered his thoughts, albeit with reluctance, and declared that due to unforeseen circumstances, he must enter the Silver Sand secret tomb. The group's demeanor was remarkably composed. No one voiced any objections. "Director, you should proceed with the original plan," Jiang Bai began, but was promptly interrupted by the director. Such occurrences were rare among them. "If you do not leave, then neither will the 9th Research Institute," the director asserted firmly. Shan Hongyi tugged at a tuft of wolf fur, casually remarking, "I've invested so much alongside my sister in you. Look at me. I'm practically impoverished and stunted. If you perish, won't our investments be for naught?" The frugal and avaricious little girl clutched a handful of IOUs, her seemingly nonchalant exterior betraying an underlying tension. fearful that Jiang Bai might forcibly expel her. Nangong Xiaoxin felt a twinge of awkwardness. He attempted to mimic the director's gesture of scratching his head, only to be reminded painfully of his severely injured skull, which made contact excruciating. After a sharp intake of breath, he awkwardly confessed, I still owe the Institute money. It would be wise to leave like this. The moment the words escaped his lips, he mentally chastised himself. How foolish! Though his remaining days were few. If granted freedom, there remained many endeavors he could pursue. Nangong Xiaoxin paused, realizing that even if Jiang Bai set him free, there seemed to be nothing compelling enough to occupy his time. Throughout his life, he had tirelessly sought to survive, yet as he faced death, he was still grappling with the purpose of existence. For him, living had become more an instinct than anything else. But as Jiang Bai had once quoted, to live is not merely to exist. He contemplated staying, asking himself if he could truly contribute anything meaningful to the world. At the very least, he could witness this group affecting change. That, in itself, seemed quite worthwhile. With that thought, he pulled out a book, feigning interest, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on Jiang Bai. The blood wolf, feeling compelled to speak, let out a howl. "Awu, blood leopard, be silent." Jiang Bai gently thumped the wolf's head, casually rewarded Shan Hongyi with a chestnut, and patted the director's shoulder before casting a glance at Nangong Xiaoxin. He said little more. Jiang Bai honored their decision, just as they respected his. Nodding, he announced, "Since you have chosen to stay, let us initiate Plan A." Wait. The inquisitive Shan Hongyi raised her hand to interject. Why is the plan to enter the Silver Sand secret tomb designated as Plan A, while the retreat plan is Plan C? Jiang Bai adjusted his non-existent glasses and patiently elucidated. Plan C is generally our primary plan, while Plan A serves as the least favorable contingency. This method serves to obfuscate our adversaries. Should intelligence be compromised, it may lead them to erroneous judgments. Dan Hongyi interjected. "I must commend your cunning." Jiang Bai continued. "According to Plan A, you will drive a vehicle to the governor's mansion to evade the impending turmoil, while I shall enter the Silver Sand secret tomb alone. If I do not return within 7 days, an airship will come to evacuate you from the Silver Sand base. You should depart first, and I shall follow shortly." Jiang Bai's strategy was meticulously crafted, and none present voiced dissent. As they prepared to part ways, the director pondered deeply before posing a question. "Shall we summon reinforcements?" Jiang Bai's eyes brightened. "Are you capable of summoning a divine, General?" The director shook his head. "Unfortunately, that is beyond my reach." Jiang Bai sighed, not overly disheartened. "Unless you receive unequivocal news of my demise, refrain from summoning anyone." Dan Hongyi, puzzled, remarked, "Brother Jiang Bai, what if it turns out to be too late to summon help?" Jiang Bai retorted, "If I am already cold, what purpose does summoning serve? To retrieve my body? To avenge me? You see, you are still quite youthful." Jiang Bai took the opportunity to impart another lesson to Dan Hongyi. "When you first receive news of my death, it will undoubtedly be false. A cautious individual like me must master the art of feigned death. Are you familiar with Azeroth? I once perfected the act of playing dead on that continent." Understanding dawned on Dan Hongyi as her earlier despondency dissipated, once again astonished by her brother Jiang Bai's cleverness. "Indeed, Brother Jiang Bai, you even consider the possibility of feigned death. With my intelligence, nearly fell for it." Only the director remained troubled, grasping his disheveled hair, torn between speech and silence. He comprehended Jiang Bai's underlying message. If the heavenly inquiry declared Jiang Bai's death, then it would be a certainty. There would be no room for deception. Jiang Bai's reluctance to summon reinforcements stemmed from 2 reasons. He believed he could manage the current threat alone, and he feared that reinforcements might prove to be unmanageable. It is far easier to call upon deities than to see them return. Jiang Bai despised such a passive predicament. However, should Jiang Bai fall, the implications would be dire. To echo the sentiments of 12 centuries past, Jiang Bai's demise would herald an apocalyptic catastrophe. Summoning aid would not merely serve to recover his remains or seek vengeance. It would be a call for the mightiest warriors to confront an existential threat. A calamity beyond Jiang Bai's capacity to handle could not be resolved by mere mortals. Only the elite could intervene. Moreover, Jiang Bai's death itself would represent the most terrifying disaster. Very well, you shall proceed to the governor's mansion while I venture into the Silver Sand secret tomb. We shall reconvene in 7 days. With that declaration, Jiang Bai slung his backpack over his shoulder and leapt into a vehicle, heading toward the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb. Another vehicle traversed the road at a leisurely pace, its occupants enveloped in silence. The director, seemingly producing a satellite phone from thin air, pressed a few buttons and awaited in quiet anticipation. A mere 10 seconds later, the call connected. A cultured and affable voice emanated from the other end, inquiring, "Who is this?" The director replied candidly, "It's me." Under different circumstances, others might have introduced themselves. Yet none dared to jest in the presence of this individual. The director, however, had no name to offer. He could only respond thus. "To think you are still alive?" The voice expressed a hint of surprise before adding, "What do you want?" "Just so, borrowing money is out of the question." Even he had grown wary of this person's penchant for loans. The director carefully organized his thoughts. "I may require your assistance, though I am uncertain at this moment. I wanted to inquire whether you are available to help." He added, "If it's inconvenient, I can seek others." His tone suggested a wealth of alternatives in his contact list. "Ah, the king of the seas. Please hold on. My home is a bit chaotic." A faint explosion reverberated through the satellite phone, hinting at some ongoing conflict. The co-pilot, Nangong, cautiously turned his head, feeling the cool evening breeze against his scalp. "Oh, has your scalp already gone? Then it's not cool." He mused. "This place feels a bit hellish. Perhaps I should place an electronic wooden fish here and earn some merit." Curiously, he asked, "Director, who are you trying to contact?" Previously, when conversing with Jiang Bai, the director had mentioned summoning someone, stating he was unable to summon divine generals. Nangong had heard of numerous legendary figures among the top-tier warriors below the divine generals. Perhaps the individual the director sought was one he recognized. The director replied straightforwardly, "The Emperor of the Sky." Nangong's reaction was immediate. "To be fair, that is indeed no divine general. Excuse my interruption. I shall take my leave." As if I had not inquired. He suppressed his fear, turning back to his book, but the words danced chaotically on the page. And under the overwhelming grip of dread, he found himself unable to comprehend a single letter. The name of the emperor instilled such terror. Merely hearing the phrase Emperor of the Sky had rendered Nangong illiterate in that moment. Cheese cast a glance at Nangong, snorting in derision. "Look at you, holding the book upside down and pretending to be cultured." 3 minutes later, a voice emerged from the satellite phone once more. "All right, I am now able to assist." The director nodded in satisfaction, leaving a brief remark before decisively ending the call, without a hint of hesitation. Satellite communication was costly. The 9th Research Institute was not affluent. Hence, frugality was paramount. In the interest of saving funds, brevity was essential. The director succinctly conveyed to the Emperor of the Sky, "Wait." Chapter 053, Forward. The Secret Tomb of Silver Sands. The call was abruptly terminated. The Celestial Emperor, clutching the satellite phone, was evidently taken aback by such an unexpected conclusion. "Wait? Just those 2 words? Am I, the esteemed Celestial Emperor, expected to wait for your call? You come and go at your leisure, commanding me to do as you please? Do you truly regard me, the Celestial Emperor, with such disdain?" The Celestial Emperor was incensed. With his fury, the seas roiled. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to redial, brimming with resolve. "If I do not unleash a torrent of criticism upon this insufferable wretch today, then I shall relinquish my title as Emperor. You have reached a user with insufficient funds. Is he truly so destitute that he cannot afford even a phone bill?" The corners of the Celestial Emperor's mouth curled into a derisive smile. This individual remains as he always was, burdened by insurmountable debt, speaking incomprehensible nonsense, lost in futile dreams, toiling away at hopeless endeavors, squandering his innate talents. The Celestial Emperor's gaze was resolute, his determination unyielding. "Today, even if I must pay off your debts, I shall ensure you are thoroughly chastised. Allow him to witness the true worth of my title. Money is expendable, but one must express their grievances. A modest sum to secure my peace of mind is well worth it." With practiced ease, the Celestial Emperor dialed another number and coldly stated, "Please check my call records. How much does the individual I just spoke with owe?" "Dear customer, we are currently retrieving that information for you." A sweet voice responded, soon revealing, "The account in question currently owes 186 trillion. May I inquire if this information is of assistance to you?" The Celestial Emperor, "Dear customer, do you wish to assist with a repayment? We can facilitate a payment plan for you." The Celestial Emperor, after a prolonged silence of 3 minutes, he finally managed to utter, "I wish to file a complaint." "Dear customer, what would you like to complain about?" The Celestial Emperor, armed with reason and determination, retorted, "How is it possible for someone to owe such a staggering amount and still utilize satellite communication services? Why have you not suspended his account? Is this how you conduct business? How have you allowed him to accumulate such debt? Can he even repay it? Selling him would not suffice." The customer service representative cheerfully replied, "Dear customer, the account can only be suspended once the debt is cleared. We can assist you in suspending the account provided you transfer the debt to your account. Dear customer, are you still there? Please remember to rate us 5 stars in your follow-up message." With a decisive action, the Celestial Emperor hung up the phone, staring at the satellite device, beginning to question the very essence of his existence. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. Am I truly the Celestial Emperor? How can this wretch be so audacious? A mere phone call, and he expects the esteemed emperor to wait? The thought of a debt amounting to 186 trillion made even the Celestial Emperor gasp in disbelief. Such horror! Having reached this juncture, there was no other recourse. The Celestial Emperor sat in the desolate realm of death, gazing at its profound silence, feeling a twinge of regret. Having acted swiftly, all turmoil has now been quelled. Leaving him unscathed, he let out a resigned sigh. Well then, I shall wait. Before the Silver Sand's secret tomb, Jiang Bai was unaware that a phone call from the director had resulted in an insomniac Celestial Emperor for the night. At this moment, he was parking, a task requiring finesse. Backing up. Wei Junjie directed him from the side, suddenly exclaiming, Hey. Jiang Bai at the helm, swayed in rhythm with him, eagerly taking the lead. Let us rap. A set of Jianbing Guizi, please. Wei Junjie retorted angrily, You're stepping on my foot. It hurts so much, and you're here rapping and mocking me? Show some decency. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai slammed the brakes, hastily leaped out of the car to assess the damage. Phew, what a false alarm. He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, exhaling in relief. The tires were intact. All was well. These are my newly replaced tires. After this, they LLB accident-prone. Jiang Bai grumbled, What gives you the right to place your foot beneath my tire? Wei Junjie, having grown weary of this insufferable fellow, simply raised his hand and shifted the car slightly before retracting his arm. Despite being momentarily crushed by several tons of weight, Wei Junjie's foot appeared to be fine. In other words, Jiang Bai's concern for the tires was entirely justified. With his backpack in tow, Jiang Bai conversed with Wei Junjie as they walked. We are about to enter the Silver Sand secret tomb. We might as well be teammates. Let us discuss the intel inside. When the topic turned serious, Wei Junjie adopted a grave demeanor. The Silver Sand secret tomb is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Once inside, we must adhere strictly to the tomb's rules, with no deviations whatsoever. Jiang Bai had heard similar warnings numerous times. However, the specifics of these rules and the associated dangers remained elusive. Perhaps the factions within the 3 teachings possessed information, but they evidently had no intention of sharing it with Jiang Bai. As for the governor's office, they presumed Jiang Bai was well acquainted with the Silver Sand secret tomb, and thus refrained from divulging such information. Jiang Bai wished to inquire further, but found no opportunity. Additionally, since he initially intended to flee, he had not prepared for an entry into the Silver Sand secret tomb, leaving him at a considerable disadvantage in terms of information. Consequently, he found himself in the current predicament, necessitating a consultation with Wei Junjie for strategies. Jiang Bai asked, Why was this particular time chosen for the opening of the Silver Sand secret tomb? Clearly, the timing of the entrance held significance, because at this hour, it coincides perfectly with the end of classes. On our first day, we don't have to attend lessons. We merely need to stay in the dormitory for a night, thus minimizing danger. Wei Junjie casually mentioned several terms familiar to Jiang Bai. End of classes, lessons, dormitory? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. Are you implying evening study sessions? Yes, yes, yes. You know and still ask me. Wei Junjie rolled his eyes. It was evident that Jiang Bai was more knowledgeable than he had anticipated. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Jiang Bai's face as he realized, to his utter astonishment, that after a slumber of 12 centuries, his first venture into the mysterious tomb was for the purpose of education. Had those 1,200 years been for naught? One absurd turn of events. As they conversed, the two arrived at the school's entrance, now shrouded in a veil of black mist, engulfed in a state of chaos, rendering the interior completely obscured. Within the swirling darkness, it felt as though perilous entities lay in slumber. At the threshold, a white line demarcated the boundary between the ominous fog and the outside world with stark clarity. Wei Junjie and Jiang Bai stood beside the white line, aware that their chances of being assigned to the same dormitory were significantly heightened. Jiang Bai urged him to proceed. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Jiang Bai playfully shoved him into the black mist. A voice emerged from the darkness, laced with indignation. Baka, after a brief moment, reassured of his companion's survival, Jiang Bai took a step forward, only to be instantly engulfed by the relentless black fog. Chapter 054, The Terrifying Rules. As Jiang Bai ventured into the black mist, he surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, his revolver, noon, securely in his left hand, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Jiang Bai, Jiang Bai. A mysterious entity within the dark room called out his name. Suddenly, the black mist began to dissipate, revealing a shadowy figure before him. Jiang Bai swiftly conjured a fleeting image with his left hand, aiming the gun directly at the figure's forehead. Should he pull the trigger, the adversary would meet a swift demise. This was the confidence bestowed upon Jiang Bai by his impeccable 100 accuracy. It's me. It's me. Wei Junjie raised his hand, hastily declaring, Wei Junjie, the one who knows the times. In a bid to authenticate his identity, he even resorted to ancient phrases. Oh, it's you. Jiang Bai showed no signs of surprise as he holstered his revolver and inquired earnestly. Having entered first, have you made any discoveries? Wei Junjie retorted. Was I the one who entered first? Do you think I would take the lead? Surely, you understand the situation. Nevertheless, he patiently continued, as with previous intelligence. It has just turned from evening study time to lights out. We must return to our dormitory before 9:30 p.m. At that moment, the black mist around Jiang Bai gradually lifted, allowing him to discern the environment. Observing his surroundings, Jiang Bai's expression shifted slightly. This place, once a desolate school of the 9th Research Institute, had transformed into a seemingly normal school, devoid of its previous desolation. Such a radical alteration of the environment was inconceivable. Was this the secret tomb? Was the inner and outer world entirely distinct spaces? A realm sustained by a mysterious force? Or was it some other enigmatic power? How long would this phenomenon endure? Once the 5th mysterious tide concluded, what transformations would the secret tomb undergo? As he embarked on this inaugural venture into the secret tomb, Jiang Bai was evidently plagued by countless questions yearning for answers. Noting Wei Junjie's mention of a time constraint, Jiang Bai glanced at his watch. 9:05 p.m. Only 25 minutes remained. Do you have a map? He asked. No, Wei Junjie pointed towards the path ahead, which emitted a faint red glow. We have just entered the Silver Sand secret tomb. There will be guiding markers, and we must follow them. Clearly, after 2 centuries of exploration, they had gleaned some insights regarding the tomb's patterns, albeit limited. Jiang Bai nodded. Very well. Without further ado, the two swiftly proceeded towards the source of the red glow. However, upon reaching the intersection, the red light astonishingly split into 2, indicating divergent paths. What is happening? Wei Junjie's face displayed concern, clearly encountering this situation for the first time. After all, it was his inaugural journey to the Silver Sand secret tomb. Yet, in all prior records, nothing of this sort had ever been documented. Why had the guiding marker divided? Was it possible that their dormitories lay in opposite directions? Jiang Bai, maintaining his composure, calmly remarked, well, it's quite easy to explain. Wei Junjie assumed a posture of eager anticipation, yet he was met with a prolonged silence. Jiang Bai raised one hand, incessantly rubbing 3 fingers together. I need money. Wei Junjie quoted a firm price of 1 million. Jiang Bai offered a slight reduction, bringing it to 2 million for the entire deal. Wei Junjie, being in a position of influence among the 3 factions, realized that selling a piece of information to him was tantamount to selling it to all 3. Jiang Bai allowed the middlemen to profit from the price difference, provided that he received his fair share. Wei Junjie hesitated. His recent financial resources were severely lacking, and he simply could not afford such an amount. It was all due to the insidious parasites within the organization, continually pilfering its assets under various pretenses. Even a blind person could see the discrepancies in their fraudulent invoices. These vermin had left him, a person genuinely committed to getting things done, without funds at a critical moment. How infuriating! Wei Junjie gritted his teeth in rage, wishing he could devour these despicable individuals whole. If it were up to him to pay this sum, he would certainly be able to. But why should he? Every penny in his possession was earned through his own hard work and integrity. He had a clear distinction between public and private affairs. He tentatively inquired, "Wouldn't IOU be acceptable?" "No. Jiang Bai decisibly. Who knows how long your 3 factions will last? You might be gone by tomorrow. Thank you very much." Ultimately, Wei Junjie devised a mutually beneficial solution, exchanging information for information. He produced an envelope, stating that the dormitory rules were quite intricate and subject to daily changes. His intelligence contained the complete dormitory regulations, though he was aware Jiang Bai likely had them as well. Jiang Bai, I genuinely do not possess this. Everyone assumed Jiang Bai had this information, which led them to refrain from discussing it with him, leaving him completely uninformed. Now, pressed into a corner, Jiang Bai was in desperate need of those rules. All right, I'll concede a little. Jiang Bai sighed in resignation, reluctantly accepting the envelope. After you leave, give me an IOU for 1 million, and it's a deal. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Wei Junjie's eyes. So, why would the guidance differ? He pretended not to hear the matter of the 1 million IOU. Jiang Bai did not hold back and provided the answer. You are a foreigner and cannot reside in the collective dormitory. You must stay in the International Student Dormitory. International Student Dormitory? What is that? Wei Junjie looked toward the direction indicated by the beacon, where nothing existed, making it impossible for there to be any dormitory. If there were no International Student Dormitory, Jiang Bai kindly analyzed, typically, they would either have you commute or arrange a place for you to sleep on the floor. Sleeping on the floor? That didn't sound too perilous. Just as Wei Junjie began to relax, the well-meaning Jiang Bai cautioned, "Let me tell you, ancient schools were often built on graveyards or mass burial sites. The students' vibrant energy could suppress the negative energy. Such schools are rife with peculiar legends and ghost stories. But don't be afraid. Your luck shouldn't be too bad. Just find a spot to sleep, and there's surely nothing sinister beneath." Wei Junjie felt a cold sweat break out, a chill creeping up his spine, causing him to shudder slightly. The more Jiang Bai kindly reminded him, the more he felt a sense of dread. With a swift motion, Jiang Bai slapped Wei Junjie on the shoulder, causing him to flinch. "It's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, I shall assist you with the tidying up." Wei Junjie responded with confusion. "What? Tidying up? Do you mean collecting corpses? Cleaning? Do you comprehend?" Jiang Bai exclaimed indignantly. "How on earth did you learn Chinese?" A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. After saying this, Jiang Bai followed the directions towards the male dormitory. Wei Junjie hesitated for a moment in front of the beacon, but ultimately resolved to venture into the desolate area Jiang Bai referred to as the International Students' Dormitory. As Jiang Bai made his way to the dormitory, he refrained from immediately opening the envelope. He was uncertain of the authenticity of its contents and wished to conceal his ignorance regarding the local customs. Standing beneath the dormitory, he looked up. It was a 6-story building arranged in a square, with approximately 20 to 30 dormitories on each floor. Only the 5th floor was illuminated, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness, including the common area, which was pitch black. Confirming that no one was around, Jiang Bai cautiously retrieved the envelope, delicately tearing it open to examine its contents. Upon his first glance, His expression changed dramatically, filled with astonishment. Clearly, the information within the envelope exceeded his wildest imagination. Bedtime regulations. 1. No books allowed on the desk. 2. The trash bin must be devoid of waste. 3. Lights out at 10 o'clock p.m. Rise at 6:30 a.m. Chapter 055. The Fraudster. Jiang Bai Dormitory Rules. 1. No books are allowed on the desk. 2. The trash bin must be empty. 3. Lights out at 10 o'clock p.m. Rise at 6:30 a.m. Students must return to the dormitory by 9:30 p.m. and leave before 7 o'clock a.m. 4. After lights out, students are prohibited from leaving their dormitory. 5. There will be 2 inspections each night. One at 9:45 p.m. and another randomly after 10 o'clock p.m. During inspections, no clothes are allowed on the drying rack, and no one may be on the bed. 6. No loud or disruptive behavior is permitted within the dormitory building. Violators may face standing penalties ranging from 30 minutes to 2 hours. 7. Romantic relationships are prohibited. 8. Reading the dormitory rules contained within the envelope, Jiang Bai wore a complex expression, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Overall, this was a rather ordinary and commonplace set of regulations. At least in the era 1,200 years ago, when Jiang Bai was a student, such rules were indeed quite prevalent. Jiang Bai, despite his meticulous calculations, had not anticipated that the regulations within the secret tomb would reflect those of a millennium past. He was intimately familiar with them. Of course, when viewed from the perspective of people 1,200 years later, these rules appeared exceedingly bizarre. No books on the desk. When should the books be placed? What purpose does the desk serve? Why must the trash bin remain devoid of refuse? If it contains no garbage, why is it called a trash bin? During inspections, no one is allowed on the bed. Yet after lights out, one must retire to bed. These regulations, both in their literal interpretation and logical coherence, were inherently contradictory. Thus, individuals from 1,200 years later found themselves utterly perplexed by the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb, struggling to fathom the mindset of whomever had devised such stipulations. They did not comprehend what Jiang Bai understood. He carefully stored the envelope and strode purposefully into the dormitory building. The lights in the first-floor lobby were off, and Jiang Bai navigated in darkness towards the elevator. Initially, he had intended to take the stairs. However, the regulations mentioned time constraints, and with the first to fourth floors shrouded in darkness, he risked missing the 9:45 p.m. inspection if he opted for the stairs. A failure in the inspection would lead to a standing penalty. Should he miss the designated lights-out time and fail to return to his bed promptly, he would face the repercussions of the rules. The method of punishment was alarmingly straightforward: erasure. This, indeed, was the most terrifying aspect of the Silver Sand secret tomb. Yes, erasure, a direct and unsettling consequence. The combination of bizarre and contradictory rules, coupled with the draconian measure of enforced erasure upon transgression, created a veritable nightmare for all. According to the regulations, using the elevator was deemed safe, at least on the first day. Jiang Bai resolved to trust the rules this once. He ascended the staircase. At 9:29 p.m., he had arrived. Jiang Bai gazed at the dormitory doorplate, 606, and pushed the door open. Inside the dormitory, 3 individuals had already taken residence, occupying 3 of the beds, standing anxiously within the room, awaiting the inspection. Only by enduring the inspection could they retire to their beds and evade the grim fate of erasure. Upon entering the dormitory, Jiang Bai exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is happening here?" His desk was inundated with an overwhelming amount of refuse. The dormitory was designed with bunk beds and desks beneath, and at that moment, Jiang Bai's designated area was cluttered with trash. On the floor, atop the desk, inside the wastebasket, and even on the bed. Furthermore, his desk was also piled high with books. In stark contrast, the desks, wastebaskets, and floors of his roommates were immaculately tidy, devoid of any clutter, perfectly adhering to the rules. Clearly, they had unceremoniously cast their refuse and books into Jiang Bai's space. "Are you Jiang Bai?" A figure standing diagonally across glared at him with a menacing expression. It was like this when we arrived at the dormitory. With that, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched Jiang Bai's predicament unfold. Jiang Bai glanced at the name affixed beside the bed. Yi-sun. A high-level ability user and a nephew of Liujiang. No wonder there was animosity between them. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by the situation. This is going to be the end of me, he lamented. With so much trash and so many books, could he possibly tidy everything up before the inspection? Playing around like this, you must have come up the stairs, right? Another individual chimed in. The stairs are quite treacherous, otherwise. Why do you think the first of the fourth floor is completely dark? It was evident that while Jiang Bai had taken the stairs, they had opted for the elevator, arriving at the dormitory first and successfully shifting all the blame onto him. If Yi-sun could exploit the rules to eliminate Jiang Bai, it would be splendid for him. Yet he believed that this Jiang Bai fellow would not be so easily vanquished. However, with ample time remaining until the Silver Sand secret tomb, he had plenty of opportunities to target Jiang Bai. This initial encounter was merely an appetizer. Across from Jiang Bai's bed, a pallid young man kindly cautioned, Jiang Bai, time is running short. There are only 15 minutes left until the inspection. You should hurry and clean up. Perhaps there is still a chance. He seemed eager to assist Jiang Bai, but out of fear of Yi-sun's intimidation, he could only offer a gentle reminder. The refuse and books posed a considerable challenge. Trash had to be disposed of at a bin located at the intersection of the 4th and 5th floors, while the books needed to be returned to a reading room on the 6th floor, each destination in opposing directions, requiring a significant amount of time for back and forth. Completing the cleanup within 15 minutes was evidently an insurmountable task. As for alternative methods, such as consuming the trash, tossing it out the window, or hiding it, these had all been attempted by predecessors, either proving impractical or resulting in penalties for misconduct, loss of points, and detrimental effects on final rankings, jeopardizing one's eligibility for the next phase. Undoubtedly, compared to outright elimination, losing points was a far more palatable outcome. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Jiang Bai could consume such a vast quantity of refuse within a mere 15 minutes. Yi-sun stood by, watching with amusement as Jiang Bai floundered like a drowning man. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai seemed to resolve himself, murmuring, I'll treat a dead horse as if it were alive. With that, he commenced his frantic efforts. He swept all the books off his desk and unceremoniously stuffed them into the trash bin. Subsequently, Jiang Bai piled up the refuse scattered on the floor and bed onto the desk. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning whether he was succumbing to despair. A pallid-faced man cautioned that the trash bin should not contain refuse. This is not trash, Jiang Bai retorted. This is literature. The crowd responded with silence. Yi-sun scoffed derisively, pondering whether the legendary Jiang Bai was merely a clever trickster, risking his very life for such antics. Jiang Bai was, after all, rather unimpressive. This endeavor consumed a mere 5 minutes of his time, with 10 minutes remaining before the inspection. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Bai simply stood there, hands empty, awaiting the inspection. Yi-sun wore a mischievous grin, anticipating an interesting turn of events. He believed Jiang Bai's actions were likely futile. Indeed, prior to Jiang Bai, no one had dared to act in such a manner. After all, every rule was forged through the trials of life and death. No one would jest with their own existence. As time ticked away, the clock struck 9:45 p.m. A chill breeze swept past the 606 dormitory, and the lights flickered thrice as a shadow lingered at the entrance for a moment. Enveloped in a shroud of darkness, the figure was indistinguishable, exuding an aura of extreme peril. The shadow did not tarry long, scanning the area and, seemingly finding nothing amiss, departed from the 606 dormitory. Jiang Bai had successfully passed the inspection. The pallid-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. Could Jiang Bai's audacious method truly have worked? Daring and meticulous. Jiang Bai, I concede. I underestimated you before. Yi-sun, standing opposite Jiang Bai, slowly applauded while expressing his confusion. But Jiang Bai, I have one question. Were you not afraid of a disastrous outcome with such reckless abandon? They left the refuse and books on your bed and desk. Such actions could have spelled doom for you. In this secretive realm, everyone is a competitor. It's a matter of survival. Better for Jiang Bai to perish than for oneself. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Jiang Bai ingeniously turned the deadlock into an opportunity. Yi-sun yearned to understand Jiang Bai's thoughts. Was he truly unafraid of failure? If disaster struck, it would mean the loss of life. How could Jiang Bai remain so composed? Did he possess the confidence that, even if he breached the rules, he would not be annihilated? Regardless of the answer, Yi-sun was eager to know. Oh, about that. Jiang Bai casually wiped off the label on the edge of the bed, where his name once resided, now revealing the true name, Yi-sun. This bed did not belong to Jiang Bai. It was Yi-sun's. Jiang Bai nonchalantly remarked, "This isn't even my bed. Even if I were punished, it wouldn't be me facing the consequences. What do I have to fear?" Yi-sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he growled, "This is impossible." The three of them had rushed to the dormitory first, ensuring they completed this task before Jiang Bai could even arrive. How did this bed become mine? After executing a deceitful scheme, Jiang Bai curled the corner of his mouth slightly, emitting a cold snort as he disdainfully remarked, "You can't possibly believe you were the first to arrive at the dormitory, can you?" Chapter 056. The pinnacle of deception requires only simple techniques. Taking the elevator is undeniably faster than ascending stairs. This sentiment resonates through the ages. Whether 1,200 years ago or 1,200 years hence, with the exception of those who possess extraordinary abilities. Jiang Bai, wielding the Earth-based sequence ability, geographical advantage, can transform any location into his personal domain, albeit at the cost of vital energy. For others, climbing the stairs represents the slowest option, one that might even lead to missing critical appointments. Yet, with geographical advantage, Jiang Bai can reach the 6th floor swifter than an elevator. The occupants of the elevator are left perplexed as to why every button within is illuminated, pressed by an unseen hand. This is the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, the most perilous area of the Silver Sand Base, where unexpected occurrences are to be anticipated. Naturally, Yi-sun and his companions pay little heed to such details. Arriving first at dormitory 606, Jiang Bai refrained from disturbing anything. Instead, he merely alters the labels on the beds, swapping his with Yi-sun's. This adjustment requires no use of his sequence ability, just a label and a pen suffice. When Yi-sun and the others eventually arrive at the dormitory, they find it empty and instinctively assume that the last roommate has yet to arrive. This preconceived notion, a classic blunder in military strategy, leads Yi-sun to instruct his companions to pile the trash in Jiang Bai's area, eager to witness how he would respond. At 9:29 p.m., as Jiang Bai appears at the dormitory entrance, Yi-sun is consumed by thoughts of reveling in Jiang Bai's impending embarrassment, completely oblivious to the label's significance. It is not until the dorm inspection concludes that Jiang Bai, with a mocking tone, reveals the entire ruse, inciting Yi-sun's fury. In a fit of rage turned to derision, Yi-sun coldly remarks, "Jiang Bai, do not get too smug. If you were truly clever, you would have kept this to yourself rather than flaunting it now. Of course, even if you remained silent, I would eventually uncover it in Yi-sun's eyes." Jiang Bai merely seized a verbal advantage. He could have ensnared himself in this opportunity, but chose to boast instead. Such a mindset is hardly formidable. "You may be somewhat mistaken," Jiang Bai replied, displaying a courteous smile. "As a law-abiding citizen, I cannot harm others without cause, so how could I possibly ensnare you? By the way, have I introduced myself? I am Jiang Bai. My sequence ability is the Earth-based deception. You may call me the Deceiver Jiang Bai. I have coined this moniker for myself, and it is destined to become quite popular. Would you like to collect my autograph? 50,000 for each character. Apologies for digressing. Regarding the ability of deception, I wonder if you are familiar with it. I recently stumbled upon an intriguing insight. When employing deception, it is not merely the amount of energy expended that determines the reward. Deception is Kraft. The most sophisticated forms of deception often rely on the simplest techniques. Much like what I just demonstrated, a single pen, 2 labels, and I successfully deceived a high-level ability user. Curious about what I gained? My left middle finger has been refined into an otherworldly bone. In other words, the process of deception possesses a lever. The less effort you exert, the greater the impact you can achieve, thus yielding higher rewards. As he spoke, Jiang Bai flaunted his bravado and raised his left middle finger towards Yi-sun. Yi-sun's eyes widened, blood vessels engorged, and veins bulged on his forehead, his molars nearly grinding to dust. This fellow, seeking his own demise, Yikun's companions hastily intergested. Yiwun. He is trying to deceive you. Hearing this, Yisun seemed to awaken from a stupor, reflecting inwardly, indeed. This man is a trickster. By revealing his sequence ability, he aims to mislead me. I cannot trust him. I must not trust him. Repeating this mantra in his mind over a dozen times, Yisun once again donned a smile, having seen through Jiang Bai's deceit, vowing not to be fooled again. What was it I said earlier? Jiang Bai chuckled. The pinnacle of deception requires only the simplest of techniques. Frankness is often met with disbelief. In other words, you have been misled into believing falsehoods, and this is, too, a form of deception. Thank you for aiding me in refining another phalanx. With that, Jiang Bai extended his right hand, raising his middle finger at Yisun. With both middle fingers directed at Yisun, Jiang Bai did not forget to express his gratitude. Thank you. Yisun. Is this guy provoking me? Suppressing his fury, Yisun realized that even if Jiang Bai had refined 2 pieces of otherworldly bone, it changed nothing. Jiang Bai had willingly shattered this ruse, and for Yisun, he bore no loss. Oh, and the rest will more matter? Jiang Bai retracted his middle finger and spoke earnestly. I need to settle a tab with you. You see, just before the inspection, you carelessly discarded your trash and books here, clearly intending to put me in peril. You owe me a life. I tidied your bed before the inspection, saving you. You owe me another life. I initially set up a trap that could have ended you, but I spared you, 3rd life. Out of goodwill, I unveiled a ruse and saved you once more, 4th life. Now, tell me, how much do you value your life, and how do you intend to repay these 4 lives? Yiwun, is this how you settle accounts? So, you endanger me once, and I owe you a life. You rescue me once, and I owe you another. But you were the one who endangered me in the first place. Are you trying to game the system to inflate your score? Yisun felt utterly baffled and retorted indignantly. I have but 1 life, and I never intended to give it to you. What are you going to do about it? Jiang Bai declared with unfaltering confidence. Then don't blame me for being ungracious. Jiang Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I was raised in a barn? Yisun smirked, as if he had heard an absurd joke, dismissively stating, out there, in a one-on-one confrontation, I might concede to you. However, we find ourselves in the Silver Sand secret tomb. Do I need to remind you of the rules here? Fighting and ruckus are prohibited within the dormitory. If you dare lay a hand on me, well, assess the consequences for yourself. 1 life for another. Yisun wagered that Jiang Bai lacked the audacity. If Jiang Bai were indeed so reckless, he posed no significant threat. No. You may have a misunderstanding regarding the rules here. How should I clarify this to you? While chaos and brawls are forbidden in the dormitory, there is no prohibition against murder. A revolver appeared in Jiang Bai's left hand, its muzzle aimed squarely at Yisun's forehead, the terrifying bullet of the poise for release. In a confined space, Yisun found himself with no avenue for retreat. Should he be struck, his demise would be inevitable. Jiang Bai's intent was quite straightforward. By shooting Yisun dead, without the chaotic flurry of a struggle, he would naturally evade the punitive measures of the rules. Jiang Bai wagered that the rules are immutable, rigid in their application. Word for word, much like the stipulation that no books may be found on the desk, yet refuse the presence of refuse, and the trash may not harbor waste, yet can accommodate books. In a similar vein, fighting is categorized as chaotic and thus strictly prohibited. However, a single bullet that ends a roommate's life does not fall under the realm of chaos, thus escaping the constraints of the rules. Yet, regardless of whether the rules outlaw murder, once that shot is fired, Yisun's fate is sealed. In other words, Jiang Bai's gamble is a double-edged sword. Should he win, Yisun dies in vain. Should he lose, Yisun still meets his demise. Yisun himself embodies the very essence of death. His fate is inescapable. It was only at this moment that Yisun comprehended the nature of the terrifying presence he had provoked. This individual is a madman. A bead of cold sweat clung to Yisun's forehead, rendering him motionless, as if his heart had nearly ceased its rhythm. Now, let's recalibrate the stakes. A smile adorned Jiang Bai's face, poised and elegant, yet tinged with a hint of cruelty, as he inquired in a tone that was almost solicitous, "Shall we proceed?" Chapter 57. 5 lives. Jiang Bai's index finger rested gently on the trigger, his voice imbued with a soft tenderness as he uttered the harshest of threats. There was no room for negotiation with Yi Sun. If he wished to avoid death, his only option was to acquiesce with a nod. Excellent. We have established a promising beginning. Jiang Bai did not lower his weapon, but instead extended his right hand. I have just saved your life once again. That makes it 5 lives in total. He was a man of fairness, not one to miscount. Yi Sun gritted his teeth and nodded once more. I am pleased to reach this understanding with you. Now, please sign this document with your fingerprint. As he spoke, Jiang Bai surprisingly produced a document and handed it to Yi Sun for his signature. What is this? Yi Sun inquired as he received the paper, his eyes falling upon the title, Repayment of Debts, Life for Life, Personal Acknowledgement. Clearly, this was a template for an agreement, and Jiang Bai had not only brought it along, but it also filled in Yi Sun's name and the number of lives owed. It was the first time Yi Sun had encountered such a peculiar thing. Why should I sign this? Yi Sun asked, feeling bewildered. He sensed no energy or sequential ability emanating from the document. It was nothing more than a mundane piece of paper, devoid of any legal weight. Given this, why would Jiang Bai insist on having him sign it? Despite a myriad of confusions swirling in his mind, Yi Sun ultimately complied and affixed his signature and fingerprint. Jiang Bai carefully stored the acknowledgement, yet he still did not lower his firearm. He continued, since we all reside in the same dormitory, it is only fitting that we get to know one another better. I have introduced myself. Now it is your turn. Yivun scoffed, responding curtly, Yivun. He had little else to say. Upon hearing this, the burly man across from him spoke in a deep voice, Liu Tietue. It was evident that he was allied with Yi Sun and harbored no affection for Jiang Bai. Lastly, the pale-faced youth timidly interjected, I am Li Xiaofu. From the Moon God Society, a mid-tier ability user with the Earth system, Midas Touch, Jiang Bai. Could you please lower the gun? It's quite dangerous. Let us just talk things over peacefully. If we can avoid conflict, that would be best. Earlier, when Yi Sun had carelessly tossed trash towards Jiang Bai, Li Xiaofu had attempted to intercede on Jiang Bai's behalf. However, his timid nature seemed to render him capable of little more than uttering a few words. Midas Touch, you say? Jiang Bai recalled the description of this ability. Midas Touch. By contact, it transforms various objects into gold, bestowing certain effects, which dissipate once the effect expires, causing the gold to vanish while the user reaps a reward. This ability belonged to the Earth system, ranked number 49. The Midas Touch bore similarities to the legendary Golden Touch of ancient lore, yet diverged in key aspects. Firstly, objects transformed into gold would be endowed with unique effects. For instance, a broom might gain the ability to fly when touched by this power, allowing one to soar upon it. Secondly, the effects of the Midas Touch were time-limited. The activation of this ability fundamentally relied on energy. Once all energy was expended, the transformation would cease, and the object would revert to its original state. Thirdly, like other sequential abilities, successful utilization of the Midas Touch would yield a portion of rewards for the user. Jiang Bai's CUNG, Deception, the director's Tian 1, and the Little Loli's Holy Light all share this characteristic. Every sequence ability, upon successful activation, yields a reward. As for the Golden Touch ability, Jiang Bai harbored no particular thoughts. He was not greedy. Rather, he merely found himself in need of funds, possessing an adeptness in wealth accumulation. Gold, being cold and heavy, devoid of warmth, is perplexing in its allure to some. Surely, no one could genuinely favor the Golden Touch, could they? Jiang Bai never anticipated that Li Xiaofu would voluntarily introduce his sequence ability. Could it be that this fellow was, like himself, a sly schemer? Jiang Bai felt a sense of rivalry akin to a game of chess. This cunning individual should not be underestimated. Listening to Li Xiaofu's introduction, both Yi Sun and Liu Dachui displayed disdainful expressions. With a cowardly disposition and self-destructive sequence ability, this individual would not last a day in the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. Jiang Bai cast a sidelong glance at Yi Sun and suddenly inquired, Do you know why I haven't killed you? Yi Sun's expression turned icy, and he reluctantly replied, Because I still hold value. Correct answer. Jiang Bai retracted his noon hour, donning a benign smile. Pleasure to cooperate. Cooperate? What cooperation? Isun had yet to grasp the situation when a horn sounded from outside. Who? It's 21:55. Lights out. Instantly, tension gripped the dormitory as everyone scrambled to their beds, though they did not lie down immediately. Isun sat at the edge of his bed, internally contemplating. According to the rules, there would be another inspection after 2200 hours, during which individuals could not be on their beds. Yet they must be asleep once the lights went out. This meant that during the inspection, one must be on the bed but not on the bed, necessitating the ability to levitate at the moment of inspection. This was their devised method for clearing the challenge, and one could only imagine the countless lives lost in its formulation. Although Wei Junjie had provided Jiang Bai with the rules, he divulged no methods for success, as these were top secrets of the three teachings, not to be carelessly shared with Jiang Bai. Additional funds would be required. However, Jiang Bai had his own strategy. Before the lights were extinguished, he produced a mirror, gazing into it as he muttered, "I am feeling very drowsy and will soon drift into slumber. Once asleep, I shall sleepwalk. Should Isun, Lu Dachui, or Li Xiaofu dare approach me, I will shoot them dead. The others? Are you even listening to yourself?" Having spoken, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers decisively, lay down, and shut his eyes. 2200 hours. Click! The lights in all dormitories extinguished simultaneously, enveloping everyone in darkness. In the gloom, only the sound of anxious breaths could be heard. Of course, there was an exception, Jiang Bai. The moment the lights went out, he fell asleep, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Mere minutes later, he sat up, entering a state of sleepwalking. At that moment, a shadow flitted past the door. Although the dormitory door was closed, there was a small glass window in the door through which the inspecting shadow observed the interior. The shadow lingered at the entrance. In the fleeting moment when the shadow appeared, Isun found himself levitating, while Lu Dachui lay flat against the ceiling, and Li Xiaofu was lifted by a golden blanket. Their methods of passage were strikingly similar, except for Jiang Bai, who wandered about the dormitory in a state of sleepwalking. The shadow lingered for a few seconds, making no move, before slowly retreating. Had this lad truly evaded detection? Isun's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Bai was fast asleep, and there was no one on his bed. From the text, it seemed that Jiang Bai had committed no infractions. Shortly after the shadow departed, Jiang Bai awoke. Yawning, he stretched his limbs while standing on the floor, relishing the opportunity to loosen up. The nightly inspections occurred only twice, and tonight he was fortunate. They had checked just as the lights went out, leaving ample time for him. Ample time for him? Isun struggled to comprehend. What did Jiang Bai need time for? Was he not going to stay in the dormitory to rest, but instead venture out for an adventure? Such a reckless individual. It would be best if he perished outside, obliterated by the harsh rules of this place. Just as Isun's mind teetered on the brink of overload, a sharp slap disrupted his thoughts. Smack! Jiang Bai had struck him. Within the dormitory, a snap echoed. A pair of friendly eyes fixed on Isun as Jiang Bai warmly declared, "It's time to use your first life." Chapter 058. Playing by unconventional rules, what are you planning to do? Isun's eyes widened in confusion, his face a mask of bewilderment. It was time for slumber. If one remained awake and was discovered during the rounds, points would be deducted. Although there was only one inspection, shadows perpetually lurked in the stairwell. During their 3 days at the entrance of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, they needed to minimize point deductions and maximize their scores to have a chance of delving deeper. If Jiang Bai kept Isun from sleeping, their scores would plummet by morning. Do you remember what the rules state? Jiang Bai reiterated after lights out. Students are not permitted to leave their dormitories. Isun nodded yes. Since Jiang Bai was aware of the rules, what was he planning? An ominous premonition crept over him. Jiang Bai tiptoed, reached out, and astonishingly lifted Isun from his bed. He had truly mastered the extraordinary power of his hands. A tremendous force surged through, leaving Isun momentarily powerless to resist. Once he regained his senses, Isun refrained from struggling recklessly. The dormitory forbade any rowdy behavior. He needed to wait for Jiang Bai to make the first move, which would result in point deductions for him, perhaps even punishment. Jiang Bai hoisted Isun from the bed as if he were a mere bag. Thus, I have a bold idea. You mentioned that students cannot leave their dormitory. But if this dormitory does not belong to you, can you not depart? As he spoke, Jiang Bai raised his other hand and pressed it against the name tag on the bed's edge, where the name Yi-Sun was inscribed. Territory. With Jiang Bai's palm encompassing the area, he claimed dominion over this space. Then, with a swift motion, he erased the name Yi-Sun from the tag. This single act consumed 5,000 qi. Even Jiang Bai's complexion paled slightly, struggling to cope with the exertion. Activating territorial control on the upper floors consumed approximately 1,000 qi per level, from the first to the sixth floor, that amounted to 5,000 qi. And erasing Yi-Sun's name accounted for another 5,000 qi. Jiang Bai's qi had originally totaled 37,000 points. Within just 2 hours in the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, he had expended 10,000 points. For other high-level extraordinary beings, even with the territory ability, sustaining such a staggering consumption would be impossible. Witnessing his name vanish from the tag, Yi-Sun was engulfed in terror, his voice trembling. What have you done? Why has my name disappeared? Am I no longer part of this dormitory? No, it cannot be. Jiang Bai must be employing an illusion, a deception that cannot be trusted. The deception inscription within Jiang Bai flickered slightly. Qi recovery 500 points. Jiang Bai glanced at the terrified Yi-Sun, somewhat surprised. Oh, I didn't realize you were a power bank. Did I not mention? Use your first life. With that, Jiang Bai strode towards the dormitory door. Yi-Sun seemed to anticipate his fate. Before he could even attempt to struggle, he was unceremoniously flung outside. The door swung open as Jiang Bai tossed Yi-Sun out. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Yi-Sun crashed heavily at the doorway. Just as the dormitory door slammed shut behind him, Jiang Bai stood by the door, leaning against the small window, meticulously observing the transformations surrounding Yi-Sun. The dormitory no longer bore Yi-Sun's name. He was no longer regarded as a resident student, and thus he was free to depart. Yet, Jiang Bai harbored uncertainties about whether Yi-Sun, upon leaving the dormitory, would be obliterated by the very existence of the corridor. This was the utilization of Yi-Sun's first life. Cast into the corridor, Yi-Sun abruptly surged to his feet, intent on rushing back to the dormitory. Even if it meant engaging in a mutually destructive conflict with Jiang Bai, he would accept it. Death was preferable to humiliation. Suddenly, Yi-Sun froze like a statue, utterly motionless. For there, less than a meter away, a shadow was scrutinizing the neighboring rooms. Yi-Sun dared not even breathe. The shadow in the corridor was a fragment of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, and it had previously been confronted by 4 esteemed masters, all of whom met their demise without exception. If disturbed, he would not only fail to drag Jiang Bai down with him, but would likely perish on the spot. The shadow continued its inspection, seemingly having spotted some irregularities, pulling out a notebook to jot down notes. After completing this task, the shadow resumed its aimless wandering in the corridor. As it passed by Yi-Sun, it did not cast even a glance in his direction, as though he were invisible. Only after the shadow vanished at the far end of the corridor did Yi-Sun regain his breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Phew, that was close. But wait, why did the shadow not kill him? Why were the rules here not erasing him? He had clearly departed from the dormitory, violating the very regulations. Yi-Sun was beset by countless questions, yet found himself unable to conjure answers. Before he could rush back to the dormitory to confront Jiang Bai, the door creaked open once more. This time, Jiang Bai stepped out of the dormitory directly. Congratulations, you've survived, Jiang Bai proclaimed, applauding without a shred of concern for the shadows or the rules, exuding a brazen confidence. I'll fight you, brother Jiang. Let us talk this over calmly. As the barrel of the gun was aimed at Yi-Sun, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation, instantly adopting a forced smile. I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Jiang Bai, wielding a scythe, surveyed the corridor. The shadow had departed. Through earlier tests, Jiang Bai had confirmed that by utilizing the advantages of the environment to erase one's name, one could freely exit the dormitory, unbound by the rules. This conclusion had been unearthed at the peril of Yi-Sun's life. Jiang Bai must leverage this opportunity effectively. It was 10:25 p.m. The wake-up time was 6:30 a.m., which meant there were 8 hours of freedom. Listening to Jiang Bai's words, a question mark appeared above Yi-sun's head. What are you talking about? Since we're still alive, let us hurry back to the dormitory for a quick rest. We can leave at dawn. Wouldn't it be better to adhere to the rules? Though their time together had been brief, it was evident to Yi-sun that Jiang Bai was not one to follow conventional methods. First, he arrived at the dormitory, then swapped labels. The desk was a heap of rubbish, with books discarded in the trash bin, erasing names, defying rules, and leaving the dormitory. Every action taken by Jiang Bai transcended Yi-sun's imagination, exhibiting a wild display of skill within the confines of his cognitive blind spots. Had Jiang Bai not considered that his unorthodox approach was akin to walking a tightrope, a mere misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Yvonne inhaled sharply, realizing a terrifying threat. Throughout all of Jiang Bai's audacious maneuvers, he had been using himself as a guinea pig in a perilous experiment. Should Jiang Bai's assumptions prove erroneous, it would be Yi-sun who faced the dire consequences, while Jiang Bai remained unscathed. Had he meticulously orchestrated this from the very beginning? As Yi-sun raised his gaze once more, his perception of Jiang Bai shifted dramatically, filled with confusion, bewilderment, hostility, fear, and a hint of reverence. This man was undeniably formidable. It dawned upon him that he was no match for Jiang Bai. If he continued down this path, he would surely be ensnared in a lethal game. Sensing the change in Yi-sun's demeanor, Jiang Bai kindly reminded him, "You still owe 4 lives." Chapter 059. Haunted. Is it true that Jiang Bai had me sign that agreement for this matter? Jiang Bai plays by his own rules, deliberately exploiting loopholes, yet requires someone to serve as a test subject. Should Jiang Bai err, it could lead to dire consequences. Yi-sun's life. At this moment, Yi-sun fervently wished to assert that his life held value too. However, in the face of overwhelming force, Yi-sun found himself utterly powerless to resist. Within a mere hour, Yi-sun recognized the terrifying nature of this individual, mentally branding him as exceedingly dangerous. Whether in direct confrontation or through cunning, he realized he was no match for Jiang Bai. There are several points I presume you have yet to grasp. Thus I shall remind you. Jiang Bai spoke with utmost seriousness, while Yi-sun listened with unwavering attention. First, both our names have been erased from the dormitory labels, signifying that we no longer belong to the dormitory and thus are not bound by its regulations. This explains our presence in the corridor. Second, with our names erased, we neither incur penalties nor possess any points. Without dormitory points, you will undoubtedly be unable to progress to the next stage. Third, the one who removed your name possesses the power to restore it. As for the cost, Jiang Bai extended 3 fingers and revealed the answer, either pay in currency or in life. Yi-sun's lips twitched in frustration as he muttered, "Why don't you just rob?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "I find such unskilled thievery most distasteful." Robbing? There is no efficiency like Jiang Bai's. Even if he were to plunder Yi-sun, how much could he truly acquire? Jiang Bai required a guinea pig to assist in his trial and error, a source of free labor. Moreover, everything Yi-sun possessed would eventually belong to Jiang Bai. It was merely a temporary arrangement. Jiang Bai was confident that, after collaborating for a time, Yi-sun would willingly relinquish those possessions to him. Yi-sun stood by the dormitory door, his expression grim, his gaze filled with turmoil. An instinct whispered to him that Jiang Bai's claims might hold truth. His name had been erased, allowing him to defy the rules and appear in the corridor. And he had not been annihilated. This was a fact. Reflecting on it, it seemed Jiang Bai had not made a misstep since entering the dormitory. Even when gambling with his own life, he had survived and had even spared Jiang Bai's life in return. For reasons unknown, Yi-sun felt an absurd sensation. Had he perhaps gained something? He quickly shook his head, regaining clarity. He had read in ancient texts about such deceitful tactics, known as CPU or KTV, commonly employed in hierarchical relationships. Quite despicable. With vigilance, Yi-sun scrutinized Jiang Bai and posed his most pressing inquiry, "How much to restore my name?" Given the choice, he was reluctant to leave the safety of the dormitory. Wandering through the dormitory building for a night felt akin to courting death. 50,000 star coins per word, Jiang Bai declared, simultaneously proposing an alternative. Have you forgotten that every floor of the dormitory has to-do items? To-do items? Yi-sun furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the situation, yet he pondered the purpose behind Jiang Bai's inquiry. Nodding, he shared his knowledge, rising at 6:30 each morning, departing by 7, and having a mere 30 minutes to complete the to-do list to earn points. You cannot possibly intend to tackle these tasks tonight, can you? A spark of realization ignited in Yi-sun's mind. Jiang Bai's proposition indeed seemed feasible. The tasks within the dormitory were laborious and time-consuming, such as clearing the hallway trash, cleaning the rooftop, and organizing the reading room. Others had only half an hour to complete a single task, typically earning between 5 to 15 points. However, they had a full 8 hours at their disposal. From this perspective, Jiang Bai's strategy could place them ahead from the outset. 1 million star coins for a night of 8 hours of freedom? Yi-sun felt he was truly gaining an advantage. But wait, was he not risking being CPU'd? Yet, considering his gains, it might not count as CPU after all. Yi-sun wrestled with his thoughts, while Jiang Bai observed him with keen interest. The fraud inscription within Jiang Bai's being flickered with high frequency, indicating that Yi-sun's contemplation was oscillating, benefiting Jiang Bai in the process. This fellow was indeed a power bank. Ultimately, Yi-sun resolved to trust Jiang Bai for once. After careful consideration, he voiced his foremost concern. Brother Jiang, if we toil all night and then add our names back in the morning, only to find that the points weren't credited to us, what then? Yi-sun's apprehensions were valid, as they did not currently belong to the dormitory student body. Their completion of the tasks might not be counted towards their points. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Yi-sun had transitioned from an adversarial stance against Jiang Bai to a collaborative we. A form of self-CPU, indeed. Jiang Bai had anticipated Yi-sun's worries and devised a countermeasure. There are various types of to-do tasks. You should complete the easier ones tonight and leave the time-consuming ones for later. By morning, if those points are credited to you, you will have reaped significant rewards. If not, others will also fail to earn points in their half-hour window, which effectively means you still gain. Haven't you heard the saying? When others slow down, you speed up. Watching others suffer can be more gratifying than your own success. Yi-sun was left bewildered by Jiang Bai's words, feeling as though his mind was nearing overload, teetering on the brink of incoherence. At first glance, such statements seemed absurd. However, upon deeper reflection, they were indeed quite outrageous. It was a case of harming others without benefiting oneself. Suddenly, it dawned on Yi-sun. His laborious night could result in one of two outcomes. Either to harm himself without benefiting others, or to harm others while benefiting himself. Regardless of the scenario, he would not incur a loss. Brother Jiang, I see the light. Upon witnessing Yi-sun's epiphany, Jiang Bai waved his hand, urging, come, let us proceed to the 6th floor hall. The two of them set their course towards the hall. Two individuals, who originally held entirely opposing stances, unexpectedly found themselves in a temporary alliance due to the machinations of Jiang Bai. Yi-sun was restrained from taking action against Jiang Bai, at least until the following morning, as he required Jiang Bai to reinstate his name. Should his name remain unlisted, all would be lost, leaving him without a place to rest the following night. The Silver Sand's secret tomb at night was fraught with peril. What was referred to as a hall was, in actuality, a somewhat wider corridor, with an elevator on one side and a tea room alongside the dormitory. Within the dormitory, shadows appeared to flicker ominously. On the wall outside the dormitory, a blackboard hung, inscribed with the following tasks in chalk. 1. Clear corridor trash, dormitory points 5-2. Organize the reading room, dormitory points 10-3. Clean the corridor, dormitory points 5-4. Jiang Bai noted that the points were awarded based on the dormitory unit, mirroring the rules set by Wei Junjie for himself. This was precisely why Jiang Bai had enlisted Yi-sun to assist him. In this building, tasks were collectively undertaken. The success or failure of one was shared by all. Yi-sun's efforts were tantamount to Jiang Bai's, with no distinction between them. Jiang Bai's gaze fell upon the final line of the small blackboard, which contained the item he was most concerned about. 18. Resolve the haunting. The dormitory automatically earns a flowing red flag, and the dormitory head gains the authority to conduct inspections. Chapter 060. An intense encounter with the supernatural. Noticing Jiang Bai's gaze, Yi-sun also turned his attention to the small blackboard. This to-do list had never been completed by anyone. Yi-sun volunteered to explain that the preceding 17 tasks, regardless of how time-consuming, could be accomplished collectively. Yet this singular task remained untouched. There were those who speculated that a ghost lurked among them. In a desperate attempt, they exterminated everyone on this floor. Yet even that failed to resolve the matter. Jiang Bai shot him a glance, as if to say, "Who asked you?" Yi-sun, taken aback, attempted to convey, "What I mean to say is, if you intend to pursue this task, do not act impulsively. The path of annihilating everyone is futile." His benevolence stemmed not from altruism, but from a desire for self-preservation. Those who came before had exhausted every possible means, unable to even ascertain the source of the haunting, thus rendering them powerless to address the issue. Yi-sun worried that Jiang Bai might follow the same perilous route once all alternatives were exhausted. This individual possessed the capability to enact a bloodbath on this floor. If they were to resolve the haunting, they must first ascertain the location of the ghost. Jiang Bai retracted his gaze, clearly formulating a plan. "Yi-sun, you should first inspect the rooftop. This is a school, and there are numerous legends surrounding hauntings. Look for a red string, a single shoe, scratch marks, perhaps something akin to a jumping ghost, a hanging ghost, or even a ghost that steals school uniforms." Yi-sun was taken aback. The first two ghostly figures were comprehensible, but a ghost that steals school uniforms? What kind of nonsense was that? Despite his overwhelming urge to voice his complaints, Yi-sun chose to obediently heed Jiang Bai's instructions, ascending the stairs with his flashlight to scrutinize every corner. No anomalies were discovered. Completing this task took Yi-sun approximately 45 minutes. With his head bowed, his neck had grown sore. He straightened his back and rubbed his neck. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the sky, where a faint crimson glow peeked through the heavy clouds. Where was the blood moon? Yi-sun furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, the timing fell off. The onset of the Silver Sand secret tomb was marked by particularly conspicuous celestial phenomena and frequent natural disasters: solar eclipses, blood moons, falling stars. According to logic, a solar eclipse should have occurred first. Not dwelling on it further, he prepared to leave the rooftop with his flashlight in hand. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped Yi-sun, as though he were being watched by something formidable. It lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, poised to strike and claim his life at any moment. Yi-sun's body froze in place, paralyzed with fear. An intense dread gripped him for a full half-minute before it gradually subsided. Covered in sweat, Yi-sun bolted down the stairs, racing back to the sixth-floor lobby. He took several deep breaths, regaining a modicum of calm as his energy coursed through his body, evaporating the sweat that clung to him, leaving no trace of his earlier terror. What had just transpired? The experience of lingering between life and death haunted him. Tap, tap. The echo of footsteps resonated from afar, reverberating through the corridor, sending a shiver down Yi-sun's spine. He abruptly turned toward the direction of the sound, only to behold a familiar silhouette, Jiang Bai. Damn! Yi-sun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his demeanor tinged with alarm as he scanned his surroundings. The terror of the Silver Sand secret tomb seemed to surpass his imagination. Any misstep here could lead to death. Jiang Bai inquired with genuine concern, "What's wrong? Have you seen a ghost?" Yi-sun. He felt an overwhelming urge to retort that the ghost he had seen was none other than Jiang Bai himself. However, the words never made it to his lips. Instead, he awkwardly replied, "Nothing, I just came down from the rooftop." He recounted his findings from the rooftop one by one. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Yi-sun presented 2 points of concern. The blood moon's timing has shifted earlier, and it seems I'm being targeted by a terrifying presence that could strike me down at any moment, though for some reason, it has yet to act. Upon finishing, another thought crossed his mind. Does this count as having used up one of my lives? He still owed Jiang Bai 4 lives. If he could repay them sooner, he would. Jiang Bai shook his head. "It doesn't count. Not only does it not count, but you also owe me an additional life." Why? Through their brief interaction, Yi-sun had discerned that Jiang Bai was a person of logic, albeit one governed by his own reasoning, with the authority of explanation firmly in his hands. Yi-sun attempted to analyze, You were protecting me in the shadows just now, and the presence that lurked was deterred by you, thus it did not strike. If viewed from that angle, it seems reasonable that I owe you an extra life. It appeared that, rather than being an enemy, Jiang Bai was indeed a savior. Listening to Yi Sun, even Jiang Bai felt a hint of bashfulness. He raised his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger together, revealing a narrow gap. Your conjecture is quite close to the truth, just a smidge away. Yi Sun's eyes lit up. Just a smidge? What is that smidge? This was the moment he felt his intellect most aligned with Jiang Bai's since their encounter. Jiang Bai confessed, "The one who released the killing intent aimed at you was me, and the one who ultimately chose not to kill you and saved you is also me. From a certain perspective, your explanation can indeed be considered a truth." Yi Wun. You call that a smidge? Yi Sun was bewildered. Hadn't he owed Jiang Bai 5 lives? Why would Jiang Bai complicate matters by undermining their cooperative relationship? The rationale behind this was quite simple. Jiang Bai patiently elucidated, if you were to conceal this matter from me, it would imply that you would also hide other things from me. If you are not concealing the most crucial matters, then naturally, you would not lie about the trivial ones. Yi Sun was still being obstinate. What if I discovered something on a rooftop, but chose to withhold it from you? Although he hadn't done so, it didn't stop him from holding his ground. It's quite simple. Jiang Bai revealed the answer. I already checked the rooftop. Do you think I was just idling before entering the dormitory? At that moment, Yi Sun was utterly convinced. Had this guy truly calculated every step? Had he directed him to inspect the rooftop merely to distance him? At this hour, what is Jiang Bai up to? It is now 11:20 p.m., leaving him with a mere 6 hours and 50 minutes before rising. Jiang Bai assigns the forthcoming tasks, clearing the rubbish, organizing the reading room, and completing all tasks that yield less than 10 points. Listening to Jiang Bai's directives, Yi Sun appears perplexed and inquires, "Brother Jiang, are we not pursuing ghosts anymore?" "No, we are not," Jiang Bai replies. But his subsequent words leave Yi Sun astounded. "I have already found them." "Found them? You cannot be deceiving me, can you?" Can the words of the trickster Jiang Bai truly be trusted? Feeling the flicker of the deception inscription within him, Jiang Bai cannot help but reflect on the superior quality of Yi Sun's portable charger. Only those who use it would know its worth. Summoning his courage, Yi Sun asks then, "Where are the ghosts? Did you not say it before?" Jiang Bai replies nonchalantly, "The ghosts are hidden within people." Chapter 061. Written by a ghost, is the ghost residing within humans? Yi Sun exclaimed urgently, "Brother Jiang, have you forgotten what I told you? This path leads to nowhere." This notion had already crossed the minds of those before them, some even resorting to extreme measures, resulting in a massacre of an entire floor. Yvon arguit passionate. If the ghost hides within people, then the predecessors who executed that bloody purge must have succeeded. Yi Sun was frantic. Whatever the predecessors could accomplish, Jiang Bai could as well. Yi Sun had no intention of meeting his demise. Jiang Bai retorted, "Do you truly understand what a ghost is?" What is a ghost? Yi Sun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find the words to articulate his thoughts. After much contemplation, he stumbled upon an answer. A ghost is an apparition? Indeed, a ghost is an apparition, and an apparition is a ghost. Yi Sun had inadvertently crafted an explanation that was an eternal enigma. You really lack cultural sophistication, Jiang Bai remarked, rolling his eyes. He continued, a ghost cannot be killed. Or rather, it may seem as if a ghost has been vanquished, but in reality, it remains unaffected. Physical attacks are futile against ghosts. Do you comprehend? Yi Sun gasped, suddenly grasping Jiang Bai's implication. The task at hand was to resolve the haunting incident. Not to slay the ghost. To resolve, not to kill. From another perspective, even if one were to attempt slaying a ghost, it would not suffice with a mere stab. The Taoist tradition possesses methods of extermination, while Buddhism offers paths of transcendence. The predecessors' reasoning was sound, yet their approach to the problem was flawed. Yi Sun remained puzzled, but this did not clarify that the ghost must reside within humans. After he spoke, Jiang Bai fell silent. Yi Sun stared at Jiang Bai, both of them exchanging glances. Waiting for a minute, yet Jiang Bai uttered not a single word. Yi Sun felt a bit awkward. Brother Jiang, won't you say something? Jiang Bai nodded, remaining silent. Yi Sun was taken aback. Jiang Bai regarded him with a peculiar expression and said earnestly, "I believe everything you said is correct." "Do you know why?" "I don't," Yi-sun replied, sensing something peculiar in this exchange. Jiang Bai evidently had thoughts he was reluctant to share, leaving Yi-sun with a feeling akin to a thorn in his throat, as if, what was it like? Yi-sun recalled a term he had heard from his uncle, writer's block. It was said that in ancient times, a group of malevolent writers mastered the art of writer's block, abruptly halting their narratives at the most captivating moments, leaving readers in suspense, unable to tear themselves away, restless and anxious. This group of malevolent authors was not tolerated by the righteous, and once discovered, they would be pursued by a magical artifact known as the blade from afar, to save their skins. Such authors conducted their affairs with utmost discretion, only revealing their mastery of writer's block upon achieving great success. Hence, the ancient adage states, "One day, with blade in hand, I shall slay all those who create fragmented tales." This is precisely the origin of the saying. However, Yi-sun never anticipated that, after a millennium, he would once again experience the torment of writer's block. "Brother Jiang," Yi-sun hesitated momentarily before posing his question, "How much do you want?" "Look at how you phrase that. Between us brothers, discussing money is rather mundane." Jiang Baishuang boldly quoted a price of 8 million star coins. "Even if you sold me, I wouldn't possess such wealth." After much haggling, both parties reached an agreement. Yi-sun purchased Jiang Bai's answer for 800,000 star coins, swearing to the divine general that he would not disclose this matter to another soul. Naturally, Yi-sun did not have such a sum in cash on hand and initially intended to write an IOU. To his astonishment, Jiang Bai carried a POS machine with him. Upon receiving the payment, Jiang Bai promptly began to elucidate that in order to ascertain the whereabouts of the ghost, one must first determine where the haunting was occurring. Yi-sun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was so. Human thought is easily ensnared by cognitive inertia, leading to misconceptions. Jiang Bai, who eschewed conventional methods, seemed to possess a distinctly different thought process, making him more adept at uncovering clues. We must differentiate between the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb and the occurrences of hauntings. Wait, Yi-sun found himself somewhat perplexed. Weren't they discussing hauntings? How did it suddenly relate to the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb? Jiang Bai calmly explained that these were two separate matters, and because they had conflated them, they were unable to identify the haunting. Yi-wun. He felt as though his mind was nearing its limits. Jiang Bai articulated in simpler terms that, in fact, the signs of haunting had always been before their eyes, yet they had chosen to ignore them, viewing these occurrences as part of the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb. Trash inexplicably appearing in dormitories and hallways, the reading room in disarray. The first 17 incidents on this board, occurring in any school, would be deemed haunting, as long as the ghost remains. When the entrance to the Silver Sand secret tomb opens, the 6th floor will perpetually resemble this, just as it has for the past 200 years, and will continue to do so in the future. Enlightened by Jiang Bai's insights, Yi-sun experienced a profound clarity, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sky, the darkness beneath the light. Indeed, they believed that these tasks were merely the status quo of the Silver Sand secret tomb, and each time they entered, they must complete these tasks. Akin to a quest, these occurrences seemed entirely ordinary to them, with no connection to hauntings. After all, their conception of a haunting was far more sophisticated than this. Merely trash appearing inexplicably in the stairwell, bookshelves toppled, bathroom glass shattered, pipes damaged. How could these be considered hauntings? It was utterly implausible. In the era in which Yi-sun lived, the 5th mysterious tide swept across the globe, and everyone was accustomed to supernatural events, finding them unremarkable. Conversely, Jiang Bai, who hailed from 1200 years ago and had seen numerous ghost films, immediately recognized that this was not the work of a human. People from different eras perceive issues from distinct perspectives. The Silver Sand secret tomb was evidently a school from 1200 years ago, and Jiang Bai, viewing it through the lens of an ancient person, could more effortlessly pierce through this veil of confusion and uncover the truth. Yi-sun had one final question. If all these occurrences are indeed manifestations of the supernatural, Why does the blackboard's to-do list fail to convey this directly? Instead, it presents all tasks in a parallel manner, misleading us. The tasks inscribed on the blackboard pertain to the to-do list of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. Completing them yields rewards, while failure incurs penalties. The presentation of these 18 matters together leads people to assume they are of equal standing, each belonging to distinct tasks. Little did they realize that it is a part-2 whole model. The first 17 tasks serve merely as a prelude to the 18th task. It was only after Jiang Bai's guidance that Yi Sun recognized that there was but a singular to-do on the 6th level, resolving the haunting. Without the blackboard's misleading information, it is likely that more individuals would have discerned the truth, and the matter would have been resolved long ago. Yi Sun found it perplexing. Was this not a contradiction? Standing before the blackboard, Jiang Bai revealed the truth. The words inscribed were penned by a ghost. Chapter 062. The blackboard listening to Jiang Bai's words. Yi Sun displayed an expression of profound astonishment. What? The writing on the blackboard? How could it possibly be penned by a ghost? This blackboard is not exclusive to the 6th floor. Identical blackboards adorn the 1st, 5th, and 6th floors, all inscribed with chalk. The blackboard in the 1st floor lobby displayed a schedule dictating the times for entering and exiting, lights out, and waking up. Conversely, the blackboard on the 6th floor listed various to-do items. Before entering the elevator, Yi Sun had glanced at the 1st floor blackboard, and the handwriting was indistinguishable from that on the 6th floor, devoid of any flaws. After voicing his doubts, Jiang Bai provided a plausible explanation. I visited the 5th floor, and the handwriting on that blackboard differs from here. Yi Sun inhaled sharply, still searching for a rational explanation. Is it possible that the chalk writing in the 1st floor lobby was also done by the dormitory manager from the 6th floor? Jiang Bai shook his head in denial. Each floor has a different dormitory manager, hence the handwriting varies. The identical writing on the 6th and 1st floors precisely indicates that the ghost deliberately mimicked the manager's style. If no one had checked the 5th floor, the ghost's ruse would have remained undetected, and the misleading information on the blackboard would not have been uncovered. The rules of the dormitory prohibit free movement between floors. After lights out, the elevator ceases operation, making it nearly impossible for an average person to traverse the stairs. Except for the rooftop, all high-level supernatural beings reside on the 6th floor, while the masters dwell on the 5th floor. These two groups seldom encounter one another, let alone notice such subtle details about the handwriting on the blackboard. Only by personally descending to scrutinize the writings on all 3 blackboards could Jiang Bai uncover this clue. Yi Sun felt perplexed again. If the intent was to imitate the handwriting, why not directly replicate that of the 6th floor manager, or simply use their own handwriting? Wouldn't the ghost's convoluted effort to mimic the 1st floor manager's script be more likely to expose them? Good question. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, surprisingly endorsing Yi Sun's reasoning. Yi Sun felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he wasn't as dim-witted as he thought. Puffing out his chest slightly, he gazed at Jiang Bai with eager anticipation for the next answer. To his astonishment, Jiang Bai shrugged and said, I don't know why the ghost acts this way either. Yi Sun exclaimed, what? In stark contrast to Yi Sun's shock, Jiang Bai remained remarkably composed. I am neither a deity nor omniscient. How could I possibly know every detail? Moreover, everything exists within the realm of deduction. The truth often requires one to dig for it. As he spoke, Jiang Bai produced an object and casually tossed it to Yi Sun. Yi Sun caught it and focused his gaze, only to realize it was a blackboard eraser. A foreboding sense washed over him. Indeed, Jiang Bai politely stated, it is time to utilize your first life. Please. He even added a please. His politeness was overwhelming. Yi Sun felt no inclination to resist. Clutching the eraser as he stepped forward, his mind consumed with one lingering question. Why is it again about the first life? Oh, indeed, earlier on the rooftop, Jiang Bai spared himself a life, effectively restoring a life he had lost, transforming from 4-5 to 5-5. What a chaotic situation. Standing before the blackboard, Yi Sun snapped back to reality, realizing his hands trembled uncontrollably. He turned around and asked, his voice quivering, if that ghost appears, you'll protect me, right? Before Jiang Bai could respond, Yi Sun eagerly added, I still owe you 4 lives. Jiang Bai did not answer directly. Instead, he countered with a question, have you ever harmed a child, bullied someone of the opposite sex, or consume Ju. Isun instinctively shook his head. I have neither killed nor bullied anyone. My training is focused on the purity of youth. Although, there's an instance where someone of the opposite sex attempted to bully me, and I nearly lost control. As for Ju, what type are you referring to? Wei Junjia once brought a kind of beef called Juhu beef when visiting my uncle. I had a small piece. Surely, eating beef isn't a crime, Jiang. This is quite unfair. Jiang Bai remained silent. He was quite curious to hear more about Isun's near loss of control. Isun, with a sorrowful expression and drooping eyebrows, was filled with despair. How could he possibly fathom that a single bite of beef could lead to his demise? Jiang Bai patiently explained the concept of Juhu again. Upon hearing this, Isun hurriedly shook his head. No. Yang Yi, Yasuryu. I have never done such things. My days are filled with eating, sleeping, and cultivating energy. At barely 20, I have already reached 1200 energy. Where would I find the time for such activities? The innocence and simplicity reflected in Isun's eyes indicated that he was not lying. Jiang Bai nodded in acknowledgement of Isun's statement and solemnly replied, If the ghost manifests, I will protect you to the best of my ability, but afterward, there will be an increase in fees. You will note it repeatedly. All right, with Jiang Bai's assurance. Isun summoned his courage and wiped the blackboard with the eraser. Screech, the eraser produced a sharp, grating sound against the blackboard, piercing the air like a ghostly wail. Isun instinctively shrank his neck and glanced around. Everything was calm and uneventful. Jiang Bai, keeping time, exchanged a glance with Isun and urged continue. Isun wiped the blackboard again, and the eerie screech echoed once more. However, this time, the sound was somewhat fainter than before. The dormitory building was shaped like a labyrinth, with glass windows lining the inner side, providing a clear view of the opposite side. At this moment, Jiang Bai stood in the hall, gazing across, where a shadow seemed to be moving in the corridor. The figure had its back to the window, appearing somewhat indistinct. After lights out, everyone was required to retire to their beds, and the shadow of the dorm supervisor was currently resting in the office. So, who exactly was the shadow across the way? Was it human or ghost? Following Jiang Bai's gaze, Isun also noticed the shadow. He paused cautiously and whispered, Jiang, should we go over? No, Jiang Bai assessed. Regardless of whether the figure is human or ghost, its appearance is a result of your action of wiping the blackboard. Pursuing it now would be ill-advised. Continue and clean the entire blackboard. Today, Jiang Bai is determined to uncover the secrets concealed within this blackboard. With Jiang Bai's command, Isun swiftly wielded the eraser, the harsh sound of friction echoing relentlessly, which he chose to disregard. Before long, Isun had rendered one side of the blackboard spotless. He stepped back a couple of paces, but before he could utter a word, the blackboard began to tremble ominously. The once stationary blackboard now quaked violently, as blood oozed from the wall behind it, enveloping the board. The stark contrast of black and red was a jarring visual, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Yiwun, step back a bit, Jiang Bai commanded, retracting his earlier nonchalance, and advanced 2 steps to stand before Isun. Strangely, the moment Jiang Bai took the initiative, Isun felt an unexpected sense of reassurance, despite the fact that this very individual posed the greatest danger. Such a sentiment was utterly absurd. Gazing at the quivering blackboard stained with blood, Jiang Bai extended his hands and flipped the entire board over. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. The writing on the front was inscribed by a ghostly hand. The true message left by the dormitory supervisor lay concealed on the reverse side. Upon flipping the blackboard, Jiang Bai realized that it was not the wall that bled, but rather blood was gushing forth from within the blackboard itself. As he observed the relentless flow of blood from the board, Jiang Bai's expression grew solemn. This blood defied the laws of gravity. It did not fall or overflow, but instead hovered near the blackboard, coalescing into ominous blood characters. Behind Jiang Bai, Isun, drenched in sweat and trembling slightly, began to read aloud the blood-soaked inscriptions one by one. You will regret this. Chapter 63. Trust in the wisdom of ancestors and the insight of descendants. You will regret it. The 5 blood-red characters were strikingly vivid. tugging at the most sensitive nerves of the human spirit. Engaging in mere theatrics, did they think to intimidate me? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai extended his right hand and marked the four corners of the blood-black board, delineating a complete outline. The advantage of the terrain. In an instant, the blood-black board fell under Jiang Bai's dominion. A wisp of qi emanated from him, beginning the process of sealing the blood-black board. This technique he had employed more than once 200 years prior, consistently yielding fruitful results. During the third mysterious tide, although no secret tombs existed at that time, supernatural phenomena and an array of astonishing mysterious artifacts were abundant. Relying on the advantage of the terrain, Jiang Bai navigated these matters with unparalleled success. As long as the events did not escalate to apocalyptic disasters, he could remedy any situation with ease. Indeed, the blood-black board ceased to exude blood and fell silent. Successfully sealed by Jiang Bai, he mentally calculated his resources. He had refined 16 pieces of anomalous bones, with a total of 37,000 qi within him. He expended 5,000 qi to ascend the building, 10,000 to erase his and Yi Sun's names, 2,000 for traversing up and down, and 6,000 for sealing the board. Additionally, he charged Yi Sun's power bank with 500 qi. During his time in the Silver Sand secret tomb, Jiang Bai currently possessed 16,000 qi. Before 6:30, he needed to reinstate his and Yi Sun's names, which would require an estimated 10,000 qi. In other words, Jiang Bai must retain 10,000 qi, leaving him with scant resources. Certainly, he could utilize Yi Sun's power bank, devote himself to cultivation, or even deceive himself. However, as today was merely the first day, Jiang Bai had no intention of revealing all his cards right away. The gains of the night were already substantial. It was time to cease. What Jiang Bai needed to do next was to observe the unfolding events, waiting patiently. If his intuition served him correctly, the specter would not reveal itself tonight. The opponent was uncertain of his depths, and he too was unaware of their intentions. Both parties remained in a testing phase and would not act recklessly, regardless of whether the ghost possessed intelligence. Launching an attack on Jiang Bai tonight was evidently not a wise choice. Of course, should the ghost appear, Jiang Bai would not shy away from showcasing his abilities. I possess an abundance of cards. After sealing the blood-black board, Jiang Bai lifted it and tucked it under his arm, making his way towards the reading room. Let us proceed with the task, Yi Sun. Ah, Brother Jiang, wait for me. Yi Sun paused momentarily before jogging to catch up with Jiang Bai, still somewhat shaken. Brother Jiang, are we really taking this thing with us? Jiang Bai nodded. We cannot return empty-handed, can we? Ahem, this object is exceedingly dangerous. Leaving in the hall could cause great harm. By casually picking it up, I'm also doing a service to humanity. Yi Wun responded. Such a way with words. Are you planning to become a governor? Although unsure of the blood-black board's purpose, it was no longer a threat after being sealed. If feasible, Jiang Bai intended to take it out of the Silver Sand secret tomb for further examination by the director. Perhaps it would yield unexpected discoveries. Even in the absence of unexpected gains, this artifact is undoubtedly unique, and selling it to the governor's office could fetch a handsome price. During the subsequent hours, Yi Sun busied himself with his to-do list, while Jiang Bai remained in the reading room, engrossed in books throughout the night. The tomes here, as Jiang Bai had surmised, dated back 200 years, much like this secret tomb. Normally, extracting any single volume would demand a significant expenditure of qi, proving exceedingly taxing for high-level practitioners. However, Jiang Bai found solace in his advantageous location. The reading room felt akin to home, allowing him to peruse freely. Yi Sun, stealing glances as he worked, noted that Jiang Bai was primarily examining newspapers and local magazines. Clearly, Jiang Bai sought to uncover clues within these pages, hoping that any ghostly account from 200 years prior might prove beneficial. Regrettably, his search yielded no results. Jiang Bai had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Countless individuals had traversed the Silver Sand secret tomb, and he was not the only astute thinker. Others had undoubtedly contemplated mining for information from newspapers as well. The absence of discoveries on their part likely indicated a dead end. Jiang Bai wished to trust in the wisdom of his predecessors. Intellectual capabilities generally exist within a certain range. Even the most brilliant minds are not infallible. There's an old adage that states, even the wisest may err, while the foolish may stumble upon truth. Over the preceding 2 centuries, numerous individuals had delved into the Silver Sand secret tomb, but had failed to resolve the haunting on the 6th floor. This left 2 possibilities. Either they had encountered the ghost, but lacked the means to resolve the haunting, missing a crucial key, or they had found the ghost but faced an insurmountable dilemma, one that could not be resolved. Whichever scenario it was, neither bode well for Jiang Bai. Ideally, a solution to the haunting would be found. If not, he would not force the issue. He could also place his faith in the wisdom of those who followed. After spending the night in the reading room, Jiang Bai, aside from perusing newspapers, had also been diligent in restoring his internal qi. The level of qi within the Silver Sand secret tomb was comparable to that of the outside world. Practitioners often felt discomfort upon entering, as their qi would be suppressed and their abilities affected. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Bai found his cultivation pace within these walls significantly accelerated compared to the outside. He could only attribute this to the tomb preserving certain characteristics from a millennium ago, more suited to him, a venerable one, 218-year-old. After a night of earnest cultivation, Jiang Bai's internal qi had replenished to 27,000. Even with the impending expenditure of 10,000 qi, he could maintain commendable combat prowess. He returned the final newspaper to its place and called out, "Let us head back." Yi-sun had completed 4 items on his to-do list the previous night, likely earning around 25 dormitory points. Even if those points were unattainable, others would also be unable to acquire them, so dormitory 606 would not suffer any loss. Jiang Bai accompanied Yi-sun back to dormitory 606, where the occupants remained in peaceful slumber, undisturbed by their arrival. Jiang Bai extended his hand, replicating his earlier actions to restore Yi-sun's name. Yi-sun wasted no time, quickly climbing onto the bed and collapsing into sleep. Youth has its advantages. When it comes to sleep, one simply falls into it. Upon observing Yi-sun, there appear to be no abnormalities. Jiang Bai had also restored his name. He reclined on his bed and retrieved the mirror of deception. After a night's slumber, he awoke at 6:30 a.m., feeling rejuvenated. After repeating a few phrases, Jiang Bai closed his eyes and emitted a faint snore, swiftly descending into slumber once more. At 6:30 a.m., the clarion call to rise echoed through the air. With a sudden jolt, Jiang Bai opened his eyes, and the entire 606 dormitory simultaneously stirred awake. "Sunge, you're still alive," exclaimed Liu Tietue, his voice brimming with astonishment. Last night, after Jiang Bai had thrown Yi-sun out, he had assumed Yi-sun would surely meet his demise. Yi-sun's expression was somewhat unnatural. Having scarcely slept through the night, he now appeared somewhat listless. Moreover, his perception of Jiang Bai had shifted considerably, leaving him at a loss as to how to explain this to his subordinate. Surely, he couldn't admit Jiang Bai only acted for my benefit, as it would be beneath his dignity. Jiang Bai, however, was the first to rise, already engaged in his morning routine, and he beckoned to the others. "By the way, there is something I neglected to address last night. We ought to elect a dormitory leader. Let us embrace democracy and hold a vote." "A vote?" Liu Tietue was taken aback that this bully, Jiang Bai, would opt for such a method. Spitting out a mouthful of water, Jiang Bai turned to the remaining 3 and earnestly inquired, "Please select the leader you envision for our dormitory and elucidate why it should be Jiang Bai." Chapter 064. The flowing red flag. Liu Tietue paused momentarily, sensing something amiss. This was not merely an election for the dormitory leader. It was evidently a predetermined selection. Before Liu Tietue could voice his thoughts, the most unlikely person in the room spoke up. Yi-sun declared, "I choose Jiang Bai." Liu Tietue exclaimed, "What? Brother, have you been deceived by him? This guy." Liu Tietue was unable to continue as Yi-sun interrupted him, stating, "I have my own thoughts." Although Liu Tietue was bewildered by Yi-sun's intentions, he ultimately acquiesced and chose Jiang Bai as the dormitory leader. Li Xiaofu, with his gentle disposition and lack of assertiveness, followed suit and also selected Jiang Bai. Fine, I'll just forfeit my vote, Liu Tietue thought. Jiang Bai offered a bashful smile, saying, otherwise it would seem as if this was predetermined. Choosing oneself is rather embarrassing. The others were left speechless. Just like that, Jiang Bai became the dormitory leader. The cleanliness of the dormitory required minimal effort. After a brief wash-up, they spent no more than 3 minutes. Jiang Bai leisurely organized his backpack while Yi Sun sat in a chair, yawning incessantly. Liu Tietue urged, brother, let us hurry and head out. If we delay, all the tasks will be snatched away. They required dormitory points to ensure their survival through the next 3 days and advance to the subsequent round. The Silver Sand Secret Tomb had a history of over 200 years, with strategies well documented and optimal approaches being common knowledge. However, both of them were unusually unhurried, showing no inclination to leave. Yi Sun slapped Liu Tietue lightly and said irritably, why the panic? Didn't I tell you? I have my own plans. Before Liu Tietue could respond, Jiang Bai casually inquired, whose plans are you talking about? Yi Sun recoiled slightly, his initially fierce demeanor suddenly turning meek. He stood up, uncertain whether to apologize or take some other action, momentarily frozen in a state of awkwardness. Jiang Bai then unleashed a torrent of scolding. How dare you use foul language so casually? This is a school, you scoundrel. Take a look at yourself in the mirror and see how you resemble a proper student. The others were taken aback. In terms of scathing vocabulary, Jiang Bai had utilized enough words to exhaust Yi Sun's entire daily quota for insults. Apologize, Liu Tietue exclaimed, bewildered. He had never anticipated that Jiang Bai would berate Yi Sun merely to prompt an apology on his behalf. Even more surprising was Yi Sun sincerely standing up and addressing Liu Tietue with utmost respect, saying, I'm sorry. I truly shouldn't have cursed at you. Liu Tietue swallowed hard, hesitating and unsure of how to respond. Was an apology all there was to it? Jiang Bai, not one to relent, pressed further. What about his compensation for emotional distress? Shouldn't you offer something? Yi Sun nodded eagerly, of course. Absolutely. Brother Jiang. Dormitory leader Jiang. Would you prefer card payment or cash? Card, Jiang Bai replied. Jiang Bai produced a POS machine, while Yi Sun retrieved a card. Both exhibited a remarkable familiarity with the process, suggesting this was not their first encounter with such a situation. At this moment, Liu Tietue was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Ignoring the strategy, neglecting his to-do list, disregarding points, and even cursing himself only to have to apologize. Was this truly the way things were meant to unfold? After apologizing, it was still insufficient. He was expected to compensate financially. Wait a moment. Liu Tietue finally grasped what was amiss. Even if he were to be reprimanded and required to pay, it should be to himself, not to Jiang Bai. Just as Liu Tietue pieced this together, Jiang Bai had already exited the dormitory, closely followed by Yi Sun. Coming to his senses, Liu Tietue could only trail behind the two. Within the dormitory building, everyone was particularly busy, racing against time to complete more tasks and earn additional points. In stark contrast, the 4 occupants of room 606 ambled toward the hall, appearing distinctly out of place. Jiang Bai led the way, with Yi Sun by his side, while Liu Tietue dared not draw too near, aligning himself with Li Xiaofu, unable to hear the conversation between the two ahead. Jiang Bai casually inquired if being scolded was uncomfortable. Yi Sun's expression stiffened. He was about to respond that being reprimanded by brother Jiang was an honor. However, before he could flatter, Jiang Bai mused aloud that being scolded was certainly unpleasant. After all, the act of reproaching was merely self-serving. It wasn't about refraining from profanity or being a moral paragon. Rather, it was about refraining from bullying one's own. Why not target the adversary instead? Why not confront the insidious tide of fate head-on? The initial part of Jiang Bai's monologue resonated with Yi Sun, while the latter half seemed more like a soliloquy intended for himself. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Sun, Jiang Bai coldly remarked that he was uncertain how much of his words would resonate with him. He was not one to preach or take on the role of mentor. Yi Sun nodded fervently, but curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "Then, Brother Jiang, why are you willing to share this with me?" Jiang Bai replied matter-of-factly that he preferred to articulate his thoughts now rather than engage in idle chatter when it came time to eliminate him. Yisun regretted asking the question. Jiang Bai casually suggested that, while there was still time, Yisun might ponder another question instead. Yisun inquired what that question might be. Can you identify a single action of yours that benefits this world? Upon uttering this, Jiang Bai quickened his pace toward the hall, leaving Yisun to ponder the question deeply. Could he name a single thing he had done that was beneficial to the world? Did he have one? Or perhaps none at all? Yisun's gaze grew increasingly vacant. At 6:40 a.m., the group from room 606 arrived at the hall, only to discover utter chaos. The spot that once held a small blackboard was now completely bare, vanished without a trace. Some insisted on pursuing the whereabouts of the blackboard, while others continued to follow the strategy, striving to complete tasks for points. However, they soon realized that the simpler tasks had already been accomplished, leaving only those that were either exceedingly time-consuming or required a substantial amount of energy. Amidst the cacophony of voices, where disputes erupted yet no one could sway another, the hall resembled a chaotic pot of porridge. "Excuse me," coming through, Jiang Bai and his companions navigated through the throng, making their way to the elevator, intending to descend directly. Liujiang cast a fleeting glance at the spot where the blackboard had once stood, his eyes glinting with unusual intrigue. The blackboard had vanished? What had Jiang Bai and his group done last night? Had Jiang Bai taken it? This morning, he had appeared to stuff something the size of a blackboard into his bag. Liujiang buried these thoughts deep within, revealing no signs of his inner turmoil. According to the strategy, most individuals would typically remain in the dormitory building for safety and to accumulate more points, avoiding immediate departure. When the elevator arrived, only those from room 606 stepped inside. Others, while observing from a distance, refrained from intervening. It was merely the second day. Everyone was still in the dark about each other's secrets, and no one dared to act recklessly. Ding! The elevator doors closed. Inside, the lights flickered, and the cables creaked as it began its descent. Ding! With another sound, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the group arrived on the first floor. Before stepping out, Jiang Bai pressed every button within the elevator. The others exchanged glances, questioning the necessity of such actions. They proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. Without looking back, Jiang Bai exited the dormitory. Behind him, Yisun and the others halted, not following Jiang Bai as he departed. They stood there, wide-eyed, wearing expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. On the first floor, a series of writings emerged on the blackboard. Room 606 has cleared the hallway debris. Dormitory points 5. Room 606 has organized the reading room. Dormitory points 10. Room 606 has completed. These points were sufficient to place them ahead of everyone else. Yet, this was not what astonished them. It was hardly even an appetizer. At the bottom of the blackboard, a somewhat hasty chalk inscription read, "Room 606 has discovered clues about the haunting. Completed haunting 1-3. Room 606 temporarily granted custodianship of the moving red flag. Room 606 Leader Jiang Bai temporarily possesses inspection authority." Chapter 065. The key to resolving the haunting the dining hall. Neither too large nor too small, has the capacity to accommodate approximately 200 patrons simultaneously. Only a few windows remain open. When trays are placed at these openings, sustenance materializes. Through prior experimentation, it has been established that this food is entirely safe for consumption, and partaking in it can even restore a small portion of one's energy. The reason behind the continued operation of the dining hall within the Silver Sand secret tomb remains a mystery, as does the identity of the individual preparing the meals. Enigmatic. Indeed, comprising plastic tables and chairs, each table seats 4, reminiscent of dining halls in various schools, creating a vivid imagery even without written description. At this moment, the 606 dormitory is the only group present in the dining hall. The 4 individuals are seated at a table adorned with 4 plates of food, yet none have made a move to use their chopsticks. Yisun attempts to articulate his thoughts. "Well, Brother Jiang, please don't be so formal." Jiang Bai, displaying humility, responds, "Just call me dorm leader when we're outside. If that feels too lengthy, you may call me father instead." Yisun replies, "How very informal of you, Jiang Bai. Dorm leader, have you any clues regarding the haunting?" Yisun inquires. Jiang Bai, having been the first to exit the dormitory building, did not observe the writings on the blackboard. The remaining three noticed the peculiarities and relayed their findings to him. Jiang Bai appeared unfazed, seemingly hurrying, yet missing no details. He was certain that when he was on the first floor, the final line of text had not appeared. Shaking his head in response to Yishuan's question, Jiang Bai states, "No, let us eat first." The four commenced their meal, savoring the food on their trays. Internally, Jiang Bai reflects that he must bring the blood blackboard out of the dormitory to fulfill this task and earn the subsequent reward. Erasing the text from the blackboard, sealing the blood blackboard, and taking it away, these three actions must all be completed. Failing to execute any one of them would render the completion of this pending task impossible. Jiang Bai's original intent was to lure the spirit away from the dormitory with the blood blackboard, thereby diminishing its advantage in its own territory, which would be more favorable for him. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he inadvertently fulfilled all the prerequisites. It can only be said that while Jiang Bai's intentions were nefarious, the task was accomplished. Yishuan, astute as ever, refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night in front of the others, nor did he utter a single word about the blood blackboard. In his eyes, Jiang Bai exuded confidence, having meticulously planned each step. The ghost on the sixth floor was now at Jiang Bai's mercy, awaiting its demise. Such was his conviction. As Jiang Bai was engrossed in his meal, he suddenly paused. Just moments ago, the fraud inscription within him flickered, restoring 800 energy. Who did I deceive this time? He pondered. With so many deceptions in his daily life, Jiang Bai momentarily could not recall the identity of the victim. In any case, they must be a good person. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Maintaining his composure, Jiang Bai continued to eat. As the four residents of dormitory 606 finished their meal, others hurried from the dormitory building to queue for their dinner, adhering to the designated dining schedule. "You all should proceed to the academic building," suggested Jiang Bai. Seizing the opportunity during this free activity period, he discreetly dismissed the other three and embarked on his solitary quest. Walking along the tree-lined path, Jiang Bai unfurled his advantages, ensuring that he had a firm grasp on his surroundings. With his left hand clutching a voice recorder, he murmured to himself, "I am Jiang Bai, executing task 002. I have entered the Silver Sand secret tomb and am currently organizing my findings and progress." He briefly recounted the events of the previous night, during which, with the voluntary cooperation of Yi Sun, they explored the sixth floor of the boys' dormitory at the Silver Sand secret tomb. Shifting his narrative, Jiang Bai pondered the clues surrounding the blood blackboard. "I cannot believe that I am the only one to have discovered this anomaly. It is not difficult to uncover. One merely needs to erase all the inscriptions. Over the past 2 centuries, some intruders of the Silver Sand secret tomb must have also stumbled upon this, perhaps even attempting to take the blood blackboard away, yet this matter is absent from any guides. How peculiar." Jiang Bai's reasoning fell into a paradox. If this had been discovered long ago, why were there no historical records? Had someone altered the records, intentionally omitting this detail? No, that cannot be right. These factions and organizations have continually explored the Silver Sand secret tomb. With so many involved, some records must have been left behind. Unless, a thought struck Jiang Bai, and he quickly articulated, what if someone once conducted a massacre on the 6th floor under the pretext of exorcism? I once thought this to be an extreme measure, but now it seems the situation may be far more intricate than I imagined. The perpetrator likely uncovered the secret of the blood blackboard, and to prevent this secret from being divulged, they chose to eliminate everyone. Only under such circumstances would the secrecy of the blood blackboard endure to this day. Following this line of reasoning, it stands to reason that such bloodshed must have occurred more than once. Each individual who discovered the secret of the blood blackboard, in their quest to preserve it and claim the greatest reward, would resort to the most extreme actions. They possessed the authority to conduct inspections, wielding the rules to justify murder. Everything coalesced in Jiang Bai's mind, and he found that all matters could be elucidated. The haunting incidents that remained unresolved for over 2 centuries now seemed to be on the brink of revelation through his efforts. Jiang Bai chuckled softly, shaking his head as he mused, "I truly do not know which is more terrifying, humans or ghosts." With this understanding, Jiang Bai's thoughts became remarkably clearer. If he was not mistaken, Tonight would likely be the pivotal moment in the haunting events. Task 002 was still in progress. Jiang Bai stowed the voice recorder and retrieved the blood blackboard from his backpack, examining the inscriptions with great care. He had one more task to accomplish. Jiang Bai had entered the Silver Sand secret tomb alongside Wei Junjie, an international student who could not reside in the boys' dormitory and was uncertain of where to spend the night. Jiang Bai needed to locate him. Perhaps Wei Junjie held answers to certain questions. As he inspected the blood blackboard, he wandered aimlessly around the campus. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. It was Wei Junjie. This fellow certainly possesses the means to locate me within the Silver Sand secret tomb. Jiang Bai did not stow away the blood blackboard. Instead, he waved at Wei Junjie. The secrets surrounding Wei Junjie were of little concern to Jiang Bai at present. Exorcising the haunting was his foremost priority. Brother Jiang, oh heyo, yo yo yo. Wei Junjie had been striding towards Jiang Bai, but halted, stammering in fright upon seeing the blood blackboard in Jiang Bai's hands. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes, remarking, "Rapping this early in the morning? You're quite the nuisance." Wei Junjie seemed somewhat intimidated by the blackboard, standing several meters away. "Brother Jiang, where did you acquire this item?" he inquired. Jiang Bai, intrigued, asked, "Have you seen this before?" Wei Junjie nodded, then shook his head. Before Jiang Bai could draw his gun, Wei Junjie voluntarily clarified, "I haven't seen this particular blackboard, but last night, the area where I was sleeping was surrounded by similar blood-red inscriptions." Chapter 66. All that you say is a lie. Jiang Bai was taken aback by the unexpected surprise brought forth by Wei Junjie. He presented the blackboard to him and inquired, "What do you know about the blood blackboard?" Wei Junjie furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "Brother Jiang, where does this come from? There are only the two of us here, so spare the pretense. Do you need me to draw a gun on you to speak the truth?" Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on Wei Junjie, his words cutting through the layers of deceit with the precision of a scalpel. "You're not from Silver Sand Base. You maneuver between various factions, even holding a nominal position at the governor's office. Do not feign surprise. Indeed, Ancient Shah has divulged your background and intentions to me. A person of your caliber appearing at Silver Sand Base, scurrying for different forces, is certainly not for the governor's position. What you and your backers covet is the secret burial site of Silver Sand. You were eager to find me this morning for that blood blackboard, weren't you?" Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Wei Junjie fell silent for a few seconds before breaking into a grin. "You are trying to deceive me." His smile was filled with arrogance. "Jiang Bai, Ancient Shah has no idea of my origins, and I can assure you that even the one who wields the heavenly inquiry cannot discern my background. Clearly, last night, he had not only rested at the Silver Sand secret burial site, but had also gained other insights. Thus, as he conversed with Jiang Bai now, he exuded an even stronger demeanor, seeking to seize control of the dialogue. "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Jiang Bai nodded repeatedly while reaching for his backpack. He was astute enough to realize that given some time, he could comprehend many matters. Wei Junjie might deceive him momentarily, but not indefinitely. However, why complicate things? Jiang Bai had a quicker method to compel Wei Junjie to confess. At this moment, what Jiang Bai lacked most was time. He had no desire to engage in a guessing game with Wei Junjie. Childish, still guessing. Observing Jiang Bai's movements, a trace of disdain flickered in Wei Junjie's eyes. If Jiang Bai were to retrieve a gun, it would be rather underestimating him. A singular weapon with a few special rounds. During their initial encounter, Jiang Bai had threatened him with such means. Unprepared, Wei Junjie might have suffered a severe setback, possibly losing half his life in the process. But now, Wei Junjie was clad in 3 layers of top-tier bulletproof vests, fully prepared. Would he fear a mere broken gun? Absurd. Soon, however, Wei Junjie's expression became rigid. Jiang Bai pulled a gun from his bag, but Wei Junjie could no longer maintain his laughter. The firearm was indeed real. It was not the midday weapon Jiang Bai wielded, but rather the overlord gun, upholding the principles of martial ethics. Jiang Bai had chosen to exchange his firearms for cold weapons to express his spirit of humility. This was Jiang Bai's martial virtue. Gripping the overlord gun in his right hand, the barrel protruded from the backpack, glimmering with a chilling light. "Laugh, go on, why have you stopped?" As Wei Junjie began to slowly retreat, an awkward smile spread across his face. "Brother Jiang, Jiang Bai, it's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. A mere glance at the gun instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Wei Junjie. When the firearm appeared in Jiang Bai's grasp, he seemed transformed, an aura of lethal intent emanating from all directions, effectively ensnaring Wei Junjie. Within the confines of the Silver Sand secret tomb, everyone experienced varying degrees of suppression. The mightier the individual, the more terrifying the constriction, their energies stifled as if mired in a quagmire, a sensation that Wei Junjie keenly felt. Yet, Jiang Bai appeared utterly unaffected, as if he had returned home. Brandishing the weapon, Jiang Bai menacingly declared, "Run, you must cover 40 meters first, and I can still dispatch you." Wei Junjie halted, opting not to flee. Escape was futile. Elder Jiang, there has been a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Aware that his opportunities were dwindling, Wei Junjie spoke rapidly. "I cannot disclose my affiliation. I have sworn an oath of secrecy, revealing it would mean my demise. I genuinely came for the Silver Sand secret tomb, and I possess a diary related to the blood blackboard that might prove beneficial to you." Jiang Bai did not lower the weapon. Pressing further, continue with the details of the diary. Wei Junjie, mindful of his words, recounted, "As an international student, I cannot access the dormitory, but there are places I can enter. Last night, I ventured into the archives office and discovered a file regarding a student's expulsion, which may very well be the source of the haunting. Upon obtaining the file, I attempted to leave, but found myself trapped in a classroom, its walls inscribed with bloodied words, identical to those on the blackboard." As he listened, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. Thus, it appeared that Wei Junjie and his associates had orchestrated this from the outset. Wei Junjie had long known of his status as an international student, a task only he could undertake. Jiang Bai inquired, "What did the bloodied inscription say?" Wei Junjie recalled, a chaotic assortment of phrases, none complete, with the words regret appearing most frequently. At this moment, Jiang Bai seized upon a flaw in Wei Junjie's narrative. "Though you obtained the expulsion file, you cannot access the male dormitory, rendering the blood blackboard unattainable. Do you have any accomplices?" Well, initially there were 4 high-level abilities. They resided in the same dormitory and should have ascended to the master level last night. Faced with life and death, Wei Junjie had no qualms about betraying his teammates entirely. According to the plan, they were supposed to retrieve the blood blackboard this morning and rendezvous with me. However, you interfered and disrupted our scheme, leaving me no choice but to seek you out. Their original plan appeared meticulously crafted. Utilizing the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb, they intended to send the 4 nearing breakthroughs into the tomb, taking advantage of the brief window of time before lights out, stabilizing their states overnight, and then retrieving the blood blackboard. Every aspect had been rigorously validated. The 4 masters ensured their dominance on the 6th floor, deterring any opposition. The blood blackboard had to be removed by morning, otherwise, dire consequences would ensue. There had once been a high-level ability who, having caught wind of the situation, foolishly removed the blood blackboard a mere minute before lights out. The following morning, as everyone awoke, the blood-stained blackboard remained in its place, now accompanied by a cold, lifeless body. Cautiously, the people moved aside the corpse to discern the blood-written message. "He is regretted." They concluded that this object was too ominous. Once acquired, it must be swiftly removed from the dormitory to ensure one's safety. However, Wei Junjie and his companions had not anticipated that someone would cheat the odds. Jiang Bai had taken the blood blackboard the previous night, leaving the 4 esteemed masters empty-handed, rendering all subsequent plans a mere jest. As for the blood blackboard, this was the extent of my knowledge. Wei Junjie raised his hands and stated earnestly, "Our goals align, Jiang Bai. We both seek to quell the hauntings of the Silver Sand tomb. We can collaborate rather than engage in a deadly struggle here. The blood blackboard is now in your possession. You hold the initiative. I am willing to hand over this complete diary to you, and I can also provide you with the number of my withdrawal file. This is all I know." Listening to Wei Junjie's proposal, Jiang Bai pondered for several seconds, then released his grip on the gun and nodded, "All right." Jiang Bai accepted the diary, and they arranged to act independently. Wei Junjie, being an international student, had different class schedules than Jiang Bai, allowing him greater freedom of movement and time for certain matters that Jiang Bai could not conveniently undertake. They agreed to meet once for lunch and once for dinner to exchange information. Before parting ways, Jiang Bai called out to Wei Junjie. Junjie. Jiang Bai displayed a friendly smile and raised his left hand. For reasons unknown, upon seeing that smile and gesture, Wei Junjie felt an ominous premonition. Within Jiang Bai, countless energies surged into the inscription representing deception, causing the entire sea of consciousness to tremble. Energy expended, 10,000. This was the most energy Jiang Bai had ever utilized since mastering deception. Casually, Jiang Bai snapped his fingers and remarked, "What you just said was all a lie." The inscription of deception within Jiang Bai underwent another transformation, and a line of golden text appeared upon the dragon's body. All that you speak is falsehood. Chapter 067. Time is running out. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Wei Junjie was momentarily taken aback. Had he been discovered in his deceit? Would this fellow draw his weapon once more? How tiresome. Before Wei Junjie could utter a word, Jiang Bai unexpectedly walked away, leaving Wei Junjie frozen in place. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he began to reflect on Jiang Bai's last statement. Had he truly lied? Certainly, he had spoken untruths wherever possible. Wait, Jiang Bai possessed the ability of deception. If he believed himself to have lied, could it be that Jiang Bai's deception was at play? That seemed implausible. He had completely refined his skull into a foreign bone, and for deception to take effect on him, it required at least 50,000 chi. In other words, only extraordinary beings could deceive Wei Junjie. Unless someone were to cheat, Wei Junjie's thoughts began to wrestle with one another. What did Jiang Bai truly mean by his words? Had he employed deception, or was Hai Hui merely engaging in trickery? He realized that Jiang Bai's actions constituted an unprovable and unverifiable form of deception. Such a predicament was most troublesome. Once suspicion arose, guilt was swiftly established. Wei Junjie had indeed lied during their conversation, yet he had not lied in entirety. He had merely spoken falsehoods where feasible. However, he could not ascertain whether this line of thought originated from himself or was imposed upon him by Jiang Bai's deception. Jiang Bai had precisely seized upon this ambiguity, leaving such a statement behind. As for that snap of his fingers, it was a cunning stratagem. Wei Junjie had long been aware that Jiang Bai would snap his fingers when initiating deception, yet this did not imply that every snap would invoke deception. Even the most rudimentary of abilities, when wielded by Jiang Bai, proved to be exceedingly formidable. Wei Junjie's expression darkened. At this juncture, he had no choice but to activate his contingency plan. This trump card had initially been reserved for later use, but he never anticipated that within a mere 24 hours of entering, Jiang Bai would force his hand. Wei Junjie took out a small notebook and began to record. I conversed with Jiang Bai. The blood blackboard is in his possession. The diary has been given to Jiang Bai. After lunch and dinner, I encountered Jiang Bai near the cafeteria each time. Continue with the previous task. He documented all that he deemed significant and concluded with a cautionary note. Beware of Jiang Bai's deception. He can influence me. Having completed this, Wei Junjie retrieved a worn oil lamp, his demeanor grave and far more cautious than when facing Jiang Bai. He exhaled gently toward the lamp and delicately wiped the surface 3 times with his left sleeve. Soon, a wisp of gray mist emerged from the lamp spout, coalescing into a vague figure that spoke in a tongue foreign to him. Wei Junjie cautiously replied, switching to Chinese mode, recognizing this was not a wish. A truly prudent fellow. The figure formed from the smoke scoffed, "You should be familiar with the rules, right? To fulfill a wish comes with a corresponding cost. Speak. What is your desire?" Wei Junjie had long prepared his words. "Please restore my state to what it was 30 minutes ago, erasing all influences from this interval, including memories and the impact of others on my sequencing abilities." This was a wish. As Wei Junjie finished speaking, the smoke began to swirl, accompanied by whispers from the shadows. "What is this place? Damn it, there are unsavory characters nearby. I must awaken quickly. I need to hide." As the smoke twisted, Wei Junjie began to transform. Just as he had wished, he reset his state to 30 minutes prior, thereby obliterating Jiang Bai's deceit. Returning to the Wei Junjie of 30 minutes ago, he wore a grim expression. He was unaware of what had transpired, but clearly found himself in an extremely precarious situation, compelled to utilize his trump card. Each use of this lamp came with a painful price, and the process was fraught with peril. The entity within the lamp was no benign being. It would seize every opportunity to deceive and extract further wishes, leading to irrevocable consequences. The lamp was ever eager to ensnare its master in a web of misfortune, taking advantage of every chance to exploit him. Wei Junjie vowed never to employ this trump card unless absolutely necessary. What exactly had he encountered? Wei Junjie had yet to examine the clues he had left for himself. After fulfilling the wish, the smoke did not return to the lamp, but hovered in the air. Speaking, "Kid, how long will you take to make a wish? Haven't you thought it through? If you exceed the time limit, that counts as a wish too. And your time is running out." Wei Junjie's expression turned frosty. "Please return to the lamp. This is not a wish. What a cautious fellow you are." The smoke chuckled derisively as it began to drift back into the lamp, descending once more into silence. Just before the smoke fully returned, the entity suddenly felt it should collect a bit of interest. After all, fulfilling wishes within the Silver Sand secret tomb was far more taxing than in the outside world. Thus, the smoke swirled once more, and the final line in the little notebook held by Wei Junjie vanished without a sound. Watching the smoke completely return, the lamp fell into a profound silence again. Wei Junjie added a few drops of lamp oil to ensure everything was secure before stowing it away. Only then did he have the opportunity to inspect the hint he had left for himself. I conversed with Jiang Bai. After reviewing everything, Wei Junjie's expression remained bewildered. Was that all? Just a conversation, and Jiang Bai had extracted the diary from him, taken the file number, forced a collaboration, and even compelled him to use the lamp to erase memories? That fellow. Had he employed deceit against him? Had the deception possibly taken effect? Why had he not recorded such crucial information? Had the record been obliterated? Incorrect, for there is no need for documentation. The sole reason for utilizing the lamp lies in the insurmountable dilemma left by Jiang Bai. At present, the possibility of deception appears most plausible. Even if the final line were to be obliterated, Wei Junjie still deduced the truth through his own reasoning. In this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Jiang Bai. Terrifying indeed. This individual must never be an adversary. After parting ways with Wei Junjie, Jiang Bai employed introspection to examine the deception inscription within a consciousness. Upon the sinuous dragon, an additional line of golden script emerged. All that you utter is naught but falsehood. Before Jiang Bai could comprehend the significance of this phrase, the golden radiance upon it began to fade. It appeared that Wei Junjie had unraveled my deception. Jiang Bai was not taken aback by this outcome. This act of deception resembled a mere casual scribble, and he had not harbored lofty expectations. At this moment, he had matters of greater concern: his journal. The diary acquired from Wei Junjie was a rather ordinary exercise book, presumably belonging to this institution. As Jiang Bai opened the first page of the journal, the words materialized before his eyes. Time is running short. Chapter 068. Diary of the owner of the blackboard. Time is of the essence. I must survive. By a stroke of fortune, I overheard a piece of crucial information outside the restroom. Erase the chalk from the blackboard and wrap it with the newspapers on the ground. And this blackboard will be mine. A secret that has never been unraveled. The haunting mystery of the Silver Sand secret tomb has been effortlessly revealed to me. It is said that if one captures this ghost, they shall become the guardian of the Silver Sand secret tomb, eternally safeguarding it. The power to rival divine generals lies within reach. As for the individual in the restroom, I have locked the door tight. No one can seize this blackboard from me. No one can. Can you guess what I encountered upon exiting? I have become the overseer of the mobile red flag. I possess the authority to conduct inspections. What extraordinary luck! Today is undeniably my fortunate day. Is this what the ancients referred to as one fated year? Offending the Grand Duke? The Grand Duke is watching over me. In 2 days I must survive. The Grand Duke will favor me. Gazing at the content of the first page of the diary, Jiang Bai fell into silence. This individual, much like the people of this era, exudes a naive foolishness that aligns with Jiang Bai's perception of their cultural understanding. Yet they managed to bring forth something novel. A self-proclaimed defender of the Grand Duke, beseeching the Grand Duke's protection. Such behavior is akin to slapping the Buddha upon entering a temple. then bowing in prayer for the Buddha's blessing. Jiang Bai could only give him a thumbs up, acknowledging his audacity. The ignorant are fearless. With one hand holding the diary and the other clutching the recording pen, Jiang Bai softly recited the contents of this page. Upon finishing, he remarked, "Below is my evaluation of the first page. This diary is peculiar. The writer's mental state is questionable, and the individual purportedly conversing in the restroom resembles a trap. Yet he remains oblivious to this fact. My personal assessment, foolish and malevolent. But I cannot fathom why he would pen this diary. Is it for psychological comfort? A reflection of an unstable mental state? Or was there another motive? Is he being truthful or merely attempting to mislead? I am at a loss. Who in their right mind writes a diary at this point?" Jiang Bai paused. He realized that he records himself periodically, a behavior that bears a striking resemblance to keeping a diary. Could it be that he too is not a person of sound mind? Reflecting on his prolonged singlehood, Jiang Bai concluded that he is, in fact, the most respectable man in the world. Still stubbornly clinging to his stance, Jiang Bai declared, "The recordings are a necessity for my task. I have no peculiar penchant for writing diaries." With that, he flipped to the second page and immediately furrowed his brow. The handwriting on this page was evidently hasty, as if penned in urgency, with a few drops of blood interspersed among the lines. "They want to kill me. Everyone has gone mad. Ha ha ha. They all think they can kill me? As soon as the lights-out hour arrives, must we all obediently retreat to our slumber? No one can defy the rules of the Silver Sand's secret tomb. No one. I shall conduct an inspection of the dormitories. These wretched individuals shall pay for their transgressions. I have been deceived. Indeed, I have been misled. The matter of the inspection is something no one can accomplish. No one. It is impossible to conduct an inspection. It is utterly unfeasible. Yet that person pursues me. Why do they still chase after me? I distinctly cast away that accursed object. How can it still cling to me? I must devise a means of survival. The Grand Ancestor will bestow his blessings upon me. The Grand Ancestor shall protect me." The contents of this page are even more peculiar than the last, prompting a multitude of questions within Jiang Bai. Does everyone wish to slay me? What does it mean to be deceived? Is there peril in conducting an inspection? Jiang Bai attempts to analyze the situation. The notion that everyone desires my demise is easily comprehensible. No one wishes to confront an individual endowed with the authority of inspection, as it equates to placing one's very life in the hands of another. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the opponent before lights out, preferably acquiring the blood blackboard for oneself. If that fails, one must ensure the opponent meets their end. The dormitory regulations are numerous, yet they harbor significant loopholes. While raucous behavior is strictly forbidden, murder remains unprohibited. Moreover, there exist myriad methods to commit homicide that do not necessitate chaos. Poisoning, gunfire, psychological assault. The predicament of the blood blackboard's possessor becoming a target of public ire is hardly unexpected for Jiang Bai. He had already surmised his impending plight well in advance. Would the blood blackboard return to him after being discarded? This information bears little significance for Jiang Bai. The method employed by others to seal the blood blackboard was relayed by the individual in the restroom. Such a technique may not constitute true sealing, and the blood blackboard may merely appear subdued. Jiang Bai's approach differs markedly. Utilizing the advantages of the terrain for a forceful sealing, once successfully sealed, any secret treasure would succumb to an eerie silence, the blood blackboard included. Jiang Bai had sealed away items far more formidable than this. More than 10 in total. He could hardly be bothered to recount them. The crux of the matter lies in the deception and the pitfall of the inspections. Who laid this trap? A ghost? Jiang Bai follows this line of thought. Could it be that the ghost comprehends the rules of this place, employs them to mislead others, and even conceals traps within those rules? Contemplating further, might the ghost utilize the rules to enact murder? To capture a ghost, one must perform a certain act that contravenes the rules. Failing to capture the ghost results in death by the ghost. While attempting to capture, it leads to demise by the rules. Such a scenario appears to be the most formidable challenge. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Bai finds himself lacking direction. Even if ideas emerge, there is no means of verification at present. He can only temporarily harbor these thoughts until the next encounter with Wei Junjie, exchanging intelligence and insights. In hindsight, Wei Junjie had perused this diary long before. Its contents are sparse, the useful information limited, and the ambiguities numerous. Yet, Wei Junjie displays no inclination to discuss matters with Jiang Bai, merely handing over the diary. Or perhaps, this individual intended from the outset to bestow the diary upon him. Jiang Bai chose to skip this page and turn to the next. On the third page, vast swathes of crimson ink caught his eye. I have begun to regret. I have begun to regret. Each line echoed these 6 words. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic, revealing the writer's inner turmoil, evoking a sense of madness and chill within Jiang Bai. He swiftly flipped through the diary, discovering that each page bore the same content. I have begun to regret. Clearly, the act of taking the blood-stained blackboard had become a nightmare for him. It was not until Jiang Bai reached the final page that the last line displayed a change. The handwriting was strikingly different, identical to that on the blood-stained blackboard. Jiang Bai's spirit lifted as he read the 6 blood-red words. You have no time left. Chapter 069. This incantation is remarkable. Upon reading the last sentence of the diary, Jiang Bai stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, increasingly so. This diary, penned by one individual, concludes with a line seemingly inscribed by ghost. Had the writer fallen prey to a specter? A glimmer of realization sparked in Jiang Bai's mind. Did this imply that he could forego his ghost-hunting endeavors tonight and simply await the apparition's arrival? Were the ghost to learn of Jiang Bai's notion, it might find itself utterly bemused. While others sought to evade spirits and avoid direct confrontation, Jiang Bai appeared eager for a one-on-one, an authentic duel with the supernatural. Ensuring he had overlooked no clues, Jiang Bai tucked the diary away and retrieved another item from his backpack, the 9 Dragons visualization diagram. He opened a small slit in the diagram and uttered, "Come forth." The mist on the diagram began to swirl, and soon, a dragon's head materialized before Jiang Bai. It was frail, aged, helpless, and pitiable. The dragon had never felt so beleaguered in its existence. It harbored a premonition that it would be compelled to repeat this lamentation time and again. In Jiang Bai's grasp, it could only lower its threshold of grievance further. Seeing the dragon's emergence, Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction and inquired, I have a matter of some importance to discuss with you. I pride myself on fairness. I want to inquire without compensation. Should you provide satisfactory answers, I shall reduce your material fee next time. Upon hearing such a proposition, the dragon nodded vigorously, not daring to hesitate. However, it couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Wasn't it the visualization diagram? Why was it that it owed the other party a material fee? Shouldn't it be Jiang Bai who provided resources for sustenance? Moreover, what was this next time he spoke of? An empty promise. Though a multitude of questions swirled in its mind, the dragon refrained from voicing any dissent, adopting a demeanor of attentive obedience as it awaited Jiang Bai's inquiry. Jiang Bai recounted the peculiar changes occurring within the deception inscription in his consciousness, succinctly articulating, in essence, a line of text has appeared on your form. Do you comprehend this? A look of confusion began to cloud the dragon's eyes as it opened and closed its mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. It struggled to fathom why such a high-tier visualization diagram would manifest a sequenceability of the deception caliber. The disgrace of the 9 dragons. Even more perplexing was how Jiang Bai, merely a high-level anomalous practitioner, could invoke an incantation upon the inscription. Rendered speechless, the dragon resorted to manipulating the mist, slowly coalescing it into words. This is an incantation, a reward for your sequence ability. As Jiang Bai absorbed the dragon's explanation, comprehension dawned upon him. The phrase, all that you speak is but a lie, served as the incantation, a reward for Jiang Bai's successful act of deception. The function of this reward was straightforward. Should Jiang Bai wish to employ the same deception against another, he need only activate the incantation to achieve a similar effect. Activation of the incantation required no energy and would not yield any deceitful rewards. However, only one incantation could be activated at a time. The effect of this incantation is not difficult to comprehend. Once Jiang Bai activates it, The target will utter lies with each sentence for a limited duration. Naturally, this incantation can be easily countered. Jiang Bai immediately recalled the method of dispelling it. The renowned Western philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein once famously uttered 2 words: shut up, do not speak. Thus, this incantation collapses under its own weight. At that moment, Jiang Bai gained a profound understanding of why the deception sequence ability ranks last among the earth attributes. In the introduction by Liujiang, it was stated that incantations of this nature are supposed to be immensely powerful. Once mastered, they render one invincible among peers, and victories against higher-tier opponents become commonplace. Even if they are not combat-oriented incantations, support-type incantations often yield remarkable results. Yet, what does the deception incantation do? It compels others to lie. Does Jiang Bai truly need such a convoluted method to deceive others? Can he not deceive himself? He never anticipated that the first incantation he mastered would be so utterly useless. Fortunately, Jiang Bai already possesses an ample array of abilities and is not particularly concerned about the absence of this one. As the evening grew late, he dismissed Liujiang, saying, "It's getting late. You should head back. I'll treat you to a meal another day." With a newfound understanding of the incantation as function, Jiang Bai collected his visualization chart, journal, and voice recorder, opting not to visit the archives but instead heading toward the teaching building. Nearby the teaching building, Jiang Bai effortlessly located Yi Sun and the others. Yi Sun was surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals, their gazes toward Jiang Bai filled with hostility, as though they regarded him as a villain. Thankfully, Jiang Bai possessed a clear self-awareness. He knew he was not a bad person. There are always those who wish to harm a handsome fellow like him. Ignoring their stares, he strode directly toward Yi Sun and called out, "Ah Sun, come here. Let us have a chat." As others attempted to block the space between them, Yi Sun proactively stepped forward. As he walked, he calmly stated, "No worries. I have my own plans." These few words, succinct yet powerful, seemed to instill confidence in those around them. Observing Yi Sun's retreating figure, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Unfazed in the face of adversity, Yi Sun's temperament far exceeds that of his peers. He truly is the hope of the Yi family's next generation. Brave and astute, he stands undaunted before Jiang Bai, embodying responsibility and accountability. This young man, Yi Sun, has a promising future ahead. Among the numerous heirs of the Yi family, he most exemplifies the demeanor of Governor Yi. Amid the chorus of flattery, Liu Taichue could not help but shrink his head, remaining silent. He yearned to clarify that things were not as everyone believed, yet he felt it was best to let the misunderstanding persist. Surely, he could not disclose that Yi Sun had been berated by Jiang Bai and still voluntarily paid his own tuition. Could he? Casting a glance in the direction Yi Sun had departed, Liu Taichue's expression grew notably complex. Finding a secluded corner devoid of others, Jiang Bai got straight to the point, saying, "I need your assistance in testing an ability." Yi Sun first nodded in agreement, then inquired, "Is there any risk to life?" Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and replied, "There shouldn't be, but you can consider it using one of your lives." Jiang Bai has always placed great emphasis on fairness in his dealings. Yi Sun waved his hands in refusal, stating that if it were merely a trivial task that bore no consequence, assisting Brother Jiang was something he ought to do. Without Brother Jiang, he would have perished long ago. Moreover, Brother Jiang's experimental prowess was ultimately for his benefit. Should Brother Jiang's capabilities be validated, it would ensure the security of his own life. Few possess the privilege to collaborate with Brother Jiang in such experiments. The essence of Yi Sun's words was clear. Could Brother Jiang truly bring him harm? Jiang Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment at this. Jiang Bai interjected, "I haven't even invoked the truth spell yet." He snapped his fingers with his left hand, causing the inscription of deception within him to illuminate. The spell, "All that you speak is a falsehood," glowed faintly, emanating a soft golden light, clearly not exerting its full force. Yi Sun glanced around, bewildered. Sensing that nothing had transpired, Jiang Bai inquired, "Have you eaten?" Instinctively, Yi Sun nodded and replied, "I haven't." The moment those words escaped his lips, Yi Sun was taken aback. He had intended to affirm that he had eaten. He had even performed the gesture of nodding. But why did his words contradict his intent? Jiang Bai clarified, from now on, every statement you make will be a lie. Strive to avoid falsehoods, and if you must speak untruths, aim to edge closer to the truth or provide some absurd response. Yi-sun nodded in understanding. Jiang Bai then asked, "How old are you?" Yi-sun replied, 19 plus 100 years. This was intriguing. Jiang Bai felt that Yi-sun was growing increasingly adept at navigating the situation. Jiang Bai continued, "What is your gender?" Yi-wun responded, "An armed helicopter." Jiang Bai nodded, sensing they had discovered a method to circumvent the truth spell. Subsequently, Jiang Bai ceased to suppress the spell within him, allowing it to take full effect. He asked again, "How old are you?" Yi-sun replied, 21. The moment he spoke, he was oblivious to any inconsistency, his expression remarkably natural, as if everything were perfectly normal. Jiang Bai inquired once more, "Have you eaten?" Yi-sun shook his head. "No." "What is your gender?" "Female." As the test progressed, a subtle smile crept upon Jiang Bai's lips. This truth spell was truly remarkable. Chapter 070. In my dreams, I answer questions after a brief assessment. The truth inscribed on the fraud rune dimmed. Yi-sun continued to engage in a normal conversation with Jiang Bai, oblivious to any anomalies. "That concludes the test," Jiang Bai stated, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "Tonight, the dormitory will be perilous. I am capable of safeguarding myself, but I cannot attend to others. Therefore, I present you with two choices. I can help you erase your name, allowing you to avoid the dormitory entirely. You are acquainted with Wei Junjie, correct? He is also in the Silver Sand's secret tomb and possesses methods to ensure your survival outside the dormitory. Alternatively, you may choose to remain in the dormitory, though I would not recommend this option due to the imminent danger." Yi-sun appeared contemplative for a moment before voicing his confusion. "Brother Jiang, why are you sharing this with me?" To Yi-sun, it seemed that Jiang Bai could easily disregard his fate, without the need to consider an escape route for him. Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. This is not a friend's counsel. Had I regarded you as a friend, there would be no need for you to choose. I would have arranged everything directly for you. My actions are entirely based on my own interests. You are the nephew of Yi Jin, and many of his subordinates heed your words, including several esteemed masters. If you opt to leave the dormitory, you would effectively place your life in my hands. They would hesitate to act recklessly, thus posing no threat to me. Tonight, I must contend not only with specters, but also with human adversaries. The sixth floor's advanced abilities are divided into 4 factions: the Solar Eclipse Sect, the Lunar God Society, the Starlight Sanctuary, and the Bystanders. The Bystanders are too disorganized to pose any significant threat compared to the other 3 factions. The members of the Solar Eclipse Sect are primarily Yi Jin subordinates, who look to Yi-sun for guidance. Securing Yi-sun would mean gaining control over the Solar Eclipse Sect's followers, significantly alleviating Jiang Bai's burdens. Listening to Jiang Bai's explanation, Yi-sun quickly interjected, "Brother Jiang, wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to remain in the dormitory? I fear that without my presence, they may disregard your commands." Jiang Bai responded, "You might be overthinking this." Through his interactions with Yi-sun, Jiang Bai noted that while Yi-sun possessed a certain naive foolishness, each individual's folly was distinct. In this era, the diversity of humanity has blossomed in unprecedented ways. Foolishness manifests in myriad forms. The director is a scholar with an unblemished innocence, untouched by the outside world. The little lowly is a newcomer to university, blissfully unaware of worldly affairs. Yi-sun, on the other hand, embodies the archetype of the foolish son of a wealthy family. Regarding Yi-sun's concerns, Jiang Bai replied lightly, "If they insist on courting death, I would not mind facilitating their departure." Jiang Bai harbors no fondness for killing, yet that does not imply he refrains from it. Since the arrival of the 3rd mysterious tide, his first engagement in disaster management revealed to him the harsh realities of life and death, where compassion has no place. Yi-sun scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. "There is no need to rush your response. Please inform me of your decision before the lights go out tonight." With that, Jiang Bai turned and departed, leaving Yi-sun standing alone. He made his way toward the teaching building, ascending to the 2nd floor and locating the faculty office. According to the schedule, Students should engage in leisure activities after meals and are not permitted to enter the teaching building. Fortunately, Jiang Bai possesses an advantageous location, allowing him to disregard the restrictions of the Silver Sand secret tomb and enter freely. Within the office, Jiang Bai discovered what he sought, the course syllabus. The first class commenced with the standard routine of standing and sitting, and the entire class settled down to complete the lesson. The content was rather straightforward, akin to any ordinary lesson, involving reading texts, reciting, and dictation. Even though Jiang Bai had previewed the course material, it appeared there was little opportunity for subterfuge. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his right hand and pressed it upon the syllabus. To entirely revise the syllabus was evidently beyond Jiang Bai's capabilities, requiring an immense expenditure of energy. However, altering a word or two was well within his reach. Withdrawing his hand, Jiang Bai's expression grew somewhat weary. His previous deception against Wei Junjie had cost him 10,000 units of energy, but he had gained a genuine incantation in return, which he deemed a fair trade. At present, modifying the syllabus had consumed 5,000 units of energy. He had left home that morning with 17,000, and now, in the blink of an eye, only 2,000 remained, a mere double that of a novice high-level ability user. He hoped this act of deception would prove to be worthwhile. Yawning, Jiang Bai dragged his fatigued form downstairs. Given his advantageous location, he could not endure for long within the teaching building and needed to find a place to rest and perhaps earn a little money. Upon exiting the building, Jiang Bai sought out Yi-sun once more and shared his plan. What? Yi-sun was taken aback, exclaiming that this was impossible, even if it came from Jiang Bai. It is indeed true, Jiang Bai replied, yawning. 100,000 star coins per person. Time waits for no one. Yi-sun hesitated briefly before decisively stating, if this is true, 100,000 is far too little. I cannot allow Jiang Gu to suffer a loss. Let us say 150,000, no, 200,000. Jiang Bai. This fellow is rather astute. Before Jiang Bai could voice any objections, Yi-sun turned to the others and began discussing the plan. Unsurprisingly, this absurd proposal immediately drew considerable skepticism, with some even openly questioning and opposing it. Silence. Yi-sun shouted angrily, asserting, I have my own arrangements. Those willing to believe, line up to pay. Those unwilling, step aside. With the matter stated so decisively, the crowd ceased their arguments and quickly divided into two factions. The majority were skeptical of the plan, ultimately leaving only 3 individuals to stand with Yi-sun, among whom was Liu Tietue. In truth, Liu Tietue was also doubtful, but as he shared a dormitory with Yi-sun, he felt compelled to publicly support him to avoid potential repercussions. The other 2 shared similar sentiments. They considered it akin to throwing money away for the foolish son of the landlord. Without hesitation, they paid the fee and approached Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai produced a mirror and placed it before them, muttering incantations. In the classroom, upon hearing the following phrase, you would. Before long, Jiang Bai had successfully deceived the 4 individuals, expending little energy in the process. These were merely ordinary high-level supernatural beings, lacking specialized reinforcement of their cranial defenses, rendering them quite vulnerable to psychic abilities. Soon, a bell chimed, and the crowd surged forward, entering the teaching building in succession. The first classroom on the left to the second floor was theirs. Desks adorned with name tags awaited each student to take their designated seats. After another 5 minutes, the bell rang again, and a vague figure entered, clutching a textbook. The figure opened the book and read according to the syllabus, stand up. In unison, everyone rose. Sit down. They promptly complied. This was hardly a challenge. The figure spoke in a mechanical, emotionless tone. The entire class completed today's lesson. While in slumber, the students exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if something was amiss. Attending class while asleep? How could that be possible? Could anyone truly accomplish such a feat? Before the teacher could finish, the classroom was already filled with the sounds of snoring. Jiang Bai, Yi-sun, Liu Tietue, they had instantly succumbed to sleep. Clearly, they were well prepared. The first question was posed. Please raise your hand to answer. What is the next line of the Plowman Toils at Noon? Many hands shot up, including the slumbering Jiang Bai's. The teacher randomly selected a student from those asleep, and raising their hand, Jiang Bai, you answer. Emerging from his dreams, Jiang Bai stood and mumbled. Sweat drips into the soil. The teacher nodded. Excellent, you received 10 points. Sit down. The next question followed. What is the line preceding sweat drips into the soil? Please raise your hand to respond. The teacher surveyed the room again. Most students were awake, and those asleep did not raise their hands. Only Jiang Bai, both asleep and with a hand raised, remained. The teacher had no choice but to randomly select from the available candidates. Jiang Bai, you answered Chapter 71. Am I the kind of person Jiang Bai is? The teacher's question was exceedingly straightforward. Even if one did not initially grasp the correct answer, it would not hinder one's ability to respond. The premise of the previous question often served as the answer to the next. The first class, indeed, was the simplest, a prime opportunity for everyone to accrue points. The teacher's method of calling on students was equally uncomplicated, entirely random, relying on chance. However, this time was different. For reasons unknown, the syllabus included the words fall asleep, fundamentally altering the nature of the lesson. Before most could comprehend the situation, 5 individuals had already succumbed to slumber. Youth certainly has its advantages. Down they went into sleep. Yet, if they had merely been sleeping, it would have sufficed. But one individual named Jiang Bai managed to raise his hand and respond to questions even while dozing. In under 5 minutes, Jiang Bai had answered 6 questions, amassing a total of 60 points. This fellow must be cheating. Before the others could ponder how Jiang Bai accomplished this feat, the teacher abruptly halted, mechanically stating, "Students, please adhere to classroom regulations. This is your first warning." The class gasped in astonishment. It dawned on them that 5 minutes had elapsed, and they had yet to fall asleep. This was already a violation of the rules of the Silver Sand secret tomb. The first warning meant a reprimand, the second, a punishment, and the third, obliteration, regardless of the doubts swirling in their minds or their reluctance. The most pressing matter was to fall asleep post-haste. Answering questions? Accumulating points? First and foremost, they needed to preserve their very lives. They leaned over their desks, attempting to doze off. They had assumed that after a full night's rest, they would be invigorated and find it difficult to sleep. Who could have anticipated that the desks possessed a kind of magical allure? No matter how long one had slept, the moment one rested upon the desk, one would receive an invitation from the god of dreams. Soon, the classroom was filled with a symphony of snores. While they could manage to fall asleep, they could not answer questions in their dreams. After all, not everyone possessed a cheat. Moreover, Jiang Bai had his own narrative to weave. Could cheating truly be considered a cheat? Could it? Could it? With the subconscious implanted through cheating, Jiang Bai could answer questions, recite, and transcribe in his dreams. This entire class morphed into his personal showcase, allowing him to seize all the points. Ultimately, the student who garnered the most points in this lesson was Jiang Bai, who accumulated a total of 900 points, which could be exchanged for rewards at the academic office. After delivering the final statement, the teacher tucked away the syllabus and declared the class dismissed. The moment class ended, Jiang Bai awakened. Alongside him, 7 or 8 others also stirred, each equipped with their own methods to ensure they woke up at the first moment class ended. Everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Bai. Even the blind could discern that this peculiar lesson was orchestrated by him. Jiang Bai, meanwhile, was assessing his own condition. How swiftly my chi has replenished while sleeping at the desk. In a mere 45-minute class, he had restored 3,000 chi. At this rate of cultivation, Jiang Bai would likely restore the majority of his chi before returning to his dormitory tonight. Time to reap the rewards. Jiang Bai rose from his seat and approached the podium, striking the blackboard with his hand. The noise he created roused everyone from their slumber. Silence. Listen to me. The recently awakened individuals, still somewhat dazed, collectively turned their gazes toward Jiang Bai, eager to discover what this young man would articulate. I trust you have already realized, Jiang Bai declared earnestly, this desk serves as a rare sanctuary for cultivation. Sleeping upon it allows for a swift recovery of qi, the refinement of foreign bones, and the loosening of one's bottlenecks. As soon as he finished speaking, several faces in the crowd subtly shifted, clearly indicating that some peculiar changes were indeed occurring within their bodies. However, None had anticipated that the merit lay in slumbering upon the desks. Within Jiang Bai, the deception inscription flickered incessantly. Chi recovery, 200 points chi recovery, 500 points chi recovery. Before Jiang Bai could continue his persuasive discourse, a gasp erupted from the crowd. So that is the case. The source of the astonishment was Yi Sun, who wore an expression of sudden realization. The desks are meant for cultivation. Jiang Bai, you sly fox, you altered the course to secretly cultivate, and in doing so, you've unwittingly benefited us all. The crowd responded with a collective confusion, feeling that something seemed amiss. Yet, considering Yi Sun's position as Jiang Bai's sworn rival, there was little chance of collusion, which lent his words a measure of credibility. Yi Sun continued passionately, a class earns 900 points with 45 individuals, averaging 20 points per person. Incorrect answers lead to deductions. Now, having taken a nap, I have restored most of my chi and even made some progress. Compared to 20 points, I have gained immensely. Jiang Bai, did you not foresee this? This declaration left even Jiang Bai momentarily speechless. Standing at the podium, he stroked his chin in contemplation before responding. He does make a valid point. Perhaps you should pay me for this. The crowd murmured. You two are merely playing off one another. Yi Sun interjected again, rallying the masses. Do not heed his words. Continue sleeping. Even during class breaks, one can rest. With that, Yi Sun was the first to lay down and sleep. A minute lost to wakefulness is a minute squandered. I shall sleep wherever I please. Many found Yi Sun's reasoning compelling, deciding that rather than engage in disputes with Jiang Bai, they would seize the opportunity to rest a bit longer. The notion that sleeping could enhance one's strength was indeed rare. Regardless, the center of contention had shifted away from Jiang Bai. He had not anticipated that Yi Sun could orchestrate such a scene, inadvertently aiding him. Initially, Jiang Bai had his own plans to extricate himself, albeit at a cost of time. The effectiveness of Yi Sun's words was significantly tied to his own persona. After all, Yi Sun needed no effort to play the role of the foolish son of a wealthy family. A modicum of restraint would suffice. Once freed from the situation, Jiang Bai made his way directly to the academic affairs office. The deception in the classroom, compounded by Yi Sun's performance, had indeed deceived many, resulting in nearly 5,000 chi points restored for Jiang Bai. Within the span of a single class, his chi had returned to a level of 10,000, finally instilling a sense of security within him. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, Jiang Bai approached his teacher to peruse the exchange list. Mysterious item A, 10,000 points. Mysterious item B, 5,000 points. Mysterious item C. Note: dormitory leaders enjoy a 20% discount on dormitory supplies. Class leaders receive the same privilege. And custodians of the moving red flag also benefit from a 20% discount on dormitory items, with discounts being stackable. The mysterious items are, indeed, the treasures of this age, devoid of any description, solely represented by points. Generally, the higher the points, the greater the value. As the dormitory leader, and currently serving as the custodian of the moving red flag, Jiang Bai is entitled to an impressive double discount, reducing costs to a mere 60. Yet, despite these advantages, he felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness, akin to a game cheat that had not been fully activated. The class leader, Jiang Bai pondered, somewhat surprised to discover that the class leader possessed such benefits. At this moment, he had amassed a considerable number of points, and with a fierce battle looming that very night, he knew he must swiftly convert his points into combat prowess to face the impending showdown. Securing the title of class leader would undoubtedly increase his chances of victory. Soon, Jiang Bai made a bold decision to stealthily enter the classroom office. Dinkling, the class bell rang once more. The teacher entered the classroom again, adhering to the established routine. As he straightened up from his desk, all eyes were not on the teacher, but rather on Jiang Bai. They scrutinized him with curious gazes, uncertain of what antics he might be planning this time. This fellow surely harbors some mischief. Jiang Bai felt unjustly accused, sensing that others had misjudged him. Am I truly that kind of person? The teacher, following the syllabus, announced, Today, we shall elect class officers. Please write down the name of the class leader and explain why it should be Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai scratched his head, breaking into an embarrassed smile. It seems I, Jiang Bai, truly am that kind of person. Chapter 072. The nearly perfect deception as soon as the teacher's words fell. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. Did I hear that correctly? What was that last sentence about having to choose Jiang Bai? Huh, what other choice do we have? We were already warned in the last class. Do you wish to be punished? Even Yi-sun turned to glance at Jiang Bai, his eyes filled with confusion. He could not fathom how Jiang Bai managed to accomplish this. Altering characters? Adding so many words must consume an immense amount of energy. While Jiang Bai could modify labels, those labels contained merely 2 or 3 characters. Yet, he had added a staggering 9 characters in one breath. Was he out his mind? In the face of external skepticism, Jiang Bai remained unfazed, simply inscribing his name and reason for election on the paper. A mere bystander. I will speak a fair word. Jiang Bai is deserving. After completing his note, Jiang Bai was the first to submit his slip. Upon receiving the first vote, the teacher mechanically announced, "Please complete your voting within 10 minutes. After casting his vote, ignoring the commotion around him, Jiang Bai returned to his seat and lay down to sleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the room underwent a subtle transformation. Initially, people merely complained, argued, and questioned. Gradually, some accepted reality and cast their votes for Jiang Bai. They wished to avoid punishment and recognized their inability to claim the position of class leader, hence complying with the rules. In a class of 45 individuals, there could only be one class leader, while the rest were mere participants. Typically, various factions would vie for the class leader's position by courting the bystanders. Who would have imagined that an unexpected contender like Jiang Bai would overturn the chessboard with such unreasonable methods? Choosing a class leader? What nonsense! As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals opted to vote for Jiang Bai to evade punishment. Before long, he secured more than half the votes, and the remaining individuals realized their efforts were futile, so they cast their votes as well. Once all the ballots were collected, the counting commenced. The teacher pulled out a slip of paper and announced, Jiang Bai. Another slip followed, Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. 45 votes, 45 for Jiang Bai. Strangely, the teacher only read the names without mentioning any of the reasons written down. According to the rules, the teacher concluded Jiang Bai, with 45 votes, is unanimously elected as class leader. At the moment he announced Jiang Bai's appointment, the deception inscription within him began to glow frantically. This was indeed a deception. Yes, Jiang Bai had altered the characters, but the method he employed was markedly different from what Yi-sun had envisioned, entirely dissimilar to previous techniques. He had simply added a line of text with a pen on the back of the syllabus. Indeed, he had not utilized geographical advantage, but merely written on the paper. Based on Jiang Bai's observations and experiments, regardless of what was written on the syllabus, the teacher would read it aloud. Only the content inherent to the syllabus was governed by the rules of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. The writings of Jiang Bai are devoid of any regulatory effect. In other words, the line he added does not belong to the rules of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. The teacher merely recited this line according to his own procedural guidelines. Thus, it imposes no binding authority on anyone. However, an inherent cognitive bias exists within each individual. When the teacher reads the syllabus, it is perceived as the rule. The content recited is deemed inviolable. With a single pen and 9 words, Jiang Bai orchestrated a deception against 44 high-level extraordinary beings. Therefore, the moment Jiang Bai assumed the role of class monitor, the deception was officially enacted. In this act of deceit, Jiang Bai employed no energy. He merely inscribed a few words and ultimately secured the title of class monitor. Akin to a cunning trickster reaping bountiful rewards, it may well be considered a perfect fraud. The ensuing rewards were particularly generous. As the inscription of fraud pulsated, Jiang Bai's left leg began to undergo transformation. His calf bones were instantaneously refined into extraordinary bones, while a golden layer began to envelop his thigh bones. His own energy was steadily replenished, with the surrounding energy surging towards him like a whirlpool. This commotion swiftly captured the attention of those around him. Fraud. The fraud had taken effect. Those with discerning eyes immediately recognized the source of the disturbance. realizing that this young man had deceived them. One word ignited a cascade of outrage. Although they could not fathom the mechanics of Jiang Bai's deception, the sensation of being duped was undeniably unpleasant. Just as one individual contemplated further commentary, a languid voice emerged from behind. Did I ever claim to be dishonest? The crowd was taken aback. There stood Jiang Bai, stretching lazily. The rewards from the fraud were exceptionally bountiful, aiding him in refining 2 additional extraordinary bones, while his energy surged back to 39,000 points. Reaching a new zenith. Was this truly an almost flawless act of deception? Such a splendid beginning had never been encountered before. Jiang Bai exhaled a breath of stale air. Unable to suppress his anticipation, what rewards would a perfect fraud yield? Have I forgotten to introduce myself? Jiang Bai gazed at the crowd and said earnestly, I am Jiang Bai, the fraudster. Honestly, I might as well have fraud written on my face. A fraudster as forthright as I am is a rare sight. The crowd responded with silence, pondering his connection to honesty. Disregarding their reactions, Jiang Bai traversed the classroom, approaching the teacher directly. As class monitor, I choose to exercise the ability of leave of absence to request permission to leave this class. The teacher nodded in agreement. Having spoken, Jiang Bai exited the classroom without a backward glance, leaving the others behind. He had secured the position of class monitor and needed to proceed with his next plan, deeming it unnecessary to squander time there. After departing the classroom, Jiang Bai glanced at the map. He could opt to visit the archives to inspect the document assigned to him by Wei Junjie, or head to the Academic Affairs Office to attempt an exchange for secret treasure. After a brief moment of deliberation, Jiang Bai decided to first visit the Academic Affairs Office. He would apply for leave for all afternoon classes to engage in free activities, as there were no opportunities to earn points. With the 900 points in hand, it is imperative to spend them swiftly, prioritizing the enhancement of combat prowess. Moreover, Jiang Bai finds himself intrigued by the treasures of the Academic Affairs Office. What peculiar rules govern the Silver Sand's secret tomb? The entrants are required to live a student-like existence here, accruing points that can be exchanged for secret treasures. Does this not seem rather odd? This place bears little resemblance to a tomb. It resembles more of a nurturing academy for students. Jiang Bai's curiosity about the enigmatic being residing at the depths of the Silver Sand secret tomb intensifies. Upon arriving at the Academic Affairs Office, Jiang Bai's status transforms. As a dormitory leader, he enjoys a discount of 20%. As a flag bearer, another 20% off, and as a class monitor, yet another 20% reduction. After these successive discounts, he finds that he need only expend half of his points to make a purchase. Ultimately, he opts to exchange for a dormitory-related treasure valued at 1,700 points, filled with anticipation regarding what delightful item he might unearth within the treasure-blind box. Suddenly, a shadowy figure tosses an object before Jiang Bai, offering no further response. Gazing at the item, Jiang Bai falls into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, voices his confusion. Is this a mop? A red handle, solid wood, tattered cloth strips. Observing the treasure he painstakingly acquired, Jiang Bai's lips twitch uncontrollably. A mop? Moreover, use one at that. Jiang Bai feels utterly deceived. Refund me. Chapter 073. The non-existent Research Institute. The mop's frayed cloth was damp, as if it had just been retrieved from a restroom. Fortunately, the mop emitted no foul odor. Otherwise, Jiang Bai would have faced considerable discomfort. Grasping the mop, Jiang Bai traversed the corridors of the teaching building. He had initially intended to revisit the office to uncover any lingering bugs that could be exploited. To his dismay, he found the office door secured with a lock. Utilizing his surroundings, Jiang Bai attempted to open the lock but was met with failure, muttering indignantly. Locks are designed to deter gentlemen, not scoundrels. At this moment, Jiang Bai, a gentleman, was effectively barred from entry. Circling the office, he inspected the windows, ventilation ducts, and drainage. None offered an avenue of breach. Excellent, the status quo remained intact. Evidently, Jiang Bai's actions had drawn the attention of certain observant entities. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he could only resort to damage control. Jiang Bai succinctly summarized his sentiments with 3 words. If you can't play, don't. With mop in hand, Jiang Bai intended to head to the archives, but encountered an acquaintance along the way. To be precise, at this hour, the only two individuals wandering the Silver Sands secret tomb were the class representative on leave, Jiang Bai, and the international student, Wei Junjie. Yi Yi. Jiang Bai waved the mop energetically, calling out, "Jiego, come here, I have something good for you." Wei Junjie instinctively contemplated fleeing, only to realize the absurdity of his instinct. What was there to run from? Could Jiang Bai actually harm him? It could be said that Wei Junjie, having lost half an hour of his memory, had evidently forgotten one of Jiang Bai's trump cards. As Wei Junjie approached, Jiang Bai inquired, "Jiego, do you have any means of appraising the secret treasure?" "Indeed, I do," Wei Junjie nodded. "I have a friend who possesses the sequence ability of appraisal, capable of identifying various items, including secret treasures." Hearing this familiar preamble, Jiang Bai abruptly asked, "This friend of yours, is it you?" Wei Junjie, unabashed, nodded affirmatively. "You are astute, Jiang." With that, he awaited further dialogue. At this moment, Jiang Bai sought Wei Junjie's assistance in appraising the secret treasure. Surely, he would need to propose a tempting offer to entice Wei Junjie. Jiang Bai stroked his chin and said earnestly, "If I provide you with the secret treasure for appraisal, how much do you intend to pay me?" Wei Junjie? He couldn't believe his ears. Who was appraising for whom? And who was compensating whom? "Are you trying to deceive me?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly. "If you employ your appraisal ability to identify the secret treasure and succeed, there should be a reward, right? Your advancement conditions must include appraising a certain number of secret treasures or identifying special treasures, correct?" Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie's expression became somewhat rigid, and he was compelled to nod in acknowledgement. Though appraisal ability was not particularly powerful, much of the information was public knowledge, and there was no need for secrecy. Jiang Bai asserted confidently, "Thus, if I provide you with the secret treasure for appraisal, I'm not aiding you?" Wei Junjie, after a brief silence, Wei Junjie managed to articulate, "I can choose to decline your assistance." He had encountered numerous treasures before and was not in one of Jiang Bai's handful of secret artifacts. "No, you will not refuse," Jiang Bai replied with a confident smile. "Do you not wish to know what trump card I possess?" Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie realized that he had been thoroughly seen through by this crafty individual. Were it anyone else making such a statement, Wei Junjie would have dismissed it entirely. Yet, Jiang Bai was different. Any additional card Jiang Bai held would provide Wei Junjie with exceedingly vital intelligence. Wei Junjie chose to feign stubbornness once more, retorting, "Then I can discreetly appraise the treasures without informing you." Jiang Bai grinned widely. "I advise you to act swiftly on that." Before Wei Junjie could inquire further, Jiang Bai continued, "I've long desired to eliminate you. I simply lacked a suitable pretext." Wei Junjie, this fellow is utterly unreasonable. To be precise, Jiang Bai only adheres to his own rationale. "How about this? I shall be magnanimous. I won't charge you this time." Jiang Bai waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "You assist me in appraising the treasure, and I shall reveal my trump card to you. It's a fair exchange, is it not?" Wei Junjie twitched at the corners of his mouth and reluctantly nodded, "Fair." With that, he casually tore off a note and affixed it to Jiang Bai's mop. Within 30 minutes, the note would reveal the text indicating the treasure's function. Curiously, Jiang Bai asked, "Why not simply employ your sequence ability directly?" "It would be best not to do so," Wei Junjie explained. "By infusing my sequence ability into certain artifacts, it effectively creates an additional layer of protection. If the appraised treasure is hazardous, the artifact will be damaged, sparing me from any repercussions." Indeed, the logic was sound. However, Wei Junjie's explanation felt somewhat peculiar. Was a safety net truly utilized in such a manner? Jiang Bai, uninterested in providing a lesson, inquired further, "Since we have some time to spare, Shao Jie, tell me about the forces and characters to be wary of in the Silver Sand secret tomb?" This. Wei Junjie was taken aback that Jiang Bai would pose such a question. Regarding his own origins, he could not divulge, but he could certainly inform Jiang Bai about others. In other words, others could also betray Wei Junjie to Jiang Bai. Confidentiality? Nonsense. Yet at that moment, Wei Junjie could not conjure a reason to refuse Jiang Bai's request. Assisting Jiang Bai in identifying the treasure would mean he was privy to Jiang Bai's trump card, leaving them even. If he were to inform Jiang Bai of the identities of others, Jiang Bai would redirect his focus elsewhere. A deal where the demise of others does not impact oneself is indeed a profitable venture. Resolute in his decision, Wei Junjie chose to betray others to save himself. In truth, the forces of the three teachings were mere fleeting shadows. As long as the strongest among them did not intervene, they posed little threat. The existence of the Silver Sand's secret tomb prevented their entry, thus rendering them incapable of action. Wei Junjie's expression turned grave as he earnestly remarked, "Brother Jiang, the true threat you must heed comes from the personnel of the Research Institute. I possess reliable information that the Silver Sand secret tomb has already caught their attention." The Research Institute? Is their influence truly that formidable? Jiang Bai mused aloud. I too hail from a research institute, yet I perceive it as lacking in prowess. He recalled the 9th Research Institute, which was so impoverished it couldn't afford to pay its electricity bills, where even dogs were better fed than people. And 3 individuals could scarcely muster a single extraordinary being. What makes such an institute formidable? Hearing this, Wei Junjie could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Waving his hand dismissively, "Brother Jiang, do not jest. How could you possibly be associated with the Research Institute? Why would I deceive you? Do I strike you as a person prone to trickery?" Jiang Bai replied earnestly, "I am indeed from the 9th Research Institute, and, aside from the director's responsibilities, I manage all other affairs." Huh? Wei Junjie's mouth hung agape, wide enough to accommodate 2 eggs, his face a canvas of astonishment. After a moment, he regained his composure and spoke with deliberate clarity. "Jiang Bai, the 9th Research Institute. It cannot possibly exist." Chapter 074. The 6th Research Institute. Is the 9th Research Institute impossible? A look of perplexity crossed Jiang Bai's face as he inquired, "Wait, what do you mean by the 9th Research Institute cannot exist?" Jiang Bai, confused, found that Wei Junjie was even more bewildered. "Tell me, do you even understand what a research institute does?" Jiang Bai shook his head honestly. Wei Junjie, somewhat exasperated, replied, "There is an old saying in Huaxia, to know is to know, and not to know is not to know. It's rather disingenuous to feign ignorance while being aware." No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Bai did not strike one as a particularly candid individual. "What nonsense is this? You are tarnishing our traditional culture." Jiang Bai finally could not hold back any longer and corrected him. To know is to acknowledge knowledge, and not to know is to admit ignorance. That is true understanding. Wei Junjie's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. "Oh," Jiang sang, "please repeat that. I must record it." Jiang Bai thought, this fellow has so many quirks, and every time he gets excited, he lapses into his local dialect. Once Wei Junjie jotted down Jiang Bai's earlier words, he found the opportunity to enlighten him. The research institutes we commonly refer to are among the most elite factions, known as the 4 great research institutes, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th research institutes. Each of these institutions specializes in the study of the mysterious tidal phenomena associated with their respective numbers. In other words, the designation of each institute corresponds to the particular mysterious tide it investigates. Jiang, tell me, how could there possibly be a 9th Research Institute? What would you be studying? The 9th mysterious tide? Understanding dawned on Jiang Bai as he nodded slightly, but did not answer Wei Junjie's question. Instead, he posed a counterquery. What about the 4th Research Institute? Is there no study on the 4th mysterious tide? We have the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. Why is there no 4th? Is it considered inauspicious? How can modern individuals still indulge in such superstitions like the ancients? Wei Junjie appeared embarrassed, momentarily stammering as he struggled to provide an explanation. He had been so engrossed in enlightening Jiang Bai that he momentarily forgot the taboo surrounding the topic. After a brief hesitation, Wei Junjie lowered his voice and discreetly conveyed to Jiang Bai, the 4th Research Institute once existed and was rumored to have made a significant breakthrough. However, on the eve of their announcement of research results, they were eradicated from this world by those 4 entities, leaving no trace behind, with even the king of humanity tacitly approving their actions. From that point on, the 4th Research Institute became a forbidden topic. Jiang Bai, it is best not to mention this. It could invite dire consequences. Those 4 entities, of course, refer to the four heavenly emperors. The Fourth Research Institute, tasked with investigating the fourth mysterious tide, had been entirely erased, and it was at the hands of the heavenly emperors, with the king of humanity's consent. What had they uncovered that prompted such a drastic response, obliterating all evidence? Having concluded his explanation, Wei Junjie turned his gaze back to Jiang Bai, curiously asking, "What exactly is the story behind the Ninth Research Institute you mentioned?" He believed that Jiang Bai would not speak without reason. Could it be that such a Ninth Research Institute truly existed? "I was merely jesting with you," Jiang Bai candidly confessed. "I am indeed affiliated with a research institute, though not the Ninth Research Institute. Rather, it is the Sixth Research Institute, also known as the Old Sixth Institute, dedicated to the study of the Old Sixth. If you reverse 6, it becomes 9, does it not? I thought it might be too presumptuous to speak so frankly upon our first encounter, given our relative unfamiliarity. Moreover, having grown up in the institute, I was never informed about the divisions within research institutes, rendering me oblivious to many matters. I merely spoke off the cuff, not anticipating it would lead to such a misunderstanding." The mention of the Sixth Research Institute left Wei Junjie in a state of skepticism. The Sixth Research Institute. Are they investigating the sixth mysterious tide? The fifth has yet to conclude, so why commence studies on the sixth? Unless... Wei Junjie's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Is the fifth mysterious tide nearing its end? Has someone already begun to establish the Sixth Research Institute, and even nurtured a powerhouse like Jiang Bai? If he could return this intelligence alive, even if his mission at the Silver Sand Secret Tomb were deemed a failure, it would still outweigh the shortcomings. Wei Junjie meticulously safeguarded this secret. Within Jiang Bai, the inscription of deception flickered, astonishingly refining two-toe bones. Jiang Bai. Wei Junjie believes me. Believes what? When did I deceive him? Jiang Bai had thought that the Yi-Sun power bank was unparalleled, yet he never anticipated that Wei Junjie could be even more imaginative. It was a case of self-deception indeed. Resolving to maintain his composure, Jiang Bai cleared his throat and said softly, "You are a perceptive individual. Some matters, even if you have guessed, are best left unspoken for the benefit of all." Though unaware of what Wei Junjie had comprehended, he decided to let him gallop down this erroneous path. Wei Junjie nodded repeatedly, enlightened. Once the enigma surrounding the Research Institute was unraveled, Jiang Bai retrieved that diary and directly inquired, "What peculiarities does this diary hold that you are reluctant to discuss with me?" Wei Junjie revealed an awkward smile, intending to decline. However, Jiang Bai preempted him, stating, "You have lost a segment of your memory. While I am uncertain of how you achieve this, I can sense that your methods are unorthodox and may carry severe side effects." Wei Junjie's expression shifted, astonished that Jiang Bai could discern this. "Brother Jiang, how did you perceive that?" Jiang Bai replied candidly, "If you still retained your memory, you would not dare to stand so close to me." Having suffered a setback once, Wei Junjie was not inclined to repeat that mistake. He hastily inquired, "Brother Jiang, is there a way to mitigate these side effects?" Jiang Bai would not broach such a topic without reason. If there were a solution, Wei Junjie would be willing to engage in a transaction with him. Jiang Bai shook his head, no. Wei Junjie rolled his eyes. "Then why bring this up, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Bai answered plainly, "What I mean is, if I can induce you to forget once, I can compel you to forget a second time." Wei Junjie. "Oh, you are extorting me? Why does this fellow always manage to utter the harshest words in the most earnest tone?" After a moment of contemplation, Wei Junjie realized that he had no better alternative but to respond truthfully. This bloodstained diary was originally a treasured artifact. Inscribing one's predicaments within its pages could invoke a blessing to alleviate one's troubles. The origins of this blessing are shrouded in mystery. Some attribute it to Jesus, the Jade Emperor, or the Buddha, while others speak of the Grand Duke of Jupiter. In essence, whatever one believes and manifests. According to Wei Junjie's account, this diary was once in the possession of the son of the master of the Starlight Temple, lost within the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. What you are now observing is merely a counterfeit, devoid of the artifact's formidable powers, existing only as a record of words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai's expression shifted, as he began to fathom the implications. "You mean to say The genuine article? Indeed. Wei Junjie nodded, confirming Jiang Bai's suspicions. The authentic treasure lies in the hands of a malevolent entity. Chapter 075. No mercy. The proprietor of the diary was slain by a demon, and thus the diary fell into the hands of the fiend. The last line that Jiang Bai read was indeed inscribed by the demon. At that moment, Jiang Bai was perplexed as to why the final line bore the demon's handwriting. Now, the answer had become clear. Jiang Bai pondered, can demons also wield secret treasures? Indeed, Wei Junjie elucidated. Before the arrival of the mysterious tide, demons were merely ancient myths. After the tide, it seems that the essence can influence souls, leading to the birth of demons. Listening to Wei Junjie's explanation, Jiang Bai was deep in thought. Could it truly be so? Why was he unaware of this? To be precise, during the first, second, and third mysterious tides, there was no existence of demons. Although supernatural events occurred during those times, they did not equate to demons. Much like the ghostly flames in graveyards, which are merely phenomena resulting from phosphorescence. Jiang Bai was certain that prior to the fourth mysterious tide, demons did not exist in this world. The fourth mysterious tide left behind countless secret graves, within which the presence of demons could still be felt. The enigma of history lay before Jiang Bai. Yet he found himself devoid of direction. He inquired further, aside from the diary, what other secret treasures do demons possess? Wei Junjie furrowed his brow, evidently finding this question rather challenging. The information at my disposal is incomplete. It is noteworthy that the blood blackboard has surfaced several times before and after the Silver Sand secret grave, with some individuals surviving and even becoming the governor of Silver Sand. What can be ascertained is that the demon possesses a diary and a starlight disc. The diary is manageable, but the starlight disc warrants special caution. It can harness the power of starlight to augment one's abilities, and when used in conjunction with the diary, it can invoke divine assistance. The diary calls upon the divine, while the starlight disc enhances it. Without needing Wei Junjie to clarify, Jiang Bai already knew the origin of this artifact. The son of the inept master of the Starlight Temple, correct? Wei Junjie nodded with a smile. Brother Jiang is astute. This fellow, overestimating his noble lineage, recklessly ventured into the Silver Sand secret grave, not only losing his life, but also inadvertently gifting 2 secret treasures to the demon. Under normal circumstances, wielding these 2 treasures would not pose a life-threatening risk. However, utilizing secret treasures requires a price. The price for the diary is one's own blood. Every word inscribed upon it is a drop of one's essence. As for the starlight disc, its cost remains unclear, yet it is unlikely to be exorbitant. Thus, the master of the Starlight Temple meticulously selected these 2 treasures for his son, ensuring he could act with impunity unless faced with a formidable opponent. Ultimately, he fell victim in the Silver Sand secret grave, becoming a mere benefactor. The demon, thank you, my friend, for the 2 secret treasures. You are generous. 666. After a lengthy contemplation, Jiang Bai finally mustered the courage to utter, if I take these, the master of the Starlight Temple won't seek retribution against me. Will he? Wei Junjie replied. We haven't even begun to fight, and you're already dividing the spoils? You seem a tad overconfident. Wei Junjie intended to dissuade Jiang Bai from confronting the demon later that night. In the worst-case scenario, the 2 individuals could join forces to confront the specter haunting the dormitory building. Presently, the bloodstained blackboard is in Jiang Bai's possession. Wei Junjie seeks to partake in its secrets and must entice Jiang Bai to speak openly. Only then might they collaborate. However, based on Wei Junjie's understanding of Jiang Bai, the notion of joining forces and sharing the spoils likely implies that Jiang Bai would collaborate with Wei Junjie, only to claim the spoils from Wei Junjie and the ghost for himself. He knows Jiang Bai all too well. For the moment, the matter of the treasure can be set aside. Jiang Bai then inquired, by the way, I'm planning to visit the archives. What about the dossier you previously obtained? At this juncture, he has done all he can and is in peak condition, awaiting the nocturnal confrontation with the ghost. One lingering enigma remains. Jiang Bai is puzzled about the identity of the ghost. Even in an online game, one would expect some background information on a minor boss, wouldn't one? Wei Junjie had previously discovered a withdrawal dossier in the archives. While it may not belong to the ghost, it holds at least some value for reference. I have the dossier on me. Wait, Junjia said, producing a document to share with Jiang Bai. In truth, there are more than just this one withdrawal dossier, but this one is particularly unique. Based on my years of experience in counterfeiting, I can assure you, this document is undoubtedly a forgery. Wei Junjia is an expert in forgery. He could discern the authenticity of the document merely by its scent without needing to examine it closely. Jiang Bai took the document, glancing at it. The name read, Liu+Funny+Joke+Single. He did not scrutinize the dossier further, but held it in his hand and stated, I do not trust you. I need to visit the archives myself. Wei Junjia was not taken aback. All right, let us meet near the cafeteria after lunch to discuss further with that. He made a hasty retreat. Wei Junjia had his own affairs to attend to and did not intend to team up with Jiang Bai so early to explore the Silver Sand Tomb. Holding the dossier, Jiang Bai walked while reading it, his expression unchanged. On his way to the archives, he suddenly halted at a corner and retrieved his voice recorder. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing Task 002. This time, Jiang Bai paused for an extended moment, enveloped in deep silence. Once he had established a barrier against the outside world, he resumed recording. His voice carried a somber tone, imbued with weighty emotion. I have discovered the withdrawal dossier of a fellow student from the special training camp, Liu+Funny+Joke+Single, within the Silver Sand Tomb. This institution may have been Liu+Funny+Joke+Single's school. After becoming embroiled in supernatural events, he withdrew and subsequently joined the special training camp, becoming a second-phase student alongside me. Liu+Funny+Joke+Single, student ID 0899 male, hailing from Yinchuan, suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder and ranks 22nd among the second-phase students.
Based on the clues at hand, there is over a 50% likelihood that Liu+Funny+Joke+Single has become the ghost of the dormitory building.
This ghost has been responsible for numerous tragic incidents over the past 2 centuries, with recorded casualties exceeding 200. Should Liu+Funny+Joke+Single indeed have transformed into a ghost, I shall devise a means to control and extract him, bringing him back to the 9th Research Institute for the Director's study in hopes of restoring his sanity. This may aid my understanding of the events that transpired all those years ago. If capturing him alive proves to be impossible, I shall endeavor to seal him instead. The combination of the terrain and a unique sealing technique should render him inactive. Should the sealing attempt falter, I will strive to minimize the external threats posed by Liu+Funny+Joke+Single, endeavoring to leave a strategy for posterity that guarantees survival. Based on the circumstances at hand, after exhausting all available alternatives, if it is still determined that Liu+Funny+Joke+Single's presence would impede the progress of Task 002. At this juncture, Jiang Bai's voice gradually diminished. He closed his eyes. After a moment, Jiang Bai slowly reopened his eyes, seemingly resolved, and softly uttered 4 words. Kill without mercy. Chapter 76. The path to death. In the ensuing hours, Jiang Bai made a visit to the archives, discovering no anomalies. During the days of the special training camp, Old Ma served as the chief instructor, meticulously selecting promising young individuals from across the nation. Each trainee possessed exceptional talents, with Jiang Bai standing out as a prodigy among his peers. Indeed, he outshone his contemporaries, leaving no rival in his wake. Liu+Funny+Joke+Single, who ranked 22nd among this cohort, had previously dealt with city-level disasters. During the third mysterious tide, disasters were classified by their scope, divided into 5 distinct levels: annihilation, submersion, city destruction, building obliteration, and man-eating. Generally, the larger the impact of a disaster, the more challenging it is to manage. However, exceptions do arise. For instance, certain uncontrollable superhumans may randomly commit murder. Their frequency is low, thus categorizing them as man-eating level disasters, yet they can be more troublesome to handle than some city-level catastrophes. Liu+Funny+Joke+Single is renowned for 2 notable feats. First, he singularly addressed a building obliteration level disaster, dismembering a rogue senior superhuman into precisely 108 pieces, neither more nor less. Second, he suffers from an extreme form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. His eyebrows must match perfectly. 1 hair too many or too few is unacceptable. After lunch, Jiang Bai met with Wei Junjia once more. They engaged in a candid and sincere dialogue, yet no consensus was reached. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Bai explored various areas of the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, archives, playgrounds, multimedia classrooms, where everything appeared akin to an ordinary school, save for its nearly absurd regulations. As dinner approached, Jiang Bai reconvened with Wei Junjie. Wei Junjie bore injuries, the specifics of which he did not disclose, nor did Jiang Bai inquire. Wei Junjie reiterated his proposal for collaboration, asserting that he was the only one capable of assisting Jiang Bai that evening. Bring out the blood blackboard, and together we shall exorcise the spirits. All spoils, save for the ghosts, shall belong to you. Jiang Bai regarded Wei Junjie with a look of incredulity. Setting aside the fact that the ghosts themselves were the most valuable spoils, after obtaining Liu+Funny+Joke+Single's file, Jiang Bai had no intention of relinquishing the ghosts to Wei Junjie. Those from the special training camp must see the living when alive and the dead when deceased. Even in the event of reanimation, they must confront the spirits. Back in the training camp days, after having subdued everyone, Jiang Bai was elected as the class leader. With old Ma absent, Jiang Bai now assumed the role of instructor. He would not allow Wei Junjie to interfere with matters concerning Liu+Funny+Joke+Single. As for Wei Junjie's claim that bed checks are impossible, Jiang Bai momentarily dismissed it. Although he was uncertain of the pitfalls that might arise from such checks, he trusted his ability to navigate any challenges that might come his way. He then broached another topic. What about the Starlight Temple, the Moon God Society, and the Eclipse Sect? Can you manage them? Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie's expression grew serious. He certainly understood the implication behind Jiang Bai's words. Before the lights went out, there was a half-hour window for free activities. According to customary practice, the owner of the blood blackboard often finds himself embroiled in conflicts with others, likely resulting in bloodshed or even fatalities. It is not uncommon for the blood blackboard to change hands. Before embarking on the ghost hunting endeavor tonight, Jiang Bai is likely to engage in a confrontation. Without waiting for Wei Junjie to respond, Jiang Bai spoke to himself. Let me state my terms clearly, according to our sign agreement. Anyone who lays a hand on me grants me the right to terminate them, and I shall deduct one from the quotas stipulated in the contract. I arrived in haste and have brought limited ammunition. Could you assist me in identifying which abilities among the 3 teachings would be most suitable for crafting bullets? Wei Junjie was taken aback. It seemed Jiang Bai was almost exhilarated by the prospect of others striking first, allowing him to kill and refine bullets from their bones. What a living demon! After a moment of contemplation, Wei Junjie finally managed to utter, "They will behave, at least until the final day." Jiang Bai sighed, disappointment evident in his tone. "Since you are unwilling to assist me, do not hinder my efforts." He secured the noon talisman at his waist and warned, "Tonight, those who meddle shall meet their demise." Wei Junjie watched as Jiang Bai departed, his expression darkening, akin to being engulfed by the shadows of night. He could not fathom what hidden cards Jiang Bai possessed that instilled such trepidation in him. Deception may serve well in everyday life, but when it comes to confrontation, it is nearly futile. Jiang Bai must be concealing a trump card. The only question worth pondering is, how many does he truly hold? Later, at 9:30 p.m., after a day of studying, everyone returned to the dormitory, yet none exhibited signs of fatigue. They synchronously returned, secured the doors and windows, and awaited the room inspection. A few troublemakers had initially planned to unite and confront Jiang Bai, but they were warned multiple times, predominantly by individuals of higher status and greater power from the same faction. This instilled in them no inclination to rebel. As for Yi-sun, he had ascended to become the leader of everyone in the solar eclipse sect. It was at this moment that they comprehended the true weight of Yi-sun's words. "I have my own arrangements." Yi-sun had wisely placed his trust in Jiang Bai, and it appeared he had made the right choice. However, all would be revealed after tonight, if Jiang Bai could survive the hands of the ghosts. Jiang Bai returned to the dormitory as if nothing were amiss, clutching a mop in his hand. This mop was acquired through a point exchange. Wei Junjie had assessed it. Peerless mop, while wielding this mop. Your cleaning efficiency is remarkably high. Should you use it to clean the restroom, you will gain a temporary peerless enhancement, significantly boosting your combat prowess. Akin to the legendary elbow. The cost. The user will develop an obsession with cleanliness. Upon returning to the dormitory, with 15 minutes remaining until lights out and the room inspection already completed, Jiang Bai looked towards Yi-sun, awaiting his decision. "Class leader Jiang, perhaps I should remain in the dormitory?" Yi-sun pondered, concluding that staying in the dormitory would be the wisest choice. Very well. Jiang Bai nodded, casually snapping his fingers with his left hand. Regardless of what sound you hear tonight, do not venture outside or open the door. With a subtle arch of his brow, Isun instinctively declared, "Rest assured, I will certainly open the door." Liu Tietue responded with bewilderment, "Brother Sun, have you always been this audacious?" Surprisingly, Jiang Bai exhibited no trace of anger as he grasped the mop and exited the dormitory. As time trickled by, the clock struck 10 o'clock. Suddenly, the lights throughout the entire dormitory extinguished, plunging the space into an eerie silence. Only Jiang Bai remained standing in the corridor. The dormitory, shaped like a square, allowed him to glimpse the opposite side of the hallway. Indeed, before Jiang Bai could make a move, a vague silhouette emerged from the corridor across from him. A chilling wind swept through, carrying an icy dread, accompanied by a sharp, eerie wail that echoed ominously, "You shall regret this." Jiang Bai, holding the mop, politely inquired, "How many people have you killed?" The ghost responded with a sinister chuckle, "A great many." This brief exchange brought a measure of comfort to Jiang Bai. He observed his mismatched attire, one sleeve long and the other short. The left cuff improperly buttoned while the right remained undone. In his left hand, he wielded the mop, while his right clutched a revolver, presenting an image of disarray. Yet, this incongruity appeared to evoke no discomfort from the specter. There were only two possibilities. Either the ghost was not Liu+Funny+Joke+Single, or was indeed Liu+Funny+Joke+Single transformed. Yet no longer the person Jiang Bai had known, the one plagued by severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies. With this realization, Jiang Bai cast aside any mental burdens. Ready to confront the challenge ahead, he rotated his neck, his entire body crackling like popping beans, clenching and unclenching his right fist 3 times. He ultimately struck his left palm with a firm punch. Fixing his gaze on the ghost before him, Jiang Bai solemnly proclaimed, "You are already on the path to your demise." Chapter 077, The Crisis of Inspection. Stand still, or I shall strike you down. Before Jiang Bai could even make a move, a line of small characters appeared on the flowing red flag hanging in Dormitory 606. Please proceed to Dormitory 605 for inspection. Inspection? Jiang Bai took a step aside and glanced through the small window into Dormitory 605. Everything seemed normal. Inspection complete. Was it truly that simple? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. According to the contents of his diary, inspections were fraught with peril. It was indeed through inspections that the diary's previous owner had met their demise. Yet, the inspection task assigned to Jiang Bai seemed remarkably straightforward. Before he could ponder further, the small characters on the flowing red flag shifted once more. Please proceed to Dormitory 607 for inspection. Jiang Bai moved again, cast a glance, and completed the inspection. He looked across the corridor, where the ghost still stood, seemingly grinning with malicious intent, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Jiang Bai prepared to wield the flowing red flag, while seeking trouble with the ghost. However, before he could make any further moves, the blood blackboard in his arms began to tremble. What? It could still function under the constraints of the seal? It was not that the seal had faltered, but rather that Jiang Bai had weakened significantly. Jiang Bai retrieved the blood blackboard, and the bloodstains on it transformed. Please proceed to Dormitory 505 for inspection. What? The vivid red characters pierced Jiang Bai's eyes. Dormitory 505. Wasn't that on the 5th floor? A chill crept up the back of Jiang Bai's neck, as the cold wind swept through, causing his very soul to shiver. After lights out, movement between floors was prohibited. Those on the 6th floor could not possibly reach the 5th. At that moment, Jiang Bai finally comprehended the ghost's deadly tactic. The so-called inspection was not a reward, but rather a trap. Failing to complete the inspection within the allotted time would result in warnings, punishments, or even annihilation. Yet, a normal person could not possibly complete the inspection. This was a contradictory rule. Regardless of the strength of the blood blackboard's holder, completing this inspection was an impossibility. The fate awaiting them was either death or a fate worse than death. Wei Junjia's initial proposition for collaboration likely referred to him remaining on the 5th floor while Jiang Bai stayed on the 6th. With both parties continuously exchanging the flowing red flag and the blood blackboard to fulfill the inspection. Unfortunately, Jiang Bai declined Wei Junjia's offer, and thus Wei Junjia retained this crucial piece of information. At that instant, raucous laughter echoed from above the dormitory. A cacophony resembling dozens of individuals laughing together in a single room, chaotic and disordered. The ghost gazed at Jiang Bai with greedy eyes, akin to a butcher eyeing meat on the chopping block. Observing the ghost's brazen demeanor, a slight smirk formed on Jiang Bai's lips as he coldly remarked, "You initiated this. Therefore, I shall not hold back." With that, Jiang Bai seized the flowing red flag, took the blood blackboard, and strode towards the stairs. The ghost sneered at Jiang Bai, mocking, "Do you truly believe you can descend?" Under the gaze of the ghost, Jiang Bai descended from the 6th floor to the 5th, arriving outside dormitory 505. Peering through the small window, he completed the inspection with ease. It posed no challenge for him. The ghost, wearing an expression of disbelief, wondered how this individual could roam freely within the dormitory building. How did he manage to reach the 5th floor? After finishing the inspection, Jiang Bai stood provocatively on the 5th floor, daring the ghost to reveal its tricks. Whatever methods it had, he was ready to engage. With the inscription on the blood blackboard shifting once more, it now commanded an inspection of dormitory 601. Jiang Bai ascended again to fulfill the request. He traversed back and forth, inspecting dormitories 503, 609, and 507 until he had thoroughly examined all on the 5th floor. The 6th floor housed high-tier supernatural beings, while the 5th floor was occupied by the hall masters, whose numbers were far fewer than the high-tier entities, resulting in a lesser number of dormitories. With the 5th floor inspections complete, there was no need for Jiang Bai to return. He proceeded to the 6th floor for further inspections. During this time, he had discerned a pattern. The blood blackboard influenced the flow of the red flags, controlling which dormitories were to be inspected. Otherwise, as a dormitory leader on the 6th floor, Jiang Bai would have no reason to inspect the 5th floor. Each dormitory could only be inspected once, and upon completing all inspections on a floor, a point reward would be granted. However, such rewards were of little use at present. Survival until the next day was the priority. The 6th floor was soon inspected as well. As the blood blackboard fell silent, Jiang Bai refrained from seeking trouble with the ghost. If his intuition served him correctly, tonight was not the night to eliminate the ghost. The reason was simple. If tonight were the decisive battle, Wei Junjie would undoubtedly appear on the scene. For he was coming for the ghost. The absence of that little rascal Wei Junjie indicated that the time had not yet come. Jiang Bai possessed the patience to continue playing this game of cat and mouse with the ghost. The longer the game persisted, the more the ghost would reveal its abilities, while Jiang Bai's trump cards remained boundless. Indeed, after a brief silence, the blood blackboard re-emerged with its crimson letters. "Please inspect dormitory 409. The 4th floor?" This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jiang Bai began his descent, making his way down to the 4th floor. He believed that manipulating inspections through the blood blackboard must also weigh heavily on the ghost. The layout of the 4th floor appeared similar to that of the 6th. However, the moment Jiang Bai set foot on the 4th floor, he felt a sudden heaviness in his body. The consumption of geographical advantage was far more rapid than on the 5th floor. At this rate of depletion, in less than 20 days, all the energy within Jiang Bai would be exhausted, leading to his demise here. At this moment, a sense of crisis finally washed over him. He concentrated on minimizing the influence of the geographical advantage, enveloping only the area surrounding him, and cautiously advanced. The 6th floor housed high-tier supernatural beings. The 5th floor contained hall masters, and the 4th floor, perhaps extraordinary beings? Yet, extraordinary beings could not enter the entrance of the Silver Sand secret tomb. That was a strict rule. Were there even inhabitants in the dormitories on the 4th floor? Jiang Bai remained uncertain. Exiting the stairwell, he found the hall devoid of the blackboard, with a thick layer of dust covering the floor and walls, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. Jiang Bai walked slowly, passing by the first dormitory, 401, with his destination, 409, looming at the end of the corridor. He cast a fleeting glance and noted that the door of 401 was firmly shut, its small window encrusted with dust, rendering any view inside nearly impossible without closer inspection. One thing Jiang Bai was certain of was that this dormitory was not uninhabited. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to proceed. If fate dictated his order of inspections, the 4th floor would surely be completed as well. Whatever resided within 401 would eventually be revealed. Curiosity, after all, has led many a cat to its demise. It was best not to stir unnecessary trouble. Each dormitory he passed imparted a peculiar sense of unease, as if an unseen presence lurked within, posing a subtle yet palpable threat. Logically, given the proximity, should there be any extraordinary beings lying in wait, his sense of foreboding would be far more acute. Suppressing his doubts, Jiang Bai approached the door of 409. He cautiously neared, using a mop to wipe away the dust from the small window. The mop was now spotless, a necessity for someone as fastidious as Jiang Bai. As he peered through the window, his heart sank. An unsettling hypothesis was confirmed. With the dust cleared, he could barely discern the interior's condition. There were no books on the desk, no refuse in the bin, no occupants on the beds. Yet, upon the 4 beds floated 4 spirits. This dormitory housed 4 ghosts. As if the clouds had parted to reveal the azure sky, many of Jiang Bai's uncertainties were dispelled. The bizarre rules of the dormitory, lights out and sleep, yet no one allowed on the beds, began to make sense. This institution, from the very beginning, was never intended for the living. It was a school of spirits. Chapter 078, Cash, Credit Cards, and Wealthy Treasures. In dormitory 409, there resided 4 phantoms. Jiang Bai cast a glance inside. The apparitions lay motionless, quietly hovering above their beds. According to Jiang Bai's extensive experience with horror literature, spirits should ideally slumber during the day and roam at night. For instance, vampires, somnambulists, lethargic ghosts, and the dearly departed. Spirits are nocturnal entities. Yet, why were these specters languidly drifting above their beds? Shouldn't they be attending classes at night? In a school setting, one ought to engage in study. Drawing from Jiang Bai's academic experience, a singular logical explanation emerged. Summer vacation had commenced. Moreover, it seemed that these specters were also on holiday. But what of the humans? Why were they present in the Silver Sand secret tomb? As Jiang Bai's thoughts crystallized, he realized that by adopting the mindset from his schooling 200 years ago, many ostensibly contradictory and perplexing dilemmas could be effortlessly unraveled. The ghosts, enjoying their summer break, could not venture elsewhere. Thus they rested in the dormitory. The rationale for the humans' presence here was equally straightforward. Summer camp. Indeed, this was a summer camp. What did a ghostly school's summer camp entail? The victors would not receive mere accolades, but rather embark upon an irrevocable journey towards becoming a ghost. It was no wonder that the position of governor of Silver Sand had only ever seen one tenure. No one could retain the governorship of Silver Sand. Upon deducing the truth, Jiang Bai felt as if he had dispelled the mists, revealing the azure sky. The rules here were clear. Any violation would result in a warning, followed by punishment and ultimately obliteration upon a third infraction. Those who faced obliteration would perhaps be reduced to the lowest echelon of ghosts, or might be deemed unworthy of becoming ghosts. Regardless of the outcome, as humans, they were lost. The summer camp they participated in was a brutal elimination process, and the final victor would ascend as the governor of Silver Sand. The Silver Sand secret tomb had never been out of control from the moment one assumed the governorship. Only 7 years of life remained. Upon the conclusion of the 7-year pact, the governor would return to the Silver Sand secret tomb, facing a dire dilemma. Violate the rules? Obliteration. Adhere to the rules? Transformation into a ghost. How enlightening. With these revelations, a few queries lingered in Jiang Bai's mind. What became of past governors of Silver Sand after their transformation into ghosts? Did they remain in the Silver Sand secret tomb to continue their studies? What purpose did the Silver Sand secret tomb serve in nurturing such numerous spirits? How does the transition from human to ghost transpire? Would I too become a ghost after death? Is this connected to the 4th mysterious tide? Where did the ghosts haunting the dormitory originate? The questions were manifold, yet the clues were scant. Even though Jiang Bai had unraveled many mysteries, more enigmas loomed before him. Time was not on his side. The blood-red blackboard once again displayed an inscription. Please check room 308. The 3rd floor? Jiang Bai sensed a conspiratorial air among the spirits. His ability to traverse the dormitory floors merely hinged on the expenditure of his energy. Checking the dormitory posed no existential threat. Unless Jiang Bai pressed his lips together, grasping an insight. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his backpack and withdrew a segment of a gun barrel. Few are aware that the Overlord gun, once modified, can be disassembled into two segments for ease of transport. This design primarily serves to facilitate security checks. Jiang Bai, gripping the gun's handle in his left hand and wielding a mop in his right, strode towards the third floor like a seasoned gunslinger. The layout of the third floor mirrored that of the fourth. However, Jiang Bai's instincts hinted that the threats within the dormitory were considerably heightened. The spirits here exuded a greater potency than those on the fourth floor. Through the barriers of doors and windows, the sense of danger Jiang Bai felt was slightly less intense than that posed by Vice Governor Liujiang. If the malevolent entities on the third floor were of such caliber, what could be said of those on the second and first floors? Jiang Bai was intrigued. Could the spirits on the first floor possibly attain the level of a semi-divine general? If that were the case, this building would indeed be excessively terrifying. As Jiang Bai approached room 308, he sensed something amiss. A gust of wind swept through, causing the dormitory door to emit a disconcerting creak. Indeed, Jiang Bai pressed his lips together, deducing the spirit's ruse. The entity haunting room 308 was not hovering above the bed. Inspecting room 308 posed a significant risk to life. Yet, should he choose not to investigate, he would incur the wrath of the rules. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai took 2 steps, combining them into one, and sprinted towards the door of room 308. A fierce ghost awaited him there. This was not the same specter that haunted the 6th floor. It belonged to room 308, but had chosen to disregard the established rules. On the 3rd floor, no inspections were conducted, and even rule breakers faced no repercussions. Upon laying eyes on Jiang Bai, the ghastly apparition's crimson tongue flicked in excitement, a cruel smile spreading across its face, as if it had already envisioned how to savor this delectable prey. Then, a gun barrel swung towards it, but the malevolent spirit found itself unable to evade, its body uncooperative. "Lie down." With a resounding crash, the gun barrel struck the ghost's face, piercing its skull and pinning it to the ground. This blow was no ordinary strike. Jiang Bai infused the Overlord gun with 10,000 qi, utilizing 5,000 qi to activate Inch Stop, disrupting the spirit's movement. A newly awakened transcendent would possess only a few thousand qi. Even Jin's internal qi did not exceed 200,000. Jiang Bai's shot, bolstered by a 10-fold enhancement, rivaled 100,000 qi. The spirit, immobilized by Inch Stop, was forced to endure this shot, a miracle in itself that it had not perished outright. With his left hand, Jiang Bai firmly pinned the spirit down, eliciting another wretched scream from it. As the cry echoed, the doors and windows of the entire 3rd floor began to tremble. A relentless barrage of banging sound akin to raindrops. In an instant, it was as if cold water had been poured into a hot oil pan, causing all the spirits on the 3rd floor to boil with agitation. Countless hostile auras locked onto Jiang Bai's back. Malice, chill, murderous intent all converging together. The source of this tumult was none other than the clash between Jiang Bai and the fierce ghost. It seemed that if Jiang Bai did not relinquish his grip, an endless horde of vengeful spirits would burst through the door, tearing him to shreds. With the ghost underfoot, Jiang Bai found the composure to turn back and threaten fiercely. "Push me too far, and I'll unleash that one. This building will be your slaughterhouse." As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from within him. The presence was faint. Yet upon its emergence, the once boisterous 3rd floor fell into an immediate hush, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, bereft of any rebellious thoughts. Even the malevolent spirit beneath Jiang Bai's feet ceased its anguished wails, paralyzed despite being pinned to the ground by the Overlord's spear. Jiang Bai pressed down harder, muttering curses. "If you wish to live, be obedient." The doors and windows returned to silence, and the spirits in the other dormitories lay still as if lifeless. With his concerns alleviated, Jiang Bai gazed down at the malevolent spirit he had subdued. To bring this creature under control, he had expended a considerable 15,000 qi, nearly half of his internal reserves. Nonetheless, the effort proved worthwhile. It was a decisive blow that left no opportunity for his adversary to retaliate. While the spirit was indeed subdued, the pressing question remained: who would compensate Jiang Bai for his losses? Surely, he could not be left to bear the cost alone. Pondering this, he looked at the spirit and posed a rather subtle inquiry. cash, or a support token. Chapter 79. Time is running out. The malevolent spirit appeared perplexed, oscillating upon the pole as if caught in a struggle, teetering between resistance and submission, exuding an unsettling ambivalence. Ah, a hint of flair, perhaps? Jiang Bai attempted various inquiries. Money? Money? No cash. What about paper money for the dead? That will suffice. I only accept legitimate offerings. He pondered, if there's no money, can I perhaps extract an arm or a leg? After a brief and amicable interrogation, Jiang Bai concluded that the erratic spirit before him bore no riches to exploit. After careful consideration, the magnanimous Jiang Bai resolved to let it be. I have come to inspect the dormitory. You have not rested properly. Stand in the stairwell for half an hour as punishment. With that, he grasped the spirit and escorted it outside to commence its penance. The spirit stood obediently, albeit with a bewildered expression. Though unable to articulate words, the spirit comprehended human speech, yet found itself incapable of communicating with Jiang Bai. It harbored doubts about whether this fierce figure would truly allow it to go unscathed. However, it could not fathom what harm Jiang Bai could inflict. Surely, he wouldn't resort to killing it, would he? As the spirit stood in its designated spot, Jiang Bai busied himself rummaging through his backpack. Eureka! He produced a visualization diagram, upon which clouds swirled, revealing a faintly discernible dragon. Lan, arise! He exclaimed, striking the floor with a mop, mimicking the legendary Sun Wukong. In no time, a disoriented dragon materialized before Jiang Bai, its scales trembling, and its small head swaying cautiously, clearly agitated by the silver sand secret tomb. It would never willingly appear in such a place unless absolutely compelled. Yet, compared to the silver sand secret tomb, Jiang Bai seemed far more formidable. This fellow truly dared to flay, extract tendons, crack bones, and stew flesh. The dragon gazed at Jiang Bai, bewildered as to what task this formidable individual might require of it. Jiang Bai inquired politely, "Have you eaten?" The dragon responded with incredulity. "The visualization diagram has been in your possession. How could I possibly have eaten, since falling into your hands? I haven't even had a proper meal. I've regurgitated the leftovers from years past." This mention ignited the dragon's ire. It felt utterly wronged, on the verge of shedding tears. The clouds coalesced into a few words, articulating the dragon's last vestige of dignity. Not eaten, not hungry. How can that be? You are still growing, without nourishment. How can your development keep pace? Jiang Bai expressed concern, stating earnestly, as the saying goes, a horse without wild grass grows lean, and a dragon without late night snacks grows frail. Just look at you. You are but skin and bones. The dragon retorted. What a trite saying. Furthermore, if you intend to treat a dragon to a late-night snack, one must consider the time and place. At the very least, you should demonstrate some sincerity and present something edible. The dragon surveyed its surroundings. Apart from the malevolent spirit, there was nothing to satisfy its hunger. Wait a moment. After several encounters with Jiang Bai, the dragon began to glean his nature. In summary, he neither acted like a human nor conducted himself with any semblance of humanity. This fellow wouldn't dare suggest that it consume a ghost, would he? Eat a ghost indeed. Gazing into Jiang Bai's expectant eyes, Yulong hesitated for a moment before inscribing a single character with mist. Dirty. This was a malevolent spirit. A vile entity. Consuming it would surely lead to an upset stomach. Oh, it's deemed unclean? Well, that is easily remedied. With that, Jiang Bai seized a mop and commenced scrubbing the malevolent spirit. The spirit? Yulong? With a single swipe of the mop, the odor was so potent that even Lao Ba would salivate. As Jiang Bai prepared to continue his scrubbing, Yulong could no longer delay. Like a famished dragon, he lunged forward, opening his mouth wide and swallowing the entire spirit whole. The spirit, skewered on a pole, akin to meat on a skewer, was devoured in one gulp by Yulong. Jiang Bai, seizing the pole, cast the mop aside and diligently wiped his pole with a wet tissue, for he was averse to uncleanliness. Yulong. After consuming the malevolent spirit, Yulong's belly noticeably expanded, and without needing Jiang Bai's instruction, he burrowed back inside. Although he could not extract any substantial essence from the spirit, Jiang Bai had not suffered significant losses either. Just as he resolved the spirit issue, The blood blackboard in Jiang Bai's arms stirred once more, seemingly eager to guide him to the next perilous dormitory for inspection. If the third floor couldn't claim Jiang Bai, then surely the second would. Have your fun yet? Jiang Bai withdrew the blood blackboard, placing one hand upon it, and with the advantage of the terrain, instantaneously gained control over the blackboard. The inscriptions upon it ceased their shifting. Enjoying the inspections, are we? Jiang Bai chuckled coldly. There are certain floors I relish inspecting multiple times. As he spoke, the first numeral on the blood blackboard began to change gradually. 6. Indeed, the 6th floor. Jiang Bai had already completed inspections on the 6th floor's dormitories. Logically, there should be no more dorms to inspect there. However, Jiang Bai recalled correctly. The blood blackboard belonged to the 6th floor, and the haunting was also an item on the 6th floor's agenda. In other words, the spirit must also reside on the 6th floor. During his previous inspections, the spirit had not manifested, nor had he detected any anomalies. This indicated one thing. There was another dormitory on the 6th floor. After the first numeral changed, the ghostly figure that had been standing in the 6th floor corridor suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. Afraid? Jiang Bai remarked with a smile. Too late. He began ascending the stairs, as the number on the blood blackboard continued to evolve. 6. 6. 6. Inspecting dormitory 666. The number 666, in Western culture, symbolizes the devil. Jiang Bai had not anticipated that this spirit possessed a hint of Western influence. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Jiang Bai immediately sensed something amiss. Within the square-shaped dormitory building, a blood path had materialized. This ethereal blood path wound along the square, ultimately leading to a dormitory door at its center. That was dormitory 666, the haunted dormitory and the site of Jiang Bai's climactic showdown with the spirit. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai stepped onto the blood path and advanced forward. The dormitory building was not vast, and the linear distance between the two was quite short. Yet this blood path twisted and folded repeatedly, consuming a substantial amount of Jiang Bai's time and energy. Nevertheless, he continued to progress steadily along the blood path. He discovered that although this path was laden with malevolent energy, there was no need to deliberately manipulate the terrain. Allowing the sinister energy to refine his body would gradually enhance his physical abilities, with signs of transformation even emerging within his vital essence under the pressure. Should he continue along